Chapter 154. The Vanished Wizard. Snape disregarded the other's deliberate attempts at emotional manipulation. He penned a reply detailing the specifications for the portrait and remitted the corresponding remuneration. The frame was returned alongside the Alchemist's missive. The correspondent meticulously outlined the installation procedure for the portrait, emphasizing at the conclusion of the letter, "You must surely miss that gentleman." Miss him? Snape felt no such sentiment. He merely endeavored to maintain fairness to the best of his abilities. At this moment, however, the dynamics of his conversation with the portrait had shifted. The cunning portrait was certain that Snape had brought a gift, and it began to devise ways to placate the master of potions. In truth, these frames are rather uncomfortable. They were hastily constructed. I am in urgent need of a considerate living environment. The portrait cast a furtive glance at Snape, noting his lack of rebuttal, and continued, "Newly crafted portraits differ significantly from the pre-existing ones. Ideally, there should not be a substantial age disparity in the pigments, lest there be a color discrepancy upon installation." The portrait appeared quite content, adept at engaging in self-questioning and answering. Observing the portrait's pitiable demeanor, Snape allowed it to extol his virtues for a time before responding languidly. "I have indeed prepared a portrait for a certain unnamed gentleman." The frame obediently dragged a stool into its confines and settled down. Snape's emotions were appeased. He retrieved the shrunken portrait from his pocket, nestled within an envelope, and restored it to its original form. The portrait remained focused on Snape's actions until he produced the explanatory letter. "There is no need to read that letter. Kindly take this frame to the study," Snape instructed, his hand holding the nail momentarily faltering. Previously preoccupied with the placement of the frame, he now realized, what issue could this frame possibly have? At present, no issues are discernible. However, do not place too much faith in the works of alchemists. They find it far easier to create something that silences the portrait than to produce something satisfactory. Snape dutifully relocated the frame to the study as per the portrait's demand, positioning it at the very center of the room. This house bore traces of magical activity, evidencing, thus far, one of the few instances where Snape sensed that the portrait had not yet perished. The portrait declared, "This frame is flawless. Can you place the nail in this position?" Snape complied once more. This time, the surge of magical energy differed from before. A flame erupted from the carpet, swiftly transforming the nail into a blazing red hue. A wisp of faint black smoke emanated from the nail, only to be consumed by the licking flames in an instant. It seemed the portrait's obsession held merit. Snape remained silent, contemplating how to deal with the alchemist. The portrait gently counseled him, "Severus, do not allow yourself to be angered by such matters. The alchemical profession is rife with both the noble and the nefarious." He merely guaranteed the frame's quality, and if the nail proves faulty, he can evade culpability. Indeed, if no inspection is conducted, this nail could embed itself within the protective enchantment of the wizard's property, potentially harming the house's protective magic or even divulging the owner's information. Snape's temper was considerably low. The portrait continued, "This portrait is now operational." It smiled as it traversed into Snape's frame, emerging moments later clad in a black robe. The potion's master's eyelids twitched as he commanded, "Immediately return and change out of that outfit." However, the portrait expressed some discontent, retreating 2 steps under the threat of Snape's wand. The potion's master's ears flushed with irritation. Was there truly not a single commendable alchemist in this profession? He was unaware that the commissioned alchemist had depicted him in the very robes he wore during class within the portrait. At that moment, the portrait, clad in the same attire, struck a pose nearly identical to his own, arms crossed. All right, please do not rush me." Before the portrait could finish its sentence, it hastily retreated into the house to don a more conventional wizard's robe. Upon re-emerging, he bore a gem-encrusted ring upon his hand. "To be honest, this portrait is rather exquisitely crafted, but if it were up to me, I could create an even finer one." He gestured toward the spot where a frame had previously hung. The two returned to the family activity room. 11 procured some potion ingredients from the cellar's stock for Snape, while the house elf stood respectfully to the side, gazing at Snape with eager anticipation. Under normal circumstances, Snape would not advocate for a mere house elf. Yet he found himself perplexed. Why do you insist on having the house elf achieve perfection? 11 let out a heavy sob. having never witnessed his master refuse a request from Snape. The portrait observed their reactions intently and shook its head, saying, "Allow me to demonstrate." 11. Go to the study and retrieve that tome. Encyclopedia of Magical Plants from the third shelf. In an instant, the house elf vanished and then reappeared. He held in his hands a substantial, hardcover book in German. The portrait continued. Turn to page 175 and translate the content into English. 11 snapped his fingers, and the book fluttered rapidly to the designated page, where he hesitantly began his translation. That will suffice. Snape interrupted the portrait's educational demonstration. He had thoroughly grasped the advantages of the house elf's bilingual education. The only drawback was 11's insufficient speed in German. The potion's master began to concern himself with the educational progress. How many words is he memorizing daily? I feel. A sharp clap echoed as the house elf, disheartened by the coldness of the world, wiped away his tears and retreated to his attic to memorize words. When Lucas shifted his attention back to the carriage, only 3 winged horses remained to pull it. At the overturned alley, Snape had already begun brewing potions, prompting Lucas to have his portrait temporarily take charge of the situation. The young wizards began attempting to breach the walls of the compartment or the door of the driver's seat, employing various violent spells that proved utterly ineffective. Inside the jostling carriage, fragments of the chandelier began to fall. As the group of mischievous young wizards descended into chaos, armed with broomsticks and seemingly intent on bursting out of the carriage, they found themselves thwarted by powerful protective enchantments cast on all 6 sides, repelling their concentrated spell assaults. The freckled wizard appeared utterly despondent. This was his 3rd summer camp, and from his initial role as a junior aide to now having a cadre of students, he had never encountered such formidable challenges right from the outset. Indeed, those Ministry of Magic officials relished in creating minor obstacles to cultivate adaptability in wizards, but such a fully enclosed structure, plummeting from height, was intended to increase the mortality rate of the summer camp. Is there any other way? The other wizards inquired in a panic, looking to the freckled wizard. He glanced around, having already attempted to extinguish the muggle lights and the chandeliers separately, as well as both simultaneously, hoping for a change in illumination to provide a clue. Yet, nothing transpired. The broomsticks were unusable, and the driver's compartment remained locked. They could not rely on casting a slowing charm on the massive carriage at the moment of descent. There appeared to be no way out. The freckled wizard raked his hands through his hair in frustration, save for that vanished young wizard. Chapter 155. The rain ceases and the umbrella tears. If he has already moved from the carriage, it may indicate there are other exits. Are you looking for me? Lucas slowly raised his hand from the sofa. The carriage swayed too much. He had no penchant for hiding against the upper walls as they rocked back and forth. You. Upon seeing Lucas, the freckled wizard's first reaction was not anger, but a profound sense of despair. He was the top student of the lower grades at Durmstrang. Not just in the summer camp, but throughout the entire school. He understood the gravity of their situation far better than his bewildered classmates. Brandishing a wand to threaten the British wizards had lost its significance. Dejected, he sank into a seat across from Lucas. There are only 2 winged horses left. A sharp crack interrupted the freckled wizard's emotional collapse. He slowly raised his head to see the British wizard across from him aiming a camera at him, capturing the moment. What are you doing? He questioned suspiciously in English, almost doubting if someone had lost their sanity before him. Recording life, Lucas smiled, pleased that they could communicate in English. A promising beginning. The young German wizards had received some basic English education. Amidst the chaos of the tilting carriage and swaying chandelier, the freckled wizard was astonished to find that the British wizard was the only stable presence. Do you have any way to save us? A flicker of hope ignited in the freckled wizard's heart. You need to articulate the crucial word, Lucas patiently instructed him. The freckled wizard began to ponder earnestly. There's only 1 horse left. We're going to die? The background noise comprised the other young wizards. The freckled wizard shouted, quick. Help me think of what the key word is that can summon assistance. Wish upon a star. A beautiful dream come true. Yet Lucas merely shook his head. Enlightened. The freckled wizard suddenly conceived a possibility and exclaimed, please save us. He had uttered the correct phrase. Lucas stood up from his seat and approached the door leading to the cockpit, tapping his wand on 3 seemingly ordinary spots on the door. If no one had informed him beforehand, those areas appeared to be mere wood grain. As Lucas tapped, the door swung open, and they finally entered the deserted cockpit. The first-person perspective revealed their dire predicament. The last winged horse had also broken free from its reins, and the carriage hovered momentarily in the air before plummeting towards the forest below. Please, please, please. The freckled wizard desperately employed his newly acquired vocabulary. He watched as the British wizard pulled a lever from beneath the cockpit, transforming the decor with remarkable swiftness. The reins morphed into an unfamiliar Muggle apparatus, replaced by a circular steering wheel and a wrench. It was the driving system of a Muggle car. Lucas had anticipated this. He settled into the driver's seat, engaged the gear to reverse, and deftly maneuvered the wheel to alter their course. The carriage, no, it should now be called a flying car, performed 2 complete spins in the air, reorienting itself and gliding smoothly through the skies. This summer camp is truly exhilarating. Lucas discovered the autopilot button among a row of controls, while the freckled wizard uncovered a rudimentary map of the forest in the newly transformed cockpit. He was nearly moved to tears. This map represented the familiar challenges of summer camp. The prior difficulties had undoubtedly been the result of unforeseen complications orchestrated by the organizers. Following this unexpected turn of events, along with Lucas's previous feat of vanishing without a trace, the freckled wizard extended a hand of precious friendship toward Lucas. He introduced himself as Eli Horn. Lucas gently shook his head. There's no need to rush. Making friends is a solemn affair. Let us discuss it after we land. He gazed ahead. The flying car was steadily descending, and Lucas could just make out a clearing in the forest where a tall, slender wizard waved a flag at them. The young wizards in the cockpit erupted in excited cheers. Once the vehicle touched down, Eli Horn hurriedly disregarded any ceremonial formalities. He noticed 3 other carriages already parked at the camp. Given the number of campers, Eli Horn suspected they were the last to arrive. The supervising teacher confirmed Ella Horn's troubling suspicion. After the flying car landed smoothly, he lowered the flag and pulled out a stopwatch, pressing the final digit. This bizarre sense of ritual culminated in the announcement. Congratulations. Students from Durmstrang and Hogwarts, you are the last group to arrive. Your progress has significantly lagged behind. Other campers have already begun gathering materials for setting up tents. The teacher glanced at Lucas and Eli Horn, who led the way, followed by other Durmstrang students, and he wore a satisfied smile. It appears that this year, the students from Germany are getting along splendidly with their British counterparts. Indeed, cooperation is the key to achieving greater success. The young wizards displayed peculiar expressions, exchanging glances with one another before looking at Eli Horn. Eli Horn said nothing, so they silently maintained their pact of silence. Lucas smoothly integrated himself into the group of young wizards. Securing a decent position, he, alongside other German students, dashed into the woods to fulfill the teacher's task of gathering materials. As he passed the camp instructor, Lucas was halted. Mr. Graham, please stay for a moment. The teacher has something to discuss with you. It won't take much of your time. Lucas found himself lingering at the end. He waved at Eli Horn, signaling that he would be fine. Only then did Eli Horn leave with a sense of relief. The teacher and Lucas watched the German students retreating, and he could not help but remark, youth is truly wonderful. They are only concerned that the rain has stopped, oblivious to who tore the umbrella away. Lucas turned his head to glance at the teacher who spoke those words. He neither nodded nor shook his head, but exhibited an attentive demeanor. The Ministry of Magic does not truly neglect young wizards, Mr. Graham. Your deliberate erasure of the clues surrounding the carriage, artificially increasing the difficulty, is erroneous. The camp instructor admonished Lucas. But that does not violate the rules, Lucas replied softly. Not violating the rules does not equate to it being the right course of action. I am well aware of the notorious reputation of Slytherin House at Hogwarts. If all students emerging from that institution resemble you, I truly harbor my doubts. The instructor's reprimand abruptly ceased. In truth, this was merely part of a pressure test, yet the teacher perceived the cool glint in Lucas's eyes, akin to a hunter seeking a flaw in its prey. Chapter 156, A Facade of Peace. Lucas ultimately refrained from disputing with the camp instructor. Although this was a multinational joint project, the primary investors were German wizards, so a natural bias towards Germany was to be expected. Lucas nodded. If a teacher who had been guiding him were present, he could point out that this was the most apparent expression of Lucas Graham's humble acceptance, despite his tendency to repeat mistakes. Unfortunately, Professor Snape was miles away. Seeing the student not contesting, the camp instructor found it difficult to impose punishment on Lucas for the matter. With a somewhat displeased wave of his hand, he dismissed him. All right. You may go in now. Lucas proceeded along the path where other young wizards had just vanished, delving deeper into the woods. He had not ventured far when he encountered the other German wizards from his carriage. These young wizards were not dim-witted. They quickly inferred certain circumstances from the camp instructor's deliberate detainment of Lucas. It is also possible that they interrogated other early arriving students. As the other carriage's occupants maintained a considerable distance from the Durmstrang wizards, One could only infer from the sparse voices emanating from the woods that other classmates were present. Lucas, I believe you would consent to my addressing you thus. We must gather some supplies to construct our shelter. Our intention is to collect an ample amount of twigs, sufficient to create at least a rain canopy. Eli approached Lucas, elucidating the rules, and inquired with genuine concern. What did the teacher say to you earlier? Lucas nodded and replied, I am aware of the rules. Noticing Eli still awaited a second answer, he added, the teacher merely commended me for assisting a classmate and provided me with a hidden clue. The German wizards behind Eli exchanged meaningful glances. Eli, unable to conceal his surprise and disappointment, remarked, if you are unwilling to exchange clues with new friends, I completely understand. Lucas, taken aback, asked Eli, exchange clues? Do you possess any clue to share with me? The atmosphere in the forest turned peculiar. Eli restrained his anger and, with a smile, beckoned Lucas, let us hasten to gather twigs. There are plenty over there. You may wish to try. We should not stray too far apart. With that, Eli and several classmates ventured in another direction. Lucas gazed thoughtfully as Eli departed. How could a summer camp in the wizarding world merely require young wizards to collect twigs? Lucas preferred to rationally deduce that the advanced German wizards had concealed the true rules of the game. Moreover, they had dispersed the other young wizards to prevent them from revealing anything to Lucas. While everyone maintained a facade of peace, these German wizards had not abandoned their intent to make Lucas experience their might. A bold endeavor indeed. Lucas shook his hood and a small, dark creature tumbled out. This little being had accompanied Lucas since his first day, and he had inspected it thoroughly. It had indeed been mutated by a Thunderbird's electric shock, possessing the ability to discharge electricity and affinity with wizardry. Its diet encompassed nearly all kitchen scraps, including fish bones and fruit peels. It showed no interest in fresh meat and retained the typical scavenging traits of its kind. Furthermore, this resilient little creature was utterly fearless. Undeterred by the looming threat of dragon fangs, Lucas raised the creature before him, pointed in a direction, and expressed his intent with a flick of his wand. The creature pondered for a moment before responding with a series of curious sounds. Lucas patiently searched the forest floor for herbs, collecting any he found along with their roots in a vial he carried. Eli and his classmates, not far from Lucas, observed his actions closely. In truth, both parties were aware of each other's untrustworthiness, merely seeking to exploit the information gap to catch one another off guard. What is he doing? Collecting herbs? Does he believe that if he does not strive to gather twigs, we will provide him with shelter? The observing German students could hardly comprehend Lucas's rationale. Eli remained silent, sensing an ominous premonition. Lucas did not keep them waiting long. Suddenly, a rustling noise erupted from the woods. Initially, the wizards naturally assumed it was merely other students moving through the forest. However, the persistent sound grew increasingly insistent, until at last, a student's startled exclamation rang out. A snake. A Beaux Batons student emerged from the underbrush, disregarding his fear of the German students, and called out in French, there are no snakes here, come quickly. Students began to converge toward the sound. Before the German students could ascertain the situation, a large bear emerged from the thicket. In an instant, the already vigilant students unleashed spells, with 5 or 6 incantations striking the bear. The beast, initially a mere observer, was instantly provoked. It charged toward the nearest wizard. In the blink of an eye, it was upon them. Lucas cast a repelling spell at the bear, causing the 2-meter-tall creature to stagger back a few paces. However, what sent shivers down the spines of the young wizards was not only the sheer size of the bear, but also the silent approach of a swarm of snakes. Many of the gathered young wizards spotted venomous snakes peering from the branches above. They collectively posed a formidable threat. Lucas sensed an unusual magical fluctuation within the serpents, although he had sent the creature to provoke some wildlife. He had long felt that other wizards were employing offensive magic in the forest, leading him to speculate that the exchange rules pertained to hunting. Albania was not a no-hunting zone, making this a reasonable assumption. Yet now, it seemed that the creature had inadvertently attracted some magical beings. Lucas remained vigilant. However, a more immediate danger arose from his fellow wizards. One wizard, aiming to drive the bear away more effectively, opted for a fire-based spell. The logic was sound, but the execution was flawed. Coincidentally, the flames caught on the matches that the German wizards had pretended to collect, igniting with fervor. The roaring fire quickly engulfed the snakes, spreading further as the serpents writhed. The scorching flames, accompanied by thick smoke, caused the young wizards in the center to begin coughing. Wizards from different nations clustered together, casting protective spells to contain the fire's expansion. They prayed for their teachers to arrive swiftly, but given the current state of the flames, it seemed even their teachers might be powerless. Adult wizards continuously shifted on the periphery, relocating stranded students to safety. Yet, the dense woods with their complex terrain made it impossible for him to ensure the accuracy of his apparition. A reckless move could lead to his demise in the Inferno. The situation reached an impasse. At that moment, Lucas spoke up. I possess a spell that may resolve our predicament. Chapter 157, An Urgent Appeal. Previously, at a symposium hosted by the Alchemy Society, he had heard an elder recount the tale of the German spell, All Spells End. This was not an innovative incantation. It merely required the caster to utter spell standstill. However, when initiated by the caster, it combined the spells of various wizards, generating tremendous energy through the magical connection. Let us chant a spell together. Lucas guided the students with a translation spell, directing his wand downwards, embedding it into the earth. He aimed to rally them around an environmental theme. If the flames continued to spread, this forest would soon be reduced to ashes, and the damage caused would far exceed that of hunting a few beasts. As life extinguished, Lucas glanced at the German wizards still simulating spells and felt compelled to remind them. If this escalates too far, it may very well be our last summer camp. After all, the Ministry of Magic cannot allow significant harm to the forest resources of another nation. Eli wished to argue that magic could swiftly restore trees and that wizards were the only ones of true importance. Yet, under Lucas's warning gaze, he wisely refrained from speaking. Lucas's mobilization aimed to unify their objectives. Otherwise, the spell would not connect. With the flames now encroaching upon them, Lucas hoped that their shared instinct for survival would yield better results than coercion. All spells end. Lucas pointed his wand downwards, embedding it in the soil. From his location, magical energies surged forth, swiftly flowing beneath the feet of each wizard. A thin barrier formed, separating the wizards from the flames. Unlike previous shielding spells, the fire quickly extinguished upon contact with this barrier. The young wizards glimpsed hope. All spells end. They mimicked Lucas's actions, performing the incantation in unison. At this moment, all the wizards sensed a resonant vibration, as if their magic had intertwined, pushing outward. Flames were rapidly extinguished from a central point, their intensity waning. The young wizard casting this spell could not perceive the aerial perspective. A teacher soared through the tree canopies on a broomstick. Catching sight of the magical effects, a colossal wave seemed to rise abruptly within the forest, crashing outward from all directions, the spray overwhelming the blaze. All spells ceased, and silence enveloped the surroundings. As the initiator of the incantation, Lucas had summoned a tremendous amount of magical energy from the very outset. The lingering effects of fairy dust hindered him each time he attempted to exert power swiftly. Nevertheless, his magical reserves were ample enough. Soon, unfamiliar magical energies began to coalesce around Lucas. He could almost feel the different forces flowing beside him, even traversing through his being, lifting him as if he floated upon a tranquil sea. The magic converged into a unified will, Lucas's will. He gazed down upon the nearby flames, wielding the power of the incantation to extinguish them with precision. Magic resonates with harmony. As the flames died down, the camp's instructor arrived tardily, meticulously examining each soot-covered child. Some students rummaged through their belongings to check on Lucas, ensuring he had not suffered burns or snake bites. Yet Lucas remained lost in thought, seemingly having stumbled upon a method to alleviate the side effects of the fairy dust. Far off, in the overturned mansion of Spinner's End, Snape was attempting to brew a potion of Wolfsbane. He intended to first concoct a standard sample based on previous formulas. The holiday had just commenced, granting him ample time to complete his experiment. 11 quietly appeared outside the workbench, mumbling a few words to the portrait. Snape paused the potion he was brewing with his wand, diverting his attention to the portrait. 11 mentioned an urgent letter from Albania. The portrait instructed 11 to deliver the item to Snape. A hastily delivered letter, stamped numerous times, had taken the express route, unable to wait for Al delivery. Snape opened the envelope, and 3 letters tumbled out. 2 were penned by camp instructors, and the third by a student. Snape furrowed his brow. It had been less than 2 days since he had sent the students off, and even if the summer camp were to initiate a return, such correspondence should not arrive so swiftly. He selected Lucas's letter to open. Dear Professor Snape, I am adapting well in Albania. The natural scenery is exquisite, the wildlife diverse, and the local inhabitants are warm and welcoming. The other participating wizards are generous and amiable. I took part in successfully extinguishing a forest fire that had the potential to become disastrous. The teachers here insisted I write to you regarding this, as it is a summer camp tradition. Enclosed is a leaf of potion ingredient. I will await your guidance on the other samples I have collected until school resumes. All is well. Wishing you a pleasant holiday. Yours sincerely, Lucas Graham. This young wizard was adept at the art of subtle expression. Snape glanced at the leaf and tucked it into his potion reference book. Catherine's letter was comparatively more detailed. She conveyed that she was communicating well with her schoolmates and that they had banded together without encountering significant difficulties. They were also assigned the task of hunting for supplies. Catherine noted that they had used dragon teeth to drive away their quarry, specifically mentioning that Lucas had procured the dragoness teeth from a local hunter. Their group achieved the best results as a result. Please do not worry, Professor. Having read the letters from both students, Snape had a rough understanding of the situation. He then opened the lengthy correspondence from the Ministry of Magic. The junior instructors complained about Lucas's violent methods of driving away wildlife and leading campers in attempts at perilous high-level magic. Meanwhile, the senior instructors accused Catherine of chasing away all magical creatures from a designated area, leaving no opportunity for other groups to participate. Neither side issued disciplinary action. Yet both requested Snape to respond and discipline his students. Such cautious probing along the edges of the rules was deemed unacceptable. Without early intervention, it could lead to calamity. The verbose nature of the letters wasted more time than grading student essays. Snape returned the instructors' letters to 11, tossing them into the fireplace to be incinerated. He instructed, and 11 promptly vanished. The 2 student letters were pressed beneath the reference book. These 2 students were indeed a handful, but at least they had not brought shame upon Slytherin. The portrait leaned against the frame with a smile, teasingly asking Snape, "So, will you keep half and discard the rest? Any good news to share?" Snape replied tersely, "Just a couple of disappointing students. You seemed quite pleased while reading the letters just now." The portrait countered, shaking its head. "There is no need for modesty, Severus. Feeling pride in your students' achievements is a sign of maturity." Snape forced a smile, a hint of sarcasm in his tone, hardly comparable to you. A venerable old relic. The portrait fell silent. Snape pressed his lips together, suspecting he had overstepped. Chapter 158, The Game of Power. However, the portrait did not allow him to dwell in awkwardness for long. It quickly adjusted its tone and asked cheerfully, "Which of the correspondents is the student you mentioned with exceptional alchemical talent?" Snape shook his head. Perhaps neither was worthy of such praise. He met the portrait's confident gaze and scoffed. "What does it concern you? Will you teach them personally?" They both understood that Snape would never bring the students to this house, nor would he risk bringing the portrait into the school. "I merely wish to help you assess the young one's alchemical aptitude. Remember, no matter how great the talent, without proper training, it will swiftly fade into mediocrity." Snape remained silent, reopening the paused potion at the workbench. The still surface of the cauldron began to churn once more. A bubble, on the verge of bursting, popped audibly, promptly giving way to new, viscous bubbles rising to the surface. This potion of Wolf's Bane would remain in a murky state for weeks. Adding any ingredients during this time would not visibly alter its properties, which is why the success of the brewing relied entirely on the potion master's experience. The potion room returned to tranquility. The portrait recorded every detail of Snape's brewing process, occasionally observing his expression to gauge any changes in the cauldron's contents. The male wizard stirred the thick mixture, his focus making him appear devoid of aggression, even as he leaned down to chop ingredients. His slender form seemed somewhat frail. At the Albanian camp, a group of damp young wizards stood in a line upon the carpet of the tent. According to the usual protocol, they should have engaged in combat with wild creatures, bringing a batch of animals to this location to exchange for corresponding camping points. These points would be utilized for their daily living arrangements over the coming weeks, including redeeming time to learn from the masters. However, the abnormal situation was that the forest had just experienced a devastating fire, extinguished by these very young wizards. The teachers inspected each student's wand, having expelled the reckless wizard who had ignited the flames. The students' professors returned with the overly frightened young wizards on the same day. The remaining students were assigned to clean and recuperate. They had all taken calming potions to prevent any magical outbursts following their earlier ordeal. Before him, the small wizards exhibited an unparalleled output of magical energy, indicating that the flames were largely extinguished by their sorcery. However, within the summer camp, opinions diverged regarding the qualitative assessment of this event. One faction contended that the young wizards deserved accolades for their valiant efforts, with Lucas Graham from the British Magical Academy playing a pivotal role. The incantations he employed echoed a significant incident from years past, suggesting a noteworthy conversation with Master Nicolamé upon his visit to the camp, a moment that could become a celebrated tale of mentorship. Conversely, another faction argued that the events of today paled in comparison to those that transpired years ago, asserting that Graham's use of perilous magic could inadvertently jeopardize other young wizards. Such displays of personal heroism were deemed unworthy of encouragement, and the fact that this British wizard was merely a half-blood rendered the opportunity for dialogue with the master a gross misallocation of resources. German wizard Eli had accurately joined Lucas's endeavor, not as the instigator of the spell, but providing vital support when Graham required assistance. This perspective, though artfully presented, was quickly discerned for its underlying motives. Despite its grandiloquence, the proponents lacked an overwhelming majority. Ultimately, a compromise was reached. Behind the camp instructors hung a vast map of the forest. Though crude in craftsmanship, it sketched the undulating contours of mountains, while wavy lines indicated streams. Arrows denoted starting points, and flags marked destinations. Due to the forest fire, the originally designated activities had suffered damage. The reason for their presence here was their outstanding performance in extinguishing the flames. Thus they would be granted an additional opportunity. The guiding instructor gestured toward the map, stating that the task was to traverse the forest and retrieve ore. The summer camp instructors would provide one-on-one tracking and protection. This particular instructor, among those advocating for Lucas's reward, cast a meaningful glance at him, remarking, "This presents both danger and opportunity. The victor shall earn the chance to consult Master Nicolame." A wave of astonishment rippled through the young wizards. During the fire, these instructors had also been present for protection, and Lucas had gained a general understanding of the wizarding abilities around him. He noticed Eli's gaze fixed upon him, as if regarding him as a hypothetical adversary. Lucas returned a smile. The educational approach of Durmstrang was markedly more aggressive compared to the two magical schools where he had previously taught, with fierce competition among the faculty. Karkaroff had utilized the illicit portkey crafted by Lucas to return to Germany and commence his formal teaching career. His name was effectively in Lucas's grasp, should Lucas wish. He could curtail Karkaroff's actions. In Karkaroff's intelligence, the name of Professor Ludwig was mentioned, the very name the German young wizard had cried out in terror during the carriage incident. This individual was rumored to hail from a family of saints, a subordinate of the Dark Lord from bygone eras, gradually receding from the power centers of Europe, whether in hiding or decline, has left behind certain vacant positions of real authority. Rising stars from the saintly lineage would undoubtedly seek to restore past glories. Karkaroff's primary rival was indeed this Professor Ludwig. Perhaps Ludwig was even more dangerous. Lucas believed Karkaroff adeptly wielded the machinations of power, a realm beyond mere magic. At that moment, Eli reprimanded his classmates. "Do not speak of the professor in such a manner. It is your own incompetence that is at fault." This indicated the stance of some of the new young wizards, whom Karkaroff sought to win over. In just 2 or 3 years, it was likely that no voice would be heard at Durmstrang except that of the headmaster. Lucas had never regarded these German students as rivals. He smiled at Eli, while the young wizard merely perceived him as a feigned distraction. Before entering the forest, the young wizards underwent some indoor assessments. Each day, the camp instructors would inscribe 3 offensive spells and 3 defensive spells upon the blackboard. Animated puppets, having been enchanted to perform, would demonstrate the trajectory of wand movements, accompanied by the correct pronunciation of the incantations. The young wizards could interact with the puppets to learn spells. Upon completion, a scoreboard would rank the students based on completion time and proficiency. Lucas consistently held the top position on the leaderboard, with Eli closely tailing him. Both had nearly mastered the spells ahead of time. In an attempt to create a gap, Eli endeavored to silently cast a defensive spell. Yet, Lucas promptly succeeded as well. Their rankings remained unchanged, with Lucas consistently executing one more silent spell than Eli. Eli found it increasingly challenging to maintain his composure. Fortunately, on the 4th day, the instructors finally prepared for the outdoor activities. They required the young wizards to don appropriate robes for traversing the forest and ensured they were familiar with various emergency spells. Once all was ready, they stood in formation, awaiting departure. The summer camp instructor conducted final checks, and as he passed Lucas, he compared himself to him. Astonished as he inquired, "Have you grown taller this week?" Chapter 159, Gathering Plants. Lucas entered the forest armed with a simple map, his wind and water-resistant wizarding robes effectively shielding him from the branches' scrapes. He sensed his protective instructor maintaining a certain distance, yet persistently following him. After the conclusion of the spells, Lucas's magical energy pathways partially restored. He consciously manipulated the surrounding winds, parting thorns and branches. The wizard's own energy was ultimately finite, yet he endeavored to leverage his own strength to harness greater powers. As he walked, Lucas sought nearby materials for potion making. The map he had exchanged with the bartender and hunter proved far more detailed than that provided by the camp, particularly noting the activity of magical creatures in the vicinity. This area was predominantly home to ordinary fauna, with only a migration of venomous leopards occurring 3 years prior. However, the map made no mention of the peculiar magical fluctuations that marked the day of the fire. The plush creature merely sought to provoke the great bear and lacked the capacity to instigate or direct a snake tide. In the days leading up to now, Lucas had not sensed the return of that magical disturbance. The young wizard navigated the woodland with cautious steps. Upon reaching 1/3 of his designated route, he suddenly detected rustling at the edge of the trees. Something was amiss in the nearby forest. Lucas halted. Simultaneously, he felt the camp instructor drawing near rapidly. The magical creatures in the woodland also sensed the wizard's presence. momentarily holding their positions. The magical animals made the first move, advancing towards Lucas's direction. Sensing the shift, he cast a bubblehead charm upon himself. He remained vigilant, ensuring he could return to his instructor's side swiftly, as they could utilize the port key to escape if necessary. However, the magical beings offered them little time to regroup. The leaves in the forest withered rapidly, and in an instant, it seemed to be late autumn. As a spiked black leopard emerged from the withered branches, a chill ran down Lucas's spine as he felt that lurking magical energy re-emerge. It was as if an unseen force was appraising his performance, the sinister gaze akin to maggots clinging to flesh, evaluating him like a piece of raw meat. Lucas met the gaze of the suddenly manifesting venomous leopard, cautiously taking a step back. The venomous leopard initially exhibited no overt movements. The very breath of this creature harbored a lethal virus, rendering it a formidable adversary that an unprepared wizard could scarcely hope to vanquish. The Ministry of Magic's highest record indicates that it took the combined efforts of over 100 wizards to subdue one. Lucas, maintaining his vigilant gaze, took a slight step back, feeling the tendrils at his feet suddenly ensnare his ankles like serpents. The peculiar magical disturbance had made its move. Weighing his options for a fleeting moment, Lucas shouted, "Shatter!" The incantation severed the vines attempting to bind him, yet their actual potency was far weaker than he had anticipated. The spell seemed as intricately woven as one conjured by a terminally ill wizard, albeit with a meager reservoir of magical energy. Swiftly masking his surprise, Lucas feigned the demeanor of a frightened prey. At that moment, the venomous leopard too was startled by the spell, assuming a posture of aggression. The camp's instructor sprinted toward Lucas with remarkable speed, dispelling the illusion charm while clutching the key to the door, poised to act upon reaching him. He reached Lucas's side, almost within grasp, when something suddenly tripped him, revealing the leopard preparing to leap. Lucas cast a quick glance back at the instructor, as if resolutely deciding something. He abruptly accelerated toward a thicket, the underbrush parting at his magical command, with the leopard in swift pursuit. Their flight left a vast, scorched yellow wasteland in the forest, the affliction brought by the leopard continuing to spread. The instructor watched helplessly as the student vanished deeper into the woods. Utilizing the hastening charm along with spells to redirect the trees, Lucas evaded both the leopard and its hidden pursuer. His escape route closely mirrored the path he had taken to gather ores. Once assured he had eluded them, he recalibrated his trajectory toward his predetermined objective. Amidst a rocky cliff, Lucas spotted a stunning orchid. The leaves emitted a unique diamond-like shimmer that captivated Lucas's attention. This magical orchid possessed the extraordinary ability to make dewdrops upon its leaves appear as false diamonds, significantly enhancing the efficacy of top-tier purification potions. Lucas contemplated the area for a moment. He retrieved his fluffy companion from his hood, tying a fine thread around it. He conferred with the somewhat unreliable creature, stating, "I will place you up there." Lucas then outlined the harvesting process of the orchid with his wand. The little creature gazed at the depiction for a considerable time. Finally chirping its agreement, Lucas used a levitation charm to send the fluffy companion toward the cliff. He cast several layers of protective magic upon the magical creature to guard against aerial assaults from birds of prey. As the charm caught the first breath of wind from the cliff, the task became more manageable. Lucas began to find his rhythm as he tugged on the spool of thread, allowing the mountain breeze to carry the fluffy companion higher. As they neared the orchid, Lucas, utilizing a telescope, suddenly discovered a massive python lurking nearby. This serpent lay quietly coiled near the orchid, seemingly having evolved a form of camouflage, blending almost seamlessly with the cliff. Its magical presence was exceedingly subtle. Had Lucas not caught sight of the snake and double-checked, he would have nearly overlooked it. This was the source of the peculiar magical disturbance that had been observing him. The python exhibited remarkable stealth, its intentions not aimed at the orchid but rather assessing the entire harvesting process of the fluffy companion. Given its presence, it was evident that Lucas had never truly escaped the serpent's watchful gaze. It had merely concealed itself further. A chill ran through Lucas. He swiftly redirected the telescope back toward the orchid to prevent any excessive scrutiny from being detected. Yet even so, as the fluffy companion successfully approached the cliff and began to harvest, Lucas once again searched for the python, finding no trace of it. It was as if all of this had been a mere figment of his imagination. Chapter 160, The Holiday Ruined. Lucas gradually strayed from the mapped route, driven into an unfamiliar territory by a second assault from the venomous leopard. Here, the magical fluctuations intensified, and the surrounding magic was easily manipulable, making it an ideal locale to test Lucas's latest magical theories. However, such discoveries were accompanied by considerable peril. The deeper he ventured, the more dense the vegetation became. Nearly obscuring the sunlight, Lucas gathered several nearly extinct magical plants. Yet, The frequency of encounters with fantastical creatures that posed a threat to him began to rise. Recently, Lucas had discovered traces of a dragon's presence. The wild dragon's footprints and the marks left by its wings differed significantly from those of domesticated dragons. Lucas had been careful to avoid the dragon's territory, while the lurking python seemed intent on leading him toward that very area. Over the following days, Lucas faced several more attacks in the valley, nearly encountering every magical creature visible in the vicinity. Amidst this relentless pursuit, while food and water could be managed with his supplies, he remained perpetually vigilant regarding shelter. Lucas had abandoned the notion of setting up a tent to create a safe campsite. His adversary lurked in the shadows, exhibiting an intelligence that surpassed that of mere beasts. Hastily establishing a camp would undoubtedly invite an onslaught from magical creatures. Upon confirming his entry into the unfamiliar region, Lucas had attempted to ignite a flare to signal for assistance from the camp instructors. However, the instructors failed to arrive as expected. Initially, as he entered this area, Lucas could still sense a connection with Argus, even managing to observe Snape brewing potions through the portrait. Yet, as he delved deeper, the connection grew increasingly intermittent, allowing him only fleeting moments to gather information about the outside world. The key was also rendered ineffective in this territory. Some remnants of ancient ruins, covered by trees, hinted at relics from a millennium past. Lucas retained a faint hope of retreat, having discovered that the forest ruins were aligned with celestial phenomena. With the proper calculations, he could ascertain his approximate location. Thus, although Lucas appeared increasingly disheveled and mentally strained during his escape, he patiently awaited the revelation of the identity of the enemy concealed in the shadows. Over the past few days, Lucas had gradually exposed the weaknesses of his physical condition, primarily relying on magic to navigate through the woods. However, his adversary was not without vulnerabilities. The serpent appeared to be quite feeble, possessing a thorough understanding of the jungle ruins, adept at provoking magical creatures to expend Lucas's energy through tactical maneuvers. Lucas suspected that his opponent might be an animagus or a dark wizard taking refuge within a magical creature. They circled cautiously around the dragon, both wary of provoking it, which indicated the limits of their mutual acceptance. On the second day of Lucas's disappearance, 11, armed with additional letters, interrupted Snape. The potion master's progress was once again disrupted, and in times when he had no time for magic, he had always managed to brew potions with calm efficiency. Now, with upgraded equipment, the tasks had multiplied. The disturbed potion master cast an irritable glance at 11. The portrait, at that moment, had just lost its connection with Lucas, merely holding a fragment of edited memory, lacking the entirety of Lucas's past and present recollections. The portrait elucidated to Snape the principles behind the timely delivery of these letters. He has rented a mailing point in another part of Diagon Alley, where he will regularly collect letters based on the magical signals emitted from this transit point. He also informed Severus Snape that if he finds the frequency of these letters excessive, he may communicate a no-disturbance time to 11. Snape had merely been venting his frustrations in jest. As he began to open the envelope, the address and the urgent markings piqued his attention, prompting him to hasten his actions. Once again, it was correspondence from the summer camp, the frequency of which suggested that they had scarcely finished composing the previous letter before embarking on this one. However, this time, the body of the letter was remarkably concise. The camp instructor informed Snape that one of his recommended students had gone briefly missing in the forest. The letter succinctly outlined the search and rescue efforts over the past day. Wizards had already scoured the outer regions of the forest, and they suspected that Lucas Graham, in an attempt to evade a venomous leopard, had inadvertently wandered into the restricted area of the Albanian forest. Currently, Aurors were involved in the search. Should Snape himself or the young wizard Asgardian wish to travel to Albania, the camp could provide them with a special permit. Snape set the letter down, his expression darkening. The portrait, having listened to his succinct recounting of the events, triggered a pre-established setting left by Lucas within the painting. You can take me with you. I have placed a portable frame in the drawer by the entrance. Perhaps I can offer some assistance. The indistinct color blocks offered their suggestion, simultaneously instructing 11 to retrieve an item from a compartment in the basement. Regaining his composure, Snape cast a peculiar glance at the portrait and interjected. I seem to recall no agreement to bring you along, but at the very least, you should take some personal belongings. Preparation is essential for any journey into the forest. Regardless of distance, the portrait swiftly countered. Snape, now thoroughly composed, raised an eyebrow, pointing out a flaw in the portrait's logic. I did not state an intention to enter the forest. At most, I need only notify the student Asgardian. A sardonic smile spread across his face. Do you harbor some misunderstanding, believing me to be a meddlesome guardian, sacrificing my holiday to clean up the messes of my students? The portrait listened intently, then earnestly met Snape's gaze, reiterating his words. So, You merely intend to notify the Guardian and then return to continue brewing potions? The indistinct color blocks gazed back at Snape innocently. From its tone, it seemed to suggest that should Snape choose to do so, he would still be regarded as a responsible professor. Snape averted his gaze, contemplating Lucas's unreliable father. It was a challenge merely to get that ineffectual man to step onto the street, let alone to a foreign magical forest. Yet, the portrait's demeanor suggested that Snape had the autonomy to decide whether or not to act, as if it wholly respected his choices. This particular style of interaction inexplicably irked Snape. Moments later, the portrait broke the tension, providing Snape with an out. Since we've mentioned the painting in the drawer by the entrance, wouldn't you like to take a look? 10 minutes later, the potions professor, his expression dark as thunder, clutched a silver chain adorned with a pendant of the painting as he departed the property in Diagon Alley. Carrying the travel items retrieved by 11, Snape hastily pinned 2 notes at the owl post in Nocturne Alley, addressed to Professor Flitwick, the summer camp's recommender, and to Headmaster Dumbledore of Hogwarts, informing his colleagues of the concerning disappearance of a student. He illuminated the section of the camp's letter pertaining to the fireplace connection with his wand, articulating the name of the communication route within the public fireplace of Nocturne Alley. Thus, the prospect of a delightful summer holiday was irrevocably shattered. Chapter 161, The Darkest Hour. On the 4th day of Lucas's solitary wandering, he stumbled upon a larger exposed bedrock within the forest. The magical totems inscribed upon the stone remained relatively intact, consequently stifling the growth of vegetation in that area. For the first time since entering the forest, Lucas beheld the night sky. In the untainted depths of the forest, the stars twinkled brilliantly, and the air thrummed with active magic, instilling a sense of euphoria. Lucas set up various defensive enchantments around him, deducing from the serpent's pattern of provoking magical creatures that it would likely struggle to summon a suitable beast to attack him that night. Gazing up at the pristine star map above, he instinctively engaged in a form of divination. The future unfurled before him, increasingly nebulous and uncertain. As even under the influence of the magical ambience surrounding him, Lucas's limited divinatory talent yielded no conclusions beyond the present moment. Yet, as Lucas lay on the ground, he sensed a peculiar haze enveloping the starry sky. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he rose from his mat to examine the earth closely. Just as he suspected, the ground not far away erupted with brilliant flashes, illuminating a vast expanse of the forest as if mirroring the sky above. Lucas folded up his mat and concealed himself behind a massive ruinous stone, repeatedly casting protective charms upon it. Moments later, sounds emerged from the surrounding forest, as herds of herbivorous animals began to converge in one direction. Soon, carnivorous creatures joined their ranks. Strangely, these diverse species did not attack one another, rather, they moved with a singular purpose toward a common destination. A thunderous tremor surged through the ground, the scent of earth from a landslide mingling with the intensified vibrations beneath. As if complementing the earlier flashes of light with a resonant rumble, the Albanian forest was about to quake. Animals, attuned to such instincts, always knew where to flee. Lucas should have followed a large creature, joining the tide of beasts to resist the forces of nature. He had nearly resolved to do so when the serpent's magical fluctuations re-emerged. It had not migrated but rather remained concealed, observing him. Lucas felt a pang of confusion as he scrutinized his surroundings. Concealed behind the massive stone, he had avoided being trampled by the migrating animals and was temporarily safe. However, a persistent unease gnawed at him. As he surveyed the area, he suddenly recognized the dissonance. The retreating animals moved with a uniformity that was unsettling. This exodus bore no signs of desperate competition or anxiety. It was as if the creatures had synchronized, determined to reach a shared goal. Sweat beaded on Lucas's palms as he mentally recalculated all the ruins he had encountered since entering the forest. The tremors intensified, the tide of beasts surrounding Lucas, while the massive stone diverted most of them, allowing only a few to change course after colliding with his protective charms. A voice whispered enticingly to Lucas. Fleeing was not shameful. Blending into the crowd would ensure safety. He felt himself involuntarily turning around, gritting his teeth as he uncorked a bottle of invigorating potion and downed it. A chill coursed down his throat, snapping Lucas back to his senses. He was uncertain when he had been ensnared, perhaps during his divination under the stars, or while evading magical creatures, or perhaps even back at the training camp. The serpent had already been plotting to lead him to this very place. Lucas feigned continued bewilderment, maintaining the guise of selecting a mount. He was now certain that the serpent observing him had an owner, a wizard, or perhaps the spirit of a wizard, who was undoubtedly more familiar with this region than he was. Thus, Lucas's only advantage was that he was merely a first-year student with untapped potential and scant experience. Seizing a fleeing bull, Lucas expertly mounted its back with the aid of a levitation charm. At that very moment, A serpent, stealthily slithering in the shadows, emerged and coiled itself around the robust leg of the bull. Lucas, clutching the bull's horn with one hand, turned his head amidst the jolting motion, only to meet the cold, unfeeling gaze of the serpent. This marked the most perilous moment for Lucas. Severus Snape recognized the advantage of the portrait he bore. It understood when to maintain silence, and as he emerged from the dimly lit hearth of an Albanian tavern, the darkly clad Snape became the focal point of attention for all patrons within. By the time Snape arrived, night had already fallen. The peculiar atmosphere, with everyone fixated solely on him, was rather unsettling. Snape tightened his grip on his wand with vigilance. In truth, the tavern had only fallen silent for a brief second. The wizards soon resumed their revelries of drinking and conversing. Despite the language barrier, Snape was certain that he was the center of their discourse. Before he could take more than a few steps, a hunter-like figure approached him briskly. This individual appeared to be nearly 2 meters tall, not far off from Hagrid's stature. He gestured towards Snape, mimicking the casting of a translation spell. With caution, Snape conjured the incantation. "Are you Lucas's teacher?" The hunter's words were translated into awkward English. "I am," Snape replied tersely, hoping he was not the one left to guide him from summer camp. The hunter shook his head, pointing towards the billiard table, and then himself. "I am Lucas's friend." Snape clenched his fists, feeling disoriented in this foreign land. With his unfortunate student missing, only to be confronted by a new acquaintance of Lucas Graham. He could easily envision Lucas's manner of charming others. His letters had never mentioned a friend who was a hunter. No, that was not accurate. Snape recalled that Lucas had indeed written of his hospitality. "Oh." The hunter produced a map, speaking urgently to Snape. "I gave this map to a friend. If he follows it, he should be fine. We are now worried he has entered the Forbidden Forest, and once inside, it is exceedingly difficult to escape. It is quite treacherous." Snape glanced at the clearly delineated map, as the hunter's sturdy finger pointed precisely to a shaded area. At that moment, a man from behind the bar approached. He cast a translation spell for himself and bluntly stated, "Did you forget to inform him, sir, that the Albanian forest is due for an earthquake? We have already searched twice and still have not found that student." The man's words were quite straightforward. If they did not locate him today, the chances of finding him after the earthquake would be slim. Chapter 162, Revealing Identities. After the man spoke, he gestured towards a framed map hanging on the tavern wall. The individual who had lost to Lucas at billiards last time had failed to clean the frame, but through the grime, one could faintly see that a section of the map was marked in red, with the color slowly expanding outward. This was a magically imposed disaster warning for the area. The last time the region had turned red was over a century ago. The area indicated on the map was the widely known Forbidden Forest of Albania. Upon leaving the tavern, Snape boarded a distinctive Albanian carriage to search for the missing individual in the summer camp area. Ministry official Alaka, clad in a vibrant red suit, directed other wizards in dismantling tents. Their camp was situated on the forest's edge, and the Aurors had enacted spells to dispel wild beasts, while the remaining wizards busied themselves with the camp's basic infrastructure. Catherine from Slytherin was the first to spot Snape standing at the edge of the camp. Amidst the colorful robes of wizards, the professor's familiar black cloak provided a profound sense of security. Catherine's eyes glistened with emotion as she took a few steps forward to greet the professor. "Lucas," she began, but was promptly silenced by Snape. A green woodpecker circled above them for a moment before diving down. Snape swiftly cast a repelling charm on the excessively agitated bird, wary of its potential aggression or influence from the earthquake. The sky took on a somber hue, and an oppressive atmosphere enveloped the air. As they entered the forest, Snape felt the impending weight of an approaching storm. The woodpecker lost a few feathers, flapping its wings several times before regaining its balance. It landed disgruntled on a stump, extending one claw towards Snape. This was, after all, the Albanian postal bird. Snape hastily approached, grasped the bird's beak to prevent it from attacking, and retrieved the letter. He did not spare a glance at the irate creature pecking at the tree, for the name Albus Dumbledore on the letter's envelope brought him some relief. The headmaster's correspondence was timely. Upon receiving the note, he had already reached out to portraits to seek familiar faces in the vicinity of Albania. Enclosed within the letter was a shrunken missive, meticulously folded within the parchment, resembling a label. Following the headmaster's instructions, Snape restored the letter of recommendation to its original size, discovering an inked compass marking on the envelope. This inked design consistently pointed in the same direction, accompanied by a series of numbers indicating the distance to the destination. The potion's master briefly confirmed Catherine's situation. The key to the door was temporarily unusable due to the unstable magical fluctuations in the area. She would evacuate with the other wizards to the main city of Albania. "Professor Snape, are you going to search for Lucas?" Catherine inquired, her gaze hopeful. Snape nodded. "Please be careful," she added, her words trailing slowly. Snape's black cloak swiftly vanished into the depths of the forest. Who are you talking to? A Ravenclaw student emerged to find Catherine. During such chaotic times, it was advisable to avoid acting alone. Professor Snape, Catherine whispered in response. The headmaster had left in a hurry, and it seemed that few noticed his presence. Professor Snape? Surely you must be mistaken. How could he be here to find Lucas? The Ravenclaw student gaped in astonishment, glancing in the direction Catherine had been looking. But it's not safe for the professor to act alone. Having walked a distance with the guiding letter, Snape noticed the pointer directing him deeper into the forest. The fact that Dumbledore had considered him an owl was now of secondary importance. Snape focused on the small distance reading. If he ventured another 500 meters, he would be well into the forest's embrace. Yet Dumbledore had assured him that a reliable friend awaited in Albania, if anyone could save Lucas. It would undoubtedly be that individual. The headmaster urged Snape to quickly rendezvous with his friend and deliver the letter. Gritting his teeth, Snape dispelled a venomous snake hanging from a branch and pressed onward into the forest's depths. Lucas and the python exchanged glances. The serpent's slitted pupils appeared cold and calculating, leaving no room for escape for its intended prey. They were indeed perilously close, with the python merely needing to advance a fraction to coil around Lucas's neck. Lucas aimed his wand at the serpent from within his sleeve, fully aware of his lack of odds. However, the python did not strike. The bull they rode was merely part of the beastly throng, seemingly oblivious to the additional weight, propelling both man and serpent at a swift and steady pace towards the unknown. The surrounding sounds were muffled and indistinct, and Lucas, fixated on the serpent, felt an intrusive sensation invading his mind. Lucas suddenly became alert. The serpent before him undoubtedly embodied a formidable dark wizard, wielding the art of soul manipulation with silent mastery. The young wizard, in a state of bewilderment, fixated on those slitted eyes, his entire being engaged in a mental struggle against this colossal snake. He had to tread carefully, handling this assault with the finesse expected of a first-year student. Lucas's memories flickered rapidly. His Muggle father, his early absent wizard mother, the bullying at the Muggle school, and then his entrance into Hogwarts, where he schemed to become the favorite of his professors. Standing at the precipice of recollection, Lucas beheld the encroaching dark mist. What manner of inhuman entity was this? The mist occasionally revealed blurred silhouettes, only to disperse and reform moments later. It gleaned from Lucas's mind the image of him perusing a tome on dark magic in the restricted section, prompting a sudden backlash. The young wizard cried out in a tumult of anger and fear within the confines of his psyche. What are you? What are you doing to me? The force of his emotions propelled the dark mist, attempting to expel it from his mind. Yet, this young wizard was unaware of the intricacies of soul manipulation and mental shielding. The mist let out a sinister chuckle, easily nullifying the boy's resistance and advancing further into his consciousness, revealing a moment where he had cast dark magic upon a toad, a life experience so familiar it bordered on tedium for the half-blood wizard. The mist ensured it had comprehended all of Lucas's secrets before it withdrew feebly from the wizard's mind. The python had already coiled around Lucas's shoulders. The flow of time in the outside world remained normal, and they had traversed a considerable distance upon the back of the bull. As the young wizard regained his senses, he felt momentarily dazed, the aftereffects of the soul manipulation rendering him dizzy, prompting instinctive retches before he grasped his predicament. This massive serpent, while not yet constricting him to the point of suffocation, had already rendered the young wizard breathless. The snake appeared unwell. Upon closer inspection, he noticed some of its scales had shed, and parts of its flesh had begun to rot, yet a heavy aura of dark magic sustained its form from disintegration. Chapter 163, Familiar Patterns. What are you? The young wizard's tremors transmitted through his robes to the cold scales. The giant python flicked its tongue. Sensing the unique vitality of this prey, the magic coursed through the young body, but he was too inexperienced to wield such power. The python repressed its instinct to devour the young wizard, aiming instead to exploit him more fully, to willingly bestow the knowledge that would aid in mastering this youthful vessel. You are a Slytherin. The serpent regarded Lucas with a calm gaze. Lucas heard a male voice resonate within his mind. You have read my memories. You surely know. But what are you? The young wizard trembled slightly, yet endeavored to maintain his dignity. I am a great wizard. Since you are a Slytherin, I presume you have heard of my name. The python replied with a hint of pride, its tone softening as if Lucas's identity as a Slytherin held merit in its eyes. You are also a Slytherin? Lucas retorted. No, I am different from you. I am a Slytherin, a descendant of Salazar Slytherin. The python scrutinized Lucas's expression closely. The young wizard's terror froze for a moment, as he struggled to maintain composure. Though his faltering breaths betrayed him, the giant serpent began to tighten its grip. Lucas sensed the air in his lungs dwindling. But this is Voldemort. Lucas had considered various renowned scholars who had fallen from grace, yet he never imagined he would face the Dark Lord himself. Before he even comprehended the identity of this being, he had already begun to deceive the Dark Lord. If that were the case, he had to maintain the ruse to safeguard himself from this perilous entity. Lucas was not well versed in Voldemort's character, yet he understood dark wizards well. They often first ravage their own bodies before prying into others. The essential condition for parasitism is a willingness to sacrifice. Forced coexistence leads to rapid decay of the body and tainting of the soul. From the perspective of Voldemort residing within this python, the animal's instincts would ultimately prevent it from sacrificing its life for a parcel mouth, and the self-proclaimed conqueror of death, Voldemort, resorted to residing within a creature to prolong his existence. Lucas suddenly felt the awe of Voldemort's identity diminish. He shook his head in fear. I simply did not expect it. I thought everyone believed the Dark Lord was dead. I am, of course, still alive, and I have discovered even greater power. You have sensed the unusual nature of this forest, have you not? I have observed you for some time. In this forest, the animals are driven mad, and you have been attacked by many, have you not? Lucas inhaled sharply, maintaining a facade of reverence while yearning for survival. Yet, his thoughts lingered on what the instructor at the training camp had said. Youth is blissful, only concerned with the rain having ceased, oblivious to who tore the umbrella away. Lucas was certain that Voldemort had summoned the relentless animals to deplete him, now attempting to attribute all of this to the power of this hidden realm. Really? Lucas asked tremulously, what should I do? You ought to inquire what you can do for me, to enable me to rescue you. The Dark Lord coaxed. But cannot we simply ride the bull out of here? Lucas timidly questioned. This query prompted another tightening from the python. Yet, Voldemort's limited rationality informed him that a first-year student, devoid of wisdom but brimming with potential, would naturally pose such a question. The serpent disdainfully interrupted the young wizard. Have you not noticed the direction of these animals? They are heading towards the epicenter of the tremors. Lucas, stunned, attempted to turn his head, but even while restrained, he confirmed Voldemort's assertion, panicking as he asked, Then what shall we do? It is you who must decide. The Dark Lord corrected him. Without sacrifice, there can be no gain. You must articulate the correct words, and the great Dark Lord will guide his devoted follower. Lucas felt his consciousness being invaded once more. He understood what those words entailed, merely a willingness to sacrifice everything for the great Dark Lord, coupled with mental control, would momentarily grant him the status of a willing offering recognized by magic. Trembling, Lucas uttered, Please save me. This was a dull-witted young wizard, and his answer was misguided. Snape meandered through the depths of the forest. The indicators on the letter began to fluctuate around 50, corresponding with the ink pointer's erratic changes. Snape was certain that the person he sought was nearby, feeling himself ensconced within a protective enchantment. Yet this magic was so intricate that all his attempts at various spells yielded no entrance. Calling out Dumbledore's name with vigor proved fruitless, as the creatures of the forest passed by him, rendering the potion professor a fool in their eyes. At that moment, the portrait spoke, requesting Snape to hang him up for a better view of the surroundings. Snape resisted vehemently, yet pocketing the portrait would defeat the purpose of bringing him along. A compromise was reached. Snape would wear the necklace while casting an invisibility charm upon it. Snape found himself somewhat eager for the portrait's constructive insights. After the incident, the portrait had grown considerably more composed, devoid of any sudden jests to lighten the atmosphere. It was only moments ago that the portrait offered its first suggestion, to move left towards that tree and take 3 steps back. Severus Snape did not seek further confirmation. He acted directly upon the portrait's instruction. The distance on the letter diminished once more. Despite having traversed merely around 10 meters, the envelope now indicated only 1. You may knock now. The door should be directly in front of you, the portrait intoned. It seems Headmaster Dumbledore has summoned quite an esteemed alchemist for you. The portrait analyzed the situation with a seriousness that made Snape feel something was amiss. Yet, with urgency pressing upon him, he raised his hand and knocked on the door. As Snape rapped on the void, a ripple coursed through the authentic forest scenery, and a wooden door materialized once the ripples settled. This is it, the portrait remarked in a somewhat ethereal tone. The wooden door swung open before them, and Snape stepped inside. Chapter 164, The Path Unveiled. Beyond the door lay an entirely different realm. The sitting room was replete with books, precariously stacked to the ceiling. Snape advanced a few steps, but found no sign of the house's owner. At that moment, the portrait emitted a mix of admiration and regret. After all, it was infused with some of Lucas's memories, carrying the unfulfilled yearning of having never met Nicholas Flamel. Was it Albus who sent you to find me? A faint voice suddenly emerged from a corner of the room. Snape turned in that direction, only to feel a twinge of disappointment upon discovering an elderly man even older than Headmaster Dumbledore. The portrait interjected, This is the esteemed Mr. Flammel. Snape inhaled sharply. He had encountered tales of this legendary figure in textbooks, where it was noted that Dumbledore had collaborated with him on the properties of dragoness blood. A flicker of hope ignited within him as he handed the letter to the elderly man. With deliberate slowness, Flammel perused the letter, letting out a troubled sigh before gesturing for Snape to follow him. He led Snape out of the sitting room and into his workshop. Snape was awestruck by the room, which was cluttered with a myriad of metallic instruments, the table scarcely offering space for anything more. As Snape took a single step inside, the hem of his robe brushed against a domino, watching helplessly as a row of dominoes toppled, cascading into the air before vanishing into the crevices of the workshop. The sound was enough to send shivers down his spine. Fear not. This is merely a fascinating temporal device, the portrait reassured, observing the master's private domain, which resembled more of a personal museum than a workshop. Not all the devices held purpose, many having been forsaken by the passage of time. Despite Lucas's extensive knowledge, many of the tools here he had only glimpsed in fragmented magical tomes. Yet, there were also modern inventions. The buzzing muggle machines indicated that this master had never ceased to innovate. The portrait noted the presence of a television and refrigerator, alongside a dismantled automobile engine. These eclectic details composed a breathtaking workshop. Snape could not discern the connection between the dominoes and the clock, but trusting the portrait's assurance, he assumed no irreparable consequences would ensue. He observed Flammel, a figure often chronicled in history, with his hair a stark white and movements deliberate, rifling through the unfamiliar instruments. Despite the apparent commotion of his actions, he astonishingly did not disturb a single object. "Ah, found it." Flammel's voice resonated from the depths of the workshop. He emerged, cradling a compass, and Snape instinctively reached out to catch the weighty metallic tool. "You've even brought a portrait." The alchemist's gaze drifted to the pendant hanging from Snape's chest, where a miniature portrait resided. The portrait politely acknowledged the alchemist with a bow. Flammel extended his hand toward Snape, who instinctively recoiled half a step, evading the elderly wizard's attempt to touch the portrait. "I am merely delighted. It appears the field of alchemy still boasts remarkable successors." Flammel did not press the matter further. Instead, he murmured in admiration, "This is a finely crafted alchemical piece. You have a friend who truly cares for you." Snape was disinclined to facilitate further dialogue between the portrait and Flammel. He was merely a soul residing within the canvas and deemed it inappropriate to engage deeply with Dumbledore's acquaintance. Moreover, his purpose was to locate that troublesome student. "You have seen the headmaster's letter." Snape redirected the conversation. The elderly wizard's attention returned to the matter at hand, and he sighed heavily. "Albus has explained the situation, but I fear your student may require a stroke of luck to survive." The alchemist had not accepted invitations from the magical world for decades. His agreement to participate in the Albanian summer camp was spurred by the detector in his workshop signaling an earthquake warning for Albania, which reminded Flammel of an old friend. Centuries prior, Flammel had heard tales from his adventurous friend, who had written to him about the peculiarities of this forest. At the time, he was engrossed in his research and did not delve deeply into the matter. That friend had later ventured into the forest 3 times, ultimately perishing due to an earthquake within its confines. Flammel had written to the Ministry of Magic to elucidate the situation, hoping local wizarding authorities could temporarily restrain wizards and seal off the forest during the tremors to mitigate casualties. However, this petition had somehow been misconstrued as the renowned alchemist graces the ministry's dual summer camp. Flammel was the last to be informed of this misunderstanding. The old wizard still yearned to save the unaware summer camp attendees as best he could. He arrived in the forest half a day prior. He had also heard of the missing student. When Flammel unearthed correspondence from his old friend, he realized the young wizard had likely stumbled upon a site dating back a millennium. Currently, the magical fluctuations in that area were tumultuous. Venturing in recklessly was akin to entering a zone of magical upheaval among several young wizards. Should your student inadvertently locate the entrance to the ruins, perhaps he could evade his potential fate. Flammel sighed, yet it seemed he had witnessed too much death, for that sigh echoed emptily. Snape remained silent. Some truly gifted wizards could glimpse the essence of alchemy. At that moment, the portrait interjected with a voice imbued with a soothing quality. "Severus, if your student possesses a true talent for alchemy, he stands a considerable chance of finding a safe haven." Snape looked to Flammel for confirmation. "This student of mine has previously discovered valuable alchemical items in a wizarding shop. He even unearthed a key within a goblin sculpture that required special conditions to activate." Albus's letter did not mention this detail. Such talent could enhance his odds of survival. Flammel appeared somewhat invigorated, extending his slender, well-maintained hand toward the compass he had given Snape. "We must do something for this child. This compass is enchanted. As long as you genuinely wish to save someone, it will carry your voice." Flammel sighed again. Addressing Snape, Take it to the child's family or friends and have them sincerely call out his name. If he can hear it, the wind will carry the message back to him. The portrait expressed a hint of disappointment. Flamel could only offer indirect assistance, the weight of immortality rendering him somewhat detached from the world. In contrast, the portrait felt Dumbledore's presence to be far more vivid and tangible. Regarding this alchemical artifact, it undoubtedly stands as the optimal choice of the present moment. It's worth surpassing that of the two-way mirror by a considerable margin. However, the portrait disapproves of Nicolame's neglect towards Snape. If a professor is willing to traverse great distances for the sake of his student, why can he not directly awaken the compass? The alchemical master believes that Snape is merely a messenger for Dumbledore, harboring no belief that Snape's intentions are to save anyone. Lucas, if present, would likely be equally disheartened. Chapter 165. I am willing. Yet the portrait is oblivious to any information regarding Lucas, as Nicolame has stated. The magical fluctuations in that area are exceedingly irregular, severing virtually all ties with the outside world. Before all connections were lost, the portrait was aware that its creator was being watched by something ominous. It hoped for his well-being. Snape grasped the compass in his hand. Its frigid touch contrasted sharply with its smooth form, reminiscent of the alchemical master standing before him, caring yet distant. Nicolame had not inquired about Snape's name since his entrance. Snape understood the implications of this silence. He lowered his gaze, fearing that the assistance he could obtain from Nicolame would reach its limits here. Pardon my intrusion, Snape said stiffly, departing with the weight of this heavy assistance. The forest remained vibrant and alive as the potion's master opened the compass, contemplating the friends of Lucas Graham. Snape recalled the children he had seen in the hospital wing last time. Lucas's dim-witted roommate, the upper-year Gryffindor, and the Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw. Perhaps that Ravenclaw girl could be of some help. Why not try it yourself? The portrait suddenly suggested, encouraging him to call forth his student as a professor would. Snape instinctively wished to refute this notion. The child had a father and friends, yet you have come this far for him. I believe you fully meet the criteria to awaken the compass, the portrait sincerely advised. Snape remained silent. Lucas and the Dark Lord were still at an impasse. This little wizard, lacking wisdom, had made countless requests, yet he seemed uneducated in loyalty and obedience. The young wizard's tone was respectful and filled with hope. Voldemort had faced numerous setbacks during this year of failure, inhabiting the bodies of ordinary creatures with his fractured soul. Those vessels could barely endure for a day or two. He was compelled to perpetually seek new bodies to temporarily stabilize his waning essence. How could an infant defeat the great Dark Lord? Why had his loyal servant not found him in such a long time? Voldemort suppressed his frustration and subsequently cast aside those futile emotions. Months later, he discovered this serpent. This serpent had lived for a considerable duration, possessing some magical creature lineage, and Voldemort seized control of its body. This vessel was superior to the previous ones. Yet to reclaim his former glory, he needed to return to a human shell. The young wizard before him was an exquisite opportunity. With his willing devotion, Voldemort was confident he could infiltrate Hogwarts right under Dumbledore's nose. He recognized a chance for resurgence and would not relinquish it easily. Within this plan, damaging his future body was the last thing he wished to do. The Dark Lord suppressed his impatience, loosening his grip on the serpent's tail as the young wizard once again ventured. Could you, for the sake of my being a Slytherin, take me out of here? Voldemort found it difficult to discern whether the young wizard was truly naive or merely feigning ignorance. Having grown up in the Muggle world, this wizard should not possess such vigilance, yet he was, after all, a Slytherin student. The Dark Lord cast out a new bait. Are you familiar with animagi? He knew the young wizard had seen this part of the content. Lucas nodded, gasping for breath once released, yet he politely remarked, "Is this your animagus form? You are truly remarkable. This state will aid me in exploring this area, which harbors many dangers. Before I find you following your traces, I have noted that you have nearly stumbled into peril several times." The Dark Lord, adopting a more congenial tone, sounded almost like an ambassador of goodwill. He even revealed some vulnerabilities to Lucas. As you are aware, whether it be the version from Slytherin or the Ministry's public narrative, I have been ensnared by the machinations of the Order of the Phoenix, which has led to my current predicament. He released Lucas but tightened his hold on the bull, his words laced with vehemence. You are injured? The young wizard inquired nervously. But I have not fallen. I truly wish to hear you make some promises. But not merely please. I wish to know that Slytherins have never ceased to pursue the path of the air. Voldemort softened his tone. During my absence, I imagine you all have endured quite terrible tribulations. Lucas's eyes brimmed with tears. How can I assist you? He fervently asked. We must first exit this area. The Dark Lord sighed. But I am too weak. I require your help. I need your promise. Are you willing to assist me to the best of your abilities? Lucas knew the pivotal moment was at hand. He was to make a magical vow to the Dark Lord, necessitating utmost caution in organizing his magic to avoid self-harm. To do so, Lucas had to retract every trace of power that had wandered outside. He severed the connection to the portrait and Argus, rendering himself a completely independent entity. With sincerity, Lucas declared to the Dark Lord, "I am willing." Yet, his magic resisted his words, flowing between their souls, causing the magical fluctuations around them to grow increasingly chaotic, with creatures pressing forward. Lucas observed fissures forming in the ground, as smaller animals like rabbits and squirrels silently fell into the crevices. Those cracks resembled wounds in the earth, rumbling in the distance. The tremors of this area were not overly intense, allowing quadrupeds to proceed normally. However, the magic began to swirl in accordance with Lucas's promise, and that drowsy sensation washed over him once more. The coolness from the potion he had consumed began to dissipate, and he once again felt a warm embrace. He resisted the invasion of magic with all his reason. Meanwhile, the wand concealed within his sleeve subtly lifted, should the need arise. He would gamble whether the killing curse or the serpent would prove more lethal. The chaotic magic sought crevices between Voldemort and Lucas to cling to, as an indestructible variant of the unbreakable vow seemed poised to emerge. At that moment, the wind carried a voice, "Lucas." Lucas perked up, catching a glimpse of a vast fissure ahead, where larger wildlife was tumbling into the gap. "Lucas," the voice called from afar. The wind tousled Lucas's short hair, and a gentle magic enveloped him. Seizing the opportunity, he navigated across the bull's back, stepping onto the back of a nearby wolf before leaping onto a bear's back. Avada Kedavra! He collapsed to the ground. Chapter 166, The Kohlball's Contribution. Voldemort aimed to preserve the young wizard's body. His spell struck Lucas, yet the latter merely swayed, an invisible barrier thwarting the attack. Voldemort had not observed any such defensive measures in the young wizard's memories prior. Lucas's spell struck the serpent, yet Voldemort, residing within, evaded the magic's touch at the very last moment, extricating himself from the serpent's form. A dark mist coalesced in the air, forming an indistinct humanoid shape, while the serpent's husk alongside a bull plummeted into the chasm below. Lucas ascended the back of a brown bear, its foul-smelling fur concealing much of his figure. With a clear gaze, he regarded the floating black mist, locking eyes from a distance, where he discerned Voldemort's murderous intent lurking within the indistinct features. However, Voldemort had already squandered his prime opportunity. Lucas exerted himself and relaxed against the bear, which became a blockade against the advancing beasts, causing some bewildered creatures to hesitate, allowing Lucas to create further distance. In a flash of insight, Voldemort comprehended the entirety of the situation. This young wizard had seen through his parasitic intentions from the outset, with all their maneuvers aimed at this moment of escape. Moreover, the defensive measures he possessed, which had not been mentioned in his memories, indicated a foundational understanding of mental occlusion. This was no mere first-year wizard. Voldemort observed as the small wizard crossed a fissure, the gap between them widening. Alone, he would be unable to find the correct path to safety. Only through collaboration with him could he hope to escape. Lucas interrupted Voldemort's coaxing, fully aware that, regardless of Voldemort's calm demeanor, he had become a thorn in the Dark Lord's side. His experience in Slytherin had taught him patience and the art of timing. "Perhaps I shall attempt this on my own, so kindly refrain from following me, great Dark Lord. As you can see, I possess a rather formidable magical artifact. Let us each seek our own path to survival. Alternatively, if you so wish, you may remain here and await the next hapless wizard to lead you away." Though Lucas's words were sharp, his voice grew fainter as he distanced himself from the black mist. Voldemort, momentarily taken aback, had not anticipated such audacity from the young wizard. He immediately pursued, for he could not allow Lucas to depart the forest bearing news of the Dark Lord's weakened state. The paramount task at hand was to detain this young wizard. His demise was essential, and possessing his body was of lesser importance. The black mist surged forward, and as it drew near Lucas, Voldemort ignited the surrounding chaotic magic with a fragment of his own power. After a few steps of flight, Lucas realized there was no need to glance back. Even amidst the tumultuous magic, Voldemort's presence remained distinct, akin to a dark lighthouse in an endless sea of suffering. He simply needed to run with all his might, shaking off this fearsome figure from history. Soon, Lucas sensed an eruption of chaotic magic mere steps away. Voldemort sought to obliterate him. Yet, Lucas was unwilling to succumb to death. He deftly navigated between the animals, retrieving the fuzzy black object from his hood. He had not survived to become a casualty of the Dark Lord. Gritting his teeth, Lucas halted. Turning to face the all-encompassing black mist, he recognized that Voldemort's magic, amplified by the surrounding chaos, had manifested into an increasingly vivid visage, and from the depths of the dark mist, a claw-like hand emerged, nearly enveloping him. Grasping the fuzzy object in the hand that wielded his wand, Lucas spun around, and cast a spell against the imminent storm of chaotic magic. The Magic Tempest Incantation. Lucas did not complete the final vowel of his spell, yet the tempest took form and erupted. A gust of wind flowing from his body to the tip of his wand, merging into this desperate act of survival. The chaotic magic in the air lightened, and some of the wind's power responded to Lucas's summons, stirring the dust and pebbles at the animal's feet into small vortices that rapidly expanded under the pull of magic. The black fuzz unleashed its full power, electricity coursing along the patterns of Lucas's elder wand, almost audible as the wood began to splinter. Lightning, reminiscent of that fateful night, joined the tempest. Yet, it was not entirely the same. This storm was not solely driven by Lucas's magic. Rather, it drew upon and utilized the surrounding magic. Furthermore, it was the moment of convergence of two forces. Far away, a hunter outside a tavern glanced toward the forest, where, amidst the crimson twilight, a black skeleton collided with a storm, disrupting the mournful glow. The tremors of the earth were entirely suppressed. Countless wizards turned their gaze toward that region. Lucas, however, perceived even more intricate details. His storm did not clash with Voldemort's magic. Lightning ignited the chaotic magic. Affirming his suspicions, the greatest duels among wizards were never mere collisions of power, but rather mastery over magic itself. They contended for control over the chaotic forces. The unique ability of the Black Fuzz became the key to victory. The immense thunderstorm infected the dark magic, igniting the forest anew. Magic washed over everything. Many oblivious creatures swept away and the maelstrom perished in an instant, while the remaining beasts regained consciousness. Stirring from their stupor, they surveyed their surroundings, just beginning to comprehend their situation. In an instant, birds and beasts scattered. A pure white magical barrier filtered out most of the damage from the impact. Lucas shoved the still warm Black Fuzz back into his hood, his wand-wielding hand hanging limply at his side. Yet, he could not afford to cease his flight. Lucas cast a soul-binding spell upon a passing stag, mounting the docile creature and guiding it back to the direction he came. That ruin was the site of his first encounter with Voldemort. It was, in truth, a place of safety. Voldemort had attempted to lead Lucas away from there, but he would ultimately return alive. The awakening of the animals created more space for movement, and the stag galloped faster, stirring a refreshing breeze. Lucas arrived back at the gray-white marble ruins, swiftly clearing a specific area. Once familiar with the method, he found it easier to channel magic within this space. Chapter 167, The Fisherman and the Devil. The ground revealed the weathered remnants of an ancient site, the etchings on the tiles preserved amidst the dust. Lucas flicked his wand, which sparked with embers, straining to endure the continuous output. In such moments, gentle coaxing was necessary. Lucas soothingly brushed away the frayed edges of his wand. Speaking in a gentle tone, Elder Wand of the Night, Ollivander said, "You are the finest wand. Be patient a little longer. This is merely the beginning of our journey." Sparks erupted from the tip of his wand, akin to a stubborn child receiving affirmation. The surface temperature of the wand began to decrease, and its ability to channel magic accelerated. Lucas hastily completed the incomplete totem, grinding away the Solomon seal at its center, re-engraving the witch's symbol, and connecting the new totem with its surroundings. Voldemort, now a weakened soul, could only be vanquished through special magic. Lucas's other concern was that the Dark Lord might have achieved immortality through Horcruxes. Should he face the main soul, this would be chronologically plausible. The demise of the main soul could potentially lead to the revival of other Horcruxes. Lucas also had to guard against the curses that might arise from slaying the Dark Lord. However, he could not allow the Dark Lord to find a new vessel, for a resurgent Dark Lord would easily extinguish Lucas. Thus, Lucas had to ensnare the Dark Lord. As debris struck his face, a sharp stone grazed his skin, and he wiped away the blood, using his crimson-stained hands to fortify the runes. The symbols began to interconnect, and the central witch's sigil radiated with light. This symbol bore neither a beginning nor an end, and possessed greater defenses and protections than many serpentine runes. Most crucially, it had the power to weaken malevolent forces. A wisp of black mist slowly drifted to Lucas's feet, faint yet alarmingly swift and stealthy in its approach. Lucas's runes interlinked on three sides, with the magic of the final side rapidly converging. The work was complete, the rest was left to time. Lucas gazed at the totem on the ground, wiped the soot from his face, and mused aloud. Muggles have a tale of a fisherman and a devil. The devil was imprisoned by King Solomon for a century, and when the fisherman retrieved the bottle, the devil promised him immeasurable wealth if released. Yet, upon opening the bottle, the devil sought to kill the fisherman. Lucas became engrossed in his own narration, seemingly oblivious to the encroaching black mist. It wasn't until the fourth rune finally illuminated that the flowing magic activated the entire marble surface, causing it to tremble with the familiar frequency of a ritual's arrival. The black mist sensed the surrounding peril and realized it could no longer approach Lucas Graham, who stood ensconced within the witch's sigil. The runes on all sides formed a transparent prison. Lucas softly recounted the conclusion of the story. Thus, the fisherman tricked the devil back into the bottle and cast it into the sea. Lucas tilted his head, addressing the trapped. Shifting black mist with an ending that had not been present before, the fisherman became a king. A breeze stirred, and Lucas heard a distant, resonant call. This time both remote and clear. Snape, carrying the portrait, walked toward the edge of the forest. Initially, he did not wish to use the compass himself, believing it best to maintain the boundary of guidance and learning between professor and student. There was no need to draw Lucas Graham's life into a potential future calamity. The portrait did not comprehend Snape's current thoughts, as Lucas had not infused the future memories into the portrait. However, the portrait adhered to a predetermined notion, insisting that Snape was the closest person to Lucas and could summon him directly, continually shifting angles to substantiate this claim. Relationships among minors can be unreliable. If they returned to England only to discover it was a waste of time, it would be wiser to attempt it once. Snape endured the portrait's incessant chatter for a while before noticing something peculiar about it. He lifted the portrait to examine it closely, confirming that the paint had smudged, rendering it even more indistinct than before. It's fine, I need to step out of the frame to observe the final preordained content left under Snape's scrutiny. As Lucas severed his connection unilaterally, the image lost its magic, transforming into a still collage of hues. Snape's mind momentarily blanked. He could not fathom where this soul might escape to in such disarray. Snape opened the compass, attempting to utter a name. Hillock? But nothing occurred. The delicate compass needle remained motionless. Perhaps the compass was unable to locate someone straddling the boundary of life and death. After the portrait vanished, Snape found himself inexplicably reconsidering the portrait's persuasion. Having opened the compass, trying once more would not be detrimental. The portrait was cunningly adept at implanting its thoughts into others. Snape paused at the forest's edge, endeavoring to recall details related to Lucas, foolishly murmuring to the compass, "Lucas." The needle twitched slightly. A surge of magic flowed from Snape's body into the compass. At this moment, the potion's master realized that when Nicole LeMay had given him this magical item, she had not explicitly detailed its use. It was rare for an alchemist to create a potion workstation as the portrait did, especially one accompanied by a thick manual. And now, the portrait could provide no further assistance. The tremors within the forest grew increasingly intense. Since the attempts had proven effective, Snape promptly tried again. Lucas. Some memories were infused into the compass, and the mirror's surface displayed fleeting images of Lucas standing barefoot at St. Mungo's, his head tilted in a web of spider silk, then appearing dejected as he covered his face after a magical outburst, and finally, a version of Lucas, angered yet unable to voice his fury after being struck. More magic was subsequently siphoned away. The compass's needle spun wildly, and Snape felt a gentle breeze brush against the hem of his robe, vaguely sensing Lucas's location. Before he could move in that direction, the compass's draining of his magic accelerated, the mirror flashing with nebulous shadows. Snape contemplated discarding this compass that threatened to deplete his magic, but the alchemical device was proving effective. The wind whisked away more of Snape's magic. It was perilous to remain unconscious in the forest. He forced himself to continue toward the forest's edge, calling out his student's name one last time. So much magic expended should suffice for a few transformations. Lucas Graham. In the depths of his haze, Snape vaguely perceived a tall adult wizard approaching him, his light golden hair shimmering amid the trees. The wizard reached Snape's side, and as Snape stumbled forward, he fell into an unfamiliar night. Chapter 168, A Safe Landing. Lucas caught Snape. The compass slipped from Snape's hand, and Lucas deftly grasped the chain. The inherent danger of this alchemical artifact was minimal. Snape's unconsciousness stemmed from the compass activating the link between him and Lucas, siphoning away his magic. A massive stag stood quietly behind the golden-haired wizard, bewildered by the unfolding scene. Lucas supported Snape, allowing him to stand for a moment in the woods, sighed, and lifted the soul-binding curse from the stag. The stag ventured into the forest. Lucas then transported Snape to the tavern. To avoid drawing too much attention, Lucas transformed his clothing into a cloak that concealed his features and cast an invisibility charm upon Snape. When checking in, the barkeep cast a wary glance at Lucas. He contemplated questioning Lucas about his origins, yet the line of hooded wizards behind him, all seeking refuge from the perilous woods, deterred any thorough inquiry. He handed Lucas a tattered check-in card with curled edges, quickly thrusting a key into his hand after confirming it bore writing. Room 15, if food was needed. One must descend to order, as there was no room service. The barkeep beckoned the next wizard in line. Next. Thus, cloaked Lucas successfully arranged for accommodations in Albania. Unnoticed amidst the chaos of the tavern, where no one realized he had arranged a room for Snape once more. Room 15 was simpler than the accommodations provided by the Ministry of Magic. The residential area above the tavern seemed to adhere to a uniform standard of cleanliness. Lucas shook out the blankets, laying the darkened Snape upon the white sheets. The first thing he did was reactivate the portrait. Lucas embraced the memories that had transpired during their disconnection. He meticulously scrutinized the words spoken by the portrait, ensuring that there were no flaws to be found. He had taken several precautions with the magical necklace. The diminutive frame itself served as a recording artifact, capable of documenting events that transpired after the portrait's efficacy waned. Furthermore, the silver chain was imbued with potent protective enchantments, a testament to Lucas's recent mastery in alchemical creations. Lucas, disfavoring the notion of placing all his eggs in one basket, had refrained from incorporating the designs of his alchemical artifacts into the portrait. It was evident that the esteemed master alchemist had discerned his subtle intentions in crafting these tools. Lucas sighed as he removed the chain from Snape's neck and casually placed it on the bedside. Snape's unconscious state was a result of excessive magical exertion, prompting Lucas to refresh a myriad of protective spells in the blank spaces with his wand. His wand's record was replete with unforgivable curses. And after ensuring that all incantations were enveloped in the protective charms of the armor and thoroughly renewed, Lucas settled beside the bed. He discovered a vial of restorative potion among the supplies Snape provided to his students. After administering it, a hint of color returned to Snape's pallid visage. Leaning against the bedpost, Lucas grappled with the complex emotions swirling within the tranquil chamber. Frankly, after enduring the tutelage of 3 mentors, Lucas had grown accustomed to the notion that even the most learned individuals often harbored dark secrets. Regardless of how pleasant the conversation might be, an unshakable sense of foreboding lingered within him, akin to an unfallen boot. This way, disappointment was averted. All that was required was to acknowledge the truth when it surfaced. Indeed, it was as expected, and thus, the boot would finally find its ground. Snape was an exception to this rule. Lucas retrieved the compass from his robe pocket. As he opened the lid and discovered a concealed clasp, the mirror surface of the compass began to replay segments of memory in rapid succession. As Lucas toyed with the compass, he did not overlook a single fragment of memory. Alchemical artifacts are never deceitful. They faithfully and intricately record all truths. After perusing the tale of Lucas Graham, indistinct color blocks began to coalesce into an image of a wizard with blue eyes, while magic chronicled everything hidden behind the name of Edric Carter White. To this day, Lucas had to concede a singular truth to himself. Snape was a monumental exception. Having offended the Dark Lord, Lucas had, by a stroke of luck, sealed him away. But he knew that in 5, 7, or 10 years, the enchantments of that witch and the forest would inevitably dissipate. By then, it would likely be the era of the Savior's enrollment. Would he still be able to, as he once envisioned, watch others perish in bout of fate? Was it truly necessary to await a young Savior to rescue the world? If Harry Potter could, why could that individual not be Lucas Graham? The memories within the compass began to rewind, the events pertaining to Edric Carter White reverting to indistinct color blocks, while the wildly oscillating needle of the compass gradually stilled. Fragmented color blocks detached from the compass, transforming into faint glimmers that gently descended upon Snape. Lucas expunged all records related to Edric Carter White from the compass. Finally, Lucas resolved to take a stand. Why should he cede the world to others? He would, as he had each time before, seize control of his own destiny. Pointing his wand at his temple, a silvery memory was drawn forth, landing within the emptied vial of restorative potion, a memory concerning the Dark Lord. He had to brace himself, for in the time to come, many would be curious about the happenings within the forest. And Lucas's outward response would certainly be. He witnessed a wizard duel in the Forbidden Forest, where one wizard cast a spell upon him that he could not fully block. But another wizard protected him. In a bid to escape the perilous zone, Lucas had gulped down his privately brewed aging potion, for after growing taller, he could run faster. Glancing at the clock on the wall, Lucas, having finally settled after days of turmoil, felt a wave of drowsiness wash over him. Yet Snape remained in slumber. Rising from the bedside, Lucas opened the bathroom door, preparing to freshen up. Snape awoke to the faint sound of water. Above him hung a white canopy, and the scene felt eerily familiar. He reached beneath his pillow, only to find it empty. His wand was not there. Snape noted that his attire remained unchanged, and his wand lay undisturbed in its pouch. Silently, he slipped out of bed, cautiously approaching the bathroom where someone was washing up. The sound of water ceased as he neared the door. The towel rack clattered, and the bathroom door was suddenly flung open. Snape found himself face to face with a young man, dripping with moisture. Chapter 169, Proving Identity. Professor, would you kindly lower your wand? The young man held a towel in one hand and raised the other in a gesture of harmlessness, though it appeared somewhat awkward. This unfamiliar wizard possessed gray eyes and damp, light golden hair. He stood half a head taller than Snape, yet in the face of a wand. He exuded an air of innocent vulnerability. Snape swore he had never encountered this wizard before. He recalled the last image before his memory faded, this young man approaching him from the direction of the Forbidden Forest. Thus, the possibility of him being a well-meaning passerby was swiftly dismissed. The young wizard cautiously stepped to the side, causing Snape's wand to shift slightly. Finally, the composed wizard revealed crucial information. "Professor, I am Lucas Graham." Snape scoffed derisively. Lucas cast a lingering glance at his robe in the bathroom. He acknowledged that there was a theatrical element to this, yet he genuinely anticipated the moment when Snape would confirm the situation. Therefore, Lucas anxiously declared, "I truly am Lucas. I consumed the aging potion." Snape remained unmoved, adopting the frigid smile of the darkest wizard, and if necessary, he would resort to some less than savory means to compel the wizard before him to clarify matters. A truth serum would be an excellent choice. However, at this moment, he opted to impart a fundamental lesson in potion knowledge. Aging potions merely increase a wizard's age. I believe no potion exists that could transform my student into your current form. Lucas froze momentarily. He, too, was uncertain how this transformation had occurred, outwardly. It could be attributed to the significant growth potential of a boy, yet he privately suspected it was the subtle effect of magical maturation. With a hint of melancholy, Lucas addressed Snape. "You may inquire about matters that only I would know. Are you fixated on convincing me that my unremarkable student could grow into your current self?" Snape half-taunted, noticing a familiar gesture from the young wizard, cautiously gauging the reactions of those around him. In the glimmering gray of the young man's eyes, there was a semblance of a plea. There was indeed a faint resemblance. If this wizard were to speak of things known solely to Lucas, Snape might suspect soul siphoning or truth serum. Yet, the similarity in demeanor was difficult to imitate, especially when this young wizard absurdly attempted to persuade him that he was Lucas Graham. But what if he truly was? Snape observed the young wizard's expression stiffen at his words. The persuasive power of the aging potion was gradually increasing. "I have indeed grown into this form." Lucas discerned from Snape's subtle shift in expression that he was beginning to believe, yet it seemed his professor was relishing the process of compelling him to prove his identity. Snape was far too quick. From the moment he began to believe that the wizard before him was Lucas, one could retroactively deduce a question. Lucas must have noticed the stark contrast between his appearance as an adult and that of his childhood while grooming himself. Given Lucas's penchant for theatricality, Severus Snape certainly understood the little trick Lucas was attempting to play. Snape did not lower his wand. He contemplated how to impart a lesson to Lucas, making it clear that he should not take liberties with a professor. Upon confirming the situation, Lucas dutifully admitted his mistake. "I apologize, Professor. I truly am Lucas Graham, and I do not comprehend how I have become this version of myself." With genuine and cautious sincerity, he added, "May I first put on some clothing?" After a moment of assessment, Snape issued a demand. "Is your wand still on you? Use a spell to prove your identity." The wizard claiming to be Lucas swiftly retrieved his wand from the bathroom, taking the time to don a hotel robe, and cautiously cast a protective charm before Snape. The incantation was articulated clearly, and the magical energy flowed smoothly. Aside from the fact that he had narrowly escaped disaster without a surge of magic, something that did not align with Lucas's usual characteristics. Indeed, it was Lucas himself who commanded the elderberry wand's allegiance. Only then did Snape lower his wand. The handsome wizard let out a small sneeze. Snape walked over to the sole chair in the room and sat down, adopting a composed demeanor as he began to interrogate Lucas. "Describe in detail what has transpired with you." Lucas cast a glance at the bedside, and under the watchful gaze of the potion's master, he remained standing, repeating the tale he had just concocted. "Who can vouch for your words?" "I can attest to part of it, Severus," came a sudden voice from the picture frame on the bedside. Snape raised an eyebrow and quickly approached the bed to retrieve the portrait. "You were holding a compass in the woods, along with this frame, which I placed on the bedside. The portrait has provided considerable assistance," Lucas quickly added, embellishing details, for a lie necessitates a myriad of additional deceptions. Snape scrutinized the portrait and Lucas, pondering. "Did you converse while I was asleep?" "You were not asleep. You were unconscious, Severus," the portrait retorted quickly. "I had that child administer a magical restorative potion to you. Otherwise, he would have been wandering about the first floor with that shock of golden hair." This explanation alleviated some of Snape's suspicions. He always harbored a nagging doubt that the two might conspire against him. But such matters could only be thoroughly examined once they were separated. The most ludicrous aspect remained the transformation of the previously unremarkable child into a strikingly handsome figure, now towering in stature. Snape confirmed that the portrait was reliable, and the missing student had returned unscathed. His expedition, which had cost him time away from potion studies, yielded little more than a few exchanged words with a renowned alchemist and a near-fatal trinket, after which he returned to his room to lie down. The potion's master's mood darkened. Both the portrait and Lucas were astute in reading his demeanor. The portrait in Snape's grasp was the first to inquire. "Now that you have located your student, what do you intend to do next?" Snape shook the frame, as if to empty its contents. With a scowl, he emphasized, "I merely came for materials." He felt a prickling sensation as he witnessed Lucas Graham's eyes suddenly alight with brilliance. The wizard was almost unnaturally attractive. His smile seemed to illuminate the room. However, despite Snape's attempts to correct this impression, Lucas appeared to have already embraced the portrait's narrative. There was an unmistakable vitality about him, a distinct departure from his former self, and Snape could clearly sense that the young wizard felt more at ease in his presence. He was inclined to rectify this situation, but Lucas began to extract various vials and containers from his satchel. "Professor, I collected some materials in the forest. Could you assist me in examining them?" Chapter 170, Improved Potions. Snape was utterly speechless at Lucas's behavior. After narrowly escaping danger, the child was eager to flaunt his collected materials. The potion's master found it disconcerting to witness his student's sudden growth spurt. Lucas's hair still clung damply to his head, prompting Snape to dismissively command, "Go dry your hair." Lucas hesitated momentarily before returning to the bathroom to tend to his locks. The color of his hair differed from the Malfoy family's platinum. Once dried, it became voluminous and slightly wavy, with a beautiful sheen. Snape observed Lucas for a moment before glancing at the clock on the wall. 6 or 7 hours had elapsed since he entered the forest, and according to Lucas, he had used the aging potion just after noon yesterday. Logically, the effect should have worn off by now. Then Snape recalled Lucas's description of the potion's origin, narrowing his eyes dangerously. "If I recall correctly, you mentioned that you brewed the aging potion yourself?" Lucas nodded enthusiastically. "I controlled the proportions of the aging potion, increased the ratios of other standard ingredients, and adjusted the temperature of the cauldron and the order of herb additions. This way, the potion can regulate the age increase and extend the duration of its effects." Lucas felt a sense of pride in this minor innovation. While the recipe was not entirely his own invention, the majority of wizards lacked the skill to modify potions. Each year in advanced potions classes, students would present cauldrons of charred, foul-smelling substances intended as antidotes to poisons. Snape was not easily swayed by the proud display of the exuberant young wizard before him. He had first learned that after Lucas spent so many days in the hospital during his first year, dutifully assisting Professor Sprout and circling around Hagrid's grounds, he had devoted time to clandestine potion research. Snape spoke in a dangerously low tone. "I recall that I am your potions master. Did it not occur to you to show your finished product to your professor? Did you not observe the fate of those foolish enough to brew potions privately while confined to St. Mungo's?" Lucas wilted under the admonishment, even knowing he was pretending. The current guise was still quite misleading. Snape was disinclined to hear the hastily fabricated explanation. "Bring it here." Snape rapped his fingers on the small round table. Lucas promptly retrieved an empty potion bottle from his satchel, the transparent vessel containing only a residue of blue liquid at the bottom. Snape produced a portable potion kit from somewhere, unrolling a fabric bag to reveal a meticulous array of vials and containers spread across the small table. The portrait boldly inquired, "Severus, I've never seen this set of tools before." Snape shot the portrait a glare, and it quickly mimicked a gesture of zipping its lips. He relished the interruption. Snape used a dropper to extract the potion residue from the bottle, then employed several clean test tubes to collect different powders and liquids. When the white powder combined with the blue potion, it began to bubble, rising to the midsection of the test tube, accompanied by a noticeable warmth. The transparent liquid in another test tube exhibited no notable reaction with the potion. Lucas observed the component testing for the first time, speculating that the white powder was a compound ingredient, as most potion textbooks he had read contained no corresponding descriptions. Unconsciously drawn closer to Snape's potion analysis, he was abruptly pushed away. "Stand back," Snape gruffly admonished Lucas. Lucas, now grown, possesses an overwhelming presence when he occupies a room. It seems as though the very air within it has been commandeered. The final potion in the test tube has concluded its reaction, and the clarified liquid, an age-accelerating elixir, is deemed flawless. Snape admonishes Lucas, "Your potion must remain stable for the next 48 hours. During this time, refrain from engaging in any indiscreet behavior while assuming an adult's appearance." Not even Lucas's innocent, puppy-like eyes could sway Snape in the slightest. Ultimately, it is a rumbling sound from Lucas's stomach that spares him from further admonishment. Snape momentarily halts his preparations. Lucas raises his hand, saying, "Professor, I'm hungry. Shall we venture out to procure some food?" He swiftly takes the used test tubes and begins tidying up. A clear chuckle emanates from a portrait nearby. Snape glares at both the portrait and Lucas. Lucas attempts to provide an escape route for Snape, yet the portrait relentlessly undermines his efforts. He lifts the portrait and shakes it until it concedes an apology, at which point he releases it. Snape, having consumed only breakfast that day and having been drained of magical energy once, finds it entirely normal for his stomach to growl. As he rises, a wave of dizziness washes over him. Lucas, quick on his feet, supports him. Snape forcefully brushes him away, as though Lucas's assistance were an unwelcome intrusion, akin to stepping on his tail. Your professor is not yet of an age to require such aid. Keep up. The door is flung open with force as the potions master strides purposefully downstairs. Before they reach the second floor, they encounter two irate wizards at the staircase's turn. The hunter and the innkeeper are ascending, their eyes locking onto Snape before swiftly assessing Lucas behind him. Later that evening, having finally attended to the guests, the innkeeper is sorting through the registration cards. The hunter, meanwhile, has come to the first floor seeking a spot to post a missing persons notice from the Ministry of Magic. The notice he holds features a photograph of Lucas, taken from the summer camp registration, where a photo was required. In the picture, a stiff and awkward Lucas stares blankly at the camera, possessing a distinctly unappealing appearance. I intend to pin this on the notice board. You have no objections, I hope, the hunter states gruffly. The innkeeper, initially inclined to wave him off, suddenly recalls something and asks suspiciously, is this the notice for that young wizard? Why not search the forest instead of coming to the inn to post it? The hunter is scouring for nails suitable for affixing the notice, reasoning that given the foot traffic at the ministry, there might be a glimmer of hope. He often resides in the hills and sometimes is too lazy to articulate complete sentences. The innkeeper comprehends the hunter's intentions. The ministry, indeed, should not be expected to accomplish much. At the very least, they have not misidentified the young wizard's age or gender, and they have provided a photograph. The innkeeper glances down at the card in his hand and pauses at one with English writing. Room 15, Lucas Graham. Blast it, whose prank is this? He exclaims. Come with me to investigate. He drags the hunter along, already quite irritated by the misfilled card that has landed in his hands. The four individuals at the staircase block the entire passageway. Chapter 171, Envy and Adoration. The innkeeper, with a hint of skepticism, questions Snape. Are you the teacher of that young wizard? When did you return? Which room are you occupying upstairs? He even speaks in English. Lucas steals a glance at the innkeeper. Snape furrows his brow. Maintaining basic civility with these adults who are actively seeking Lucas, he replies, Room 15. My student has been located. Located? The two foreign wizards exclaim. Their spirits lifted. The hunter eagerly inquires, where is he now? Is he all right? The translation spell faithfully conveys these two brief, yet deeply concerned sentences. Snape hesitates before responding. Lucas waves at the two enthusiastic wizards, capturing their attention, and introduces himself. The hunter, with a straightforward mindset, quickly accepts the notion that the young wizard will grow into an attractive adult. He shares an example of how, as a scrawny child, he grew taller than both his parents. The storytelling hunter's gaze drifts between Lucas and Snape, particularly noting the height difference between them. Snape shoots him a fierce glare. The innkeeper, still half in doubt about Lucas's identity, hears them mention food and yawns, remarking, the part-time wizard chefs downstairs are dreadful. They suspect he could defeat a three-headed hellhound with their fried chips. Furthermore, it's crowded down there. Follow me to the activity room where the pool tables have been moved, and there are house elves that can take our orders directly. Lucas seeks Snape's approval. The potions master shows no objection. He merely casts a glance at the dragon tooth hanging around the hunter's neck. Snape recalls Catherine mentioning that Lucas had received assistance from some locals while here. He is now somewhat intrigued to learn how Lucas has managed to bond so swiftly with these unfamiliar wizards. Under the innkeeper's guidance, they enter a raucous room on the second floor. An expansion charm has transformed this space into one the size of an entire floor, featuring 4 or 5 pool tables, along with several card tables and wizard chess sets. Local wizards are indulging in beer. A familiar old witch sits against the wall, weaving a massive blanket, which is nearing completion compared to the one she was working on when Lucas first arrived in Albania. The innkeeper's assertion holds true. The bar's sole house elf is balancing 3 layers of trays in each hand, with 8 pints of beer on each tray, topped with a colossal pie. These items tower higher than the elf itself as it navigates through the wizards. As it passes a wizard playing pool, an unexpected tilt of the cue stick sends one of the trays flying. The elf, startled, snaps its fingers. The spilled beer freezes momentarily in midair before defying gravity and returning to its glasses. The surrounding wizards are unfazed, casually plucking a pint from the elf's tray and tossing a few coins in return. Snape is less than pleased with the chaotic atmosphere of the room. Yet he still orders some food from the house elf under the innkeeper's guidance. Beer. The hunter points to himself, then to Lucas. Lucas, having just ordered a burger and fries, watches in dismay as Snape vetoes the hunter's request for alcohol on his behalf, affirming that he is merely a first-year student. Snape leans down to the house elf and states, "Change it to milk." The elf promptly scurries away to the kitchen. Lucas retrieves a small packet of biscuits from his pocket, eats one himself, and offers the packaging to Snape. The group finds a few vacant stools and sits casually. Snape harbors little expectation for the food from this disheveled establishment, but he takes a biscuit and observes Lucas distributing one to both the innkeeper and the hunter as well. British goods. The hunter seems to particularly enjoy chocolate. However, he is even more captivated by the prospect of playing pool. He pats Lucas on the shoulder, relieved that he no longer has to worry about accidentally knocking Lucas over. "Shall we play a game of pool?" Lucas shakes his head repeatedly. Yet, Snape gestures, "Why not give it a try? I've heard you excel at this sport." Lucas hesitates, but he indeed excels at it. "Has your school truly never taught you?" The hunter persists in coaxing Lucas. The innkeeper, recalling Lucas's smooth integration earlier, joins in the encouragement. Severus Snape's forced smile became increasingly apparent. He wholeheartedly concurred with the sentiments expressed by the two unfamiliar wizards. "Indeed, Lucas, it is summer vacation now. Let your professor witness your remarkable talents. We can wager that if I win, you shall return my dragon fong, and if I lose, I shall present you with a substantial piece of dragon hide, which I unearthed from my luggage today." The hunter gestured toward Lucas, illustrating the size of the dragon hide. Snape's gaze exerted a slight pressure upon Lucas. "Then, do set up a betting table." Lucas capitulated, casting a lingering glance at the vacant spot beside Snape before being pulled toward the smoky billiard table. The adult blonde wizard had, since his entrance, captivated the attention of numerous men and women with suggestive glances. He appeared to be in his early 20s, devoid of any cunning or guile, resembling a naive prince. The envious and affectionate gazes seemed almost eager to devour Lucas whole. As Lucas approached the billiard table, several wizards exchanged malicious looks. Unfazed, Lucas walked toward the edge of the table, where a male wizard reached out, intending to touch him. Yet, before he could grasp the hem of Lucas's robe, he was struck by a stinging spell, causing his hand to retract halfway, followed by his sleeve igniting, engulfing his entire left side in flames. Lucas had already picked up the cue, his focus unwavering as he assembled his wand into the cue, showing no interest in the commotion behind him. Snape retracted his wand, meeting the bartender's scrutinizing gaze. Lucas was a remarkably mature young wizard. He could certainly defend himself. The bartender's expression was complex. He felt that Lucas's mentor did not appear to be a benevolent figure, and his readiness to resort to force seemed excessive. Rather than ensuring the guests were capable of self-defense, it would be more prudent to maintain order. Snape began to regret sending Lucas to compete. The blonde wizard was utterly unaware of his own destructive allure. Nearly every wizard in the room was drawn to him. The billiard table was surrounded, and Snape could only catch a fleeting glimpse of a pale golden head amidst the cheers. "I am going to set up a betting pool. Would you care to join?" The bartender stretched, seeking the blackboard he had previously placed nearby. "Bet on Lucas to win." Snape furrowed his brow in inquiry. The bartender looked at Snape in surprise. "What is there to wager? He is bound to win." With a cheerful demeanor, he addressed Snape. "Let us bet on the final score." Chapter 172, A New Prophecy. Upon returning to the billiard table, Lucas found the manipulation of his wand to be increasingly fluid. He could distinctly sense himself enveloped by various surges of magical energy. The spheres on the table were starkly divided between ice and fire. The adult physique also facilitated his performance in the game, and Lucas confirmed his striking angle before executing his shot. The balls on the table collided and scattered, yet their trajectories remained crystal clear to Lucas. The orbs rolled precisely according to his will. The enchantment designed to prevent cheating on the table proved ineffective against a wizard with strong control. Fairness was absent in this game. Lucas seized the opportunity to assess his grasp over his magical prowess. The house elves swiftly delivered the food they had ordered. Snape consumed some wraps. The flavors of the food prepared by house elves from around the world were largely similar. The billiard game seemed to stretch on indefinitely, and the bartender squeezed into the crowd, clearing a space for a special viewing mirror. A reflection of the billiard table appeared in the air, allowing those surrounding it to see the live action without having to crowd in. Beside the large mirror was a smaller lens designed to capture the players' full body movements during their shots. Lucas's one-sided domination soon caused Snape to lose interest. His gaze wandered around the unevenly distributed room. Most were merely engaging in idle chatter, and his attention was drawn to the elderly women in the corner, busily weaving blankets. He observed the rhythmic motion of the wooden needles as the black yarn swiftly took form around the tips. Approaching closer, Snape used his wand to lift a completed piece. "Is this yarn spun from mooncalf wool?" he inquired, scrutinizing the tightly woven blanket. Upon closer inspection, the blanket was not purely black, it bore intricate patterns. Ding, ding, ding. The bartender rang the bell for intermission, brandishing a small blackboard as he navigated through the wizards in search of those willing to place bets. Lucas briefly stepped away from the table, clutching a plate of fries as he sidled up next to Snape. "Professor, what is this?" The young man munched on the fries, leaning in to observe the blanket Snape had lifted, refraining from touching it. One of the elderly women paused her work, her clouded eyes glancing towards Snape, and she nodded gently, acknowledging his earlier query. "Is this blanket for sale?" Snape cautiously inquired about the price. The three weaving grandmothers exchanged silent glances, and the central grandmother quoted a price to Snape. For a handcrafted item, it seemed rather steep. This weaving technique bore some resemblance to dream catchers. "I once read a paper stating that the dream catcher was invented by wizards in 18th century North America to filter nightmares, with similar indigenous derivative crafts emerging across various wizarding continents. Most effects were related to dreams, not necessarily creating sweet dreams, but perhaps concerning lucid dreams and prophetic dreams. The imagery provided a timely professional appraisal, and he even thoughtfully estimated a market price. Consequently, the wares of the three grandmothers became quite expensive. Lucas attempted to haggle. After stating his price, he eagerly looked at the mysterious grandmothers across from him. The central grandmother was swayed and lowered her price by 50 galleons. The grandmothers on either side chuckled and nudged the central one, yet they nodded in agreement. "Good looks and sweet words can indeed have a market value," Lucas remarked, turning back to Snape, seeking acknowledgement. "Deal." Snape produced his coin pouch, but it was at this moment that an unexpected occurrence transpired. The grandmother on the left had just severed the woven portion of the blanket with scissors and was using a spell to secure the edges. The grandmother on the right was tidying up the loose fibers of the blanket, preparing to fold it away, while the central grandmother's smile had yet to fade. Suddenly, the three of them froze in place. The surrounding clamor abruptly failed to penetrate this space. A mysterious magic resonated through the very structure, creating a tangible shift in energy indicative of a standard ritual. One of the grandmothers suddenly spoke, her voice no longer in the local Albanian dialect, but instead a deep, hoarse English. "He who wades through the river of time has met his demise at the hands of the resurrected Dark Lord." Snape restrained Lucas's instinct to inquire, gripping Lucas's shoulder with a force that felt as though it might crush him. The grandmother on the left spoke, seemingly sharing the same voice as the central grandmother. "He shall grasp the hilt of a sword not belonging to him, becoming the blade that shatters fate." Lucas ceased all movement, realizing he was witnessing a new prophecy. The grandmother on the right, using the same voice, delivered the final statement. "The next era of the wizarding world shall commence with him. I have seen it." The penetrating magic suddenly pierced through the space, causing the grandmother to take a sharp breath, her hoarse voice becoming more high-pitched. "The future, in a fleeting moment." The sharpness of her voice broke through a boundary, as if the future was being read aloud. Yet, in an instant, the tide of the ritual receded as swiftly as it had come. The surrounding noise regained its reality. Snape relaxed his grip on Lucas's shoulder, seemingly aware that he had been too forceful. However, once he loosened his hold, his arm trembled slightly. "Ahem, ahem, ahem." Three elderly women coughed several times, their gazes regaining clarity, as if they had completely forgotten what they had just uttered. They resumed their usual actions of folding blankets and packing. Lucas cast a questioning glance at Snape, who appeared to be in a daze. The atmosphere surrounding genuine divination was palpably different. Once one has witnessed the authentic, one can no longer be deceived by the false. Snape felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss, for he had not anticipated hearing another prophecy concerning the Dark Lord. The three elderly figures before him undeniably represented the fates, each presiding over the threads of weaving, measuring, and severing. Only Snape understood the magnitude of the upheaval this prophecy would incite, irrespective of how inconspicuous it initially seemed. The enchantment of prophecy lay in its inevitable realization in unforeseen manners. But what of the original savior, then? Lucas called out again, "Professor Snape?" The packaged items had already reached him, yet Snape remained utterly absorbed in his own thoughts. Chapter 173, There Must Be Resonance. Lucas accepted the parcel and settled the payment in gold coins, surveying the vicinity until he spotted a gypsy woman adorned in mystical garb, her crystal ball placed before her. She was still engrossed in crafting an air of mystery to deceive the guests who had fled from the forest. The murky crystal ball appeared to swirl with indistinct colors. Lucas hurried over, interrupting the two diviners. "Pardon the intrusion, but my friend and I wagered that he could predict when an earthquake would cease. He requires a crystal ball for his divination. May I purchase this crystal ball from you? The price is negotiable." Lucas acquired the orb, which potentially contained the latest prophecy, for the exorbitant sum of 300 galleons. Once Snape regained his composure, he sought Lucas to settle the costs of the blanket and the prophecy ball, reclaiming both items. He urged Lucas to return to England with him at once. The barkeep and the hunter prepared to call upon Lucas to continue the game, only to find a hasty apology left for the house elf. They departed with scarcely any additional belongings. Lucas heard Snape adjusting the destination permissions for the fireplace. Snape activated the fireplace at Spinner's End, relaying the specific address to Lucas and pressing a handful of flue powder into his palm. 19 Spinner's End. Lucas vanished into the fireplace. A few minutes later, at Spinner's End residence, the fireplace was clearly neglected. Lucas stumbled out, his hair and clothing unrecognizable in their original hues. The blanket in front of the fireplace, already old and faded, appeared even more disheveled after collecting dust. Lucas, adhering to fireplace etiquette, stepped aside to allow others passage. However, Snape did not follow. He merely poked his head from the fireplace, surveying his dimly lit abode, and briefly instructed Lucas, "Stay here. I must attend to some matters. You may peruse the books in the study, but do not wander about." Before Lucas could respond, Snape closed off the passage. Once tidied, Lucas expressed gratitude for the summer camp's allowance for underage wizards to wield wands. At least he could use his wand openly. He tossed 2 Scourgify spells into the fireplace, sending dust cascading down, and supplemented with a few cleaning charms to hastily tidy up. Lucas sensed Snape had visited the house on Nocturne Alley, returning the portraits to their rightful places and warning them not to divulge today's conversation. "Do not lose your composure, Severus." The portrait attempted to placate the agitated potions master, but to little avail. Snape entered a state of vigilance, his gaze lingering on the portraits in the entrance area as they returned to their normal frames. Watching him with concern, he retrieved the key from his pocket, placing it in the foyer. "If you recall my former identity, you should know that the prophecy you heard today is not favorable news for me." The potions master emphasized each word, uncertain of the portrait's thoughts. Regardless of their previous closeness, that relationship could not endure. Wise wizards should understand the principle of self-preservation. If you were unaware before, it is not too late to learn now. Snape's tone was resolute. "I wish you all the best." "Wait, Severus." The portrait called out to Snape, realizing this was a farewell and respecting his choice, yet inquired, "Is there anything I can do for you? Regardless of your stance, merely as your friend?" Snape initially intended to shake his head in refusal, yet a thought struck him, and he asked, "What did you see when you suddenly left the forest?" "I had spotted an opportunity for a ritual, but it was fleeting. 2 formidable wizards were dueling, and I could not approach." The portrait attempted to persuade Snape. "You could hold on to the key for now. There's no rush to return it." The potions master merely murmured his thanks. He opened the door, traversed the pathway, and stepped into the depths of Nocturne Alley under the night sky. At 3 a.m. in London, the streets were eerily quiet. Aside from some refuse drifting by on the summer breeze, even the homeless had succumbed to slumber. On a bench by the Thames, an elderly wizard with white hair sat, seemingly appearing from nowhere. A vessel had just passed by, displacing a cluster of debris in the river, swiftly carried away by the current. A dark figure melded almost entirely with the night until he sat on the opposite side of the bench, the color of the bench allowing for distinction from the darkness. "Why meet in this place?" Snape furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the surroundings. He spotted 2 agents meeting at the previous riverbank's bench. London at this hour was not entirely deserted. There were surely better locations. An open space aids in contemplation. "No one will see us, Severus," Professor Dumbledore spoke gently. His assurance implied the area was sufficiently secure. Snape relaxed slightly and began recounting the entire affair. "We received a new prophecy." Professor Dumbledore took the prophecy ball from Snape's hands. The transparent orb indeed contained the recorded prophecy. The old wizard examined the orb meticulously. According to Snape's account, Slytherin student Lucas Graham had been at his side, quick to purchase the crystal ball that potentially documented the prophecy. How many heard this prophecy? Dumbledore posed the first question. There were many people, no additional barriers. Snape's expression darkened. As long as one person is linked to the Death Eaters, this prophecy will reach the Dark Lord's ears. Even if not now, it will inevitably occur. No true prophecy has ever been drowned in the tides of time. Anything uttered will resonate. Dumbledore readily concurred with Snape's assessment. Based on the prophecy's content, the downfall of the Dark Lord was once again affirmed. This was not necessarily a bad thing. "Are you being overly optimistic?" Snape retorted. "How many will perish for this new future? Moreover, the last phrase of the prophecy, in a moment's thought, is that not a phrase sufficient to alert you?" Snape exclaimed in frustration. "Oh, Severus, do not tell me you believe the future will be without casualties. While I am pleased you have finally found some sense of belonging, war is merciless." Dumbledore gazed calmly at Snape, not out of optimism, but rather because he could not afford to maintain a pessimistic outlook amidst uncertainty. Snape's countenance was grim. If a new prophecy had supplanted the old, and Harry Potter was no longer at its center, the number of individuals eager to claim glory by eliminating Potter would surely abound. How many would truly be willing to exert themselves for the safety of this child? If Dumbledore were to believe the updated prophecy, would he not, once again, renege on his promises? What Snape truly loathed was that it was he who bore witness to the prophecy once more. He was compelled to present this prophecy to the headmaster and anxiously await the ultimate judgment. Chapter 174, Conversations by the Riverbank. A moment of silence hung between the two wizards before Dumbledore posed a new question. I am delighted that Lucas has returned safely. He must have heard the complete prophecy, correct? And I have noted that during his absence, he witnessed a duel in the forest? Snape furrowed his brow. The matter of the prophecy was not his concern. Dumbledore regarded Snape with a hint of compassion. I wish it were so. However, the prophecy pertains to every individual within the wizarding world. No one can truly escape its grasp. What can you divulge regarding your perspective on this prophecy? Snape implored. Dumbledore pondered for a moment. Even in the summer night, the London wind carried a chill. Where is that child now? He inquired, referring to Lucas. He is at my home, Snape replied reluctantly. If that is the case, the summer camp's scheduled duration has not yet concluded. I would prefer that you do not return the child to his father just yet. I will arrange to meet with him as soon as possible. Dumbledore paused, and in response to Snape's eager gaze for further information, the old wizard revealed a conjecture. He saw two powerful wizards dueling in the forest. I suspect one of them is the Voldemort we seek. Snape seemed to have just recalled how to breathe. He inquired in a hushed tone, fearful of disturbing some fragile notion. Are you in search of a new savior? Dumbledore dispelled Snape's thought. Severus, do not allow your emotions to sway you. I do not believe Lucas is connected to this prophecy. We are in pursuit of a person who transcends time, and Lucas does not meet that criterion, does he? Snape numbly nodded. I believe Lucas has been at your home for some time. Take good care of him. Dumbledore rose, signaling that their conversation was nearing its conclusion, yet he suddenly halted, recalling something, and asked Snape, it has been said at school that Lucas is your favorite student. Snape nearly leaped to object. I do not know how this rumor originated. Absolutely not. The old headmaster regarded the agitated young man with a smile. He squinted in a conspiratorial manner, as if he believed Snape's words. If I have misunderstood, I apologize. But you do regard him as a student worth engaging with, do you not, Severus? I have noted that over the past year, you have assigned Lucas far more labor than other students. He has even brewed some potion orders for you. Snape replied tersely. I cannot allow him to become the first starving wizard of Slytherin. His father is unreliable. The headmaster nodded in understanding. Of course. Thus, I propose a suggestion, a mere suggestion, mind you, for you are entirely free to make your own decision. The wizarding world has an ancient apprenticeship system, whereby a master may take on several students to impart specialized knowledge. Dumbledore forestalled Snape's impassioned response. He continued, this is not entirely akin to the teacher-student relationship at school. The apprenticeship fosters a closer bond, akin to that of parent and child or dear friends. If you believe Lucas is deserving, then it would be entirely fitting for you to guide his magical education. Snape fell silent, as if lost in thought, yet seemingly unthinking. Dumbledore pressed on. That child feels a connection to you. This remark finally stirred the brooding Snape, who waved his hand as if to dismiss some impractical notion. I do not believe so. It is entirely up to you, Severus. Whenever you find it appropriate, you may suggest it. If you deem this proposal unsuitable, then disregard it. However, I hope you can assist Lucas in recovering his lost memories over the coming weeks. I fear the darkness of the forest may target him, and it is imperative to ensure his safety. Dumbledore imparted his final admonition. In the stillness of the London night, Snape remained alone on the bench, gazing at the murky river that flowed quietly. Lucas surveyed this familiar yet foreign place. He swiftly accepted the reality of being alone in Snape's house. Residing in his mentor's home was not particularly strange. Sometimes he stayed up late working on papers and would sleep in the guest room or on the couch. Or perhaps he helped his mentor with various life dilemmas. An intimate apprentice is one who thinks beyond the thoughts of others, thus acquiring knowledge that is not easily imparted. The past hour had felt as if it were fast-forwarded. According to Lucas's original plan, he would accompany Snape to Albania to procure potion ingredients. As the price disparity for potions varied greatly between regions, they could also deepen their friendship with local hunters, as the hunting resources there were quite abundant, and a loyal, reliable supplier would be beneficial. Following natural disasters such as earthquakes, many wizards would likely sell their items at a low price to gather funds for rebuilding their homes. Unfortunately, a single prophecy had disrupted Lucas's rhythm. Snape had just returned the key to the leaky cauldron. The pressure brought on by the prophecy was something Lucas had not anticipated. However, as Lucas revisited every detail of his conversation with Harry Potter, he recalled the reports regarding the last war from the archives at the time of his enrollment. The prophecy presented Lucas with a new perspective on the past, who had delivered the prophecy that indicated Harry Potter could defeat the Dark Lord Voldemort. Might it have been Snape? This was, of course, merely conjecture. It was also possible that Snape had simply realized that the updated prophecy would prompt more individuals to seek out the new savior, thus neglecting the protection of Harry Potter. This was indeed a misconception. The headmaster had never placed all his eggs in the savior's basket. Even if a new prophetic figure were to arise, it did not imply that the old one would be discarded. Both possibilities could coexist, after all, as they both pointed towards the downfall of the Dark Lord. Furthermore, in the old prophecy, the individual who ultimately vanquished Nagini, Neville Longbottom, also fit the criteria. He could serve as an alternative savior. Since Lucas could conceive of this, it stood to reason that the headmaster could as well. This prophecy had not harmed anyone, aside from the Dark Lord. Lucas cautiously explored the room, as if he were truly visiting this house for the first time. The light bulb in the living room had been replaced since his last visit. But he had been in such a rush then that he was dissatisfied with many of the details, the warped floorboards and sagging bookshelves. There were still many areas yet to explore. Professor Snape had merely stated that he could not roam freely, likely meaning that he should not wander into the Muggle areas outside the house. Chapter 175. The Puppy Dismantles the House. Snape clearly permitted Lucas to enter the study. Lucas pushed open the door to the study. What greeted his eyes were heavy tomes stacked to fill every crevice of the room. Until now, Lucas had never associated a study with a prison. Yet, as he carefully surveyed Snape's collection, he was surprised to find that there was not a single book on the dark arts within. Lucas cautiously stepped into the room. A study adorned with a small window through which a gentle drizzle blurred the view of the Muggle world outside. The only area in the room not filled with books was a decorative fireplace, aptly named, as it had been sealed by magic, its enchantment seemingly permanent based on the magical vibrations emanating from it. Above the fireplace, much like in most ordinary homes, a collection of trinkets and photographs displayed the owner's memories, yet these photographs were merely meaningless landscapes devoid of any human figures. Lucas tentatively switched on the desk lamp, its neutral light illuminating the room, particularly highlighting an exceedingly worn single armchair. The chair appeared invitingly soft, but upon sitting, Lucas discovered it was far from comfortable. The seemingly plush backrest had limited cushioning, forcing him to maintain an awkward posture to align with the chair's curvature. Selecting a hefty tome on potions from the bookshelf, Lucas initially intended to leaf through it casually to lighten his mood. Severus Snape must have gone to report to Dumbledore after leaving Spinner's End. However, as Lucas opened the substantial book, the dense annotations caused him to pause. Familiar italicized handwriting filled every tiny corner of the pages. Gripping the spine, Lucas swiftly perused the book, noting that annotations of various sizes crowded every crevice. He observed more conjectures and hypotheses referencing other texts and articles to underscore the book's deficiencies. With some points he disagreed with crossed out in double lines, yet the experimental theories would likely remain untested forever. Snape's future seemed destined to be consumed by the delicate balance between the Order of the Phoenix and the Death Eaters. Lucas's fingers grazed those minuscule notes. The wizarding world would never again see these volumes, as they had slipped into the crevices of history. With a snap, Lucas closed the book and returned it to the shelf, losing interest in reading. Exiting the study, he treaded down the creaky staircase to the second floor. The doors on this level were all tightly shut, with the hallway adorned with neither artwork nor decoration, the light dim and the air stale. At the onset of this summer, Snape had packed up and moved to Spinner's End, neglecting the upkeep he usually performed. Lucas began the task of clearing the cobwebs, encountering a scurrying mouse that had evaded the protective charms of the study, while the rest of the house remained unguarded. Approaching the first door, he turned the faded metal doorknob, which creaked in protest as the hinges groaned. This room opened lightly to him. Lucas had visited here before, but the interior bore no unexpected embellishments. A similarly rain-streaked small window, its paint peeling, framed a simple wooden bed with a thin mattress and blanket, a yellowed lamp on the bedside table, and a straightforward double wardrobe. Aside from the stagnant air, the room was exactly as he had left it. Upon closing the door behind him, a musty odor wafted from the guest room. The hinges emitted a thunderous creak. This room had likely been in use for quite some time. Lucas struggled to push the door shut as the rusted hinges resisted, catching a glimpse of some covered items within. After a couple of forceful pulls, he managed to close the guest room door. He returned to the first floor and entered the kitchen. The refrigerator now housed some Muggle food, primarily pizza, and the cabinet contained additional pasta. Lucas turned on the faucet to let some rusty water flow out, rummaging for a kettle, which still contained water that Snape had not emptied during the Christmas holidays, some unknown mold floating within. Resigned, Lucas scrubbed the kettle, boiling water several times and discarding it. Yet he could not shake the lingering discomfort in his mind. It had been a while since he had endured such hardship. He glared at the kettle, placing it on the edge of the kitchen counter, when, turning abruptly, it clattered to the ground, creating a significant dent. Clearly, It was now beyond use. With a tinge of regret, Lucas inspected the damage before energetically rummaging for supplies prepared for summer camp, discovering a new kettle, which he placed on the stove with a sense of relief. The house on spinners and emitted a cacophony of sounds in the dead of night, some drowned by the rain. Occasionally, noises escaped, leading neighbors to suspect a thief was prowling about. However, that ill-fated thief would return empty-handed. For within that house resided only the lanky, cold Severus Snape, a rather unremarkable teacher who returned merely for a few weeks each year. At 5 in the morning, Snape returned to his abode. In the living room, he spotted a curled-up adult male, Lucas Graham, wrapped in a blanket, with only his golden head visible. He appeared somewhat cramped in his slumber. "Professor?" Lucas groggily raised his head, clad in cotton pajamas enhanced with an enlarging charm, the top 2 buttons undone, revealing his pale skin marked with a mosquito bite. Rising from the couch, he greeted Snape with a morning salutation and inquired if he would like a cup of tea. His movements toward the kitchen were fluid, as if he had been residing there for an extended period. Snape sensed something was amiss in his living room. Yet the basic furnishings remained in their original places. Having spent little time there, he would need to consult the crystal ball's playback to uncover the discrepancies. He followed Lucas into the kitchen. The transformation in the kitchen was striking. The lace cover on the refrigerator had become soiled to the point of obscuring its original color. Yet now it gleamed white like a bride's wedding gown. All the older dishes were polished to a pristine shine, including the kettle Lucas had used to boil water. Alongside the ordinary white china he retrieved from the cupboard, Snape returned to the living room and sat on the sofa, awaiting Lucas, who emerged from the kitchen with a tray. The simple wooden tray bore a complete tea set. The porcelain of ordinary quality, yet not the mismatched set that lingered in Snape's memory. He actually possessed better household items, but they remained at Hogwarts. "What have you done to my home?" Snape asked, crossing his arms and leaning back on the sofa, which still retained some warmth. Though he soon noticed it felt a bit different, softer than before. The wooden frame, which once pressed against his bones, now seemed to envelop him. The golden-haired wizard hesitantly shared the results of his labor from the preceding hours. "You mean to say you intended to clean my house, but inadvertently shattered some dishes, damaged furniture, and even cracked my floor?" Snape summarized Lucas's tale in a low tone. According to Lucas's account, he had been besieged by various assaults from the house, with dishes falling from their elevated positions, the sofa collapsing while being moved, and even the floor threatening to give way beneath him. Thus, the aggrieved young wizard had to compensate for the damages he had caused, which included replacing some broken furniture, refilling the sofa's stuffing, and mending the floor. Chapter 176, Outing for Shopping. And what else? Snape sipped his red tea, the temperature and flavor just right. How could Lucas afford such fine tea? "This tea is quite acceptable. It was gifted to me by a Ravenclaw senior on the day we left for summer camp, one of the necessities exchanged for dragon teeth." Lucas poured himself a cup, lamenting the absence of milk in the refrigerator. Under the intense scrutiny of Severus Snape, Lucas hesitated before continuing. "I also tidied up the professor's study. A few floorboards had warped, so he replaced them." "Anything else?" Snape inquired patiently, his tone growing increasingly gentle, which only served to heighten the underlying danger. Yet he knew Lucas well enough. Lucas pressed on. "There are numerous mice and cockroaches in this room. I concocted a batch of insect repellent and a rodenticide to deal with the swarm of snakes, insects, and vermin. And lastly," Snape noted that the time was drawing near for a discussion of Lucas's reading progress, yet Lucas had yet to mention it. "I consumed all the food in the kitchen." Lucas, fearing Snape might not grasp the magnitude of all food, added, "I finished all the nutritional potions I carried with me. But I am still quite hungry." Initially, Snape contemplated that a minor food shortage would not pose a significant issue, but then recalled that his refrigerator contained 6 boxes of pizza, enough for him to sustain himself for nearly half a month. 6 12-inch pizzas? And 2 packets of pasta, along with 2 boxes of biscuits. Before Lucas could elaborate further, a detection spell had already been cast upon him. In the wizarding world, an abrupt surge in appetite could signify a curse. However, the preliminary examination yielded no alarming results. Snape scrutinized Lucas gravely, massaging his temples. "Let us tidy up. We shall go shopping at 8 o'clock. Yesterday's relentless rain had finally ceased by this morning." The alleyway, dampened by the aftermath of the rain, exuded an unpleasant odor reminiscent of sewage, though it bore similarities to the overturned alley. Lucas tugged at his t-shirt, uncomfortable with its casual cut, as he preferred the texture of wizarding robes. However, given that Snape had proposed shopping in the Muggle world, he had no choice but to transform his attire to suit the environment. Stealing a glance at Snape, Lucas noted that the professor, walking ahead, appeared markedly different from his usual self. Clad in a black shirt paired with black trousers, Snape, without his wizarding robes, seemed to have shed a suit of armor. Devoid of his layered cloak, he appeared overly slender. Lucas found this version of Snape somewhat intriguing, but diverted his gaze before Snape could turn and admonish him, feigning sudden interest in the graffiti on the wall. After a 5 to 6 minute walk, they finally emerged from the dismal alleyway. To Lucas's astonishment, the vicinity was a middle-class neighborhood, albeit with most houses bearing for sale signs. "Keep up," Snape instructed as they turned at the edge of the community, circumventing the area before embarking on a 20-minute walk. At the end of the road stood a grocery store. Snape pushed open the store's door. The shopkeeper's child, appearing drowsy, was playing with tin soldiers at the counter, intermittently producing sound effects of clashing weapons as the little figures battled in his hands. Professor Snape and Lucas both cast a glance at the boy. In this non-magical establishment, there was indeed a small wizard who had yet to reach the age of enrollment. "We are here to purchase items," Snape said, shaking the packet of biscuits in his hand. Judging by the photograph by the cash register, the child's parents were muggles, and he could certainly wait until he turned 11 for the truth to be revealed. It was evident that Snape had not disclosed his wizarding identity to the shopkeeper. They were here to buy supplies, and Lucas understood that he should refrain from speaking out of turn. Lucas promptly redirected his attention from the little wizard, retrieving a shopping basket at the entrance. Taking the biscuits from Snape's hands, he casually inquired, "How long's worth of food are we procuring?" "Let us begin with a week's supply." Snape disregarded Lucas's probing. He tossed 2 packets of pasta into the basket. While Lucas instinctively placed the items in a corner of the basket, Snape shot Lucas a questioning glance. "Do you still have your compulsive tendencies?" "No. I merely believe this basket may not accommodate a week's worth of food." Lucas adeptly captured Snape's inquiry and responded. Snape regarded him with a discerning eye before adding 2 more packets to the cart. "What are you standing there for? If there's anything you desire to eat, go and fetch it now." "Professor, what is our budget?" Lucas cautiously asked, aware that while Snape's arrangement for housing was likely at the behest of the headmaster, the accommodation costs were presumably borne by Snape himself. "Only essentials," Snape replied tersely, not directly addressing the budget. Surely, the professor's salary could sustain a first-year student. Could it not? Lucas hesitated, words caught in his throat. "You may choose your own items." Snape allowed a degree of freedom. Though now Lucas was no longer a mere house elf, but appeared as dazed as a statue guarding McGonagall's entrance. Lucas could only nod in compliance. He quickly grabbed another basket at the entrance, starting in the spice aisle to gather basic seasonings, followed by 2 loaves of bread, 2 gallons of milk, an assortment of lettuce and cabbage, several tomatoes, radishes, potatoes, mushrooms, and snap peas, culminating in 2 dozen eggs. The size limitations of the supermarket baskets constrained Lucas's choices, prompting him to acquire a second basket for some beef brisket, chicken thighs, steaks, bacon, and sliced meat. He returned to Snape's side within 10 minutes. Snape was engrossed in researching the cooking methods for instant meatballs. Upon noticing Lucas's return, he nonchalantly glanced at Lucas's haul, inhaling sharply. Snape questioned Lucas. "Will you be able to prepare these?" "I can learn," Lucas replied in a hushed tone. "I have a book titled Complete Household Magic in my backpack. Following the instructions should pose no significant challenge." Snape fell silent for a moment. While he might harbor doubts regarding Lucas's culinary skills, he had no reservations about the boy's magical aptitude. "Is this sufficient for you?" Snape scrutinized Lucas, feeling that, in light of 6 12-inch pizzas, the items before them seemed inadequate. "It should be about right," Lucas estimated conservatively. He observed Snape pick up a basket and head towards the biscuit aisle, where he grabbed 1 packet of every type of biscuit from a row of shelves. After a moment's hesitation in the chip aisle, Snape selected 2 bags of chips to place atop the basket. "Proceed to checkout," the potions master commanded. Lucas attempted to take the basket from Snape, but he still had 2 baskets to carry. The shopkeeper meticulously tallied the prices at the register, placing Snape's purchases into a shopping bag. Snape retrieved a vintage leather wallet, extracting 2 large denomination pound notes. This was all the currency he possessed. Noticing Lucas's gaze upon his wallet, Snape shot him a warning glance. Once the change was given, Lucas swiftly hoisted 3 bags and hurried to the entrance, pressing his back against the glass door to open it. Chapter 177, The Apprentice's Invitation. With his hands empty, Snape exited the shop, relishing the rare fine weather. The sun was warm, yet the light remained gentle. They set off on their return journey. Lucas diligently carried the shopping bags, while passers-by began to cast curious glances at this peculiar pair. Snape, acutely aware of others' stares, turned to observe the closely trailing Lucas, who appeared somewhat conspicuous and ill-suited for wandering about in public. He led Lucas into a narrow alleyway, where they disapparated back to the vicinity of their residence. Regardless of whether anyone was watching, Snape always returned through the front door after exiting, never utilizing the disillusionment charm mid-journey. The poorer the area, the more eyes peered from behind tightly drawn curtains. Remaining vigilant was essential to avoid exposing their wizarding identities. There was no need to wait for trouble to arise before extricating someone from the depths of oblivion. Yet Snape had forgotten that this time. He was accompanied by an enlarged version of Lucas Graham. By around 9 in the morning, Spidertail Alley was already bustling with activity. A scruffy young man, upon spotting Lucas's approach, instinctively whistled loudly. It was only then that he noticed Severus Snape accompanying the blonde youth. The individual recognized the diminutive creature from the Snape household and instinctively recoiled. Nevertheless, his gaze lingered lecherously between Snape and Lucas for a moment. Lucas stepped aside to allow Snape to navigate around the puddle left by yesterday's rain. The man's whistle went unacknowledged. And with the Snape family's peculiarities having remained dormant for several years, he gradually forgot the ill-fated consequences of provoking Snape. In a thick local accent, he mockingly quipped, "So, the little monster from the Snape household is now a high school teacher, is he? Engaging with students, are we?" He felt a slight itch in his throat, perhaps from excitement causing him to choke on his own saliva, rendering him unable to continue, as he bent over, coughing as if his lungs might emerge. Lucas passed by him without granting the passerby a single glance, merely moving his lips slightly. The coughing man, finally managing to catch his breath, suddenly felt a peculiar itch on his body and began to scratch. Snape let out a disdainful huff. Number 19, Spider's Alley, was just around the corner. Lucas awaited Snape's arrival at the door, pondering the various methods of food preparation during their journey home. Of course, Snape would not be the one to handle this. He wondered how many experiments the professor could guide him through this summer. In the kitchen, Lucas began to unpack the groceries he had purchased, quickly discovering a dilemma. "Professor, the refrigerator is broken." Snape reclined on the soft couch, having not slept the entire night, feeling somewhat dazed. "Think of a solution," he replied languidly, sensing Lucas whispering something in his ear, to which Snape gave a faint nod. "Professor, would you like to go upstairs to sleep? I can tidy up the bedroom." Lucas's voice trailed off, and he perceptibly retrieved a blanket from his luggage, gently draping it over Snape. The soft couch should be more comfortable than the hard bed upstairs. Lucas assisted Snape in removing his dress shoes, and the ominous potions master soon adjusted his position, curling up beneath the blanket. So much had transpired in the past 24 hours. Lucas observed the dark circles under Snape's eyes before turning his attention to the malfunctioning refrigerator. Snape slept soundly, awakened by a blend of creamy mushroom and milk scents wafting through the air. The room was not entirely quiet. Faint sounds emanated from the kitchen, where one could discern the gentle simmering of ingredients. Snape pushed aside the blanket, glancing at the clock which indicated it was already 3 in the afternoon. He had slept for nearly 6 hours, free from any nightmares. By the side of the couch, he noticed his dress shoes and a pair of slippers. Pausing momentarily before slipping on the ladder and making his way to the kitchen door, the adult version of Lucas, clad in an apron, was taste-testing from a dish, while a hefty tome of magic floated nearby, and pots and pans efficiently sorted the various ingredients. Upon hearing the sounds behind him, Lucas smiled brightly and greeted, "Good afternoon, Professor." Snape bypassed him, approaching the bubbling pot of thick soup, where he grabbed another dish to sample the flavor. The atmosphere had inexplicably shifted, resembling a post-potions class assignment review. Initially concerned about Lucas's culinary skills, Snape realized the notion of mastering the kitchen solely through a cookbook was utterly implausible. Yet, he could not allow the young wizard to subsist solely on fast food. Snape had, in fact, prepared himself for the basics of cooking. The food he made was edible. Now having tasted Lucas's mushroom soup, Snape felt that entering the kitchen was entirely unnecessary. Lucas eagerly awaited Snape's assessment. A passing grade, but only to encourage a novice, Snape remarked, his expression impassive. Lucas visibly brightened, daring to inquire, "Is it of a standard that merits 5 points for Slytherin?" Snape seemed to perceive an invisible tail wagging with delight as he further inspected Lucas's other culinary creations. The lasagna awaited its turn in the oven, and the roasted vegetables were lightly seasoned. Since the kitchen's establishment, it had rarely produced such meals. Snape's memories of this space primarily revolved around his mother bringing home cheap takeout, with the sole exception being the time he and his mother secretly shared a piece of expired cake. Snape recalled Dumbledore's words, "That child is drawn to you." This outcome was sufficient. He was almost unable to prevent the child from being dragged into the impending conflict. When Lucas matured further, when he truly reached adulthood, when he learned that his headmaster was, in fact, a Death Eater, regardless of whether Lucas chose the Death Eaters or the Order of the Phoenix, he would never fully comprehend the depth of Snape's actions. No relationship could endure indefinitely, especially for those close to Severus Snape. Yet, before that day arrived, Snape suddenly asked Lucas, "Would you like to be my apprentice?" Lucas paused in his stirring of the thick soup. In the past few hours, he had tidied up Snape's master bedroom. Most of the repairs Eddie Carter White had made had been reverted by Snape. Yet he presumed Snape would not refuse a student's modest assistance. He attempted to fix the refrigerator, but at a first-year level, Whether it was repaired or not was inconsequential. Freezing and preservation charms became alternative solutions. While drafting the menu, Lucas realized he had erred by not purchasing cream. Fortunately, he had bought plenty of milk, and magic could work wonders. Lucas was uncertain if he had just heard Snape speak, but he knew Snape would not repeat himself. "It is my honor." The genuine surprise in that moment resonated, and the kitchenware manipulated by household charms responded to Lucas's emotions, rising and falling in a synchronized rhythm. So dramatically it nearly spilled the food being prepared. Snape warned Lucas, "Steady now. If your magic causes a ruckus in my kitchen, I will retract my previous statement permanently." Snape suspected Lucas had no true understanding of what being an apprentice entailed. However, Lucas appeared exceedingly pleased, deciding that a detailed explanation could wait for another time. Chapter 178, Nutritional Potions. Two wizards sat at the dining table for dinner. A large bowl of lasagna and vegetables, along with creamy mushroom soup, were directly served from the pot. Lucas eagerly attempted to serve his mentor, but the bowl he placed on the table was swiftly snatched away by Snape. Did Snape not fully grasp the meaning of apprenticeship? Lucas quickly retracted his hand, patiently observing Snape as he ladled out food. 1 spoonful, 2 spoonfuls, 3. The ladle was set down, and Lucas watched as Snape cut a piece of lasagna the size of his palm, followed by a bowl of vegetables. Lucas glanced at the remaining vast quantities of food, wondering if Snape truly consumed so little. "Professor." Silence. "All right then," Lucas acquiesced, fully convinced that Snape had not thoroughly understood the apprenticeship system. In the most traditional apprenticeship model, students were expected to provide for their mentor's needs, assist in experiments, and complete their studies. Even today, many apprentices under European masters were required to serve meals and manage numerous personal affairs for their instructors. Of course, not every mentor would dictate such tasks to their apprentices, but Snape exhibited a certain discomfort, as if he had never been cared for. Lucas felt a mischievous thought arise. He suppressed it. He was now a dutiful trial apprentice. Quietly, Lucas served himself and began to eat. His robust appetite this time was likely not merely a result of the growth potion. Lucas suspected he was entering a developmental phase, and his magical abilities were gradually recovering, creating a significant energy deficit. Lucas would forever remember the agonizing writhing he experienced during his last growth spurt, quietly succumbing to slumber at night while harboring suspicions of the slow stretching of his bones and the soft sound of his skin being gradually pulled taut. He would often toss and turn in a state of insatiable hunger, resorting to surreptitious snacking to replenish his energy in an effort to fit in. Midway through his meal, Snape abruptly rose from his seat, prompting Lucas to set down his fork. He observed Snape retrieving a potion from the study's cabinet and, after a moment of contemplation, gesturing toward Lucas's plate. Bewildered, Lucas slid the bowl of mushroom soup closer. Snape poured the potion into the soup before adopting a malevolent expression, ominously commanding him to drink it all. "What is this?" Lucas stirred the transparent potion, which melded seamlessly into the soup, rendering it akin to clear water. A children's nutritional supplement. Snape resumed his meal, and Lucas tentatively sampled the concoction, soon eating heartily. Snape felt as if he were nurturing a golden retriever. During his school years, a student from Slytherin had owned one, also of a light golden hue. It was quite the charmer, often dragging its owner toward the nearest waterway when agitated, and playfully soliciting food from soft-hearted girls while exhibiting commendable etiquette by waiting for permission to eat before savoring its meals. That former classmate had doted upon the dog, even commissioning Snape to concoct specialty nutritional potions for it. At that time, Snape's tasks included administering potions to the golden retriever, which would emit mournful whines upon swallowing. Yet it would soon return to wagging its tail at Snape. Having finished his soup, Lucas felt a significant alleviation of his hunger. "I don't feel as famished anymore. Did you prepare this especially for me?" he inquired, a hint of joy in his voice. Yet Snape shattered his illusion. "This is a customized nutritional potion for Mr. Malfoy's son. He is one of my clients. I will transcribe the formula for you, and you shall brew this potion order from now on." Lucas, lacking enthusiasm, acquiesced with a lackluster response before returning to his meal. Snape polished off the food on his plate, having generously served Lucas an additional 2 spoonfuls of soup. Now feeling somewhat uncomfortable, he noted Lucas's vigorous appetite, which seemed entirely justified given his height. Remaining at the dining table, Snape outlined Lucas's subsequent daily arrangements. "You will be staying in the guest room tonight. Your sleeping bag and such for the summer camp are still there, so feel free to use them." Lucas glanced at the sofa he had modified and nodded without hesitation. "You may take your time eating, and then wash your bowl." Snape did not linger to watch Lucas eat, but instead ascended the stairs. Lucas surveyed the transparent potion bottle left on the table. Most nutritional supplements bore the characteristic muddy color and viscous texture, yet this potion exhibited a near water-like consistency even without being mixed into the broth. He unscrewed the cap and sniffed it, noting that even without the dense soup, the potion revealed a remarkably fluid quality. Lucas scrutinized the potion's clarity, mentally noting the fortunate Draco Malfoy. A loud commotion erupted from upstairs, dust cascading from the old building. Swiftly, Lucas brandished his wand and cast a protective charm before racing up to the second floor. Snape stood calmly at the door of the guest room, his demeanor suggesting he had not heard the earlier disturbance. "What are you doing up here?" Snape inquired, his tone revealing his displeasure. Lucas took this as confirmation that the noise was indeed caused by Snape. He stated that he had finished eating, using his long legs to step beside Snape and peering into the room. The cluttered space was strewn with splinters of wood, likely a result of moving a wardrobe. It appeared that the aged wood had succumbed to decay, leaving traces of a vanishing spell in its wake. However, cleaning up the debris would prove troublesome. "Is there anything you wish to keep? If not, I shall handle the cleanup," Lucas offered as he summoned a household magic book to locate the section on clearing debris. But Snape would not permit him, gritting his teeth as he said, "I do have some personal belongings. You go downstairs and wash the dishes." He snatched the magic book from Lucas's hands, his expression resolute, as if determined to assert dominance over the room. Assessing the situation, Lucas rationally descended to tidy up. The sound of running water in the kitchen mingled with the occasional soft thud overhead, indicating that Snape was likely engrossed in the book's spells. The fluctuations of magical energy ebbed and flowed, occasionally pausing. Lucas placed the last bowl in its rightful place. His teacher descended the stairs, wearing slippers, and cheerfully announced, "It is all cleaned out." The reference book was slapped down on the tidy kitchen counter. Lucas removed his apron, realizing that offering praise for Snape's cleaning efficiency would likely be met with dismissal. Thus, he maintained a polite smile, determined to overlook the considerable dust clinging to his mentor's slippers. "Starting tomorrow, we will conduct a review of your memories. I need you to clear your mind as much as possible before sleeping." Lucas frowned. "Are you suggesting an examination akin to the memory charm?" As an avid reader in Slytherin, he had indeed heard of such a spell. However, Snape shook his head, "Certainly not. Employing such a spell on you would only provoke a surge of magic." He instructed Lucas to retrieve the third book from the second shelf of the cabinet by the door, its red cover housing a method for aiding wizards in recovering memories. "I will extract the memories surrounding that forgotten period and infuse them into the potion, according to the model proposed by the author. Different materials will stimulate distinct memories in different wizards." Summarizing his explanation, Snape added, "Once you locate the book, read it thoroughly." Lucas noted the book's position. Preparing to fetch it, Snape called out to him again. It seemed they were nearing the conclusion of the evening's events, regardless of the memory recovery's outcome. "I have received a letter from the headmaster. He will be visiting next week." "To see me?" Lucas feigned surprise. Snape nodded stiffly. "He will inquire about the circumstances of your recent peril, representing the school in seeking compensation from the summer camp." He provided a rationale that seemed somewhat plausible. Chapter 179, To-Do List. Lucas entered the guest room, clutching the book he had fetched from the study. Snape's cleaning method was remarkably straightforward and brutal. He had simply emptied the room of all furniture. From the moment he decided not to leave fate in the hands of the savior, he understood the necessity of crafting a clear plan. Defeating the Dark Lord could not rely on being a diligent student or a potent prophecy. Lucas employed several dust-clearing spells in the room, extracting his personal belongings from his bag. As he transformed some books into rudimentary furniture, a red gemstone tumbled from his luggage, which he promptly returned to its appropriate place. Before commencing his studies, he needed to attend to a few matters. Lucas connected his consciousness to Argus in the Forbidden Forest, instructing him to retrieve a piece of parchment from inventory and send it via owl to Spinner's End. Since exiting the Forbidden Forest in Albania, he had already dispatched a series of directives to Argus. At that time, he had reasoned that his portrait had been seen by Nicodemus, a detail that might reach Headmaster Dumbledore, who would undoubtedly investigate the ownership of the portrait carried by Snape. Regardless of whether Snape reported it, Lucas inclined toward the belief that he had not, or he would not have hurriedly returned the key. Thus, he could not allow the headmaster to uncover any connection between Snape and the portrait. Lucas had Argus make several trips to Knockturn Alley, packing away rare items while he modified the layout of the residences there. Recently, Argus had been exceedingly busy, as Lucas requested him to shuttle between the Forbidden Forest and Knockturn Alley. In the woods surrounding Hogwarts, the spider territory had grown desolate. They mourned the loss of the great Aragog, devoid of the Forest Keeper's occasional carnivorous offerings. However, a new spider named Cogler had emerged, a formidable creature boasting a colossal size and powerful venom, who vanquished Aragog's numerous successors to become the new leader of the clan. During this time, the spider population continued to swell, yet an air of strangeness enveloped the clan. The subadult Acromantulas were baffled by the sporadic twitching of the mature ones, who occasionally burrowed into the earth, leading to a decrease in interactions among their kin and a waning enthusiasm for hunting. Cogler explained that these spiders were grieving for their fallen leader, attributing their odd behavior to seasonal changes and aging. As Argus planted the cordyceps seeds left by Lucas onto each mature acromantula, he began to comprehend the terrifying potential of Lucas's modified strain. At that moment, while maintaining the guise of a spider to blend in with the clan, Argus's true connection to the arachnids lay in those very cordyceps. Within the cavern left by Aragog, Argus reverted to his shadowy form, orchestrating 2 adult acromantulas that had brought him food. As he stimulated the cordyceps seeds, the arachnid's pincers clicked rhythmically at his behest, and Argus relished in directing them to engage in a deadly duel, the cavern echoing solely with the sounds of their struggle. The minds of the 2 acromantulas had been thoroughly invaded by the cordyceps, rendering them half insect, half fungus, obedient to commands in a relentless battle to the death. Soon, 2 battered adult spiders lay upon the ground, their pincers piercing each other's abdomens, meeting their demise in a manner reminiscent of Argus's fallen kin. Regaining his composure, Argus swiftly gathered the remnants of the arachnids, converting the useless parts into sustenance for his own survival. In accordance with Lucas's instructions, Argus would wait at the school for a command. The second matter at hand involved Karkaroff's departure from England back to Germany, for which Lucas had prepared a communication device for the cunning wizard. He left behind a box, an alchemical artifact that employed special magic for transmission. The box came in pairs, regardless of the distance. Any item placed within would be sent to the other box the following day, akin to a diminutive vanishing cabinet. This mechanism thwarted the interception of owls and ensured greater secrecy. Lucas inserted a photograph of a student from Durmstrang, named Eli, into the box, accompanied by a note. Karkaroff, your Professor Ludwig, whom you previously mentioned as a rival for power. You may seek the heirloom sword among his kin, seizing the opportunity to deliver it into Ludwig's hands, and there will naturally be someone to oversee the proceedings. The enclosed photograph is of your student. Please instruct him carefully. Lucas signed no name, employing an automatic quill, and added a self-destruct effect to the letter after reading. Lastly, an owl tapped against Snape's window, and Lucas heard the rhythmic pecking of the bird's beak against the glass, followed by the sound of Snape opening the window. The letter dispatched by Argus had arrived. Snape frowned as he scrutinized the unremarkable envelope before him, recognizing the distinctive handwriting. Initially, he presumed that the portrait would not seek him out again, pondering the possibility of discarding the envelope. Yet it trembled slightly in his grasp. Casting a detection charm, Snape opened the envelope with a furrowed brow. Inside lay a thick sheet of blank parchment. As he gazed upon it, words gradually materialized. Good evening, Severus. This was a communication device akin to the ring. Snape had no intention of responding. He observed as the ink faded away, only to be replaced with a new line. The property in Nocturne Alley is being watched. I plan to extricate myself. Snape awaited further elaboration. The author of the letter seemed assured that his words were being read, continuing, last time's farewell was rather hasty. The apparatus remains with me, a sheer waste of my scholarly endeavors. Snape chose not to reply, his expression impassive as he watched the words appear and vanish. Another line emerged. The prophecy from last time has left you rather unsettled. Snape frowned, moving to his bedside table to grasp a quill. The letter's author knew precisely how to provoke Snape into responding. And another line appeared. I find myself pondering whether I meet the criteria for traversing the river of time. Snape cursed under his breath, scolding the foolishness. With deliberate force, he replied, word by word on the parchment, perhaps you inadvertently soaked your frame in a potion of nonsense. A German dark alchemist could reduce you to a pitiful state. Yet you still dream of defeating the Dark Lord. The portrait's demeanor remained remarkably composed, countering. Then why are you so anxious about the prophecy, Severus? Chapter 180, A Letter in the Dead of Night. Snape instinctively denied it, yet his quill hovered above the page, hesitating. He merely loathed the thought of the prophecy, recognizing its intimate connection to his own fate. The final words on the page read, This is not anxiety. I can foresee how many fools like you will attempt to assume the mantle of savior, but what if I truly am? Allow me to slay the Dark Lord. My friend. Lucas infused some sincerity into his message. He had thoroughly offended Voldemort, for Voldemort and his glory could not coexist. Snape glared at the fading words on the page, nearly driven to wrath by the portrait. What manner of person dares to dream of killing the Dark Lord? Allow me to enlighten you. You cannot wield the Patronus charm, yearning for glory yet unable to step into the light. Your aspirations for prominence remain distant, if not altogether unattainable. You can only cling to me, pretending to be understanding, feigning that we are friends. When Lucas beheld the piercing words, he paused momentarily. Indeed, words struggled to convey emotion effectively. His intent had been playful, yet he had struck a nerve with Snape. Was the master of potions always so indiscreet? Lucas pondered. Well, perhaps he was. Snape's tirade showed no sign of abating. The parchment was filled and then wiped clean, a new page beginning. I know you are not even an alchemist. Your name is absent from the list of the past 50 years, and all alchemists leave a trail. The reason I have not exposed you is simply out of pity. Snape's hand trembled as he wrote, convincing himself it was due to anger, yet a precarious rationality urged him not to unleash his fury upon the portrait. This was not the outcome he desired, yet he felt compelled to rouse this self-righteous individual. Lucas scrutinized the text for a while. Who did Snape think he was? Then it dawned on him. He believed he was the ghostly elder. I, Lucas, could only manage a single letter, but the moment the text emerged, Snape swiftly crossed it out. New words replacing it. You arrogant fool, do you think you know me? I do not require saving. Saving, such a heavy term. Lucas sighed, interrupting Snape's increasingly fervent emotions. Letters cascaded upon the page. From our very first meeting, I stated that I understand you well. I am aware of your friendship with Mrs. Potter. You sought refuge with Dumbledore to escape imprisonment. You possess the ability to cast the Patronus charm, and you are the youngest master of potions. Your reaction to prophecy is remarkably intense. Did you bring the prophecy to the Dark Lord, or did you deliver it to Dumbledore? A chilling sensation crept up Severus Snape's spine. When he considered the portrait to be his ally, he never anticipated that it had already seen through him. He had been ensnared. A secret he had hoped to keep until the very end had been uncovered before anything had truly begun. The words on the paper were a blank slate. I understand that you believe you have taken a wrong turn. I know you are striving to make amends. You are reluctant to forge new relationships, unwilling to entangle others in your fate. I surmise you constantly doubt the sincerity of your remorse. Uncertain if you have truly changed until all is said and done. Lucas wrote increasingly swiftly. He needed to control the tempo of the conversation. Sometimes wounds must be exposed to heal. Yet Snape managed to seize the opportunity to interject into Lucas's writing, his scrawl smaller than before, wedged between the familiar strokes. As if his very essence were faintly protesting. You are mad. Lucas could not help but scrawl a line on his side of the paper. The ink gradually revealing Snape's writing. His complexion appeared pallid in the dim light of the room. His lips moved, yet no sound emerged. Lucas hesitated, flipping the paper back, encircling Snape's words, erasing his own surrounding text, and rewriting atop it. Even if I have guessed correctly, you are an admirable person, and you have been exceedingly kind to me. Regardless of how you interpret the tale of my life, I have truly never encountered anyone like you, and for that, I am fortunate. My late-night correspondence was never intended to disturb your slumber or your emotions. As I mentioned earlier, the property on Turnover Alley has garnered attention. I plan to extricate myself and seek a new dawn. If I am granted the chance to shape the future of the prophecy, we shall meet again. Upon finishing his letter, Lucas set down his quill. He glanced once more at Snape at the other end of the paper. The potion's master resembled a statue, showing no sign of lifting his quill. This night, they had transcribed all that could be articulated. Farewells are but a prelude to better encounters. Lucas averted his gaze. Choosing not to examine his own words, his face flushed. Moments later, Lucas withdrew his wand and tapped the parchment. The letter ignited, and Snape's reflection slowly dissipated. Lucas heard a commotion from next door. From the sound, it seemed Snape had knocked something over. This instilled within Lucas a twinge of concealed guilt. After all, he had touched upon Snape's sore spot. However, in the forests of Albania, the alchemist Nicodemus noticed the unfamiliar portrait that Snape carried. If a standard portrait would not facilitate communication between Nicodemus and the headmaster, the layered protective enchantments he had created around the portrait would likely not go unnoticed. Should Dumbledore harbor any suspicions, an inquiry into Lucas would commence at any moment. Lucas deemed it essential to convey to Snape that he would escape in due time. Snape's allegiance lay with the Order of the Phoenix, whether Lucas wished to admit it or not, until he found a new fulcrum. Undermining the trust between Snape and the headmaster would only subject the potion's master to further torment. Yet, the most gratifying aspect of the entire farewell for Lucas was that Snape had not disclosed him to the headmaster. They were indeed friends. Lucas sat up from the bed conjured by the transfiguration charm, selecting a few toiletries from his belongings and placing them into a cloth bag. The adult wizard made a show of rummaging around, then stepped out of his room to knock on Snape's door. "Professor, may I trouble you?" The door swung open forcefully from within. Snape, still brimming with residual ire, regarded Lucas with intense, vibrant eyes. Lucas stammered, "Professor," his gaze dropping in confusion as he looked at Snape. Snape scrutinized him for 2 seconds. His aggressive stance softened as he noticed the towel peeking from Lucas's bag. In the most innocuous tone that would unlikely provoke Snape, Lucas requested, "Professor, my room lacks a bathroom. I may need to borrow yours." Some matters cannot be resolved even by wizards, such as the structural limitations of a room. Snape's prolonged silence was unnerving. His thoughts settled under this unexpected interruption. Ultimately, Snape relented, gesturing for Lucas to enter while warning him, "Do not make a mess." Lucas readily complied. He swiftly entered the professor's quarters, rushing straight into the bathroom without glancing around. Chapter 181, The Bathroom Crisis. The master bedroom's bathroom was not as spacious as that of the Slytherin students. Lucas navigated around the toilet and approached the grimy bathtub, cautiously turning on the faucet. Earlier, when Snape had been sleeping, he had entered to tidy up the room. But neglecting the bathroom proved to be a significant oversight. Lucas found himself on the brink of despair in the filthy environment. The faucet seemed partially clogged, and he felt considerable resistance when attempting to twist it clockwise and counterclockwise. He decided to employ magic, drawing his wand and tapping the metallic component. Outside the bathroom, Snape felt an inexplicable sense of forgetfulness. He was acutely aware that whatever he had overlooked was not of great consequence. Yet his subconscious warned him that neglecting it could lead to significant problems. Accommodating a student at home could indeed result in considerable trouble. He had begun to forget things. Not to mention sharing a bathroom. That was it. Snape hastened towards the bathroom, reasoning that Lucas would not have had sufficient time to turn on the faucet. That faucet had been damaged the previous summer, causing water to spray everywhere. He had been in a foul mood and had cast a strong binding charm to regain control over the water. Lucas had best not attempt to turn on that faucet. Snape's hand reached for the doorknob. He heard a loud clang of metal colliding with the wall from within the bathroom. Snape flung open the door. In the cramped room, a light drizzle fell. Lucas stood there, wand in hand, completely drenched. Upon seeing Snape enter, Lucas wiped his face. He had sensed something amiss when he pointed his wand at the faucet, detecting a magical disturbance emanating from the muggle object. Lucas could barely think. Snape was not the sort of wizard to conjure bath foam from a faucet, yet the faucet had been activated by magic. The metallic fixture ricocheted off Lucas's head, nearly causing him a grievous injury. Then Snape stormed in, moving swiftly as if to defend his bathroom. The professor's entrance was rather abrupt. Lucas had yet to organize his thoughts. Blast it, pick that faucet up and turn it off. Snape expertly grabbed a towel to cover the source of the water. Lucas, swept up in Snape's fervor, quickly retrieved the faucet, which was on the verge of embedding itself into the wall. The metal component itself was of mediocre quality and had warped upon impact. Restoring it to its original form, Snape cast a spell on the damaged piece. Before the gaze of both Snape and Lucas, the distorted faucet completely separated into two halves. Snape had no idea how many times he had repaired such items. Professor Flitwick's charms classes had mentioned that any item could only be mended a limited number of times. Snape muttered a curse under his breath and attempted the spell once more. The faucet throbbed resiliently in Lucas's palm. Reminiscent of his roommate's failed morning attempt to perform a backflip. "Professor, I am merely using it normally," Lucas asserted, emboldened by the unfolding situation. "Silence," Snape demanded, seeking a method to resolve the dilemma. "Do you have a water shutoff valve here? Perhaps we should first turn off the main valve." Lucas placed his hand over Snape's as he gripped the pipe. "I'll hold it down. You go below and handle it." Snape's icy hand abruptly withdrew from Lucas's grasp. At that moment, his greasy hair clung damply to his face, presenting a somewhat comical, irate appearance. A peculiar camaraderie of shared adversity formed between them. Once Snape's footsteps faded from the room, and the sounds of the stairs echoed in the corridor, Lucas suddenly sensed something amiss. He pointed his wand at the pipe and softly uttered a transformation spell. The gushing water's opening morphed into a smooth pipe, halting the deluge. Lucas hastily reverted the pipe back. In the chaos, who could have anticipated such a turn? He felt the flow diminish. Snape must have turned off the water supply. Turning back, Lucas smiled and suggested to his mentor, "Professor, I shall consult the books to see if there is a method to handle this situation." Snape contemplated the pipe for a moment before unexpectedly transforming the damaged section into a smooth one. "They could utilize the bathtub to collect water for cleaning," Snape observed Lucas. "I recall your transfiguration class was rated O." Lucas grasped the implication of Snape's dreadful hint. It meant he should transform the faucet into its functional form when necessary and revert it when not in use. Good grief. How difficult could it be to make a repair at my age? Lucas belatedly recognized how dismissive his mentor was regarding practical issues. He nodded begrudgingly. His acquiescent demeanor made Snape slightly uncomfortable. "If you find a repair method in that book, you may give it a try." The bathroom was in close proximity to his study, and if the leak persisted, it would affect his workspace. The transfiguration spell does not last long. "I could go out tomorrow to purchase a replacement faucet," Lucas earnestly proposed. Just as he was about to persuade Snape that he was now an adult capable of procuring supplies on his own, his gaze began to lower gradually. Lucas glanced at his hand, and the distinctly adult fingers transformed back into those of a small wizard, thin and childlike. He lifted his head, blinking in disbelief. Snape appeared to have grown considerably taller, and he hoped everything before him was merely an illusion from the faucet's mishap. Yet, Lucas had indeed reverted to the stature of a second-year student, his adult-sized robe hanging loosely and damply upon him. His aspirations of purchasing a faucet evaporated, and he was destined to continue living as a child. Lucas felt a wave of dejection, while Snape found amusement in his sorrow. The transformed Lucas rendered the bathroom spacious, particularly with his childlike expressions of grievance, which rekindled the essence of the mentor-apprentice relationship for Snape. Reluctantly, Snape acquiesced to Lucas's proposal, agreeing to take time the following day to procure a replacement part. This night was destined to be unforgettable. As Lucas struggled to transform a muggle faucet repeatedly while attempting to bathe, he experienced a sense of absurdity and incredulity. All previous struggles, adventures, and intrigues began to feel unreal. Moreover, Lucas understood that his mentor was outside, vigilantly ensuring he would not flood the bathroom again. This marked the first complete night of his stay in the alley, an indelibly memorable beginning. Chapter 182, The Raid on Home. Outside the manor and upside-down alley, a wizard clad in gray robes felt along a section of the brick wall, halting before a stone brick, whispering, "Found it." A mechanical paper airplane fluttered from the wizard's sleeve into the darkness of the alley. Lucas awoke in Spider's Tail Alley, staring at a stain on the ceiling, connecting mentally with Argus. Moments later, an elder appeared beside the gray-robed wizard, his unembellished appearance revealing a long white beard tied with a bow at the end. "Long time no see, my friend," Dumbledore greeted the gray-cloaked figure, who lowered his hood to reveal the well-known face of Nicholas Flamel. Flamel did not engage in pleasantries with Dumbledore. Instead, he gestured toward a particular brick, informing him, "It is right here." Following his finger, the brick appeared entirely unremarkable, devoid of any magical fluctuations even upon close inspection. Yet Dumbledore trusted his friend's judgment. His expression grave as he drew his wand and recited an obscure incantation toward the brick. A stream of white smoke wafted from his wand, seeping into the crevices of the brick wall. Moments later, the calm brick wall began to tremble, and the ground beneath the two elders quaked. A shroud of black mist enveloped them unawares. As the mist dissipated, the brick wall vanished, revealing a beautiful villa standing serenely before them. An exquisite garden filled with lush flora adorned the front of the villa, glistening as if still touched by the morning dew. Time seemed to linger in this house, and with a creak, the iron gate swung open automatically, offering a silent invitation from the house's owner. Flamel frowned. "I now find your concerns quite warranted." He referred to the recent week, wherein Upside Down Alley had seen the emergence of some heinous dark magical artifacts. Though few in number, possessing even a single one could allow one to claim the title of an evil dark wizard, regardless of their appearance. These items adhered to several conditions. They had claimed the lives of at least 5 individuals, possessed strong deceptive qualities, and could inflict irreversible harm. Aurors had just completed their investigation of the previous auction and the Tooth Fairy powder incident, and were now tirelessly delving into the origins of these dark magical artifacts. Due to Lucius Malfoy's identification during a prior incident, they were currently constrained, unable to raid the homes of exonerated Death Eaters. Pursuing those cunning wizards through standard procedures yielded no results whatsoever. Dumbledore was particularly intrigued by the information regarding alchemy in this intelligence. He had encountered numerous examples of alchemy recently, an area that should be scarce among wizards. This raised suspicions about potential connections between the events. The headmaster persuaded his old friend to jointly assess the extraneous alchemical items during the summer holiday, requesting the alchemical master to seek hidden clues related to alchemy in Upside Down Alley. These intricate details led them to the doorstep of the beautiful house. "Perhaps we should let the young ones take the lead," Dumbledore suggested, grasping his wand, smiling at his long-lived friend as he stepped forward through the iron gate. Flamel shook his head in resignation. Once both elders entered the manor, the iron gate immediately closed behind them. The previously scattered sounds of Upside Down Alley were silenced, rendering the residents an oasis of tranquility. In the Forbidden Forest, Argus transformed from a spider into a wisp of nebulous black mist. Within the mist, a pocket that had utilized a spatial spell slowly opened, as the adult spiders, inhabited by parasitic insects, seemed to be summoned. They lined up orderly, entering the cave and crawling into the low-hanging pocket. This pocket, when opened, was scarcely the width of a human wrist, yet, as the spiders approached, they were swiftly drawn inside. Once all the parasitic spiders had entered the pocket, Argus enveloped it, taking flight under the cover of night. The hour was late. Hagrid, the groundskeeper, had fallen asleep, his snores echoing around the small wooden cabin. His pet Yaya lay outside, basking in the gentle warmth. Yaya seemed to sense something amiss. The scarecrow in the pumpkin patch outside shivered erratically, while a rooster in the henhouse made a muffled sound, as if a hidden force were constricting its throat. As Yaya squatted at the door, gazing into the night gazed back. The timid dog, trembling with apprehension, retreated, closing its eyes in a pretense of slumber. Argus swiftly absconded with 2 roosters. Following the route provided by Lucas, he infiltrated through a damaged drainage pipe, navigating through the conduits until he reached the central drainage outlet, a convergence point for numerous pipes of varying sizes. Argus discovered a downward pipe, roughly the width of a chimney, and descended through it. Minutes later, he emerged from the other end into a secret chamber. The chamber was rectangular, its walls mirroring the castle's exterior stonework, with 2 rows of serpent-headed fountains that remained dry. At the end of the fountain stood a statue of an elderly man, the dim magical light scattering in the chamber, casting an even more eerie gloom. Argus approached the Slytherin statue, retrieving a gramophone and placing it on the ground near the statue. The gramophone began to spin independently, its mechanism requiring no external power. After a moment, flickers of hazy light ascended from the ground, absorbed by the gramophone. It emitted a sound reminiscent of serpents hissing. This alchemical device, designed to replay past conversations within a space. The last time this chamber had been entered by Slytherin's heir was approximately 40 years ago, claiming the life of a young girl. At that time, Voldemort would have uttered a phrase, "Open." The sound of serpents slithering echoed through the deep cavern. Argus, in his shadowy form, was not truly alive. He opened his bag, releasing the roosters to roam freely. The spiders that followed, under Argus's command, crept into the darkness near the serpent heads. Thus, the events began. Chapter 183, Talented. The 2 elders effortlessly disarmed the mechanism hidden beneath the stone slabs outside the house. These defensive traps merely startled with their sudden appearance, posing no threat to them. As they descended the steps outside the door, the main entrance creaked open slowly, suggesting a hospitable host. Dumbledore twirled his wand with ease as he stepped into the room, immediately perceiving the opulence and meticulous detail within. Yet, as he gently brushed against the walls, everything before him dulled, revealing the wear of time. The golden threads in the carpet no longer glimmered. Dust coalesced into the shape of a woman, who, in agony, approached Dumbledore, only to be pulled back by the dust behind her. The woman's visage seemed to embody any soul long departed, who could bear to witness their loved ones suffering right before their eyes. The smile at the corner of Dumbledore's mouth faded. He cast a spell towards the dust, dissipating the woman's image, though the dust remained. The walls constricted, warping the space as more grotesque hands emerged from the dust. "Albus, this house is an alchemical artifact," Nicodemus remarked, gripping his wand to cast protective spells around himself. The headmaster waved away the grasping hands once more. From his robe's pocket, he retrieved a small vial. "Old friend, I fortuitously brought something that can resolve this issue." Dumbledore uncorked the transparent bottle, revealing a crimson liquid, which he splashed onto the dust. The dust melted away rapidly, as if snow meeting the sun. "If you had continued your studies in alchemy back then, you would surely be a renowned alchemist by now," Nicodemus murmured, relaxing slightly as he followed the headmaster onward. "Can you discern anything?" Dumbledore inquired, probing the house that had been subjected to a stronger enchantment than before their entry. Nicodemus levitated a fragment of curtain with a levitation charm. Moments ago, that curtain had transformed into a massive enchanted tapestry, while the picture frames in the corridor masqueraded as doors, attempting to ensnare passers-by into the walls. The living room was filled with disoriented specters, aimlessly wandering until they sensed the presence of the living, at which point they began attempting to possess them. The expressions of both wizards darkened. Dumbledore unleashed a powerful incantation, forming a membrane through which the spirits passed, instantly alleviating their torment as they drifted toward another realm. "I wish to ascertain the opinions of professionals," Dumbledore stated, clearing the living room. The clock in the room continued to tick, indicating that half an hour had elapsed, yet they had undoubtedly spent more time than the clock suggested. The master alchemist cautiously spoke. "The artifacts previously unearthed from the alley and the souls manifesting within this house belong to the same era. Yet these traps have been modified and reassembled. Have you noticed that this house resembles a furnace? I suspect that its internal height exceeds 40 meters. What is it meant to refine?" Dumbledore had finally cleared the last trap in the living room, realizing he had spent more time there than he had anticipated. "You have already surmised it, Albus, souls." The alchemist touched the dilapidated furniture, noting the signs of movement at the base, indicating that the wood had decayed before being shifted. "These spirits bear little malice. They are merely trapped. We know that this degree of assault is exceedingly mild for specters. This house has recently acquired a new master," Nicodemus observed, gazing at the chandelier, his blurred vision seemingly penetrating the ceiling in search of higher spaces. "Albus, we must investigate the attic." Slytherin's chamber. A colossal basilisk slithered forth from the mouth of the Slytherin statue. The roosters scattered in fright, squawking as the basilisk writhed in agony before striking with precision. Its robust tail collided with the serpent-headed fountain as it lunged, coiling in pain toward the roosters. Feathers and blood painted the ground. And after a chaotic flurry of wings and scales, calm returned to the chamber. The basilisk refrained from consuming the corpses of the roosters, as if repulsed by something intolerable, and slithered away from the blood. Next, its forked tongue flicked through the air, and it abruptly turned, seizing a spider concealed in the shadows. The eight-eyed giant spider succumbed readily to the basilisk's maw, followed by a second, then a third. Argus perched silently above the Slytherin statue, his condensed black mist resembling a wig atop Slytherin's head. He waited until the basilisk had devoured 7 or 8 spiders before activating the cordyceps within them. Delicate tendrils of cordyceps burst forth from the spider's abdomens, impeding by the basilisk's flesh. Yet this process was gentle, reminiscent of the spider's passive state during parasitism. Approximately 30 minutes later, the basilisk twitched, appearing to forget how to move, writhing on the ground as its golden eyes stared vacantly at the encroaching black mist. At this moment, Argus solidified his form, extracting the basilisk's eyes, one to consume as per Lucas's directive, the other to be preserved. The basilisk's lifeless body was collected by Argus. The chamber remained silent as Argus gathered the remaining giant spiders, the black mist retracing its path. Dumbledore and Nicholas Flamel finally breached the threshold to the uppermost attic. Along their arduous journey, they bore witness to numerous heinous atrocities and confirmed one significant revelation. The house had recently been inhabited by a new master. This individual possessed profound expertise in alchemy, having altered and reconfigured the very essence of the dwelling, foreseeing that intruders would come to investigate. He transformed the premises into a gallery, showcasing the former owner's myriad malevolences, while simultaneously leaving behind a challenge to test the mettle of those who dared to enter. With a forceful incantation, Dumbledore shattered the small door leading into the attic. Disrupting the structure of the house was not an insurmountable task for him. However, Flamel cautioned that the foundation had been extended far beyond their immediate vicinity. A reckless disturbance could potentially trigger a catastrophic collapse throughout the entirety of Nocturne Alley. Flamel referenced an eye-catching headline, the likes of which he had seen somewhere: Hogwarts Headmaster's Summer Justice Enforcement, Demolition of Nocturne Alley Properties. They patiently dismantled all the mechanisms within the space. The attic was immaculate, with a spectral red ruby suspended serenely in the pure white expanse. Flamel's expression shifted. Though no explanation was necessary, the house began to tremble. Through magical perception, countless tendrils of foundational energy retracted from all directions, converging back into the abode itself. A phantom of a red-haired girl materialized within the void, greeting them with a smile. Her accent was markedly different from contemporary dialects. This woman, persecuted by magic and forced to linger in this limbo, had been purged of all grievances by the alchemical structure of the house. She awaited explorers. When they proved capable of reaching this point, she would convey a message and usher them into the next chapter of their journey. The gentleman had anticipated that someone would arrive to seek his identity, yet he yearned for solitude. Thus, he had preemptively relinquished his property. What they beheld were the transgressions of a once great family, now extinct, yet those responsible had evaded punishment. He harbored no faith in delayed justice. Rather, he believed justice ought to reside firmly in one's own grasp, with magic itself serving as the arbiter of righteousness. Such an ingenious transformation, Flamel interjected, his voice unexpectedly tinged with excitement. Albus, do you recall my mentioning that this place functions as a crucible for souls? Yet this wizard has inverted the crucible. Do you see? This house is a novel alchemical creation, capable of erasing some irreparable dark magical afflictions across time and space. Truly remarkable. Dumbledore pressed a hand against his old friend's shoulder, for the house had been ensnared by spells preventing magical relocation, and the restrictions were exceedingly meticulous. His recent attempt to summon Fawkes had resulted in a severed connection. Indeed, remarkable, he mused, surveying the pristine white space. But what is the wizard's intent? Chapter 184, Uninvited Guests. The question soon found resolution. By forsaking the use of their eyes, and instead attuning to the magical vibrations surrounding them, they discerned that the foundational energies radiating from the ruby were retracting. Flamel no longer feared that Dumbledore's formidable magic would dismantle half of Nocturne Alley. Conversely, all powers surged back into their diminutive attic, forming a robust shell. This shell was not easily breached from within. Thus, the answer was clear. The master of the house sought to ensnare them. Dumbledore's countenance darkened. He hesitated no longer. His wand pointed toward the core's red apparition. And the truth crystallized. The reason the house's foundation manifested merely as a phantom was that it was a trap laid specifically for them. What did this individual intend to achieve by ensnaring Dumbledore? Harry Potter? Hogwarts? Or something else entirely? The headmaster waved his wand, unleashing a potent incantation that surged forth, overwhelming the core's red-haired girl and everything surrounding her in a torrent of magic. A wave of heat cascaded toward them. Lucas, lost in thought, urged Argus via their connection. The Snape household was stiflingly warm as summer set in. Lucas ventured downstairs to seek respite, perpetually hungry, often rising at night to prepare a late-night snack. Severus did not impede his midnight indulgences, knowing that Lucas would ultimately clean up after himself. Ever since the aging potion's effects had waned, Snape suspected that Lucas had grown significantly taller. The growth spurts typical of young wizards were evident, and Lucas's freckles had faded somewhat. Perhaps living in Spinner's End, away from sunlight, contributed to this change. Snape kept these musings to himself, observing Lucas quietly as he concocted potions. At that moment, Lucas too pondered his height. He was certain he had grown at least 5 centimeters since his return from summer camp. Previously, reaching a height of 1.8 meters did not seem significant. But now every centimeter felt invaluable. He reminisced about looking down at Snape. His potion had reached a relatively stable phase. Snape was a man of his word. The day after requesting Lucas to brew a potion for Malfoy, the recipe appeared among Lucas's tasks for the day. The modified nutritional potion required the elimination of some unpleasant textures, yet the adjustments were far more intricate than merely substituting a sprig of fresh mint. Lucas confirmed the state of the cauldron, realizing he should take advantage of the summer to further cultivate his relationship with Snape. Thus, he ventured forth, "Professor, have you noticed that I've grown a bit taller?" Snape cast a sidelong glance at him, retorting, "If you haven't grown, then you've wasted my nutritional potion." Lucas was momentarily taken aback by Snape's usual stoicism, but pressed on. "Could you help me measure my height? I have a tape measure in my belongings." Snape was initially skeptical, yet Lucas's earnest gaze, brimming with trust, compelled him. This was no longer merely a Slytherin student. He had impulsively taken on the role of mentor. Reluctantly, Snape averted his gaze, grumbling, "Just this once. Go fetch the tape measure you mentioned." Lucas bounded upstairs, his footsteps echoing with youthful exuberance, and returned. His demeanor lacking the gravity of adulthood, leading to an inevitable stumble over a protruding floorboard. However, he steadied himself with magic. Snape, having grown weary of reminding him to exercise caution, extended his hand, and the tape measure fell into his grasp. "Excellent. Not a magical tape measure," he noted. Snape instructed Lucas to stand against a wall while he unfurled the tape. In a moment of irony, a pen was thrust into his hand. The master of potions glared at his apprentice. "You can draw a line at your current height data. Just write the date. The next time we measure, you'll know how much you've grown." Snape distinctly remembered stating this would be a singular occasion. Nevertheless, it posed no violation of principle, and he was too disinterested to argue. He swiftly marked Lucas's height on the tape measure. Should Lucas dare to ask him to keep the tape, Snape silently braced himself for the possibility of Lucas testing his boundaries. Yet Lucas gratefully accepted the tape measure from his hands, ensuring its safekeeping. As the reminiscence faded, Lucas retrieved several eggs from the kitchen refrigerator, preparing to make a late-night snack. Within his connection, Argus had already exited the Slytherin common room. He received a new directive from Lucas, urging the migration of the uninfested spiders within the Forbidden Forest, their destination being the woodland after the Thunderbird storm. The 8-eyed giant spiders were permitted to harass nearby magical creatures during their journey, and any commotion caused would be inconsequential. Argus found Lucas's strategy perplexing, yet he remained steadfast in his execution of orders. Queries were transmitted through the connection to Lucas. Satisfied, Lucas observed the flawless egg he had cooked single-handedly in the frying pan, and informed Argus that the land once inhabited by the Thunderbirds was exceedingly fertile, now under the dominion of the 8-eyed giant spiders, where he could cultivate some unique potion ingredients. Argus sensed that Lucas was overly optimistic. Although he had always associated with spiders, he had once perused some human literature in Nocturne Alley. What if the commotion attracted the headmaster and the Ministry of Magic to address the spider issue? Lucas flipped the egg in the pan, believing Argus lacked an understanding of human nature. Firstly, the noise was intended to mask the diminishing numbers of spiders within their ranks. Other colonies in the Forbidden Forest were the optimal choice for balancing the counts. Moreover, once they ventured deeper into the forest, the spider colonies would be distanced from the centaurs, resulting in diminished surveillance. Secondly, he did not believe the headmaster would summon Aurors to deal with the spiders at this juncture. It was crucial to remember that without Aragog's wisdom, the 8-eyed giant spiders were not entirely devoid of natural enemies. Nature itself served as the finest equilibrator. Finally, under this migration design, the original territory of the 8-eyed giant spiders would be left entirely vacant. Although the trees there were relatively sparse, competition for resources in the Forbidden Forest was fierce, and other colonies would fight for the newly available space, causing disturbances that would unfold quite naturally. Lucas retrieved a plate to serve the egg, contemplating fetching bread from the cupboard, but his height, in reality, thwarted him. With a sigh, he reluctantly transformed a rubbish bin into a small stool to reach it. At that moment, the fireplace in the living room emitted a faint rustling noise. Lucas paused momentarily on the stool, extinguishing the gas and maintaining silence. Upstairs, Snape, the owner of the house, was more acutely attuned to the sounds from the first floor, for the fireplace, long neglected, had been disturbed. Chapter 185, Collateral Damage. Lucas had cast a silencing charm on himself. Stealthily, he made his way towards the living room, aware that Snape had likely sensed something amiss. Especially considering the level of defense on Spinner's end had outmatched 99% of the wizarding world. Unauthorized individuals found it exceedingly difficult to intrude at such a late hour. Perhaps it was one of Snape's few friends lacking boundaries? In that case, he deemed it unnecessary to be the first to arrive. The living room lights were off, and Lucas navigated the darkened kitchen. Snape, having apparat downstairs, immediately targeted the fireplace with a controlling spell, Petrificus Totalis. His initial suspicion was that Lucius Malfoy had unexpectedly arrived. However, aided by the dim light filtering from the kitchen and outside, Snape beheld a very small figure tumbling out of his fireplace. The spell veered slightly off course, striking the display shelf above the fireplace instead. The enchantment shattered a 7-inch landscape frame, and the glass shards cascaded down. Snape discerned what had emerged from the fireplace, his eyes widening in astonishment as he cast a protective charm around the object. Lucas, too, recognized it. He wordlessly flicked on the living room lights, and in an instant, the sound of wailing echoed through number 19, Spinner's End. A gray puffball of a baby cried as though struggling to breathe. "Professor?" Lucas inquired, glancing toward Snape. Standing before them was undoubtedly the golden child of the Malfoy lineage, Lucius Malfoy's only son, Draco Malfoy. The infant's very light platinum hair was just beginning to grow, faintly visible amidst the soot of the fireplace. He ought to be grateful that Lucas had recently cleaned it. Otherwise, the child would have likely choked on the dust. Snape, gravely, employed a levitation charm on Draco. He recalled Lucius boasting about his offspring, stating that Draco relished the sensation of floating, a natural talent for Quidditch. Yet, Snape overlooked a crucial detail. A child under 2 would not appreciate being levitated by a stranger in an unfamiliar place. The cries intensified, accompanied by terrifying sounds of near suffocation. Snape remembered that one should not use cleaning charms on wizards under 5. He was at a loss, glancing at Lucas, who observed the farcical scene and suggested, "Perhaps you could try a silencing charm? For instance, silencing the space around the little wizard would diminish the intensity of the distress. After all, the Malfoys or their house elves would soon come looking." Lucas disliked all manner of shrieking creatures, but this irrational suggestion was entirely disregarded by Snape, who retained his composure and did not entertain such a delusional remedy. He leaned into the fireplace, sprinkled some flue powder, and loudly declared, "Malfoy Manor." After a considerable wait, Snape, his expression darkening, abandoned the attempt to make contact. He recalled Lucas's household manual on the bookshelf. Lucas observed Snape placing the child on the sofa, which he had meticulously cleaned and filled, now marred by the outline of a dust-covered infant. Snape fled to retrieve Lucas's household book, his grim demeanor indicating little affection for the task. Lucas felt a slight lift in his spirits. He crouched to meet Draco's gaze, fetching a clean towel from the kitchen to wet and wipe the little Malfoy's face. Although he was not fond of babysitting, he had looked after his second mentor's daughter's child a few times. Soon, the chubby-cheeked visage of baby Malfoy emerged, his eyes red-rimmed. Reaching out for Lucas's hand holding the towel, Snape exited from the study, satisfied to find that Lucas had managed the situation and hopeful that he would maintain this progress. "I shall check on the circumstances at Malfoy Manor," he stated. Lucas, incredulous, looked at Snape. "Professor, I cannot handle this." Snape hesitated, taking a cautious step toward Lucas. But Draco, ever vigilant, pouted and prepared to cry, attempting to shrink against Lucas. Snape relaxed, assuring Lucas, "I shall be gone only a short while. If there are any issues, use the fireplace to connect to the Malfoy hearth." He glanced at Lucas. "Just ensure he does not lose consciousness. Use the calming draft." "What?" Lucas replied uncertainly. The towel he used to wipe little Malfoy's face was now so dirty it was unrecognizable, and he dodged the child's attempts to seize it, though the little wizard mistook it for a game of hide-and-seek. "Watch him for 10 minutes. I will return to instruct you on the brewing method for the calming draft." Snape resolved to use potion-making to captivate Lucas. After all, Lucas was eager to learn these skills, and one must invest effort to reap rewards. Thus, as Snape stepped into the fireplace, scattering flue powder and uttering, "Malfoy Manor," he departed unburdened. Why was there no one at the Malfoy residence? Lucas retracted the towel, transforming the sofa into a small cot with railings. The tip of his wand conjured a flurry of colorful bubbles, and Lucas, distracted, allowed the bubbles to hover just out of reach of little Malfoy's grasp. The vibrant, airborne objects deftly struck a nerve with young Malfoy, who, undistracted, reached out to pursue the small sphere. The Malfoy family held certain connections with Lucas. To ensnare Dumbledore, a substantial reservoir of magical power was requisite. In recent days, the foundational magic of the establishments in Nocturne Alley had been siphoning off the defensive magical energy from the nearby shops. The quantity of magic pilfered was dictated by the upper limits detectable by those establishments. The Malfoy family had also invested in Nocturne Alley, and Lucas had taken the liberty of extracting a bit more magic upon observing their lineage. The affair involving Edric Catwhite had significantly benefited the Malfoys, and Lucas, considering his arrangement of medals for Snape, had generously allowed them some concessions. However, post-event, Malfoy's actions were less than scrupulous. He covertly pursued Catwhite's whereabouts, and even sold communications with Catwhite as intelligence to outsiders. Such behavior was not surprising for Slytherin, nonetheless. Lucas decided to leave him a little surprise. Thus, when the explosive spell of this century's most formidable wizard, Albus Dumbledore, shattered the attic, the establishments funded by the Malfoys in Nocturne Alley crumbled and collapsed in tandem. The tremendous uproar from two properties, one situated in the middle of Nocturne Alley and the other at its forefront, successfully obfuscated the situation. As for how young Malfoy found himself in Spider's End after his parents rushed to investigate their business losses, that indeed warranted further inquiry. Chapter 186. A collection of books. Young Malfoy was diligently capturing bubbles within a safe range, albeit lacking a certain tenacity. After several failed attempts that left him tumbling onto the soft mat, he glanced at Lucas, pouting and on the verge of tears. Lucas cast a sidelong glance at him, and suddenly noticed a corner of a drool cloth peeking out from behind young Malfoy. He lifted the grimy cloth, pinching the corner of a shrunk magical book. Fundamentals of Wizarding Magic for Children. This was a primer for home education. Lucas enlarged the book, his expression peculiar as he flipped through a few pages. This was the very book he had acquired at a low price from the bookstore owner to raise funds, only to sell it at a premium to a pawnshop in Diagon Alley. The wizarding world being rather small, it was remarkable that this book had eventually found its way into young Malfoy's hands. The reason it fetched a high price was due to its ability to monitor and record the magical aptitude of young wizards. For instance, if a young wizard inadvertently employed the levitation charm, the book would document the timing of the magical fluctuations and provide illustrative examples to guide the child in correctly utilizing the charm. Such nursery books were once exceedingly popular in the wizarding community last century. However, with the demise of the master alchemist responsible for its production, some crucial methods had been lost to time. As Lucas examined young Malfoy's magical history, he paused at the final page, which bore a bookplate. Moreover, there was a charred mark on the last page, suggesting that this book had shielded young Malfoy from a faint dark magic. Lucas reached out to touch the blackened area, where the paper still retained a slight warmth. The contest between the book and the magical attack was evidently not yet concluded. Lucas found the magical attack's resonance remarkably familiar. Not long ago, in the forests of Albania, that serpent had exhibited similar magical signatures. It was an attack by the Dark Lord. Lucas pondered over his speculations regarding the Dark Lord's secret of immortality and the Horcruxes. Yet, this left him somewhat perplexed. He believed that Horcruxes and keys operated on the same principle. The more commonplace an object became, the less likely it was to be destroyed. Like a grain of sand on a beach or a stone beneath the sea, Horcruxes need not be carried like keys. Even if they were concealed within Gringotts, they would still be more reliable than the Malfoy residence. Nonetheless, this was indeed a lead concerning Horcruxes, and conversely, if Voldemort had strictly adhered to the guidelines of hiding such objects, how had Harry Potter managed to uncover and destroy them one by one? Observing young Malfoy, who was on the brink of tears, Lucas flicked his fingers to summon the nearest magical bubble closer to him. The little bubble was caught in young Malfoy's grasp. Instantly, the little wizard forgot his impending tears, bursting into laughter, revealing his tiny milk teeth, as his snot bubble and the magical bubble he had captured both popped. Snape entered Malfoy Manor directly via Floo powder. Some matters had transpired here. The agreement regarding the fireplace between his home and the Malfoys stipulated a connection from living room to living room. However, upon stepping out of the fireplace, Snape found himself in Lucius Malfoy's study. The room was eerily quiet, filled solely with volumes readily available at bookstores, while the Malfoy family's texts on dark magic or specialized tomes were concealed in another study. Snape called out the name of the Malfoy house elf he knew. He received no response. This manor should have housed 2 house elves. Lucius had even mentioned acquiring 2 additional house elves after Draco's birth. The absence of all 4 house elves was decidedly uncommon. Snape circled the study, suddenly sensing an unsettling gaze upon him. He whirled around, yet the room remained still. The scrutinizing gaze vanished without a trace. Frowning, Snape discovered a pool of blood hidden beneath the ornate patterns in a corner. Just then, the fireplace flared to life, and a wizard hurriedly stepped out. Upon seeing Snape, he appeared quite astonished. "Severus, what are you doing here?" Lucius Malfoy pointed his wand at Snape. Dust from an unknown source clinging to the hem of his black robe. The fireplace ignited again, and Narcissa Malfoy soon arrived, equally surprised at the sight of Snape. "State something that can confirm your identity as Snape," Lucius commanded, wand still aimed at him. In theory, Snape would commend his caution. Yet a truly cautious individual would not leave their child in another's care. Snape smirked. "Your son is in Spider's End." He added, displeased, "Are none of your house elves present?" Narcissa glanced around, recalling that when they had received the news to leave, they had indeed been in the study with the small dragon, learning to read. "Kaka." The lady of the Malfoy household called out the name of the house elf loudly. As predicted by Snape, there was no response. Narcissa inhaled deeply and said to Lucius, "You ascertain his condition. I shall check on Spider's End." The matriarch promptly vanished into the fireplace. Lucius's wand remained trained on Snape. Snape's smile faded. He had not anticipated Narcissa's swift action. In the house at the end of the alley, a sobbing young Malfoy and his apprentice were present. Should Lucas fail to pacify young Malfoy, Narcissa would encounter a tear-streaked child, and if she were to react emotionally, Lucas could be in peril. Snape glanced at Lucius, still brandishing his wand, and gestured toward the bloodstains behind him. "I suggest you investigate the whereabouts of your missing house elves and the issue regarding our fireplace agreement. I have no interest in your family's privacy. Now, please step aside. I wish to return home." Proof. Lucius's expression darkened further upon seeing the bloodstains. Snape provided the answers Lucius sought, detailing the events surrounding the Thunderbird storm incident and Lucius's absence from the agreed-upon location. However, what puzzled Snape was that after confirming Snape's identity, Lucius did not appear relieved. In fact, he did not even suggest going to retrieve his son from Spider's End. Rather, he paled and said, "Severus, you should return home first. I will handle matters here and visit you afterward." The fireplace at number 19 Spinner's Inn was abuzz with activity this evening. Lucas had scarcely returned the spell book to young Malfoy when the flames flickered back to life. A woman clad in an exquisite black gown emerged from the hearth. Upon entering the house, she immediately pointed her wand at Lucas. He swiftly discerned her identity. Judging by her age and appearance, it was none other than Narcissa Malfoy. Chapter 187, A Brief Embrace. Lucas stepped back, creating distance between himself and young Malfoy, thereby demonstrating that he posed no threat. "Good evening. Professor Snape asked me to stay here to look after this little infant. He is quite well behaved and doesn't he make a sound?" Lucas smiled. As if to affirm his words, Draco's eyes lit up upon seeing his mother. Reaching out for a hug, Narcissa, relieved to see her son smiling, hurried over to scoop Draco into her arms, checking for any injuries. He was merely dusty from the soot of the fireplace, and his face had been wiped clean. Lucas maintained his distance, choosing to remain silent. Once the anxious mother had assessed the situation and observed the floating bubbles created by the cushioning charm, her composure returned. "Thank you ever so much," she said, scrutinizing the young wizard before her, who wore a loose robe, presumably a second or third-year student. At first glance, he bore no particularly memorable traits, save for his large, expressive eyes. In an instant, Narcissa even questioned whether this might be Severus Snape's illegitimate child, a notion nearly solidified by the sudden appearance of Snape himself from the now glowing fireplace. Seeing the mother and child reunited and Lucas unharmed, Snape let out a small sigh of relief. Noting Narcissa's apparent misunderstanding, he introduced Lucas Graham, a student of Slytherin and my apprentice. "Oh," Narcissa uttered, a sound laden with ambiguity. Regaining her usual poise, she cradled Draco and smiled at Snape, inquiring, "Which family does Graham belong to?" Snape remained silent, leading Narcissa to deduce that Lucas might be of mixed blood. She reevaluated her assessment of Lucas, who had managed to transform the cushions back into a sofa. Quite a remarkable feat few could manage to command Snape's respect. And the fact that this young wizard had instinctively distanced himself upon seeing her indicated Draco's safety and his connection to Snape, a rather astute maneuver. Narcissa did not question Snape's choice of apprentice, her gaze drifting back to the fireplace. Snape succinctly replied, "Lucius mentioned he had matters to attend to at the manor. You may return to check on him." It was quite late, almost a subtle suggestion for her to leave. Narcissa took no offense at Snape's brusque notification. He had always been this way since their school days. Her attention turned to Snape's apprentice, who was diligently tidying the sofa. Noticing her gaze, he politely waved at Draco. Narcissa smiled at the young apprentice. "Draco likes you very much." This hurried commotion concluded after a brief, yet courteous exchange. Once everyone departed, Snape waved his wand to seal the fireplace, ensuring such a situation could not recur. He redirected his attention to Lucas, who was still gazing at the fireplace. After a moment's contemplation, he approached and awkwardly placed a hand on Lucas's shoulder. "Do not dwell on it," he advised. Lucas blinked in confusion. What was there to ponder? Yet Snape stood close, his hand resting on Lucas's shoulder, nearly akin to an embrace. A question mark floated above Lucas's head, but he resolved to respond to the current atmosphere by returning the hug. The earlier encounter had indeed been perilous. Narcissa Malfoy, a former member of the Black family, had burst forth from the fireplace with her wand poised at a dangerous angle, suitable for casting dark curses. Wrapped in Snape's robe, which was more casual than the usual buttoned attire he wore for teaching, Lucas felt the coolness of the linen shirt against his skin. It appeared that Snape had hastily donned a basic black cloak over his summer attire due to the intrusion, and as the effects of the transformation charm began to wane, the linen fabric began to itch against Lucas. A sudden realization dawned upon him. He understood why Snape had offered comfort. Perhaps Snape believed Lucas might envy the embrace of a mother, having lost his own. Yet, he too had experienced the absence of a mother. Lucas recalled Snape's fragmented memories of curses. He too had a mother who cared not for him. It was indeed a rare moment of tenderness from the potion's master. Surely, if he were to propose something now, it would not be met with refusal. Lucas felt a pat on his back as Snape tugged him away by the scruff of his collar, awkwardly ruffling Lucas's hair. The height and feel were just right. Snape's expression remained stoic as he instructed, "Do not let these emotions sway you." Snape chose to forego Lucas's initial suggestion of a silencing charm, which would have been more suitable for caring for a child. Instead, he reminded Lucas, "What are you doing down here so late?" "Late night snack," Lucas replied, glancing toward the kitchen with a hopeful smile. The potion's master leaned against the now-cleaned sofa, pinching the bridge of his nose, languidly commanding Lucas, "Make me one as well." "Hurry." Lucas dashed back to the kitchen. This night in Spinners Inn saw no one asleep. The commotion from the collapsed buildings drew attention from various quarters. The Malfoy family's shop was no exception. Although the staff on duty had managed to escape in time, the defenses had failed, leaving the goods buried beneath the rubble. Many dark wizards had already begun to scavenge the wreckage while the dust still hung in the air. As for the other building that had suddenly appeared and then collapsed, it garnered even more intrigue. Prior to this event, they had been unaware of such a property in Spinner's End, which was quite substantial in size. The most striking feature was the magical breach that had obliterated it. Who among them could achieve such a feat this century? Could that house possibly belong to the Malfoy family? This would explain why only these two structures had collapsed in succession. In the aftermath, the Malfoy family promptly arrived to maintain order, yet before the reporters from the Daily Prophet could arrive, the Malfoys seemed to have pressing matters and hastily departed. Rumors began to swirl in Spinner's End. Rita Skeeter, who had recently gained prominence, lacked the audacity to interview dark wizards. She pursued an Auror in her high heels, asking a few questions, but after receiving a lukewarm refusal, she bit down on her pen and let her imagination run wild. Meanwhile, at a 24-hour diner near a petrol station in the Muggle world, two elderly gentlemen sat in a booth. To the Muggle server, their identities appeared suspicious. One wore a Rolling Stones band t-shirt while the other sported an oddly tailored cotton shirt, resembling two vagabonds. However, they ordered coffee and hamburgers, paying their bill in full. Albus Dumbledore added several packets of sugar to his coffee, adjusting the sweetness after having been disappointed by the bitterness on multiple occasions. Nicholas Flamel absent-mindedly set aside the onions from his hamburger. Chapter 188, with reservations. Nicholas continued to reflect on the intricate design of that house he had seen. The furnace design was simply exquisite. Many practitioners of alchemy, in their relentless pursuit to recreate the Philosopher's Stone, have devised malevolent furnaces intended for the purification of souls. Yet, no one has transformed such nefarious contraptions into innovative artifacts capable of reversing harm. Albus, that house, stands like a flower blossoming from the crevices of stone. After Nicolaim picked off the onions, he began to select the lettuce. Metaphor is not his forte, yet alchemical creations most poignantly reflect the temperament and emotions of their creators. The designer may not be a vociferous champion of justice, but he is certainly not a villain. As we approach the twilight of this century, the alchemical community remains stagnant. The rise of two Dark Lords has failed to produce a luminary in the field of alchemy, underscoring the gradual decline of this domain. However, the present moment suggests otherwise. The dawn is nearing, with a golden line slowly illuminating the ultramarine horizon. Seated by the window, one can witness the sun rising between the Muggle edifices. Nicolaim sighed, absent-mindedly beginning to pick out the sour cucumbers. From his extensive life experience, he deduced that an era characterized by the frequent emergence of extraordinary individuals often heralds impending chaos. This is not a prophecy, merely a reflection of some rigid patterns he, as a long-lived being, has observed. Dumbledore finally adjusted the sweetness of his preferred beverage. As he set down the teaspoon, a fiery crimson phoenix appeared upon his shoulder. The two elderly wizards were enveloped in a sufficient shroud of confounding magic. Oblivious to the enchantment, the shopkeeper listened to music behind the counter. Dumbledore retrieved the letters brought by Fawkes, which included 3 notes. All was well on Grimmauld Place. Hogwarts was functioning normally. The note from Germany was somewhat lengthier. Dumbledore perused them in succession before incinerating all 3. Please refrain from sharing your findings with me. Nicolaim, feeling quite satisfied, took his first bite of the hamburger. He lamented, "It is quite inhumane to keep an elder of my age awake at night. I have a Muggle television appearance next week, and late nights do not bode well for on-screen appearances." He sought the counsel of an alchemical expert, inquiring whether he could discern the origin of the artifact from the estate we had dismantled and the creator's standing in the realm of alchemy. Nicolaim shook his head. "If such an outstanding progeny were to emerge, I would undoubtedly be aware of it. He may not necessarily be your adversary, Albus." The headmaster remained silent, lost in contemplation. Nicolaim continued, "The situation in Albania has subsided. The earthquake has sealed the entrance to the Forbidden Forest, and it will be at least a decade before it reopens." Dumbledore nodded in understanding. Shortly after Severus departed Nicolaim's residence, Dumbledore received Nicolaim's reply. The letter detailed a sacrificial magical site within the Albanian forest. He had just consumed the elixir of life, and was thus unable to venture out to investigate. He sent Dumbledore a seeking artifact for locating individuals. 3 days later, Nicolaim penned a second letter. By then, the effects of the elixir had waned. In the depths of night, Nicolaim recalled a time when a child had wandered into a perilous forest, and his teacher had journeyed a great distance seeking his aid. He had merely provided the other with a compass, yet it kept him awake. Fortunately, the child was found in time. Nicolaim felt a twinge of regret. Dumbledore's letter of introduction mentioned that the individual he sent, Severus Snape, was a master of potions. They had an opportunity to discuss potions. Unfortunately, he had just consumed the elixir, and during that period, he became exceedingly rational. Nicolaim held a profound impression of Snape, particularly regarding the alchemical artifact he bore. If there were anything akin to the furnaces of Knockturn Alley, he would liken it to the framed portrait Snape carried. The portrait Snape bore was unrelated to the matters Dumbledore needed to address, and the headmaster need not be privy to every detail. Nicolaim wiped away the mustard from his hands, gazing intently at the gradually brightening sky outside. The intricacy of history lies in the realization that when the time you have lived through becomes history, you discover that you have never truly controlled everything. The following morning, an owl delivered the Daily Prophet punctually to the table at Spinner's End. Lucas finished preparing breakfast in the kitchen as he brought out the plates. Snape was engrossed in the inner pages of the newspaper. Lucas caught a glimpse of the front page headline, "Knockturn Alley Falls, the Malfoy family estates destroyed." The plate was set before Snape, and the coffee cup, buoyed by a levitation charm, landed steadily on the saucer. Snape glanced at Lucas. Since moving in, Lucas had consistently risen earlier than him. Snape had begun waking at 7:30 on the first day, gradually rising half an hour earlier each subsequent day, and today marked the 4th. When Snape descended the stairs, Lucas was already ensconced on the living room sofa, engrossed in a book. He had finished reading one titled Analysis of Potion Ingredients, and was now perusing the complete compendium of venomous serpents, displaying remarkable focus. By the time Snape came down, Lucas would set aside his book to prepare some simple hot food in the kitchen. Snape speculated on Lucas's rising time, 5:30? 5 o'clock. Snape noticed Lucas's gaze fixated on the already perused front page of the newspaper. In his drowsy state, he simply detached the front page to hand it to Lucas. Life at Hogwarts demands a regulated routine, with most staff rising around 8 o'clock. Slytherin's proximity to the ground offers an additional advantage in terms of waking time. Snape followed a similar schedule. Since Lucas's arrival, Snape had also to fulfill his duties as a mentor. He must strive to restore Lucas's memories and guide him in potion making. Snape could not allow the child to be subjected to his experimental schedule, thus necessitating his own adherence to a regular lifestyle. Though fatigued, Snape had already outlined the day's tasks. "Thank you," Lucas said, accepting the newspaper to read the gossip regarding the Malfoy family. Rita Skeeter still had some substance to her work. She began by enumerating that in the past century, there had been 0 recorded instances of structural collapses in Knockturn Alley. Then, with a deft twist of her pen, she pointed out the common characteristics of the two properties. Lucas quietly read aloud a segment from the newspaper. "This morning, our reporter visited Malfoy Manor, aiming to ascertain Mr. Malfoy's perspective on the property losses. However, Malfoy Manor declined visitors and erected magical barriers. According to eyewitness accounts, after the collapse, the Malfoy couple was briefly spotted at the scene of the incident, appearing visibly distressed before swiftly departing. Chapter 189, A Regulated Routine. From the timeline, it appears that the Malfoy couple visited the site last night. They should have returned to the manor together, encountering Snape and learning of their son's whereabouts. Yet, only Narcissa Malfoy was present to collect him from Spinner's End. Given the suspected presence of a Horcrux within Malfoy Manor, and considering Snape's speed of return and his condition, it is likely that the Dark Lord did not manifest. Lucius Malfoy nearly lost his heir, or perhaps was about to have a Horcrux as a son. Following this incident, even if Mr. Malfoy was previously unaware of his collection of Horcruxes, he should now be wary of the items entrusted to him by the Dark Lord. Lucas took a bite of bacon. Contemplating the feasibility of acquiring the Horcrux from Lucius, this matter could not be rushed. Turning to Snape, his mentor appeared exceedingly fatigued. A tuft of raven-black hair jutted from the back of Severus Snape's head as he perused the newspaper, his hand reaching out to grasp the teacup on the table. His first attempt met with emptiness, but a swift glance confirmed its presence before his fingers finally found the cup. Snape appeared on the verge of collapse from exhaustion. Lucas, having finished reading the newspaper, slid it back towards Snape. From his observations, Professor Snape was not one to adhere to a regular routine. Rather, he resembled an individual who sequestered himself in the laboratory, enduring sleepless nights to complete experiments, only to emerge into the light of day in a state of utter fatigue. Lucas noted that Snape had been rising half an hour earlier each day than the last, and he seemed perilously close to unraveling. Lucas contemplated whether to descend at 6 the following morning, allowing his beleaguered mentor a few extra moments of rest. Unbeknownst to Snape, each time he descended the stairs and spotted Lucas already ensconced on the sofa, he seemed to tread heavily, as if burdened by an unseen weight. Lucas waved his wand, replenishing Snape's teacup just as the potions master concluded his reading and began to eat. "Professor, the food in the kitchen is nearly depleted," Lucas reported. Snape was reticent in the morning, pausing slightly to indicate he had heard. "My calculations were off. The remaining provisions will likely be consumed by tomorrow afternoon," Lucas asserted, taking it upon himself, though the primary reason for the dwindling food supply was that Snape's portion sizes had been gradually increasing. It had become evident that as long as someone prepared meals surpassing the culinary standards of Hogwarts house elves, Snape, as an adult, had a hearty appetite. The potions master was somewhat aware of this, nodding in acknowledgement to Lucas's remarks. Plans for the next day underwent a slight rearrangement, as there was an important matter scheduled. "Please prepare a list. I shall procure the necessary items tomorrow," Snape instructed Lucas, adding, "While I am away, Professor Dumbledore will be visiting." This had been communicated early on. In a similar vein, the Daily Prophet fluttered into the homes of countless wizards. Lucius Malfoy sat alone at the dining table, engrossed in the day's headlines. The Daily Prophet, lacking substantive evidence, held little sway over him. The true reason for his solitary breakfast was the dreadful incident that had transpired in his study following his and Sissy's departure the previous night. He regretted leaving Draco alone in the study. In the future, even remaining adjacent would be unwise. The thought of nearly losing Draco, coupled with the memory of that terrifying diary, cast a shadow over Lucius's expression. After bidding farewell to Snape, Lucius fiddled with a decorative vase bordering a pool of blood. The entrance to the Chamber of Secrets. Inside lay the bodies of 2 house elves, one with a gaping throat, the other crumpled against the wall, neck broken. A black-covered Muggle diary lay quietly between the 2 corpses. It should have been encased in dragon hide, bound with chains that sealed dark magical artifacts. But the dragon hide lay beside the deceased elf, and the chains had been severed. A young house elf named Dobby, recently acquired by Lucius, had witnessed the entire ordeal. Terrified by the sudden chaos, Dobby was left in a state of confusion, prompting Lucius to employ the Cruciatus Curse to extract information from him. Draco crawled within the confines of the study's safe area, while the 2 elves, having completed their chores, kept a watchful eye on their young master. One of the elves, standing perilously close to the entrance of the chamber, suddenly seemed to hear a summons and vanished into the chamber, enchanted, in search of the diary. The situation spiraled out of control as he ripped apart the chains, and the other elf, noticing the destruction of their master's property, began to struggle for the diary. Amidst the chaos, Dobby screamed in terror, punishing himself, while the door to the chamber swung open. Oblivious to the peril, Draco crawled toward the chamber. A spell erupted from the elf's hand, striking Draco, who merely swayed, unharmed, mistaking it for a game. The spell instigated a powerful reaction from the alert elf, resulting in a furious struggle that culminated in the betrayal of the traitor's throat. Simultaneously, under the influence of the diary's magic, the flames in the fireplace flickered, signifying the connection between the study and the outside world being established. Draco continued his unaware crawl toward the chamber. The alert elf shouted, "Dobby, quickly seal the chamber. Do not let the young master in." Dobby, also a child, scrambled to the entrance, only to remember at the last moment to snap his fingers to seal the chamber. The bewitched elf, succumbing to his injuries, perished, while the diary began to ensnare the remaining elf. The loyal elf cried out, "Dobby, flee. If you cannot, then come with me." In a tragic turn, he dashed against the wall of the chamber, his neck breaking, his once bright eyes losing their luster before Dobby's gaze. Dobby stood frozen in fear, knowing only to retreat to the farthest corner of the chamber from the sinister diary. The fourth house elf was out shopping, fortuitously absent. Fear is an instinctual response. Outside the chamber, Draco, in a daze, crawled into the connected fireplace. Lucius refrained from disclosing the entire truth to Narcissa, disposing of the two bodies within the chamber and commanding Dobby, in his capacity as head of the household, to divulge nothing about the diary to anyone. Should the mistress inquire, he could only declare it a dangerous object. Personally, Lucius locked the diary deep within the chamber. Recalling the gravity with which the Dark Lord had entrusted it to him, he resolved that when an opportune moment arose, he would rid himself of this accursed tome. It could not remain in the Malfoy residence. Though exiled, Igor Karkaroff remained steadfast in his subscription to the Daily Prophet, a dedicated overseas reader of the publication. Following the instructions of the mysterious figure, he discreetly guided a sword collector to acquire a blade purported to be a replica of Gryffindor's sword. At an opportune moment, he directed Ludwig to procure the sword, even orchestrating the capture of photographs of Ludwig with the replica. Chapter 190, A New Mission. As events unfolded, Karkaroff remained oblivious to the deeper implications of the scheme. When Gringotts withdrew galleons from Karkaroff's small vault, he cursed himself for being so foolish as to spend money on a sword. The library of Durmstrang was replete with tomes on dark magic, and the precise location of the school remained a closely guarded secret. Karkaroff had felt secure during the summer months spent at the school. However, a few days later, German newspapers reported Ludwig's mysterious disappearance. Ludwig's family filed a report, and soon after, investigators sought Karkaroff for questioning. Might this involve the enigmatic figure who had sent him messages? After dismissing the investigators, Karkaroff found himself bewildered. They inquired only about his conflicts with Ludwig, making no mention of the sword, suggesting that Ludwig had simply run afoul of circumstances. Ludwig had failed. During the summer, the board had extended Karkaroff's tenure, solidifying his position as the principal of Durmstrang. This role placed him on par with Dumbledore, wielding influence over the future of the wizarding world. Upon receiving the notification, Karkaroff felt a resurgence of confidence. The world was vast and open before him. All of this was well-deserved after his daring escape from Britain. He began selecting accommodations outside the school, confident that his future pension would allow him to acquire prime property in the local wizarding community. He uncorked a bottle of champagne. The cork shot out from the bottle, and a cascade of effervescent bubbles flowed down its neck. Karkaroff summoned a crystal goblet with a flick of his wand, only to turn around and discover a house elf standing in the shadows of the room. "What are you doing just standing there?" Karkaroff barked at the elf, who flinched slightly but offered no retort. Karkaroff's expression remained stern as his hand stealthily moved towards the wand in his pocket. He noted that this elf was not clad in the standardized uniform of the school's house elves. Even the so-called uniform, a mere sack adorned with a crest, would have been more reassuring than this unfamiliar intruder. Then, Karkaroff began to feel an unsettling sense of familiarity with the elf. He tried to recall the faces from his social life, but they all remained hazy. It wasn't until the elf uttered, "Guten Tag, we get ESDIR do," that realization dawned upon him, followed by a flash of anger. Dobby. He recognized the house elf he had personally instructed. This blatant grammatical error could only have been committed by Dobby. It then struck Karkaroff just whose name he had called. Dobby was the elf of that enigmatic figure. The elf stammered in broken English. "Master sent me to continue your German lessons. He said you could introduce me to other house elf friends." Dobby hesitated for a moment, producing a card from his pocket and continuing, "There's also a new task to assign to you." Karkaroff's expression hardened as he scrutinized Dobby, contemplating the odds of resisting the mysterious individual. Then he realized his own name was in that person's possession. Reluctantly, he nodded. "Ah," Dobby exclaimed as he retrieved another card from his pocket. "Here's another one. This should be the first one, Mr. Karkaroff. Ludwig will return safely soon, but rest assured, after this matter, he will no longer contest your authority." Karkaroff opened his mouth, the frothing champagne gradually subsiding, the pale golden liquid reflecting a glimmer of trepidation within him. The day of Dumbledore's visit arrived as anticipated. Before venturing out to procure supplies, Snape had received an extensive list from Lucas, marked with quantities and reference prices. Some items even specified with brand names. The items to be acquired were significantly more varied than before. Snape glanced at the total at the end of the list, which was quite similar to the previous total. He He let out a cold huff, perceiving Lucas's eagerness to engage in a lengthy conversation with the headmaster. Lucas stood at the door to see him off, but Snape sidestepped the linguistic trap, merely smiling as he inquired, "Do you have anything to remind me of? Any precautions regarding communication with the headmaster?" Snape appraised him up and down, then averted his gaze from Lucas's smiling face, frowning slightly as he dryly advised, "Do not attempt to conceal or deceive Dumbledore." With that singular admonition, Snape departed with the list in hand. 5 minutes later, Lucas opened the door to the visiting headmaster. "Good morning, Mr. Graham." The venerable headmaster was clad in a muggle suit, an airy summer ensemble that clashed with the ambience of Spinner's End, particularly given its deep purple hue. Lucas stepped aside to allow the headmaster to enter. The two took their seats in the living room, and Lucas retrieved a jug of pre-brewed iced tea from the refrigerator, pouring a glass for the headmaster. Dumbledore cast a discreet glance around before speaking. "You've grown quite a bit since your time at school. Severus has taken good care of you. Or perhaps it is you who has taken good care of Severus." Lucas listened quietly, maintaining his smile. "I suspect you are aware that I have come today because your memories were altered during the summer camp, am I correct? Severus proposed a method to restore your memory. He must have explained the basic principles to you. According to his tests, you reacted most strongly to the components of moonroot, and he brewed a corresponding potion for you." Dumbledore surveyed the room until he located the living room drawer that Severus had mentioned. It opened automatically, revealing a vial of violet potion that floated into the old wizard's hand. The memory restoration process may be accompanied by magical instability, but rest assured, I have done extensive preparation. The old headmaster completed his summary, placing the potion before Lucas. Lucas uncorked the vial and drank deeply. Soon, the effects of the potion took hold, and he found himself unable to suppress his tears, gazing through the haze of his tears at Dumbledore across from him. As delicate silver threads began to emerge from his weeping eyes, Dumbledore produced a test tube. He refrained from using any magic to stimulate Lucas' post-ingestion, instead gently patting the little wizard's back. The fine threads, unlike his tears, did not fall to the ground under the force of gravity, but instead floated gracefully into the test tube. Any wizard accustomed to extracting memories for review would immediately discern that the memories Lucas was shedding were exceedingly fragile, akin to a rope severed with force, with the extraordinary potion salvaging only a few delicate fibers. Dumbledore carefully secured the test tube. Their conversation finally delved into the crux of the matter. "It seems that you have made some progress over the past week. Have you begun to vaguely recall certain events? I would like to hear your description." Lucas pondered for a moment before responding. Those two dueling wizards, upon reflection, one of them was dark. I don't mean in terms of race, but rather he gave me an impression that he was less than human, closer to some arcane force. Dumbledore regarded Lucas with encouraging eyes. Lucas paused briefly, gathering his resolve to declare, "Thus, I began to wonder if one of them could be the Dark Lord." Upon uttering this, Lucas felt a sense of relief wash over him. Yet the gravity of the moment shifted from him to Dumbledore, who queried, "What is the basis for this suspicion?" Lucas replied, "I sensed he was quite weakened, yet simultaneously, I could feel he was perilous. Amidst the chaos, with so many creatures in disarray, only the serpents surrounding that individual were abundant." Lucas nervously grasped the hem of his clothing, adding, "Though it could simply be that I was overly frightened." Dumbledore remained silent, his expression contemplative, before eventually asking, "Have you mentioned this suspicion to Professor Snape?" Lucas shook his head, providing his reasoning. "This is merely my hypothesis. Voicing it would only burden the professor further, and regardless of the truth, people always hold varying interpretations. Knowing this matter does not assist him in distancing himself from it." Dumbledore fully grasped Lucas's sentiment. Whether Snape was loyal to the Dark Lord or himself, learning of such a suspicion was an added burden. The headmaster then inquired, "Why did you choose to tell me?" Lucas gestured toward the pocket containing the test tube. "Perhaps you could directly see these memories from me, and if not, someone must be aware of this. The possibility of the Dark Lord still being alive should not be concealed." This was essentially a declaration of Lucas's stance to Dumbledore. The headmaster nodded, continuing, "Regarding the other duelist, do you have any leads?" "I believe the memory charm cast upon me was his doing," Lucas replied smoothly, though he had no further details to add about someone capable of matching the Dark Lord. During their conversation, Lucas's magical energy fluctuated considerably, yet it had not reached a point of volatility. Dumbledore gazed intently at Lucas before finally smiling. "Lucas, I will carefully consider your suggestion. Regardless of whether events unfold as you surmise, these clues are indeed significant." Severus had repeatedly insisted that I refrain from employing Veritaserum during our conversation. "May I trust the words you speak?" Lucas tilted his head in contemplation for a moment before meeting Professor Dumbledore's azure gaze, with unflinching resolve. "I believe that regardless of the professor's mention of it, you would never resort to using Veritaserum on a first-year student. as such a potion could adversely affect a developing wizard. Indeed, you may trust me. This response took Dumbledore by surprise. For any other first-year student, whether confronted with the mention of Veritaserum or the heartfelt request for assurance, a lie would have felt somewhat unnatural. Yet, Lucas exhibited an unwavering conviction. The elder paused briefly, placing a reassuring hand on Lucas's shoulder as the atmosphere of their conversation began to lighten. Over the past year, I have heard numerous professors speak of you, all praising the intriguing nature of your inquiries. Do you have any questions for me? The headmaster even braced himself for Lucas to produce a notebook, anticipating that he might inquire about Snape's views. However, Lucas's first question was, I would like to know how long I may stay with the professor? Dumbledore was momentarily taken aback, then smiled. Initially, I suggested that Severus keep you for 3 weeks, coinciding with the conclusion of summer camp, allowing you to return home to nurture your relationship with your father. Yet, I have heard that Severus has taken you on as an apprentice. Dumbledore paused slightly, then remarked with a subtle tone. In that case, you may directly discuss with Severus how long you will reside at his home. Has Severus mentioned the apprenticeship system to you? Lucas immediately grasped the nuance in the headmaster's tone and, standing tall, replied earnestly, the professor has not mentioned it. However, I have perused books in the library that introduce wizarding traditions. Strictly speaking, I am still in the evaluation stage. Formal apprentices must register with the association. This indicated that Lucas was aware of the intricate details encompassed within the apprenticeship system, which required him to be dutifully obedient to his mentor, with the understanding that Severus would remain involved in the trajectory of his life, unless one party was proven to be in severe breach of contract or unless the apprentice was willing to pay a significant magical price. In other words, should Lucas eventually encounter matters of marriage or bereavement, Severus would be by his side, and vice versa. I suspect as much. Severus sometimes seems indifferent to such traditions. I highly doubt he has thoroughly read a history of Hogwarts. Dumbledore murmured, then cheerfully addressed Lucas. Although it may not appear so, you will find that Severus is not inherently possessive. Lucas feigned surprise appropriately, yet inwardly concurred with the headmaster's assessment. Professor Snape would even relinquish most of his authority to those close to him. However, gaining his approval is exceedingly challenging. Over the years, few have made similar attempts. Dumbledore chuckled at Lucas's childlike expression. As for the apprenticeship system, I shall remind him to take you for registration. Shortly after bidding farewell to Professor Dumbledore, Lucas awaited the arrival of a visibly displeased Severus. Upon opening the door, Lucas endeavored to analyze what had vexed Snape, placing his slippers neatly at the entrance. Severus hesitated momentarily when he kicked against the slippers, awkwardly nudging his polished shoes. The summer sun's relentless glare had soured his mood, leaving his skin flushed. Furthermore, there was Lucas's shopping list, filled with trivial items. The shopkeeper had remained lethargic, and he had to meticulously verify to gather most of the goods. All of these burdens fell upon Lucas's shoulders, and this wretched pair of slippers. His home had never required such an item. The house in Spinner's Inn did not necessitate a formal shoe exchange, although it was undoubtedly more comfortable. Severus glanced at Lucas, whose eyes were reddened. He recognized this as a side effect of the potion, but decided to let it go. The potion's master, irritated with himself, changed into his slippers and entered the kitchen, where he restored 5 bags of food from his pockets to their normal size. Lucas followed suit, seamlessly commencing the sorting process. Severus found a pot of red tea in the refrigerator and poured himself a cup, wondering if all his memories had been surrendered to the headmaster. He glanced at Lucas and casually asked, "What are you recalling?" Lucas was busy sorting items with his wand. Various objects floated in neat piles in the air, all precisely controlled at the same height, resembling a battalion awaiting inspection. The headmaster instructed me to consume the potion, which extracted my memories. He also mentioned that you advised him against using Veritaserum on me and that you would accompany me for registration. Lucas replied nonchalantly. He waved his wand with a light flourish, directing all items to their respective places. Some daily necessities need to be taken upstairs. Lucas commanded the objects to follow him as he ascended the stairs, leaving Severus holding his cup, his expression quite remarkable. In Chapter 192, a minor Cold War ensues. Severus declared that Lucas could reside in Spinner's Inn until the commencement of the school year, provided that Lucas must first write to seek his father's consent. Lucas requested Severus to exchange a sum of Muggle currency to accompany the letter. His initiative was commendable. The letter was dispatched the same day, and a response was received the following day. Upon opening the reply, Lucas found that his father had simply granted his consent, wishing him success in his studies. The days spent in Spinner's Inn unfolded with tranquility. Lucas and Severus gradually adapted to each other's living habits, setting their waking time to 7 in the morning. Mornings were devoted to reading and studying, with Lucas completing his summer assignments at the dining table in the living room. 2 hours of question and answer sessions occupied the afternoons, followed by the identification of special potion ingredients and the brewing of orders. Between meals, Lucas would spend 1 to 2 hours in the kitchen. Severus had assisted once, managing to make edible pancakes. After that occasion, the kitchen became Lucas's domain. As the summer drew to a close, Lucas's preparations for the Felix Felicis reached a significant milestone. The creation of this potion was not a mere matter of brewing it in one go. Its production process was exceedingly intricate, with the extraction of raw materials occupying 3 pages of the recipe, and Severus's annotations to Lucas were dense with information. Consequently, a month was barely sufficient to complete the collection and extraction of some materials, as well as the preparation and refinement of the basic components. The two would part ways each evening at 11 o'clock. Lucas had half an hour to make use of Severus's bathroom before retreating to his own room for a peaceful night's sleep. The summer passed swiftly, leaving Severus with little sense of its passage. This was not the sort of holiday he had grown accustomed to following the demise of his parents. Marked by a disordered cycle of day and night, he maintained an early bedtime and early rising, yet surprisingly, this did not impede his research progress. With nothing to fret over, Lucas did not behave like his peers, running about and screaming, nor did he disturb the items and books that Severus wished to remain undisturbed. Lucas never touched them. This boy's self-discipline was remarkably intense, with reading and practice consuming the vast majority of his time. Lucas was also not the type to immediately stake a claim in a new environment. During his first week in Spinner's End, there were scarcely any traces of his presence in the house. In the second week, he merely tidied up and made slight adjustments to the furniture's arrangement. By the third week, Lucas had firmly established his role in the kitchen, introducing a few magical plants. These had been a gift from Professor Sprout during the summer. The cordyceps experiment had nearly concluded, and Professor Sprout planned to research another herb in the upcoming term. Lucas planted those herbs in the kitchen. He fashioned a sunlight simulator from a milk bottle, and the flower pots were an old porcelain bowl with broken edges, with holes at the bottom serving as vessels. In the fourth week, additional green plants adorned the living room and other areas, and the last spider in the corner of Spinner's End was reluctantly relocated. Severus should have remained vigilant. In the fifth week, Lucas inadvertently knocked over the picture frame above the fireplace, resulting in an unexpected damage to the scenic photograph within. The frame was magically restored. The following day, Snape discovered that it had been replaced with a sketch, remarkably lifelike, depicting him as he brewed the Felix Felicis potion. The artwork was imbued with enchantments, capturing Snape as he inspected the potion's state, followed by a glance back at Lucas. Snape's expression was peculiar. Lucas had indeed been sketching the illustrations from his study, and he even carried a book on painting with him. Yet, how could he have thought to draw him? Snape's immediate reaction was to conceal the drawing, ensuring that Lucas would never again muster the audacity to display it, utilizing his height to his advantage. He warned Lucas against wasting time on frivolous endeavors. "Are you referring to my depiction of you?" Lucas tilted his head, the young wizard displaying a semblance of respect. Yet his words hinted at a bold audacity. "Otherwise, how would you describe your actions?" Snape crossed his arms, contemplating how to instill a sense of reverence in Lucas. Should he forbid him from brewing potions? Impose a penalty of additional essays? Mandate that he clean the house by hand? None of these seemed as effective as simply barring him from the kitchen. Snape was somewhat disheartened to realize that, unless he physically expelled Lucas from the house, he had no better means to rein him in. However, this did not justify his indulgence in Lucas's behavior. He could still resort to the cold shoulder. Thus, a silent standoff commenced. Lucas remained blissfully unaware. During the final week of summer, Lucas adhered faithfully to his schedule, seemingly oblivious to Snape's heavy clattering of teacups or the forceful slamming of doors. Lucas's astonishing dullness raised suspicions of feigned ignorance. Snape felt a surge of displeasure as he observed Lucas polishing the frame. At that moment, Lucas belatedly turned to Snape. "Professor?" He became unexpectedly astute when he shouldn't have been. "You seem rather displeased?" It was only now, on the brink of the new term, that he realized it. Snape gritted his teeth. Lucas frowned in confusion, his hair having grown significantly over the past weeks, now grazing his shoulders. He casually tied it back with a rubber band meant for food. In the span of a few weeks, he had undergone a remarkable transformation. Yet his rapid growth left him slender, with sunken cheeks that seemed to invite the wind to topple him. Snape awaited Lucas's reflection. Holding the incriminating evidence, Lucas, with an innocent expression, pondered aloud, "Are you truly angry? Is it because I added chopped onions to the mashed potatoes yesterday? Or was there an issue with the potion extraction?" He posed several trivial questions, and under Snape's increasingly menacing gaze, he glanced down at the frame, hesitantly inquiring, "Is it about my drawing?" Snape's expression softened. Whether Lucas was feigning ignorance or genuinely oblivious, he awaited the young wizard's self-reflection. "Is my drawing not good enough? Am I not worthy to display it?" Lucas stammered, his voice tinged with restraint. Snape's lips quivered, He heard Lucas recount, "When I was in primary school, there was a classmate whose drawings were particularly beautiful. I would secretly take a pen home, but I couldn't even write properly. I just wished I could create lovely drawings too." The young wizard's tousled hair obscured his eyes, and through Lucas's narrative, an overlooked child from his early years came to life. Initially devoid of dreams, he had merely borrowed others' aspirations upon realizing their beauty. "Before I discovered I was a wizard, my dream was to become an artist." Lucas inhaled deeply and continued, "Later, I found even more splendid pursuits: alchemy, magic, potions." Snape found himself at a loss, choosing silence. Chapter 193, A Precise Grasp. Lucas's eyes glistened with unshed tears as he began to dismantle the frame. "Is it that my drawing is too unsightly? I apologize, Professor. I shouldn't have entertained such thoughts." Snape hesitated to speak. Though only the two of them occupied the house, he felt the weight of numerous disapproving gazes upon him. Yet, the words of apology remained unspoken. He remained skeptical of Lucas's response. A week had passed, and it was implausible that Lucas had not noticed his displeasure. Lucas swiftly extracted the sketch from the frame. Initially intending to crumple it, he reconsidered and folded it twice upon recalling its content. "I apologize, Professor. I thought that after a week, your silence indicated consent." Lucas carefully stowed the drawing away. The frame now lay empty, revealing a stark white backing, devoid of adornment and strikingly clean. Snape unexpectedly felt a pang of guilt. Lucas had always lacked recreational activities, and he realized he had just inadvertently stifled something that could bring him joy. Yet, Snape called out to the departing young wizard, his throat slightly dry, "Put it back." Lucas, with his back to Snape, halted, not turning around, but inquiring nasally, "What?" "I said to return it." The Master of Potions maintained a steady tone. When Lucas finally turned, Snape, with a look of disdain, remarked, "What is there to cry about? I meant to say your progress in brewing the Felix Felicis is far too slow. There are numerous operational issues, and the school term is about to commence. What are you prattling on about? Replace the sketch, and get the cauldron set up." As Snape continued to speak with increasing fervor, he deliberately avoided meeting Lucas's brightening gaze. The drawing was restored to the frame, its creases magically smoothed out. An elated Lucas was then guided towards the cauldron by Snape, who reinforced the procedural steps. The tail end of the holiday was thus punctuated by this small incident. As the mentor and apprentice departed from Spinner's End, the animated sketch quietly adorned the display shelf above the fireplace. Surrounding ornaments were positioned further away, as if to emphasize its special status. Awaiting the next holiday when it would be gently retrieved once more, dusted off. Let us return to Lucas's perspective on this event. With the holiday coming to an end, Lucas felt time had flown by. He sometimes became overly absorbed in Snape's study, where he could casually pick any book and find Snape's annotations within. Occasionally, some notes sparked his thoughts, while others were merely scathing remarks. For instance, Snape had circled the entry on the potion for curing hiccups, annotating beside it, "Drink more hot water." In the theory of controlling variables in powerful love potions, he had drawn a sketch of a heart pierced by Cupid, with the caption, "Suspected delusions of the potion's brewer after magical intoxication." At the conclusion of the paper on substitutes for memory enhancement potions, he had added an irate note, "A waste of time. Even a troll's mouthwash can ensure the consumer never forgets that day." The books in the study were not all arcane and incomprehensible. Snape had gradually amassed them since his 5th year, and several introductory texts still remained, showcasing his many deeply resentful annotations. Lucas read for the sake of knowledge, yet he sometimes found himself sidetracked by those comments. On the day he sketched, Snape had unusually washed and dried his hair. Lucas's extraction assignment was still cooling in the cauldron as he penned the final piece of his history of magic homework. The topic of the Goblin Wars was dry and tedious. The parchment before Lucas was blank, and he propped his chin up, glancing at Snape as he leaned over the cauldron, analyzing the potion's components. A lock of hair fell across his face, and an idea sparked within Lucas, prompting him to capture a quick sketch in 1 minute. However, on that particular day, the extraction process encountered some issues. Snape reignited the flames and stirred the cauldron, granting Lucas ample opportunity to refine his imagery. By the time he became aware of his actions, his parchment bore a remarkably finished sketch. Such sketches are often seen in the preparatory stages of portraiture. Unconsciously, while painting, he infused magic into his work, resulting in a dynamic depiction of Snape turning. Lucas contemplated disposing of this unexpected creation, momentarily switching his quill for his wand, only to set it aside once more. Snape called him over to observe the procedural steps, and thus, the sketch remained. Lucas tucked the drawing into his notebook, restlessly pondering it during his tasks. Subsequently, during the routine cleaning, he thought the frame would be a fitting replacement, a logical choice. However, Snape was exceedingly displeased. In the grand scheme of things, the mentor's authority was paramount. Lucas would never dare to voice rebellion. Upon the incident's occurrence, he had already prepared to apologize and retract the portrait. Yet, Professor Snape opted for a cold war. Lucas, a diligent pupil who adhered to his mentor's wishes, remained silent until Snape chose to inquire. When that moment arrived, Lucas could feign surprise. But it was evident that Snape was growing increasingly irate. Throughout the past week, Lucas had approached his tasks with meticulous care, his facade of ignorance transforming into a curious yearning to discover how long Snape would harbor his anger in solitude. Simultaneously, Lucas began to ponder a pressing question. Why had he drawn that portrait? The act of painting had been almost an unconscious capture of the subject's dynamics, and Lucas attributed it to a lingering regret of not having crafted a portrait for Snape. Even if he decided to alter the fate of the wizarding world, it should not impede his ability to create a likeness for Snape. Moreover, the thought of such a portrait existing, of listening to Snape's incisive critiques of the Daily Prophet or observing him silently seethe over various matters, seemed quite intriguing. This reasoning held considerable weight, rendering the motivation behind the sketch entirely justifiable. Lucas then contemplated how to appease Snape. This task was not particularly daunting, and not all of his words would be mere fabrications. During Lucas's initial academic tenure, a Slytherin student had exhibited remarkable talent in painting. That classmate, at the tender age of 12, could create strikingly vibrant oil portraits. Lucas, filled with admiration, discreetly observed and ultimately resolved to emulate the artistry in private. He scavenged the remnants of discarded paint boxes from that student in the common room, using the leftover colors to practice. At that time, Lucas possessed no foundational skills. The papers he submitted were riddled with spelling errors. He had chosen a discarded essay marked with a T from the professor, applying oil paints on cheap parchment, resulting in a muddled amalgamation of colors that rendered his subjects nearly unrecognizable, devoid of any discernible talent. To make matters worse, his clandestine attempts at imitation and envy were discovered by his roommate. That year proved to be particularly arduous. Being mocked for his painting and accused of thievery was not the gravest of his troubles. Lucas easily unearthed the secret to eliciting Snape's guilt from that experience, and he could narrate the story with genuine emotion. Indeed, he received permission to reposition the frame back to its rightful place above the fireplace. To distract him, Snape imparted an additional chapter of exclusive techniques. The following morning, as Lucas and Snape prepared to return to school, they suddenly noticed that the objects surrounding the sketch frame on the mantel had been pushed aside, creating a clear space for the portrait. Upon entering the sitting room, the sketch was immediately visible. Lucas, gripping the staircase railing, stood in silent contemplation. Chapter 194, Candy Scam. On the first day of term, Snape escorted Lucas to King's Cross Station. Lucas quietly carried his belongings. His father's pigskin suitcase had initially been stored within a magically expanded pocket, but now Snape opted for a conventional return to school. The suitcase was retrieved to serve as a prop. Having once been a professor at Hogwarts himself, Lucas recognized that Snape was preparing to board the train, undoubtedly frustrated from a staff meeting where blame had been shifted, now tasked with overseeing the new students on the train. Such was the rite of passage for new staff members. The two wizards, one large and one small, stepped into the Muggle station, Snape guiding Lucas past the teary-eyed parents bidding farewell to their children as they boarded the train. They arrived early, and the carriage before them stood empty. Snape waited for Lucas to stow his luggage, while the young wizard naturally reached back to close the compartment door, preparing to sit across from him. Standing up, Snape claimed an entire row of seats, while students occasionally passed by in the aisle, peering through the glass to glimpse inside, only to scamper away in fright. They would then rush to inform others. Lucas stood perplexed beside Snape. Snape, leisurely extracting a spellbook from his pocket, enlarged it and instructed Lucas, "Do not linger in this compartment. Go find your friends." Lucas cast a lingering glance at the seat opposite Snape. His intention for the day was indeed to read, and he too had a book in his pocket that had been shrunk in advance. However, Snape was resolute. Reluctantly, Lucas exited the compartment, glancing back several times, shutting the door behind him. In the corridor, several upperclassmen were holding back other students who attempted to peek into Snape's compartment. Two seniors were whispering to each other, their voices raised enough for Lucas to overhear one say, "Graham was just kicked out. The professor must be in a foul mood today, so avoid him." Lucas nodded in agreement, mentally encouraging them to propagate the notion that Snape's compartment was an absolute no-go zone. His mentor did not appreciate being disturbed. As the number of students in the corridor increased, Lucas sought familiar faces, but found none. Just as he considered using magic for guidance, a small figure caught his eye. It was the child of the potion supplier, though Lucas could not recall his name. This boy had become the center of attention among his peers, surrounded by 3 other children. At that age, children are prone to follow the crowd, and soon more gathered around to hear his tales of adventure at Hogwarts. He recounted how Professor Dumbledore had lifted his curse and gifted him a candy, the curse having been cast upon him for speaking truths others dared not utter. Lucas listened for a while, almost forgetting about this young wizard. It seemed rather unbecoming to hold a grudge against a child who had yet to enroll. Moreover, Lucas pondered, if this child were to enter Slytherin, how would he face the so-called villainous Slytherin he described? Yet, on the flip side, Slytherin accepting such a troublesome individual would merely hinder the house's reputation. Had Lucas not encountered this child before the Sorting Hat ceremony, he would have likely executed his plan without interruption. Lucas stood quietly on the periphery of the wizarding group, absorbing their stories. The young wizard-esque version of events had undergone numerous iterations. He concluded his tale with enthusiasm, surveying the crowd around him, proudly declaring, I will select a few of you to ask me questions. This opportunity for inquiry required competition, with candies as the currency of exchange. Unable to bear it any longer, Lucas subtly flicked his wand from within his sleeve. The boy, who had been biting into a lollipop, scratched the back of his head, seemingly unaware that his hair had brushed against the doorframe of the compartment, continuing his narrative unperturbed. Lucas deftly maneuvered around this storytelling group and made his way to the train's restroom, locking the door behind him. The train's restroom lacked any additional spatial expansion, rendering it somewhat cramped for a solitary occupant. At this moment, the train had already departed from the platform, and amidst the rhythmic vibrations of its steady journey, Lucas meticulously layered numerous spells to isolate magical fluctuations around him. He extended his wandless hand, within which lay softly cascading strands of hair. With a flick of his wand, Lucas levitated the hair, beginning a systematic incantation. The spell was lengthy, and he chanted for a full 15 minutes, until at last, the strand of hair began to emit smoke, burning down to ash, which then hovered in the air, rapidly transforming into a black substance that far surpassed the original hair in volume. Lucas collected the dark liquid into a vial, signifying the successful completion of a non-contact spell. He commenced the dismantling of the spells surrounding him. Simultaneously, he heard a persistent knocking at the door. The prolonged occupation of the restroom was a matter of urgency. It was sufficient for someone to risk disturbing a professor. Severus Snape's absolute domain had been breached. For the consequences of disrupting a professor on the first day of term paled in comparison to the dire predicament of soiling oneself. Snape's serene traveling environment was shattered. Noting that the one seeking assistance was a student of his own house, he traversed the train's corridor with a notably low demeanor. Lucas confirmed everything was in order, flushed the toilet, turned on the mini faucet to release a trickle of water, and then opened the door amidst the increasingly frantic knocking. Lucas met Snape's gaze. Snape paused momentarily, casting a skeptical look at Lucas, momentarily questioning whether Lucas's social skills had deteriorated to the point of seeking refuge in a restroom. Before Snape could utter a word, a tense Slytherin student had already darted into the restroom, shoving Lucas out and locking the door behind him. Lucas was perplexed by Snape's scrutinizing gaze. He couldn't very well explain to the professor that he was merely attending to his personal needs. Fortunately, Snape was preoccupied with reprimanding those around him, even directing students to alternate restrooms while others peered in from their compartments. Lucas navigated through the nearly deserted aisle, as most students remained in their compartments, and sought a more suitable place to relieve himself. Soon, he found Marcus Flint in a compartment, boasting about his summer escapades, and chose to remain in his vicinity. As the train glided into the station at dusk, Lucas followed the flow of his housemates, halting in a clearing where various carriages were lined up, yet devoid of the winged steeds that would draw them. Marcus Flint was captivated by the novelty of it all, inquiring if they were to wait for the Thestrals to arrive before heading to the castle, and wondered aloud why even these magical creatures would be tardy. With the first carriage now occupied by 3 upperclassmen, the Thestral-driven carriage ascended into the sky, climbing ever higher. The newly minted second-year wizards gaped in astonishment. Marcus was among them, gazing skyward in awe, before hastily seeking out a suitable carriage, exclaiming, "Let us hurry and grab one." Chapter 195, Fashion Statements. Lucas cast a bewildered glance at Marcus, while the 2 students accompanying him seemed wholly unperturbed by his remark. They were clearly oblivious to the fact that the carriages were drawn by Thestrals, displaying no curiosity regarding the enchantment that allowed the carriages to soar. Unable to restrain himself, Lucas asked, "Aren't you curious about how the carriage flies?" Marcus, equally astonished, turned to Lucas and replied, "Isn't it obvious? It's magic." Having already set his sights on a carriage, he stepped forward and asked Lucas, "Are you coming with us?" Lucas shook his head, explaining that each carriage could only accommodate 3 wizards. He watched in reverential silence as the trio of young wizards boarded and soared away, reflecting that it seemed quite reasonable to assign the supplier's child to Slytherin. After all, it merely added one more individual to the mix. Lucas casually selected an empty carriage to enter, knowing that Hogwarts always ensured an ample supply of carriages for student transport, and that Thestrals, having undergone special training, would not depart with fewer than 3 occupants. One by one, the surrounding carriages began to take flight, as most young wizards traveled in groups. When they spotted Lucas seated inside, they assumed he had company and sought their carriages elsewhere. Lucas retrieved the book he had initially intended to read. However, just as he opened it, someone leaned in to inquire, "Are you alone? May we share this carriage?" Lucas looked up to see Catherine's wavy hair. He nodded, and Catherine quickly beckoned her classmates to board. The pairing of 2 upper-year students with a younger student was somewhat peculiar, especially as one of Catherine's companions was a Ravenclaw from the summer camp. Lucas narrowed his eyes. Having spent many years as a professor, he could instantly discern who among them was romantically involved. Their relationship seemed to be progressing quite swiftly, yet neither of them recognized Lucas. Once seated, they each pulled out their books to read. The Ravenclaw student expressed curiosity about Lucas's book, asking, "What year are you in? Can you really understand this book already?" Lucas felt a twinge of concern, suspecting that perhaps he had chosen an unsuitable book for today, as the sun was nearly setting, and yet it remained untouched. Akin to a fashionable item. "I'm in 2nd year, and I can understand it," Lucas sighed, deciding to forgive the 2 love-struck students. Primarily because the carriage had already lifted off, leaving him no option to switch. "Do you truly not recognize me? I am Lucas Graham." Lucas found himself reminiscing about Marcus. Although he could sometimes be rather magical, Marcus never marveled at his height. Catherine, startled, set her book aside, scrutinizing Lucas intently. "No way." She collected her thoughts and continued. "I mean, you've grown so much. We only knew you were safe, but what really happened?" Lucas closed his book and tucked it back into his pocket. With patience, he recounted his adapted version of events to Catherine and the Ravenclaw student. It appeared that sharing summer experiences at the start of the school year was a student tradition. Sadly, Lucas realized he could not escape becoming part of it. As the castle came into view, Catherine, with a mix of awe and relief, embraced Lucas, while the Ravenclaw senior behind her let out a pronounced cough, only to sharply inhale as he was inadvertently jostled. Lucas feigned ignorance to the incident. Once they landed smoothly, Lucas bid farewell to the 2 and proceeded towards the castle. However, Catherine caught up to him, producing a package from her bag. "A dragon tooth exchange," she stated earnestly. "I later checked the prices. This is everything I could offer. It might not be enough, but I'll make it up to you next semester." Lucas regarded her quietly. He did not immediately accept the package, instead saying, "You see, I merely traded these for a game of pool. In truth, they hold little value for me, just the cost of a game." The Ravenclaw student remained a distance away, sulking as he picked up stones to draw circles in the dirt. Yet he bore no resentment towards a 2nd-year student. Lucas gently guided her. "Moreover, I didn't have to pay any price. Should I have lost? I am merely a child. They could not possibly expect me to compensate." Catherine shook her head. "If I only remember that you won at pool, I wouldn't be a proper Slytherin. It's not about the dragon tooth or the pool, but the value we both present." Lucas demonstrated his ability to navigate smoothly in a foreign land, while Catherine, with Lucas's assistance, began to shine among her peers. The atmosphere was rather solemn until Lucas suddenly burst into laughter, apologizing. "I can't help but feel as though we are playing house. Are we being too serious?" The little wizard scratched his newly grown hair and offered an apologetic smile. "Slytherin has individuals like Marcus and Catherine, and if we were to count meticulously, there are also Voldemort, Snape, and Slughorn. To categorize them all under Slytherin, that truly broadens the scope. Who is to define what constitutes a worthy Slytherin?" Lucas had no intention of embroiling current students in his off-campus narratives. As for the matters within the school, it was still premature for allegiance and camaraderie. Any such inclination was entirely unnecessary. Catherine remained tense, a touch bewildered, as though she had suddenly fallen short after attempting to play the adult. Lucas indeed held Catherine's steadfastness in high regard. He took her package with both hands, exclaiming, "Thank you for the exchange. You need not provide me with anything next semester. This is more than sufficient." His tone was lighthearted, as if the previous night's escapades in the bar were but a fleeting mirage. Catherine watched as Lucas stepped into the last rays of sunlight before sunset, the little wizard making his leisurely way back to the castle. Her unfortunate boyfriend sidled up to her, wrapping an arm around her. "We should head inside soon. The sorting is about to commence." Professor Benjamin Hank McGonagall began to read from the lengthy scroll of names. The sorting hat was placed upon the little wizard's head, swiftly rendering its verdict, Slytherin. The long tables of the 4 houses erupted in commotion, a furious little wizard boldly rising to accuse of fraud and injustice. "Cheat! You even swindled my sweets." Similar cries of outrage echoed, as many students aboard the train had contributed their candies to fund the thrilling adventures of future classmates. Of course, some of the audience had drifted to Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff, which was understandable. Yet this little wizard, who recounted tales of Slytherin's wickedness, had ironically found himself sorted into Slytherin. He must have premeditated this scheme, meticulously plotting to deceive for sweets. Professor McGonagall's stern gaze quelled the little wizard's outburst. Those who had yet to attend their first class had not yet developed a sense of reverence for the professors, and those still awaiting sorting felt even less so. Students from other years gazed in astonishment at the unfolding chaos, some inquiring with peers, while others concocted their own narratives on the spot. Amidst the turmoil, Lucas withdrew a handkerchief from his pocket, where an empty vial sat, its contents having just evaporated. Chapter 196, An Unexpected Encounter. After a brief uproar, Professor McGonagall swiftly regained control of the situation. Lucas frowned at the faculty table, his classmates murmuring about the same matter. Why was Professor Walter still present? The sorting had concluded. The headmaster approached the owl podium to address the gathering. Welcome back to school, everyone. This semester, there have been some adjustments among the teaching staff. Our defense against the dark arts professor has finally discovered his calling. He has written to resign and has chosen to venture to Africa to rescue wildlife. Let us wish him well. The professor succeeding this course is none other than the familiar Professor Walter. Members of the Walter Research Society clapped enthusiastically, relishing the prospect of an additional semester to study the vampire professor and his favorite student. Cool. We get to have his class this year. Marcus nudged Lucas, jesting. If you put in some effort and show enthusiasm akin to that for Professor Snape, I bet you could shine. Opposite Lucas sat Catherine, who glanced at Marcus, determined to draw closer to Lucas, seizing the opportunity to join the conversation. This professor lacks the honorary status of our head. Marcus felt somewhat flustered by the unexpected interjection from the older student. He sought Lucas's gaze for assistance, yet Lucas remained fixated on the faculty table, pondering the transaction that must have transpired between Professor Walter and Professor Dumbledore. Following the dinner, everyone returned to their dormitories, drowsy. The houses dispersed along the corridors, and Slytherin's ranks converged toward the dungeons. Lucas and Marcus lingered at the rear, hearing a sudden outburst of intense cries from the back of the line. The students perked up, turning in unison to see what transpired. Lucas spotted a scuffle among the first-year students. An apprentice from the potion shop was locked in a fierce brawl with another newly sorted classmate. Their wands had slipped from their grasp in the fray, and they were now tugging each other's hair and grappling fiercely, with neither willing to yield. The prefect dashed back from the front of the line, muttering, "Goodness, it's only the first day?" The two brawling little wizards were separated, their clothes disheveled and noses bleeding. "You two, come with me to the professor's office." The prefect magically restrained the two little wizards, reprimanding them sternly as he ushered them toward the professor's office. They were not far from Snape's office, after all. Ordinarily, Snape made no appearance on the first day of school. Upperclassmen would impart useful information to the younger students in the common room. Marcus curiously tugged at Lucas's sleeve, then released it as he caught Lucas's gaze. "Where are you going?" "The dormitory is not that way." Lucas replied effortlessly, "I have some labor service." Labor service on the first day of school? Marcus pondered for a moment, his brow relaxing. Lucas was undoubtedly curious about the situation of those two students. He was merely using this pretext to see what had unfolded. Upon reaching the dormitory entrance, Lucas found that Snape had already chastised the two students. Their familiar Benjamin was defiantly throwing open Snape's office door, shouting, "It must be the sorting hat's mistake." He then stumbled, tripping over the floor tiles and curling up in pain. Snape was just arriving at the door, and upon seeing Lucas, he appeared displeased. Lucas rubbed his nose and approached Snape, whispering in explanation, "Professor, it's the first day of school, and the owls from the suppliers are piled up in your office. I came to help with the sorting." This reasoning was entirely plausible, earning Lucas a front-row seat to the unfolding drama. Snape snorted coldly. "I suspect it is not just the potion ingredients that have arrived. The suppliers will soon follow." Lucas refrained from responding. They both understood he was merely an observer. Yet commenting would be ill-advised. Lucas swiftly passed by the professor's robes, donning gloves with utmost seriousness. Professor Dumbledore and the familiar supplier approached Benjamin Hank. "What have you done to my son?" The supplier, old Hank, exclaimed in fury as he brandished his wand. Snape maintained an air of disdain, showing no inclination to draw his wand. "Dad!" Benjamin Hank rushed behind his father, pointing at everyone present as he complained, "They bullied me." Snape raised an eyebrow. "Let me clarify the current situation. Your son has just been sorted into my house by the sorting hat." He turned to Dumbledore. "I have not laid a finger on this boy, yet Mr. Hank has assaulted his classmate. I believe this merits a serious penalty. Headmaster, my suggestion is expulsion." Lucas busied himself unpacking and verifying the materials. He heard Dumbledore respond, "It is not yet time for that, Severus. At times, the sorting hat's decisions can be rather surprising. But over time, people will ultimately realize that it is all for the best. Wolfsbane, Bluebell Flames." Lucas mused that most choices were not indeed the best arrangements. The most notorious sorting controversy was when the eldest son of the Black family was sorted into Gryffindor. He is the godfather of Harry Potter, and the sorting hat has made its choice. Yet, what if it had placed Sirius Black into Slytherin instead? Had Black chosen not to leave school, he and his brother would have found themselves in the same house, Sirius Black and Regulus Black. This pair of brothers once became the focal point of a conversation about the savior. Harry Potter elaborated on them, reflecting on the regrets of the Black family, the emergence of heroes from different houses, and paying tribute to his godfather. However, had Sirius Black been sorted into Slytherin and met his demise during Voldemort's reign of terror, it could have led to a betrayal from the Black family, consequently altering the course of the wizarding world. The sorting hat's decision is not immutable. It can be easily swayed by amplifying certain emotions, leading to misinterpretation. Young wizards possess the freedom to select their houses, and the more dominant houses grow increasingly powerful, fostering prejudice and escalating discontent. The air was thick with heated debates at the office door, as parents of students insisted that the sorting hat's choice was flawed. The school had never altered a house assignment. Professor Dumbledore declared, "You should trust the sorting hat's decision." Extra 11. Please respond by 2025. 1. A colleague invited Lucas to the Three Broomsticks for a drink, and Lucas, unable to decline the kind offer, accepted. As he sipped his second drink, Lucas seized the opportunity to mention a commotion outside the window, using the distraction to make a hasty exit amidst his colleague's complaints. The autumn breeze dissipated the slight inebriation he had just begun to feel as Lucas wandered through Hogsmeade, discovering a newly opened second-hand bookstore. He pushed the door open, entering a dimly lit space where the raucous sounds of students were effectively muffled. Wandering along the rows of wooden shelves, he felt the textured wood, marked with age and where that spoke of time long past. Illuminated by a flickering wand light, Lucas delved deeper into the store, pausing before a shelf dedicated to potion books. His appointment as potions master was primarily due to the difficulty in finding someone willing to stay in the position long-term. The previous occupant had a personality that was both intensely memorable and deeply regrettable. While the defense against the dark arts position had stabilized, the potions class seemed cursed, changing instructors every 2 or 3 years. That gentleman had passed away many years ago. Lucas wondered why the thought of him suddenly surfaced amidst the shelves. He casually pulled down a leather-bound potion book. His current expertise in potions was that of a master, yet potions were not his forte. He had planned to earn the title through teaching and academic exploration. The dust-laden book, poorly maintained, stirred up a cloud of particles as he removed it. Waving away the dust, he noticed the name of the collector inscribed on the title page. S.S.2. Lucas purchased a tome titled Compendium of Potion Ingredients in Hogsmeade, a reference book filled with annotations. This book had only been printed once, with a total of 100 copies, published a century ago, and was now nearly out of print. Lucas opened the book in his office. The annotations nearly outnumbered the main text. Under one potion ingredient, various improved formulations were noted. Peppermint could be used to counteract the side effects of the exhilaration potion, enhance the flavor of nutritional solutions, and mitigate the addictive nature of sleep potions. Lucas's attention was drawn to the annotations nestled within the pages. The gentleman had written detailed notes on various potion intricacies, corrections, and improvements, some of which Lucas had heard of, while others were entirely unfamiliar. 3. Lucas possessed a keen spirit of inquiry. He set up a cauldron and began testing the annotations starting with those labeled A. He dedicated a week to completing the potion materials for the AB range. Though this was not a vocabulary book, so there was no entry for abandon. 4. Who was SS? He was truly a genius. Lucas found himself restless with curiosity driven by the annotations in that book, carving out more time to read. 5. As Christmas approached, the school went on break. Lucas returned to the bookstore, acquiring more works signed by S.S. He cleared a section of the shelf, carefully sealing away his troublesome dark magic books before placing the fragile potion books in their new home. 6. Who exactly was SS? Lucas turned to the chapter on antidote materials, where he found a dense cluster of annotations. It was reasonable to surmise that S.S. had conducted specialized research on antidotes. 7. Lucas, possessing a remarkable memory, realized it was time to put his professional skills to use. In the restored room of requirement, he meticulously drew a magical diagram, with a paper crane at its center, placing all the S.S. books he had purchased within the diagram. The diagram bestowed a fleeting life upon the paper crane. 8. This is one of the most effective methods for locating someone in the wizarding world. Though it appeared to be an ordinary origami crane, Lucas followed its lead, knowing it needed to leave the school to jump from location to location. It would indicate the last place the person had been, followed by the second to last. 9. Lucas did not venture beyond the school grounds. The crane alighted outside the boathouse at Hogwarts. A sense of foreboding arose within him. 10. He stepped into the dilapidated wooden structure, where the boats were nearly half submerged, their exposed parts resembling the piercing spearheads of soldiers from a forgotten battlefield. 11. These were mere metaphors. In truth, the surrounding landscape was quite picturesque. From within, one could behold the sun setting over the castle's black lake. 12. The paper crane halted before a pool of dark blood. It ceased to fly. 13. Lucas fully accepted the grim reality. Here lay an esteemed wizard from his own house, who had stood on the right side during the darkest of times, contributing immensely to the defeat of Voldemort. He had once swayed the tides of battle. Severus Snape. 14. Receiving a name momentarily assuaged Lucas's curiosity. The individual was deceased, and he reminded himself to know when to stop. 15. Yet Severus Snape possessed an extraordinary allure. His writings were akin to a midnight snack, just as some rise in the dead of night to satisfy their hunger. Lucas would find himself rising at night to tell himself to read just one more passage. 16. There was a significant concern. Where were Snape's remaining books? Were they at his former residence? Donated to Hogwarts? Or perhaps a collection of a close friend? The following day, Lucas rushed to the headmaster's office in search of clues. 17. Generally, headmasters from 3 generations prior are seldom remembered. People tend to recall only the founding headmaster and the current one. Lucas had more knowledge than most. His studies were commendable. Before a wall of portraits, Lucas searched earnestly. 18. At last, he had an encounter. 19. He spotted a still portrait within a frame not far from Albus Dumbledore. 20. Lucas inquired with the surrounding portraits, who informed him that Headmaster Snape had not trained his portrait while alive, hence it would remain motionless. 21. Lucas accepted this reality. 22. He would never yield to fate. 23. Lucas's primary profession was that of a master alchemist. He set about persuading the headmaster, expressing his desire to undertake a project on portrait creation within the school. It is said that even the masters receive monetary offerings when commencing their projects. Upon hearing of Lucas's ambitious plan, Harry Potter approached him, armed with substantial investment and a few modest aspirations. Lucas accepted the list of the Savior's resurrection with enthusiasm, though it was, in fact, a list of portraits. He received a photograph resembling a group portrait of the Order of the Phoenix, where many of the individuals featured had already embarked on their next adventures. Notably, the person Lucas was concerned about was absent from this image. Lucas harbored a persistent feeling that this gentleman always revealed only a partial aspect of himself, casting a shadow. Perhaps a hint of bias? Portraiture is an art that captures the essence of an individual's character. Lucas listened as the Savior spoke of his fond memories of the deceased. "Forgive me for interjecting, Harry," Lucas said. "The creation of portraits is not akin to prayers at a grave. If you portray everyone as a saint, the task becomes futile. Moreover, we can only discuss one individual at a time. The principle is straightforward. You must recount every memory you possess of that person, with multiple individuals sharing their recollections. Combined with alchemy, we can recreate the portrait. Of course, this serves merely as a conduit, a means to mend regrets, akin to an interview show. Devoid of any dark magic, I assure you. Indeed, if you possess Professor Snape's memories, and the headmaster's office holds his portrait, we can certainly begin with him. I am willing to abide by the constraints of the spell. In fact, all artists engaged in portrait creation sign such a spell." Harry cautioned Lucas that Professor Snape's memories might be profoundly painful. "Life, in essence, is a tapestry woven with suffering," Lucas replied with a smile, diving headfirst into the secrets he had long sought to uncover. The pensive rippled with memories. On the first day of term, Lucas lingered in Snape's office until the final 10 minutes before curfew. Snape watched him return to the dormitory, vigilant against the possibility of the young wizard opting for a nocturnal escapade on the inaugural day of school. Lucas hastily pushed open the dormitory door, and a sleep-capped Marcus eagerly poked his head out from behind the bed curtains. "What became of Hank?" Marcus inquired, not the only one seeking answers, as he would have to update others in the house the following day. Lucas lowered his gaze to tidy his bed. He cast a surprised glance at Marcus and said, "He is now a Slytherin." This outcome was foreseeable. The Hank family had only 2 courses of action. They could either withdraw from the school or accept the status quo. Hank's family business resided in Britain. He was a local buyer with limited international connections, and their education was generally rooted in either profound heritage or blind confidence. Hank was a sensible individual. He chose to accept that his son was a Slytherin. People tend to adapt when matters concern them directly, their bottom lines becoming flexible. After a brief commotion, everyone returned home. Lucas quickly washed up and retrieved several verdant potted plants from his luggage, placing them on the dormitory windowsill. Although their dormitory lacked a view of the Black Lake, a magical windowsill simulated natural lighting. The seeds were of a strain brought by Professor Sprout. Lucas had cultivated them in Spinner's Inn for several weeks, and the plants were on the cusp of transitioning from seedlings to their growth phase. This academic year's project involved an Eastern plant, aiming to validate the influence of different seedling environments on growth. After tending to his plants, Lucas climbed onto his bed. He rummaged through his belongings at the foot of the bed and found a rune for measuring magical energy. Magical input, level 7. Pondering this, Lucas noted that 7 was a number of considerable magnitude. It seemed he needed to devise a more sophisticated testing rune. On the first night of term, after seeing off the headmaster, Snape surveyed his office, realizing that Lucas had already returned his books to their usual spots, replenished the ink bottle on the desk, and placed his cup in its familiar position. There was little that required alteration. Snape retreated to his chamber, allowing himself a well-deserved rest on the first day of term. Tomorrow, those foolish students would undoubtedly engage in all manner of unexpected antics. Changing into his night attire, Snape's recent routine allowed him to fall asleep swiftly. However, his slumber was abruptly interrupted at 5 in the morning by a phoenix from the headmaster, delivering a note. Severus, please come to the greenhouse. With a scowl, Snape rose from his bed. The phoenix perched at his bedside to ensure he would not succumb to sleep once more. After dressing, he pondered briefly, retrieving several vials of poison from the potion cabinet, then swiftly exited his bedroom. The Hogwarts greenhouse was generally the domain of Professor Sprout. Thus, it was not a place prone to error. If someone were injured, it was customary for the responsible professor to assemble at the infirmary. A visit to the greenhouse indicated that a problem had arisen there. It could well be a case of plants running amok. Snape hurried to the scene, and as dawn's light filtered through the mist, he was taken aback by the sight of a plant violently piercing through the greenhouse roof, growing uncontrollably. It resembled a tree, but with a multitude of branches that, from a distance, appeared akin to a colossal willow ready to strike. As he approached, the roots became visible, with woody tendrils sprouting numerous smaller branches, spreading rapidly like bubbles, soon covering the roots with what appeared to be stunted growths. The roots trembled, and the ground surrounding the greenhouse heaved, as the magical architecture beneath was compromised. Moreover, the leaves exhibited an unhealthy hue, presenting an autumnal yellow in the summer. Snape used a spell to pluck a leaf. The leaf bore a resemblance to a mouse's ear and, under the slightest magical influence, crumbled into fragments. Snape joined his colleagues, where Dumbledore was using magic to restrain the tree's growth, while Professor Sprout was occupied with a collection of plant samples, though the branches she had gathered were also sprouting rapidly. Severus, your presence is most fortuitous, Professor Sprout remarked, wiping her brow. Snape glanced uneasily at the headmaster. He had not come of his own volition, yet if Professor Sprout required assistance, he would not decline. Snape had begun to form a hypothesis. Is this a jujube tree? Indeed, she confirmed. This is a Chinese jujube, imported with the approval of the Ministry of Magic. The supplier claimed it to be an emotional jujube tree, capable of producing 4 varieties of fruit, each corresponding to different emotions: joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness. Professor Sprout gazed anxiously at the tree. Its seedling period typically lasts around 3 weeks. I had planned to repot it today, and under normal circumstances, there would have been ample time, but it suddenly went berserk. Snape looked incredulously at Professor Sprout, astonished that she could still entertain anthropomorphizing the situation. Oh, Severus, she said, interpreting the skepticism in his gaze, casting him a reproachful look reminiscent of a teacher's disapproval. The last time she had looked at Snape in such a manner was during their student days, when he had taken liberties while repotting plants, recklessly uprooting leaves. This jujube tree was prone to a disease known as jujube madness, which could afflict the entire plant, from roots to fruit. Snape was taken aback that even after graduation, he could still learn from Professor Sprout. At that moment, the frenzied jujube tree began to bear its fruit, indeed succumbing to madness, completing a life cycle in mere hours. As the mutated fruits fell to the ground, they revealed no signs of the legendary emotional effects, instead releasing a foul odor that burst forth like a botanical version of a dung bomb. The professors instinctively retreated a few paces. Snape crossed his arms, inquiring, "What can I do for you?" He was a master of potions, not a purveyor of pesticides. Yet, he could not decline the request from his former professor. He withdrew a vial of poison from his pocket, offering a final caution. This potion is highly toxic, capable of annihilating all minute life forms. It may be injected into the roots of plants, but be warned, the consequences will render the nearby soil barren for nearly a decade. Snape produced another poison, the Hell Brew, a topic from the advanced curriculum. This potion at least had an antidote, though its effects on plants would be less potent. Snape gazed at Dumbledore, pondering the absence of students. Why not simply incinerate it? Professor Sprout's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Dumbledore was preoccupied with halting the growth of the plant's roots, his magic delving deep into the earth. This plant even absorbed magic as sustenance, driving it to madness. The greenhouse housed Professor Sprout's labor of love. Hence the request for further examination. Dumbledore queried, "Is the toxicity of the first poison lingering in the soil particularly potent? Could it pose a danger to students if accidentally touched?" Snape responded negatively, explaining that the potion had been diluted and at most would affect the soil quality, posing negligible risk. "Then let us proceed. If we act swiftly, perhaps we can resolve this before the first class begins," Dumbledore resolved. Snape offered the poison with a cautionary remark, "Beware of the wind's direction. Alternatively, you could wait until the first class concludes. I believe burying the failed concoctions from the first years beneath the tree roots would yield a lethal effect as well." Professor Sprout chuckled at this, sensing hope in their predicament. She retorted, "Do not say such things. That would be too cruel to the tree." The following morning, Lucas's biological clock urged him to rise punctually. Something stirred just beyond the bed curtains. Cautiously, he fumbled for his wand, casting a spell to render the curtains one-way transparent, granting him a glimpse of the outside world. The scene before him left Lucas questioning his own reality. It resembled a curse he had once experienced in a dream. After all, one would hardly anticipate awakening to find their dormitory invaded by mutated plants. These flora had begun to writhe, sprouting rows of fleshy buds, and were expanding outward. Lucas could sense the foundational stones beneath the dormitory. The castle's defenses were formidable, thereby stalling the plant's growth. Yet, he could also feel the plant siphoning magic from the outside to bolster its own strength. What on earth is this? His gaze fell upon the windowsill where he had placed the potted plant the previous night. Now, a jujube tree had fused with the windowsill, unable to fully circumvent it, leaving a large hole in the shape of the sill at its center. The sill itself was overrun with fleshy buds that, from a distance, resembled tiny hands. Lucas heard movement from the adjacent bed. Marcus shifted, clutching a prickly piece of wood. Eyes still shut, he groped at the unfamiliar object, which seemed to continue growing. As consciousness gradually returned, he abruptly drew back the bed curtains, unleashing a familiar scream. Lucas observed the tree roots had spread onto Marcus's bed. Attempting to cast a spell to control the situation, he realized he could not set fire to the dormitory. "I must still be dreaming." Marcus thought about returning to sleep, but the wood on his bed thwarted him. He called out through the curtains, "Lucas, are you awake? Are you all right?" Lucas pulled back the curtains. He recalled that Puffskein could solve the problem, but he had released it outside Spider's Tail Alley, where Argus had subsequently taken it back to the Forbidden Forest. Lucas remained calm. The tree was merely ailing, and the seeds had been provided by Professor Sprout, entirely legitimate. The best course of action was to seek help from a professor. "I will attempt to control the growth of this plant. You go find a professor." Lucas thought it prudent to clarify for Marcus. "Head to the basement and find Professor Snape. If he isn't there. I remember someone left a broom in the common room yesterday. Fly to the greenhouse and seek out Professor Sprout." Marcus dashed toward the door, stepping over the roots, which burst the fleshy buds beneath his feet, releasing a white sap that smelled of tree juice. Each step he took elicited a yelp, reminiscent of Hagrid's rooster crowing at dawn. He turned back, a quiver in his voice. "Perhaps you should go instead. The dormitory door won't open." Lucas shot him a dark look. He attempted to control the jujube tree, only to discover the roots were remarkably agile, having spread to nearby dormitories. If he did not act swiftly, the frenzied branches might wreak havoc in Slytherin before the professors arrived. "Move aside." Lucas directed his wand at the door, prompting Marcus to step aside as he uttered, "Shatter." The powerful spell obliterated the dormitory door, causing Marcus to flinch. "Hurry up." Lucas was exasperated. He resolved to impart some useful spells to Marcus this year. The young wizard darted out of the dormitory. Screams echoed in the corridor. Lucas grimaced. He should have advised Marcus to keep silent. However, given the uncertainty surrounding whether this plant would parasitize wizards, he thought it best to rouse the other students rather than let them remain oblivious. Dumbledore took a tiny vial of poison from Professor Snape's hands, inquiring about its specific usage. The sight of the century's most powerful wizard attentively considering his advice lifted Snape's spirits somewhat. He cautioned Dumbledore. Just a drop in the water could poison half the student body. The headmaster chose not to ponder the fate of the other half of the school. Following Snape's explanation, Dumbledore uncorked the vial, expertly guiding the potion to soar from his wand. Under the influence of magic, the potion dispersed into fine black specks, resembling the black flies that thrive in summer's stagnant waters. Professor Sprout indicated the location of the main root, and Dumbledore waved his wand, directing the black potion into the roots. The entire trembling tree abruptly stilled, then began to convulse more violently. The curled leaves took on a hue of flesh pink, an unnatural color for a plant. With a gust of wind, those leaves fell in an instant, as though a rain of skinned rats had descended. Fawkes, perched on Dumbledore's shoulder, shook his feathers uncomfortably. As the potion took effect, Dumbledore distinctly sensed a weakening in the underground root systems. The once manic roots shriveled and desiccated, quietly succumbing beneath the soil. At that moment, as the tree's aggression dwindled, Professor Sprout boldly charged into her greenhouse, stepping over the stinking exploded fruits. Shortly thereafter, a scream resonated through the air, a voice that called out, "Professor! Professor Sprout!" It grew closer, directly naming Professor Snape. "Help!" Snape and the headmaster turned to see a wizard clad in pajamas, having breached at least 3 or 4 school rules, racing toward them on a broom. The broom performed admirably, executing a tailspin before halting abruptly before the 2 professors. Recognizing the rider, Snape's eyelids twitched at the sight of Marcus Nate. "Professor, you must check on Lucas," Marcus exclaimed, not waiting for Snape to respond. Meanwhile, from the greenhouse, Professor Sprout emerged, clutching 2 large flower pots and 2 smaller ones. "Severus, I just remembered that I also sent a package of seeds to Professor Lucas Sprout," Professor Snape exclaimed anxiously. Immediately, Snape recalled the green plants Lucas had cultivated in his kitchen over the summer. If all went well, those few plants should have made their way to the school. Chapter 199, The Honor of the House. After Marcus departed, the Slytherin dormitory was filled with sounds of commotion, hushed gasps, and the creaking of doors. Soon, whispers began to circulate in the corridor. It was barely 5 o'clock. What was happening? Can anyone discern who was calling out? They better not be caught by me. Since everyone is already awake, why not head to the Quidditch pitch for practice? The Slytherin captain's demeanor diverged from that of the others. The discussions momentarily subsided, and someone anxiously inquired, "Is the flooring in your dormitory buckling? This castle has stood for a millennium. It's only natural that wear and tear would manifest. Can't you fix it yourself? Or summon a house elf?" "No, it's the same here," Lucas chimed in, peeking his head out. The dimly lit Slytherin corridor had not prompted students to examine closely, but once Lucas revealed himself, they noticed the pile of stones outside his and Marcus's dormitory. "Wait a moment. Some tree roots will sprout soon. I've already summoned the professors, so please do not panic," Lucas stated nonchalantly. His classmates could not grasp the gravity of the situation from his description. They held a vague impression of an upperclassman casting a displeased glance at Lucas. "Gringotts has already graduated. Could you clarify how serious this is?" Lucas returned a glance at the student. "It's merely a few plants that might damage the furniture. Theoretically, they pose no harm to wizards. Do not recklessly cast spells on them. It would be best to wait for the professors." Lucas was pressed for a connection to this matter. The crowd sought out someone who might have insight, naturally eager to glean any information available. Lucas had to elaborate further. Suddenly, a burst of flames erupted from an upperclassman's dormitory. "Quick, put out the fire," Lucas muttered under his breath, having emerged specifically to address inquiries. Fearing someone might use uncontrolled magic on the roots, Slytherin students had a rudimentary understanding of dark magic, often more so than students from other houses. Yet, despite the warnings, some clever individuals directed incantations at the trees. No matter how robust the defenses, they could be breached from within. Originally, Hogwarts' protective enchantments and the encroaching roots maintained a balance. But once the fire spells were unleashed, that equilibrium was likely disrupted. Lucas rushed towards the source of the fire, where a 7th-year student emerged from the blazing dormitory. Clutching a pet, he turned back in terror, attempting to cast spells at the inferno. When the extinguishing spell struck the flames, they split and flared up even more vigorously than before. Lucas halted in disbelief, looking at the upperclassman. "What incantation are you using? This is not a mere inferno. It's not the conflagration charm," the upperclassman replied, his face pale, yet illuminated by the fire's glow. "I found the spell in the library, not from the restricted section." Lucas was not interested in this detail. "What about the counterspell?" he interrupted, cutting off the upperclassman's description of the book. Wizards have long explored the history of fire, initially positing the theory of the 4 elements, which was later debunked and replaced by newer theories as time progressed. Wizards continually delve deeper into the mysteries of magic. There are numerous variations of fire spells. Some incantations must be paired with specific extinguishing spells, while others can have the opposite effect if combined improperly. These spells differ from the widely known conflagration charm. Their activation does not stem from intense emotions, nor do they ignite upon mere contact. The upperclassman flinched at Lucas's sternness. He momentarily set aside his pride, breathlessly responding, "I haven't seen that chapter yet." Lucas truly felt grateful to him. In the blink of an eye, the flames had spread to where Lucas stood. He attempted the stupefy spell and several common extinguishing charms. Only the clean water charm proved effective. However, the flames clung to the jujube tree, which was inherently a form of agricultural magic, designed to incinerate pests and eradicate weeds. The spell had targeted the jujube tree. As long as it remained unscathed, extinguishing the flames would be a daunting task. "What do we do now?" Thick smoke began to spread, and more Slytherins joined the firefighting effort. Lucas surveyed the area. All 6th years and below should evacuate the castle. Send a few to notify the other professors, and another group to the kitchen to summon the house elves to help control the blaze. Amidst the billowing smoke, the source of the command became inconsequential. Slytherin students, their faces smeared with soot, bent low as they moved, resembling a flock of black lambs dutifully following orders. The upperclassman closest to Lucas glanced at him. What is next? The smoke is too dense. Those who can use the bubblehead charm should remain. The rest should exit immediately. If you see the roots of the jujube tree along the way, try to avoid them. Lucas issued another directive, prompting a rush of 6th and 7th years to exit, uncertain whether they truly lacked the incantations or simply wished to avoid the perilous scene. A few younger witches and wizards instinctively gathered around Lucas. Each wore a large bubble above their heads, as if balancing inverted fishbowls. Their features became indistinct. The jujube tree continued its rapid growth. With the remaining students, their combined magical energy barely sustained the castle's defenses, achieving a precarious balance with the tree's expansion and the flames. However, a wizard's magic would deplete over time. Lucas waved his wand, transforming a section of wood into luminescent arrows that adhered to the walls. These students had not encountered much danger before. Once their magical reserves were excessively drained, they might lose their way in panic. Moreover, he needed to instill hope in his team. I've marked the exit route. Those who feel their magic waning can leave following these markers. The glowing green arrows symbolized a possible escape. The Slytherins perked up. The flow of water from their wands increased slightly. A group of house elves, carrying pots and pans, arrived just in time, drawing water from the Black Lake and dousing the flames as best they could. Lucas directed some of the elves to wield axes and chop down unburned roots, thereby alleviating the pressure of extinguishing the fire. In the midst of the swirling black fog, Lucas contemplated a solution to the entire predicament. There had to be a powerful spell capable of separating the jujube tree from the flames. Even a brief separation would allow for poisoning the tree, extinguishing the fire once and for all. However, the longer the separation took, the more challenging it would become. Lucas glanced around. Allowing the area to burn until the professors arrived was also an option. Yet, the reason these upperclassmen were present was that their dormitories had been laid to waste. Participating in controlling and extinguishing the flames was a matter of honor for the house. They often spoke of Slytherin's glory, a concept that felt rather abstract to Lucas, especially since the house had lost its luster by the time he enrolled. Yet, this notion indeed existed. Voldemort had risen to power through it, and even his typically arrogant classmates firmly believed in it. Lucas pondered this deeply. As the next flame erupted, Lucas seized his clean water charm and prepared to cast another spell. Lucas wielded his wand with a graceful flourish, akin to a conductor leading an orchestra. Initially, only a few flickers of flame emerged rhythmically from his wand, but as this inaudible symphony crescendoed, a magnificent fire dragon coalesced amidst the smoke, spiraling around Lucas's wand in the air. The pressure on the older wizards was momentarily alleviated. Chapter 200, The Fire Dragon and the Griffin. Severus Snape and the headmaster, along with others, arrived outside the castle, where a group of anxious Slytherins, clad in pajamas, were conversing in the open space. Snape strode purposefully towards a familiar student. Catherine, why are you here? Upon seeing Professor Snape, Catherine looked as if she had found her anchor. The girls' dormitory and the boys' dormitory were separated, and it was only then that they noticed the thick smoke. The upperclassmen had already come to notify them to evacuate. However, after gathering in the open area, Catherine had already gleaned the details of the situation. Professor, it is said that a tree in the boys' dormitory has gone berserk, with its roots sprawling everywhere. Subsequently, someone attempted to incinerate the tree with fire spells, and now the flames refused to extinguish. Catherine's words echoed in his ears as Snape's billowing black robes and Professor Dumbledore's exaggerated nightcap entered the castle. The sight of the contrasting black and white figures offered a sense of reassurance. Shortly thereafter, Catherine also spotted Professor Sprout in her ginger-yellow robes, who hurriedly lifted her skirts to inquire about the situation before rushing inside. As the three professors stood outside the Slytherin dormitory, several soot-covered Slytherins emerged from the corridor, their bodies blackened by ash. Upon seeing Snape, one of them released the bubblehead charm, and a pungent odor wafted into the air, an overwhelming stench from a morning without brushing teeth. Professor, Lucas is inside. We don't know what magic he has used. The fire seems to be under control. Snape and Dumbledore exchanged a glance before dashing into the dormitory. After several days, Lucas once again employed the technique he had mastered in Albania. He no longer drew power from within himself, but instead harnessed the surrounding intense magic, thereby controlling the flames. Initially, the resistance in commanding the flames was considerable, and Lucas could still sense the surging magic from his classmates. He focused intently on his incantation, completely absorbed. gradually discovering a rhythm as clusters of magic converged towards him. Lucas diverted a fraction of his attention to instruct his classmates to evacuate. However, the upperclassmen who had caused the chaos now fully understood Gringraz's fondness for Lucas. This young wizard was indeed capable of great feats. "I'm fine, you all go first," Lucas assured with resolute confidence. The spell he had newly conjured displayed immense power, and his classmates could see the changes unfolding. Hesitating for only a moment before beginning to withdraw, the spiraling tongue of fire transformed into a fire dragon, adorned with tassel-like spines atop its head, unfurling its wings in the corridor, continuously absorbing flames into its form. In truth, Lucas found himself in a precarious position. He had separated much of the fire attached to the jujube tree, but the tree remained alive. The flames continued to swirl in the air, unable to be extinguished. Where are the professors? Lucas frowned, contemplating the worst-case scenario of bringing this fire dragon into the common room. He knew precisely where the glass was weakest, and in a moment of desperation, he could shatter it and cast the fire dragon into the black lake, seizing the opportunity to escape and save himself. However, such an uproar would be immense, and Lucas was reluctant to endanger his own house unless absolutely necessary. At that moment, Dumbledore and Snape burst through the common room. The headmaster seemed to employ some sort of magic, descending the staircase more swiftly than Snape, nearly gliding to the ground, and then securing the entrance to the dormitory. Dumbledore peered in. The fire dragon circled above the wildly growing, charred roots of the tree. A diminutive dragon-like figure surveying its territory amidst the grotesquely twisted blackened roots and similarly charred remnants, resembling a young fire deity. Dumbledore quickly grasped Lucas's predicament. He drew his wand. Lucas turned around, immediately sensing the residual magic clinging to the jujube tree beginning to coalesce, swiftly forming a griffin. His gaze met Dumbledore's from afar, though he could not discern the headmaster's expression. Yet, the perception of magic was most immediate. Lucas felt the elements rapidly converge. The fire dragon he had manifested nearly dissipated. At this juncture, two paths lay before him. Relinquish control to the headmaster's magic, allowing it to dispel the flames, or Lucas pursed his lips, refusing to rescind his control. With a flicker of magic, the indistinct fire dragon solidified further. The fire dragon hovered in the air for a moment, finding its flight trajectory, soaring alongside the griffin. Lucas resolved to seize this opportunity. From the headmaster's use of magic, he could ascertain that his understanding of the technique was indeed correct. Yet Dumbledore's command over the magic was far more fluid and effortless. Lucas was determined not to squander this chance for learning. Snape stood grim-faced beside the headmaster. Witnessing the griffin following the fire dragon, which was still merely a young dragon, although its flaming outline appeared fierce, it would always dissipate when colliding with the griffin. What does Lucas intend to do? Severus, I must trouble you to poison the roots this time, Dumbledore replied lightly, maneuvering the griffin along the corridor, leaving a trail of vibrant flames in its wake. Lucas sensed some of the flames being neutralized into ordinary magic by the griffin. This was a process of decomposition and transformation. No, this was the headmaster guiding him on how to wield magic. Lucas swiftly adjusted his own magic, attempting repeatedly as the fire dragon intermittently morphed in shape, sometimes sprouting a serpent's head, at other times a dog's head, until, moments later, it finally took on the same fiery tail as the griffin. Snape, having approached Lucas with the bubblehead charm, shot a fierce glare at the audacious young wizard as he passed, yet the charm obscured the transmission of his gaze. Snape retrieved a potion, reciting a vaporization spell over the open bottle. The spell, however, misfired. Dumbledore, Snape shouted in fury. The two wizards, engrossed in their fiery endeavor, instinctively recoiled slightly, releasing a surge of magic. Simultaneously, Snape intensified his magical output, unleashing a dark mist like a blade into the frenzied roots. Both the elder and the younger wizards sensed Snape's emotional fluctuations as he cast his spell, prompting the flames in the air to swiftly dissipate. As the potion began to take effect, the jujube tree started to wither and decay. The flames conjured by Lucas and Dumbledore gradually diminished, ultimately transforming into two diminutive, palm-sized toys. With a pointed gesture from both wizards, this grand concerto of flames concluded in a fading whisper. The remaining flames sank into the roots of the jujube tree, culminating in a sharp crack as the wood combusted with a crisp sound. The corridor of the Slytherin dormitory fell silent once more. Chapter 201. Increasing School Regulations. This is the most severe safety incident since the school's inception, Snape exclaimed, slamming his hand down heavily on the stack of books on the headmaster's desk. The assembled witches and wizards exchanged glances, sensing they had heard a mournful cry emanating from the depths of the books. Dumbledore maintained his benevolent smile, embodying an optimism that contrasted with Snape's demeanor, and discreetly winked at Lucas. However, Lucas lacked the courage to reciprocate. He bowed his head in solemn reflection. That deranged jujube tree had caused irreparable damage to the Slytherin dormitory. Snape continued to lay out the facts, stating that for the coming weeks, the students of Slytherin would have nowhere to go. Do you comprehend the implications of this? You may allow them to sleep in the Great Hall. I recall having left some sleeping bags at the school during that period. I could summon the house elves to retrieve them and wash them for further use. Suddenly, a portrait hanging in the headmaster's office spoke up, its expression unmistakably smug, revealing its allegiance. Snape cast a cold glance at the interjecting headmaster. However, this was not the most severe incident. A headmaster adorned with an eagle embroidered upon his robes removed his monocle to wipe it. And I remember that the glass in the Slytherin common room had shattered once, flooding the area, though fortunately, Hogwarts' drainage system proved resilient. The headmaster speaking was clad in an outdated lace wizarding robe, at least 3 centuries old. Lucas could hardly discern any remnants of the broken glass in the common room. The repairs were executed with remarkable skill. Silence. The warning glare directed at the portrait was ineffective, as Snape reprimanded those who diverted the topic. Madam Sprout, with a hint of guilt, interjected, "The issue with the jinxed trees cannot be laid at Lucas's feet. The seeds were sent by me. I had no inkling that the supplier's seeds might be contaminated. I have just received an urgent owl informing me that an apprentice mixed several nutrient solutions in the same vial." After speaking, Madam Sprout lowered her head with a heavy heart. Snape turned to face Dumbledore, declaring, "If you intend to heed the counsel of this motley crew, then let all the students sleep in the Great Hall." Snape was resolute in magnifying the situation. He could not accept that only Slytherin students would be relegated to the Great Hall. Just imagine how many students from the other houses would relish such a spectacle at dawn. Oh no, Severus. The castle was recently renovated during the summer, and the furniture is still quite new, Dumbledore replied gently. Perhaps we can contemplate alternative solutions. Lucas exchanged a glance with the headmaster. Dumbledore, perceiving Lucas's gaze, being the sole Slytherin student present, invited, "I would like to hear your perspective as a student." Snape's oppressive gaze followed closely. Lucas swallowed hard, and a Slytherin headmaster's portrait scoffed at his timid demeanor. Lucas bit his lip and proposed, "I believe we could divide Slytherin into 3 groups, utilizing available rooms in other dormitories. There has never been a precedent for mixed house accommodations in Hogwarts history." The portrait of the Slytherin headmaster interrupted Lucas furiously. Dumbledore's blue eyes glimmered behind his lenses as he generously supported Lucas, saying, "Lucas, continue. I find this idea rather innovative." Lucas glanced at Snape, who scrutinized him with narrowed eyes, seemingly assessing what he might say next. "I heard from a Ravenclaw classmate that their house's knocker poses questions to students. Only those who answer correctly may enter their common room. Therefore, I believe that staying in Ravenclaw, at the very least, is not entirely impossible." Lucas spoke the truth. All present had graduated from Hogwarts, and it was not uncommon for students from different houses to forge romantic connections, sneaking into one another's common rooms for late-night conversations. Snape's brow furrowed in disapproval. He noted Dumbledore's eager expression and exclaimed, "I vehemently disagree. Can you envision the chaos of Slytherins and Gryffindors sharing a common room?" Madam Sprout shuddered at the thought. "Yet, there are indeed many who are bold." Dumbledore stroked his beard, pausing thoughtfully. "I find this an intriguing proposition." He cast a pleased glance at Lucas, recognizing that while adults could easily discern the young wizard's curiosity for Ravenclaw's library, Lucas's suggestion nonetheless offered Dumbledore a glimmer of hope amidst the prevailing biases of the houses. He was delighted that Lucas had proposed such an idea. However, the headmaster's tone shifted to one of mild regret as he soothed the seemingly ready-to-resign Snape, stating, "Severus, the concerns you raised are indeed valid. Perhaps one day, we may witness students from different houses visiting one another." The portraits divided into factions, with one side advocating for the beauty of fostering inter-house communication, while the other lamented the decline of standards, bemoaning that the current generation of headmasters was inferior to the last. The decision in reality remained unmade. Yet the portraits presented an impressively composed front, clearly delineating their stances, as those sharing similar views crowded into the same frames. Lucas gazed in fascination at the portraits, animated by the castle's active magic, each figure retaining a vibrant sense of personal will. Dumbledore indulged the debate among the portraits, knowing full well that their fruit-throwing antics would not pose any threat to him. "For now, I believe I can, through the headmaster's authority, arrange temporary accommodations for the Slytherin students." He winked at Snape, assuring him, "This castle harbors many little-known spaces. Fret not, Severus." Snape turned away with a huff. He clearly discerned that Dumbledore had conceived this plan from the outset. Why, then, did he consult Lucas? And that audacious, reckless Lucas truly dared to make a suggestion. Snape chose to ignore Lucas's penitent expression. It was all an act. Had he possessed even a modicum of fear or hesitation, He would never have engaged in such reckless antics in the Slytherin dormitory. Now, let us delineate responsibilities. The first class is about to commence, and I wish to return my staff to their lessons promptly. Dumbledore began to allocate responsibilities. The fire incident in Slytherin was caused by Mr. Douglas from the 7th year. I have already contacted his parents, and the matter of compensation will be addressed by the Board of Governors. As for the 2 bewitched jinx trees, Dumbledore pressed a finger to Madame Sprout. We could not have anticipated that the seeds would pose a problem. Furthermore, there is no regulation forbidding the planting of magical seeds in the dormitories. This is a lapse in the school's regulations, and I shall propose an amendment in the next meeting. Conversely, he added, in the future, unless in emergencies, please refrain from utilizing highly aggressive magic in the dormitories. Chapter 202, Emergence. Dumbledore referred to the chaotic flames and that agricultural incantation. Lucas lowered his head once more. Ultimately, Lucas Graham demonstrated commendable leadership during the crisis, efficiently organizing students to extinguish the flames and effectively containing the disaster, securing 100 points for Slytherin. Dumbledore smiled. We noted that several upper-year Slytherins also participated in the firefighting efforts, and they shall receive an additional 50 points for Slytherin. Snape's breath caught in his throat as he regarded Lucas with slightly more favor. Lucas sensed a less accusatory gaze from Snape. Was Snape genuinely pleased when Slytherin won the House Cup? Lucas had always assumed that Snape merely cultivated an image of maintaining Slytherin's point tally to regulate student behavior through rewards and penalties. His professor, it seemed, derived genuine enjoyment from it. Lucas met Snape's gaze and offered a conciliatory smile. Snape huffed in response. If there are no further matters, I shall take my leave for class. Snape said irritably. Half of Slytherin's textbooks have been incinerated. I need to inform the professors to have them temporarily share books with other students. Snape would not offer his colleagues any excuses, deducting the recently acquired 150 points. Of course. I shall relay the information to everyone, Dumbledore replied, appearing on the verge of laughter. Though he restrained himself, looking once more at Lucas, the young wizard exhibited commendable composure. His eyes sparkled with mirth, yet his expression remained stern, as if mourning the destruction of the dormitory. Lucas was dispatched to class alongside 2 professors. Upon exiting the principal's office, Snape specifically called Lucas back. He gestured for Sprout to proceed, who glanced back at the duo with a lingering concern. Lucas waved a farewell to Professor Sprout, his calm demeanor offering her some solace, yet simultaneously igniting Snape's ire. Were you so eager to step into the limelight and voice your opinions? What Snape truly wished to inquire about was not this. Rather, from whence did you learn that spell? Who taught you? Lucas had grown taller this semester, yet he remained overshadowed by Snape's presence. The intensity of the interrogation felt stifling in the summer heat. Lucas tugged at his collar, clarifying, that was not a spell, I was merely attempting to manipulate magic. He found it difficult to articulate the sensation. Elaborate further. Snape frowned, for he had witnessed Dumbledore employ the same incantation, initially believing it to be derived from a tome in the school library. It's a feeling, Professor, Lucas conceded, abandoning the attempt to describe it. After a moment's contemplation, he withdrew his wand from his sleeve, stating, I can demonstrate for you. Before Snape could finish his sentence at the office door, Lucas had already animatedly waved his wand. A gentle breeze swept through the corridor, caressing Snape's summer cloak, and transformed into a diminutive vortex in Lucas's outstretched hand. The vortex persisted for a mere 3 seconds before dissipating. Just like that, it is not a spell, but rather a sensation. Lucas gazed up at Snape, exuding complete trust. Yet Snape recognized what he had just witnessed, a profound talent. He himself lacked it, as did most others. He was acutely aware of who could achieve such feats, the Dark Lord Dumbledore. Though still weak, Lucas was young, blissfully unaware of the fate that might befall him should he reveal such power too soon. Lucas was then sent off to class by Snape, who offered no commentary on the magic displayed. This was not merely a feeling, it was a gift. The investigation into the dormitory incident quickly yielded results. The arsonist, a student named Douglas Rocher, was both well-known and affluent, while the contents of the board meetings remained confidential. The outcome was clear. Douglas's parents hastily arranged for his transfer to Durmstrang Institute. In Snape's words, he had effectively included the incident in his resume, undoubtedly enhancing his chances for admission. Lucas couldn't help but chuckle. Snape must have had a second conversation with Dumbledore. The outcome of that discussion now lay on Snape's desk. It was a Friday evening during the first week of school. The community service program was officially renamed to Helping in the Professor's Office. Take a look. Snape indicated toward the file. Lucas had a hunch, sitting opposite Snape as he broke the seal on the back. Ministry of Magic approval for the registration of the master-student relationship between Severus Snape and Lucas Graham. As Lucas withdrew half of the documents, he caught sight of the title and momentarily halted his breath. Professor, this is... Snape, engrossed in grading assignments, swiftly marked an A without lifting his gaze, saying, "I submitted the application via OWL. Holders of the Merlin Medal possess special privileges for such matters and need not visit the ministry personally. You simply need to complete the accompanying documentation and send it back." Lucas remained silent. Snape glanced up and noticed the young wizard gazing intently at him. Snape frowned. Lucas's face was alight with admiration. The Merlin Medal was a prestigious honor, bringing with it numerous conveniences. Truly, the professor was remarkable. Such straightforward praise left Snape feeling quite uncomfortable. As the community service session drew to a close, he restrained himself from reprimanding Lucas for his insincere flattery. Snape observed as Lucas cheerfully returned the completed documents to the folder, putting away the dried cauldrons and gathering the sorted materials for storage. Lucas approached the office door, where the light was somewhat dim. He paused there, hesitating to open the door. "Is there something else?" Snape prompted. Lucas, shrouded in shadow, shook his head, merely inquiring, "Do these need to be submitted by tomorrow?" Snape nodded. "Is there anything else to be done?" Snape shook his head. His apprentice quietly opened the door, bid him farewell, and closed it behind him. Snape set down his quill, retrieving his wand to erase the recent A he had inscribed, replacing it with a bold 39T39. The school had conducted several meetings regarding the Slytherin dormitory issue. Lucas's exceptional performance had caught the attention of many seventh-year students, leaving a lasting impression. The ramifications of this incident extended beyond Lucas's full integration into Slytherin. It also brought him into the sights of several board members. Dumbledore had specifically reminded Snape that the registration of his master-apprentice relationship with Lucas was yet to be completed. The headmaster's exact words were, "Lucas is eagerly anticipating becoming your apprentice." Snape often dissected the headmaster's words. For instance, this reminder could be interpreted as a mere follow-up to the summer home visits or as a prompt to formalize his bond with Lucas swiftly. Chapter 203, The Object of Frustration. Regardless of the interpretation, Snape had written to the ministry to initiate the application. He felt an unsettling dissonance. Lucas was always impeccably composed. However, there was a distinction to be made. For example, when successfully brewing Felix Felicis, Lucas would wear a proud smile while adding points to Slytherin. Yet he merely nodded and smiled otherwise. Perhaps Lucas did not genuinely desire to be his apprentice. Perhaps he once sought to cultivate a favorable relationship with the headmaster to gain certain privileges within the academy. But now Lucas might realize that he could seamlessly integrate into Slytherin through his own magical prowess. Would such a considerate and dependable apprentice truly endure his foul temper, waste time on menial tasks, and scrub cauldrons merely for the sake of learning potions? In the stillness of the night, Snape allowed his darker thoughts to expand and unfurl. Lucas swept into the dormitory like a gust of wind. This temporary accommodation was located on the 8th floor, while it did not occupy the room of requirement. Some magical alterations had been made, including the relocation of a statue to guard the entrance, ensuring that Slytherins still shared their quarters. The Slytherins grumbled slightly as they ascended the stairs, unaware that Snape had once argued vehemently to avoid them sleeping in the Great Hall. Upon Lucas's return, Marcus was sprawled across his bed, meticulously arranging gold galleons on the sheets, aligning them perfectly in neat rows, savoring the sight. He had completely let loose in front of Lucas, revealing his greatest pastime at home, counting money. After all, Lucas was tight-lipped and showed no interest in his affairs. Seeing Lucas return, Marcus had initially intended to inquire about the progress of the protective charms they had sold last semester. One of those charms had been purchased as a Christmas gift for a 6th-year student in their house. Coincidentally, this student had worn the charm during the fire, emerging unscathed while others were enveloped in smoke, instantly drawing the attention of the other Slytherins. Slytherin inquired and discovered that Lucas's protective charm was exceptionally potent. Consequently, a surge of orders began to flow toward Marcus. "You're back," Marcus initiated, but as he observed Lucas's demeanor, he noticed a certain tranquility that bordered on forbidding. Lucas calmly placed the documents on the bedside table, the usual repository for his important materials. However, his demeanor was unnervingly serene, almost suggesting that Marcus should refrain from bothering him. Marcus wrestled with his thoughts. Lucas's discontent implied a slower order processing pace, which invariably meant a decrease in the influx of galleons. He mentally calculated the implications and resolved to uncover the source of Lucas's troubles, eager to alleviate his burden. "Is something troubling you?" he ventured cautiously. Lucas lifted his gaze. Seeing Marcus's carefree expression ignited a desire within him to instruct Marcus in a few useful spells, so that he might not lag when seeking assistance in the future. Yet, investing time in a student like Marcus required a certain valor, as it was often a fruitless endeavor. Lucas scrutinized Marcus for a moment. His roommate eagerly awaited the unveiling of his innermost thoughts. Ultimately, he decided it was unnecessary to take out his frustrations on the young boy. Suppressing his ire, Lucas began to tidy his bed. Marcus pondered what could have vexed Lucas. Hadn't he just returned from Professor Snape's office, appearing quite pleased? Could it be that the professor had reprimanded him? In a bold attempt to console, Marcus suggested, "Was Professor Snape perhaps lenient with you today, allowing you to return early?" Typically, mentioning Snape would lift Lucas's spirits. Lucas glanced at him, continuing to arrange his bedding. A sense of panic washed over Marcus. Although Snape never voiced his opinions, Marcus himself was uncertain of the professor's merits. Nevertheless, he asserted, "We all know you are the professor's favorite student." This was his trump card. In the past, such words had invariably brought Lucas some secret joy, yet today, upon uttering them, Lucas's movements faltered, releasing a flurry of down feathers that danced through the room like snowflakes. Indeed, he was Professor Snape's favorite pupil, Lucas mused. Having been indoctrinated with that notion to the point of belief, the Ministry of Magic's registration he received lay prominently on his bedside. What had he truly gained? Merely a piece of parchment from the ministry. Nothing more. Lucas felt a chill wash over him as he gazed at the certification. A month had elapsed since the headmaster's home visit, during which Snape had interacted with Malfoy, his colleague from school. It was inconceivable that Snape remained unaware of the apprentice ceremony's completion methods. Many scholars argued that the Ministry's certification was a drawback in the apprenticeship system. To put it bluntly, if another ministry were to take its place, it would merely be a worthless scrap of paper. The traditional apprenticeship system was established through magical rites. Yet, had not Dumbledore implicitly instructed Snape to retain his precious apprentice? Even if the headmaster had not explicitly stated, "Train your student so that he may contribute to the fight against the Dark Lord." Was it not evident that he had acknowledged Lucas's talent and the necessity of nurturing it? Lucas endeavored to rein in his emotions as he retrieved his wand, mending the disarray of his pillow. The curfew had already been imposed. He hastily attended to his evening routine before drawing the bed curtains. Marcus extinguished the lights, perplexed by the reasons behind Lucas's ire, and ultimately ceased his speculations. Lucas closed his eyes and connected with Argus. Following Argus's consumption of the basilisk, it had undergone a peculiar transformation. An eye had sprouted upon its avian abdomen, granting it the ability to petrify any object that met its gaze. Recently, Lucas had tasked Argus with managing his newly acquired territory within the Forbidden Forest. As anticipated, several minor conflicts had arisen among the magical creatures, obscuring the peculiar behavior of the Acromantula. The new territory had now established itself firmly. Lucas inspected the plants within the nursery he had cultivated deep within the territory. The flobberworm frolicked atop the Acromantula's head, as the leader commanded the spider not to consume the flobberworm. Given its minuscule size, there was little incentive to do so. And thus, for the time being, both parties coexisted peacefully. Lucas directed Argus to harvest some plants, carefully packaging them for later use. The night was ripe for a journey, and Lucas disregarded Argus's muted protests within his realm. Transforming into a raven, he utilized a portkey to travel to Germany. There was a 1-hour time difference between Germany and England. When it was 11 o'clock here, it was midnight for Karkaroff. In his first week as headmaster, Karkaroff was still basking in the joys of his new position, indulging in fine wine within the fortress's robust walls during the stillness of the night. Suddenly, the lights extinguished. Almost immediately, they reignited, revealing a shadowy young man seated on the sofa opposite Karkaroff. Karkaroff eyed the sudden apparition with suspicion. "What progress have you made on the task I assigned you?" Lucas cut straight to the chase, skipping the formalities. "Have you established the smuggling route for the wine?" Karkaroff found himself momentarily speechless, his breath caught in his throat. He trembled, pointing a quivering finger at the mysterious figure before him. Unable to fathom the audacity of this intrusion into the school, Lucas waved his silver wand, and Karkaroff's raised hand was swiftly twisted behind his back. Though his bones remained intact, the joints of the man, unaccustomed to physical exertion, cracked audibly. For the next 10 minutes, Karkaroff was forced to relive a terror so profound it made him forget his own name. "I can elevate you, just as I can others. But consider where you will be when that time comes," the mysterious figure intoned coldly. Now regaining his name, Karkaroff gasped for breath, the red wine he had just poured spilling onto the luxurious carpet. 11, having silently appeared at Lucas's side, had made significant strides in language, having lived and dined with the house elves of the school. However, Karkaroff was taken aback by 11's demeanor, standing behind his master. The little elf exhibited an air of indifference that transcended that of a typical house elf. Karkaroff had never been so acutely aware that this house elf was sent to monitor him. A chill ran down Karkaroff's spine, swiftly transporting him back to the sensation of kneeling at the Dark Lord's feet. This mysterious figure evidently arrived with a sense of urgency, and Karkaroff had neglected the tasks he had assigned over the past month. A bead of cold sweat trickled down his forehead, and he dared not wipe it away. "Please grant me another chance," Karkaroff implored with utmost reverence. "No, Igor. Your time with me has been short, and you should know that I do not forgive easily," Lucas remarked, toying with the silver wand in his hand. "Your previous master might have cast a spell to ensure you remember your lesson, but I shall not be so lenient." Rising from his chair, Lucas approached Karkaroff, the candlelight stretching their shadows across the room. The standing shadow pointed its wand towards the kneeling figure. Karkaroff curled into himself, not out of pain, but in a desperate attempt to grasp at the remnants of what was slipping away. Moments later, the soundproofed room was filled only with the sound of Karkaroff's labored breathing. Karkaroff gradually regained his senses, feeling an overwhelming weakness wash over him, accompanied by an inexplicable fatigue. He hesitantly inquired, "What have you done to me?" The mysterious figure brandished a wand, upon which a gem glimmered, a deep azure stone of profound allure. "I comprehend that your schedule has been quite demanding since the commencement of the term. Therefore, I have taken 1/3 of your magical essence as collateral. Within a week, you are to establish the necessary connections and dispose of these herbs, collecting comprehensive information on all potential buyers." Karkaroff shivered at the thought. Escaping one Dark Lord merely meant falling prey to another. How could the wizarding world harbor such a perilous individual? He knelt upon the ground, failing to meet the figure's gaze, fervently assuring that he would fulfill the task at hand. Moments later, the room fell into a heavy silence. Karkaroff cautiously lifted his head, only to discover that the figure had departed. 11 quietly tidied the disheveled carpet, preparing a pot of hot tea for Karkaroff. Subsequently, like all the little sprites, 11 awaited Karkaroff's commands. Trembling, Karkaroff managed to rise, noticing a bundle containing materials beside the tea. The figure had not mentioned the dire consequences of failure. Yet Karkaroff understood that he was never one to forgive. Meanwhile, Lucas awoke in his bed, having addressed Karkaroff's lackadaisical attitude, his anger subsiding. The clock struck midnight, and his roommate was sound asleep. Lucas retrieved the map he had previously created. The castle's projection materialized, revealing that Professor Walter was on night duty. Walter's marker sporadically flickered across the three-dimensional map. This was not an indication of a flaw in Lucas's map. It merely suggested that the vampire was traversing the corridor in an inverted manner. Lucas could almost envision the respectable professor by day, now hanging upside down at night. Regardless of whether one was human or specter, longevity often drove one to madness. Lucas then located the marker representing Snape, who was moving at a leisurely pace. Having just parted ways with 2 students wandering the halls, Lucas scrutinized the map for a moment before changing his attire, noting the positions of the 2 glowing points, and quietly slipped out of the dormitory. The summer night air in the castle corridors was slightly cool, and Lucas had a clear objective as he descended to the first floor, where Walter and Snape had already crossed paths. Utilizing a basic disillusionment charm, he observed Walter conversing with Snape, who glanced in Lucas's direction. Snape, leaning against the wall, perceptively turned to the spot where Walter was looking. "Who goes there?" The castle was eerily silent. Wizards could not perceive the effects of spells with the naked eye, yet Lucas remained composed. He had been angry for several hours, but dwelling on his anger would not resolve anything. He would confront Snape directly. "Just a gust of wind. Do not be alarmed, Severus," Walter interjected, attempting to diffuse the tension. Snape was unconvinced by Walter's words. The students caught by this vampire during night patrol were but 1/3 of what other professors encountered. As a dark creature, he was far too lenient with those foolish students. Few within the castle remained sufficiently alert and rational to realize they were dancing with a vampire. Snape had inquired of the headmaster multiple times regarding Walter's true intentions, questioning why the latter was permitted to remain at the school for 2 consecutive years. Under Snape's persistent questioning, the headmaster had offered a simple response. "You need not worry excessively about the student's safety. Walter signed a strengthened contract with me upon entering the school, ensuring he would not harm the students." The headmaster further divulged, "He has been searching for a blood relative. After another year, regardless of success, he shall depart." Snape yearned to probe further, pondering how wizards had regressed to such primitive methods of locating individuals. Moreover, what could be the underlying motive for a vampire to seek out a human relative? Yet the headmaster deemed Snape sufficiently informed and refused to disclose any further personal matters regarding Professor Walter. This vampire's mind was undoubtedly unhinged. Restless after curfew, Snape took to wandering the halls. At times, he relished the solitude of traversing the quiet castle under the cover of night. Hogwarts was his home. He required no luminescent guide to illuminate his path. Should he encounter any students breaching school rules by wandering at night, deducting points would serve as his additional amusement. As he reached the first floor, Snape sensed a pair of eyes upon him. Initially, he presumed it to be a student cloaked in an exceptional invisibility cloak, attempting to stealthily slip past him. However, upon halting to investigate, Snape discerned that the sensation of being watched emanated from above. With caution, Snape employed a refraction spell. Illuminated by the dim moonlight filtering through the hall's glass windows, he beheld something suspended from the ceiling, a pale face grinning wickedly at him. For a fleeting moment, Snape was taken aback, instinctively casting a stunning spell at the suspended figure. It was later confirmed that the figure was Walter, who adeptly shifted from hanging upside down to clinging to the ceiling, evading the attack with remarkable agility. I have already apologized, Severus. I merely believed that hanging upside down would foster contemplation. It was never my intention to frighten you, Walter said, sliding down from the ceiling. He hastily clarified his identity before Snape could cast another spell, and both parties' emotions stabilized. Snape coldly retorted, "Perhaps you have not considered the frightful rumors that would ensue if a student accidentally glimpsed you during their nocturnal escapades." Walter exhibited a markedly different demeanor in the darkness. Shrugging nonchalantly, "They ought not to be wandering at night. Furthermore, those young wizards are quite foolish. Numerous students have passed me by, without a single one looking up." Walter cast aside the facade of a diligent professor by day, coolly flicking the dust from his nails. "You may not agree with my assessment, but among that group of students, few possess the ability to cast the disillusionment charm. Your young friend Lucas is not among them. You must have taught him personally." Under the cloak of invisibility, Lucas cast a glance at Walter. Snape's expression darkened. Walter was either attempting to sow discord or had genuinely witnessed Lucas employing the charm. There was yet another possibility. Without warning, Snape cast a spell in the direction Walter had just glanced. His sudden outburst was entirely unforeseen. However, Lucas was no longer in his original position. He hung above the Great Hall, quietly observing Snape's missed spell. Little Lucas was truly remarkable. Many professors had praised him. One could not pretend to be indifferent to his accomplishments. Walter had always held a disdain for Snape, as Snape consistently rebuffed him, reminding him of his outsider status. While others maintained a facade of civility, only Snape dared to be forthright. Walter sought to test Snape and the hidden Lucas. Lucas's disillusionment charm was exceptionally proficient. Had it not been for the vampire's acute sensitivity to sense, he might have overlooked the astute young wizard. Little Lucas had brought Albanian fish snacks and the fur of a moon-stricken beast for Filch's cat, demonstrating a level of thoughtfulness that included foreign scents for the feline. Unbeknownst to them, Filch's cat circled around little Lucas's feet, and Filch was moved to tears. Walter recounted several similar instances. After returning to the pub during summer vacation, Lucas had urgently requested the bartender to procure some local specialties as gifts for the professors. The cotton doll-inspired bracelets, crafted from local stones and seeds, were distributed to the professors with whom he shared a closer rapport. Severus Snape remained noncommittal to Walter's remarks. He was reluctant to exhibit any response. However, the vampire grew increasingly animated in his discourse. He paced back and forth around Snape, his words becoming ever more piercing. His proficiency in divination is commendable, and he can also adeptly address questions concerning defense against the dark arts. Have you not noticed, Severus, that this student gravitates towards all the truly skilled professors? Could it be that he holds a particular fondness for you? A gentle summer breeze wafted through the great hall. Snape's demeanor remained icy as he haughtily retorted, "What does that have to do with me? Aren't you planning to take him on as your apprentice? Do not blame Pomona for leaking the news." We were all rather astonished upon hearing it. Walter paused, reveling in his argument, then inquired of Snape, "Do you truly believe he would be willing to bind himself to your magical contract?" This unexpected nocturnal conversation veered into a territory that baffled Snape. What contract? He furrowed his brow, suspecting that Walter was insinuating he had engaged in some nefarious dealings. Oh, Walter emitted a rather irksome, meaningful sound. He gazed at Snape with a knowing look, as if he found the entire situation amusing. Snape, irritated by his scrutiny, felt his wand emit sparks of danger. "It's nothing. I was merely overthinking," Walter chuckled to himself. "You should retire early, dear potions master." Snape watched as Walter vanished into the shadows of the night, the latter's final words lingering ambiguously. The mention of a contract hinted at something unsavory, leaving Snape perplexed. Lucas appeared quite cheerful, yet Snape's brow remained furrowed. Perhaps Lucas had not been as merry upon his departure, but it certainly was not due to any contract. The encounter and conversation between the two professors was but a fleeting interlude. After they departed, the inverted ceiling shimmered slightly, and Lucas floated back down to the ground. He silently returned to the dormitory, seeming less agitated than before. The following morning, Marcus rummaged through his belongings with such fervor that he startled Lucas, who was engrossed in his reading. Lucas had cast a silencing charm in his vicinity, yet Marcus persisted, frantically asking Lucas, "Have you seen the pocket watch I brought?" Marcus referred to a cherished heirloom, a pocket watch that bore the crest of the Knott family. Since the start of the term, he had boasted to every classmate whose name he could recall about this family treasure, regaling them with tales of the illustrious history of the Knott family. A student who cobbled together a paper for history of magic, of course, included a few impromptu embellishments in his family lore. Yet, Lucas indeed had a vague recollection of the watch. Did you not place it in the first drawer? Lucas recalled how Marcus had polished the watch after counting his galleons. Although Lucas had been quite upset yesterday, he was never mistaken. A spark of realization lit up Marcus's face as he hurriedly inspected the drawer Lucas mentioned, even yanking it out forcefully to spill its contents across the bed linens. The assorted items were laid bare, yet the pocket watch was nowhere to be found. Lucas paused in his reading, then approached Marcus, casting a few detection spells on the drawer, and subsequently, with little hope, employed the summoning charm. Marcus had previously mentioned that his pocket watch was exceedingly valuable, adorned with numerous advanced spells, including the counter charm for the summoning charm. Chapter 206, Vanished Without a Trace. Lucas further searched Marcus's bedside table and the scattered items on the bed, his expression darkening progressively. He had risen earlier than Marcus and had stayed up later the night before. Marcus had not touched that drawer. Thus, the only window of opportunity was during the time he had ventured out last night, at most half an hour round trip. Could someone have entered their dormitory? Noticing Lucas's continued silence, Marcus grew increasingly anxious, rummaging through other potential hiding places before despondently plopping down on the bed. Do you have any ideas, Lucas? Please help me. If my father discovers I've lost this, he will be furious. Marcus was gripped by fear. Lucas remained silent, deep in thought about how the watch could have gone missing. He had set some magical protections within the dormitory, notably a revealing crystal ball. I believe you should seek assistance from a professor. Perhaps they can employ other magic to help you locate it, Lucas suggested languidly. But Snape won't he help me? He'll just say I was careless. Marcus pleaded, looking at Lucas for support. He hoped Lucas would accompany him to consult the professor, perhaps to speak favorably of him. Lucas shook his head. This is your own dilemma. Observing Marcus's reaction, Lucas noted that the young wizard was pacing the dormitory, entirely unaware that there was an alternative resolution to the matter. There are just the two of us here. It was present yesterday, yet it is absent today. I think you should go alone to speak with the professor, Lucas advised. Marcus opened his mouth to protest. I never suspected you of stealing it. You are not that kind of person. Though he had indeed considered this approach, the simplest route was to shift suspicion onto a half-blood. Yet Lucas was not one to be trifled with. They were already friends. Lucas sighed. Therefore, the professor would not think so either. Before Lucas could finish, Marcus, seemingly struck by an epiphany, seized the conversation. So the professor will clear your name. He will assist me. Without waiting for Lucas's response, Marcus dashed out of the dormitory. Lucas watched his retreating figure, realizing that was not his intent. Yet was Marcus running faster? Once assured of Marcus's departure, Lucas retrieved a revealing crystal ball from his bedpost and reversed the recording of the previous night. When he exploded the pillow, the pocket watch was beside the galleons. And then Marcus had taken it out, carefully soothing Lucas. After a lack of results, he had decisively given up, polishing the watch and placing it back in the drawer. Lucas fast-forwarded through the subsequent events. Most of the footage was static until midnight, when he got out of bed, and at 12:35. He returned to the dormitory with brisk steps. There were no anomalies with the drawer throughout. Lucas accelerated the playback, but the rest of the night passed uneventfully. That drawer had no traps or magic and had not been opened. The pocket watch had vanished without a trace. Lucas quickly stowed away the crystal ball and dispelled several protective charms hidden within the dormitory. Just as he completed these tasks, the door swung open, revealing Marcus, who respectfully ushered in a rather displeased Snape. Upon entering, Snape's gaze fell upon Marcus's disheveled bed, the slippers haphazardly kicked aside, and a single sock dangling from the foot of the bed. He cast a disapproving glance at Marcus, who seemed unfazed. Lucas, seated on a chair beside the bed, had neatly arranged his blankets, with hardly anything strewn about. Only a document folder rested on the bedside. Have you completed it? Hand it over now. Snape extended his hand toward Lucas. Seeing Snape's entrance, Lucas had already risen. He had not anticipated Snape would broach this matter first. Hesitating, he replied, Professor, I have not finished yet. Snape nodded, choosing not to elaborate. This confirmed his suspicions, which he decided to address when Lucas came to his office to handle the materials. The pressing issue now was the disappearance of a golden pocket watch belonging to the Knott family. Snape, much like Lucas, employed the examination charm on the crucial item. Yet the spell proved equally ineffective. Did you venture out last night? Snape inquired, casting a suspicious glance at Lucas. Just the previous day? Walter had all but implied that Lucas was in close proximity, though it remained a mystery how he had evaded detection. Lucas would certainly not nod in agreement. He shook his head innocently, asserting, I had a splendid night's sleep. Nevertheless, Lucas harbored an unsettling premonition. Marcus corroborated. Lucas returned before curfew. We exchanged a few words before retiring for the night. He emphasized, I truly placed that pocket watch in the drawer, it was undoubtedly not Lucas. Snape disregarded his reasoning and suddenly probed into the young wizard's pre-sleep conversations. What did you discuss last night? Nothing of consequence, Professor, Lucas replied, his scalp prickling. He hastily took on the responsibility of recounting events. I did indeed see Marcus place the pocket watch. I swear I did not take it. And I am willing to undergo any search, yet I believe this matter is far from straightforward. Snape fixed a dangerous gaze upon Lucas. Can we rule out the possibility that both you and Nott are mistaken? Lucas nodded. Snape continued. Do you believe someone infiltrated the dormitory last night to steal the watch? Marcus had not considered this possibility, frantically glancing towards his hidden stash of galleons. No, Professor. I sleep lightly. I would have known if someone entered. Lucas persisted. I think we need to investigate the issue of how this watch vanished from a sealed space devoid of enchantments. Snape was taken aback by this line of reasoning, a sardonic smile creeping across his face. It became evident to him that Lucas had been in a foul mood the previous day, eavesdropping on his conversation with Walter, and that the dormitory was likely monitored by spells, which explained Lucas's unwavering assertion that the drawer remained undisturbed while the object had disappeared without a trace. The smile quickly faded from Snape's visage, replaced by a frigid expression. Tell me, do you wish to seek out the headmaster now to explain this matter personally? Lucas fell silent. He indeed held suspicions regarding the pocket watch. This location was in close proximity to the room of requirement and, strictly speaking, was part of it. The loss of an item might very well be attributed to unstable spatial magic. Perhaps the room of requirement concealed some secret? Hogwarts was rife with secrets. And while this matter could certainly be disclosed to the headmaster, it might also be resolved privately. Lucas had examined the watch. It was a commonplace piece, sturdy and unremarkable, lacking significant research value, and could hardly be considered a treasured family heirloom. He did not respond immediately. The atmosphere in the dormitory grew increasingly tense. Snape inhaled deeply and pointed toward the door out. Chapter 207, The Commitment to Research. Lucas and Marcus simultaneously turned to Snape. Marcus, belatedly realizing the implication, pointed to himself. Are you asking me to leave? He incredulously confirmed. The Slytherin head of house regarded him coldly. Mr. Nott, must all magic be performed in your presence? Of course not. Professor, Marcus stuttered, I shall leave at once. You and Lucas discuss this matter, and please, do help me find the object. Realizing he had spoken too freely, Marcus hastily shut the dormitory door. Snape approached the bedside of Lucas, retrieving a file folder and opening it to spill its contents. The documents remained in the same order as when Snape had placed them inside. Lucas had not filled in a single word. If you do not wish to be my apprentice, you need not agree, Snape remarked, returning the file to its previous position. However, the folder was not secured properly and toppled from the nightstand, scattering papers across the floor, coming to rest at Snape's feet. Lucas looked up at Snape's expression, which was inscrutable and vacant. He quickly interjected, Professor, I am most eager. Having overheard the conversation between Snape and Walter the previous night, Lucas knew Snape was genuinely unaware of the ritual. He had initially intended to subtly indicate his desire to be an apprentice at an opportune moment. Yet, Snape appeared to have shifted his focus elsewhere. Lucas felt a twinge of frustration. He grasped Snape's robe, speaking earnestly. I am indeed very willing to be your apprentice. But I had anticipated something more from the outset. I believe the apprenticeship you spoke of was one officially recognized by magic. Last night, you provided me with these materials and mentioned that there were no further matters, leading me to believe it was because I was not yet qualified. Lucas spoke rapidly, once again lamenting that none of Snape's colleagues had ever elucidated this to him. This was the second time Snape had heard the term contract. Since yesterday morning, he had yet to verify Walter's eccentric claims, but now he confirmed that the apprenticeship system possessed an alternative form of establishment. Snape raised an eyebrow, his tone remaining cool. Commanding Lucas, continue. Lucas hesitated. Actually, there is a book in the library that specifically addresses this matter. I wish to hear your version, Snape replied, rarely witnessing Lucas's palpable discomfort, now seizing the initiative and relishing the opportunity to settle the score for the nocturnal escapade. After an initial flurry of panic, Lucas quickly regained his composure. It was Snape who had issued the invitation, yet now it was he who was expected to explain. Lucas grumbled internally, but upon seeing Snape lift the mental block, he smiled with unexpected delight. Very well, he could certainly articulate his thoughts. Lucas explained with clarity. The apprenticeship system established by magical rituals ensures that the mentor fulfills their utmost duty to instruct the student. Thus, anything a student is capable of learning must be taught by the mentor. Magic guarantees the fulfillment of this obligation, while conversely, the mentor possesses absolute authority over the apprentice during the teaching phase, with the apprentice serving as a long-term aid. An apprentice cannot simultaneously have two mentors. In terms of long-term obligations, a bond is formed between the two parties, often involving participation in each other's familial affairs. Lucas was concise. In fact, the texts on the mentoring system in the school library were several centimeters thick, detailing regulations from ancient times to the 18th century, with numerous versions available. Snape regarded Lucas with suspicion, feeling uncertain. The introduction sounded reasonable enough. The mentor must impart knowledge, which partially explained Lucas's earlier frustration. Lucas might believe that under magical witness, this would provide greater assurance. Yet this was Lucas Graham. Even when he thrived in a tavern in Albania, he merely remarked on the locals' hospitality. Lucas now wore his signature expression of eager anticipation, a sly smile playing on his lips. Professor, were you previously unaware of the mentoring system? Are you willing now? Snape found himself momentarily at a loss for words. The young wizard quietly gazed up at him, unexpectedly refraining from pressing further. Snape observed Lucas standing there with unwavering confidence. They had known each other for just a year, and this young wizard had transformed from one whose magic surged uncontrollably from a mere few words to this calm demeanor. It seemed Lucas had not contemplated the possibility of rejection. Snape realized he found it indeed difficult to decline. Yet, agreeing was equally challenging. The system was more intricate than he had imagined, and he could not hastily consent to something he did not fully understand. This contract sounded antiquated. Snape chose his words with caution. I trust your defense against the dark arts instructor has mentioned that contracts in the wizarding world are perilous, and once established, they may be irrevocable. Lucas responded with carefree nonchalance. That is precisely the essence of a magical contract. Snape was left speechless. Lucas's hopeful gaze gradually faded, and the little wizard displayed a hint of hurt before quickly retreating. A hand descended upon Lucas's head, obscuring his eyes. Snape, in a fit of frustration, ruffled Lucas's hair and gritted his teeth, saying, I will look into this contract. As long as your description proves accurate, we shall resolve this matter within the semester. That cool hand firmly restrained Lucas, preventing him from lifting his head or attempting to sneak a glance. After a moment, Snape cleared his throat and released Lucas's tousled hair. Lucas discreetly peered at him. Snape appeared composed, yet the tips of his ears were slightly flushed. Oh, when Snape glared at him, he only caught Lucas's earnest expression. Glancing around, he frowned and inquired, what is the matter with Marcus's pocket watch? Lucas replied with utmost seriousness, you must believe me, it was not I who took it. This statement was rather superfluous. He quickly stepped back half a pace to avoid a potential attack from Snape. Lucas hastened his words. It is like this. I have a hypothesis, and I can take you to see. Snape dismissed the conjecture of a child his age with disdain, refusing to accompany him. This matter is now in your hands. Keep an eye on your roommate. I do not wish for him to develop the habit of seeking out professors for trivial matters. I am not his house elf. Lucas imagined Snape as a house elf, and before that thought fully formed, he sensed the professor's dangerous narrowing of his eyes. Lucas hastily assured, of course, I will manage these matters. Lucas escorted Snape to the dormitory entrance, where Snape paused, casting a glance at Marcus's bed before rigidly stating, at times, you may perceive your peers as foolish. Trust me, this is not merely your illusion, but perhaps you will find something of value within it. Chapter 208, The Pocket Watch. Snape's hand gripped the doorframe with slight pressure. Advising a student to cherish Slytherin friendships was not a common practice for him. However, Lucas comprehended this insight with remarkable precision. Responding sincerely, indeed, I have observed that while Marcus has his flaws, he remains quite reliable. I will manage the roommate relationship. Such a clear response did not elicit praise from Snape. The professor seemed to find his clarity overly blunt and swiftly departed. In the corridor, Marcus gazed in awe at Snape's retreating figure. Once he confirmed Snape's departure, he eagerly entered to seek out Lucas. Did Professor Snape find my pocket watch? Seeing the scattered papers, he questioned with suspicion, were you truly using magic to help me find my pocket watch? It seems more akin to a quarrel. Yet, Lucas's contented demeanor did not suggest any such conflict. Marcus was bewildered, unwilling to comprehend. His attitude towards the pocket watch was that of a diligent parrot. Lucas chose not to argue, bending down to gather the scattered papers. With the contract in place, the Ministry of Magic's paperwork could also be set in motion. His progress with Felix Felicis had recently slowed, and the purification process was not proceeding smoothly. Academic research is like this. Most of the time, students are sharp and astute. Yet there will still be areas of inadequacy. If one were proficient in everything, there would be no need for mentorship. However, to prevent Snape from becoming irate and treating him like an ordinary student, casting him out of the laboratory, it was best to complete all feasible formalities. With this thought in mind, Lucas finally turned his attention to Marcus's anxiety. Regarding your pocket watch, he said somewhat irritably, tell me, what were you thinking when you placed the watch in the drawer? Does it matter? I was thinking not to leave the watch out. It would be easily lost. Marcus replied, utterly perplexed. In other words, when you opened the drawer, your intention was to store the watch away. Lucas clarified Marcus's intent. If a spell were to read Marcus's thoughts, the best interpretation of that notion would be storage, a place capable of holding items. He had previously speculated that this was a variant of the Room of Requirement. Normally, the dormitory's environment is set by the headmaster. Dumbledore would configure it to be immutable, to prevent students from wishing for opulent beach palaces. During students' residency, it serves as a dormitory accommodating all Slytherin students. Marcus's desire to store something should not have elicited a response. It was highly probable that the Room of Requirement contained something. I will step out for a moment. If I do not return in 3 hours, seek out Professor Snape. Lucas left a note on parchment, intending to take it with him when he went to see the professor. Marcus, perplexed, asked, "Are you searching within the castle? What danger could there be in the castle? What if I get lost?" Lucas left behind a remark that left Marcus utterly baffled. Lucas discovered an inconspicuous picture frame in the 8th floor corridor. The entrance to the Room of Requirement had been reconfigured. The troll tapestry had been folded, with its contents transferred to the small picture frame. After pondering for a moment, Lucas rotated the image 90 degrees, silently wishing for a place to store pocket watches. Moments later, an unremarkable door appeared beside the entrance to the Slytherin dormitory. Lucas pushed the door open, quickly shutting it behind him. The Room of Requirement remained as magical as ever. Previously, Lucas had attempted to exchange furniture and conduct experiments here. And now he was confronted with heaps of furniture and various bizarre collections. He looked up. The room's expansion charm had been utilized to its utmost potential. The ceiling soared far beyond that of the Great Hall, estimated to be 3 stories high, with stacked wooden furniture and discarded items resembling mountains waiting to be climbed. The air within the room was far from pleasant. An assortment of peculiar bone lamps, red lanterns, and natural light from above provided illumination, making the dust all the more conspicuous. Navigating through this space felt akin to traversing through a cloud of dust. This should be a fixed room. After contemplating for a moment, Lucas exited the room with a sense of reverence. He returned to the picture frame, silently wishing for a room that could store pocket watches. Upon reopening the door, he found a display of hundreds of pocket watches. Some were still operational, others had long since ceased, and many were adorned with peculiar dials. Lucas noticed one engraved with various methods of death, such as hanging, drowning, and plague. Another displayed a countdown spanning several centuries. It was uncertain what would happen when the backward-moving hands reached their conclusion. In this room, Lucas also discovered a half-finished time-turner. He stood back in awe. Half-finished creations always proved to be the most troublesome. Lucas meticulously examined each watch in the room, but found nothing of value. Shortcuts proved ineffective. Lucas retreated. Returning to the dormitory, he found Marcus anxiously awaiting him. Upon seeing Lucas, Marcus immediately stood up. "Did you find it? I remember you mentioning that the pocket watch only operates in the hands of your family, correct?" Lucas reiterated something Marcus had once said. The essence of this magic lay in the inclusion of blood during the pocket watch's creation, establishing a bloodline activation. Lucas did not wish to squander time in a cluttered space. He needed a shortcut. "I need to draw a vial of your blood," Lucas stated with unwavering certainty. Marcus hesitated to respond, as blood held significant importance in the wizarding world, especially a vial of blood. If it were to fall into the hands of a dark wizard, it would suffice for them to accomplish numerous nefarious deeds. "May I accompany you in search of it?" Marcus apprehensively inquired. "A vial of blood is far too much." "Then grant me a drop." Lucas retrieved a sewing kit from the cupboard. A single drop seemed far more palatable, and the perilous acts that could be performed with just a drop were considerably diminished, prompting Marcus to readily acquiesce. Once Lucas completed the blood extraction, Marcus halted him, meticulously questioning, "Is the 3-hour time frame you noted subject to recalibration?" Lucas paused for a moment. He had left the note to prevent chaos within the Room of Requirement. The state of the room post-war had indeed been such. Most of the time, upon opening the door on the 8th floor, one would behold charred black ash from flames. Yet occasionally, the space would become disordered, transforming into rooms previously sought by other young wizards. It was rumored that students from D.A. returned to the school, revisiting their former haunts while completing their assignments, only to discover the vacant room where they had covertly trained in defensive dark magic against Umbridge. It proved that learning dark magic defenses held some merit. That student, exercising sound judgment, refrained from entering that space and instead reported to a professor. Chapter 209, Milk and Honey. Professor McGonagall cast a stone into the room as a precautionary measure. This caution was indeed warranted, for the stone, once a mouse, never emerged again after being thrown into the room. The moment the stone was cast, the former room vanished. This exemplified the chaos of the space. It was also why the castle's maintenance required more than mere bricks and mortar. It necessitated a master alchemist of profound knowledge. At present, Lucas had tentatively ruled out the issue of spatial chaos. The Room of Requirement was functioning well, rendering the note obsolete. With one possibility eliminated, the remaining risks seemed minimal. Lucas snapped his fingers, and the parchment was swiftly reduced to ashes. All is well. The greatest danger has been averted. Marcus, however, remained perplexed as to where the lost pocket watch might have ended up. Furthermore, Professor Snape had promised to assist him, yet left after a brief conversation with Lucas. Now, Lucas had become his sole beacon of hope. Marcus uttered a torrent of pleas, watching Lucas depart as if a golden tabby was bidding farewell to a hunter. Lucas returned to the room, cluttered with a veritable mountain of items. He placed Marcus's drop of blood upon a compass. The moment the blood touched the needle, it turned crimson. After a moment of chaotic spinning, it pointed south. Following the needle's direction, Lucas advanced, with a few rats and cockroaches scurrying past his feet. The piles of debris remained relatively stable, with tables and chairs forming a corridor that required stooping to navigate, while tattered sheets served as makeshift curtains. Lucas maneuvered through the winding paths created by the heaps of construction waste. The compass needle shifted direction, now indicating west. Lucas paused, straining to listen to the sounds within the room. Dark magical artifacts whispering faintly, the creaking of a wooden horse, and the tinkle of wind chimes from fish bones flailing in an empty glass aquarium. An unsettling sensation began to envelop Lucas. He rummaged through his bag to retrieve a flying carpet, which hovered at waist height, its corner curling to facilitate his ascent. With practiced ease, Lucas settled onto the carpet, which ascended smoothly, soaring over the surrounding furniture. The path below became clearer, yet the myriad of heights obstructed his line of sight. Lucas glanced again at the compass. It now pointed west. Someone had taken Marcus's pocket watch. Furrowing his brow, Lucas recited the complex revealing charm, attempting to discern whether he was engaged in hide-and-seek with a person or a magical creature within the room. However, the incantation was thwarted by an unseen force, revealing only a swirl of chaotic smoke. He soared once more in the direction indicated by the needle, this time increasing the carpet's speed, intent on denying the moving entity an opportunity to escape. As he altered his course several times, the carpet adeptly navigated obstacles. Lucas withdrew a telescope enhanced with a revealing charm. Its specially crafted lens would expedite the targeting process. Through the telescope, he spotted a figure slipping into a labyrinth formed by a cluster of cabinets. The cabinets, designed to open like roller doors, concealed a upperclassman who had evidently noticed the flying carpet above. Skillfully utilizing the cabinets for cover, the student evaded Lucas's pursuit. Lucas urged the carpet to accelerate. The distance was now sufficient to stow the telescope, and he experimentally cast a spell. The spell was obstructed by the cabinets, which splintered open a gap. Suddenly, the surrounding environment transformed, engulfing the space in an endless swirl of white mist, and Lucas found himself standing upon a pure white platform. Some ethereal liquid crested over his carpet, eroding the fabric of reality. Bone-crushingly absurd. The carpet maintained its speed as Lucas swiftly unleashed spells in both directions. With a sharp crack, a boggart that had concealed itself for years exploded from within the wardrobe. Simultaneously, the sound of fabric tearing echoed from the other side. Lucas sensed that his spell had been momentarily intercepted by some force, leading to a missed opportunity. As he sought again, the compass pointed towards a particular cabinet. Upon a rusted metal handle hung a gleaming golden pocket watch. Your pocket watch. Lucas collected himself and returned to the dormitory. He had missed breakfast, but should still make it in time for lunch. The moment Marcus beheld the watch, a radiant smile illuminated his face. As Lucas washed his hands, he could hear Marcus showering him with effusive praise, each compliment unique and unrepeatable. When Lucas returned the pocket watch, he had already inspected it, confirming that it bore no curses. From his pocket, he produced a fragment of tattered fabric belonging to a student's robe. The upperclassmen, though hooded, rendered their gender indiscernible. That individual must have been involved. They had not even glanced up to ascertain Lucas's identity, engaging in no dialogue throughout. Moreover, they exhibited an unsettling familiarity with the room within the room of requirement. The manner in which they summoned the boggart was particularly nefarious. Lucas was certain that had he not vanquished the boggart with sufficient speed, the individual would have covertly cast a spell upon him. Lucas could have pretended to be ensnared by the boggart, but instead, he turned on the tap, allowing the water to cascade for a moment as he splashed his face. Never mind. There will be another opportunity to catch that scoundrel. After lunch, Alice intercepted Lucas. This was the first time Lucas had seen her since the term began. Throughout the past week, he had ventured to the library regularly, yet had not encountered Alice even once. She appeared preoccupied, her hair tied back in a ponytail, though a few strands had escaped at her neck. Lucas recognized this demeanor from a fellow Ravenclaw. He had experienced it himself when faced with scholarly challenges. "Hello, Lucas," Alice offered with a strained smile as she approached. Lucas detected a hint of milk and honey in her scent. He noticed a damp stain on her sleeve. This struck him as peculiar. There had been no honey or milk in the midday meal, and if it had been from the morning, it should have long since dried. Moreover, how could one manage to dine without staining their sleeves? "Good afternoon, Alice." Lucas greeted Alice as usual. Alice hesitated, her words caught in her throat, while Lucas patiently awaited her response. "I would like to inquire about something. Your transfiguration and potion grades have consistently been commendable, and you are friends with Hagrid." Alice meticulously laid out Lucas's merits, seemingly assessing whether he met a certain criterion. Chapter 210, 3 Ingredients. After a brief moment, she leaned closer to Lucas and whispered in his ear. Ahem. A sudden cough echoed from behind them. Startled, Alice turned around, while Lucas feigned surprise. The unexpected intruder was Professor Walter, and Lucas was certain he had not approached at a leisurely pace, but had rather utilized his vampiric speed to close the distance. "Professor Walter." Alice stepped back slightly. Walter gently reassured the young witch. "It's quite all right, Alice. I merely happened to pass by. You may continue your whispered conversation." To be fair, Walter's appearance and demeanor did not render his statement inappropriate. However, it seemed this professor harbored a somewhat mischievous inclination, as he had deliberately interrupted their discourse. After delivering his remark, he swiftly made his exit from the hall. Lucas found himself at a loss for words. He turned to Alice. "What were you about to say?" "Oh, nothing," Alice replied, as the urge to confide in him dissipated in the wake of her fright. At that moment, her companions were calling her, each appearing as flustered as Alice. She dashed towards her friends. Lucas called after her, reminding, "No matter what happens, keep your wand at the ready." He harbored suspicions that Alice might be conducting some clandestine experiments. Fortunately, the potential dangers posed by the magical capabilities of second-year students should be manageable. With that thought, Lucas departed the dormitory, heading to the library. That evening, Severus Snape, who was supervising Lucas in brewing potions, was summoned away by a student. Lucas overheard the student's unrestrained announcement regarding a medical student who had collapsed due to depleted vitality. Upon hearing this, Snape immediately retrieved the appropriate potion from the cabinet, glancing at Lucas's cauldron, which did not hold a promising outlook. Thus, before leaving the office, Snape emptied Lucas's cauldron, instructing him to prepare a new batch. The production of the Felix Felicis potion had reached an excruciatingly tedious stage. Lucas stared vacantly at the empty cauldron. Moments later, he retrieved a fresh set of potion ingredients from the cabinet. Unable to suppress his frustration, Lucas struck the table. When he had come to the office earlier that day, Snape had, unusually, not permitted him to fetch the materials from the storeroom himself, instead directing him to take them straight from the cabinet. As Lucas collected the ingredients, he pondered why he had been instructed to prepare 3 sets, seemingly only suitable for brewing the Felix Felicis potion. Now he understood. Lucas arranged the materials. Snape anticipated that it would take him 3 attempts to successfully brew the potion. With a slight chuckle, Lucas prepared to chop the ingredients when Snape's fireplace flickered, and his voice emerged from within, listing a series of potion components and urging Lucas to deliver them to the infirmary promptly. Lucas set down the small knife he had just picked up. Concurrently with Snape's order, he had already gathered the materials stored in the office. By the time Snape finished his list, Lucas had reached the office door, en route to the storeroom. The infirmary was in disarray. Lucas, carrying an armful of materials, spotted Snape reciting incantations alongside Madame Pomfrey. The headmaster arrived nearly simultaneously with Lucas, and Dumbledore quickly took over Snape's position, allowing Snape to accept the materials Lucas had brought. Peering through the gaps between the adults encircling the bed, Lucas noticed a hand dangling limply by the bedside. Merely from that hand, he would surmise that the individual was on the brink of death. However, as the headmaster began to chant spells, a stabilizing surge of magic enveloped the bed. The intensity of the magical energy was so profound that it emitted a faint glow. The white curtains separating the ward fluttered, and the hand, infused with magic, regained a hint of color. Snape's expression turned grave as he swiftly selected a completed potion from the items Lucas had brought, administering it to the student via a corner cup. The patient on the bed convulsed violently, prompting Madame Pomfrey to secure him with straps. Yet, moments later, the commotion subsided. Dumbledore spoke gravely, partially obscured. "Severus, what is your assessment?" Snape furrowed his brow. He must have come into contact with a very dangerous object. "It is siphoning his life force, and no amount of replenishing will suffice. We must locate that object urgently. We need to buy this child time. If we cease our efforts, he will rapidly deteriorate." Madame Pomfrey appeared deeply troubled. Lucas stood a short distance away, scanning the area, and fortuitously spotted a pile of black wizarding robe fragments on the floor, alongside a pair of separated shoes. Judging by the circumstances, these items likely belonged to the ailing patient. Lucas bent down for a closer look, pausing briefly at the robe before summoning it with his wand. The robe was well made, yet covered in dust and scuff marks. One corner appeared to have been cursed, torn just shy of the main body. "What are you doing?" Snape, engaged in a discussion, charged over. He forcefully yanked Lucas away, the strength of his pull causing Lucas to collide with the bed frame behind him. The commotion drew the attention of two other adults, and the levitating robe fell back to the ground. Rubbing his bruised waist, Lucas understood that the robe could harbor clues. He was aware that such garments were the most likely to have come into contact with dark magic, hence his spell. "It's nothing, Severus," Lucas reassured, having not come into direct contact. Dumbledore restrained Snape, his concern clouding his judgment, but I believe Lucas may offer some valuable insight. Lucas noted that this was the second time the headmaster had solicited his advice. He feigned ignorance of this detail and pondered before responding. "The robe is intact, with traces of magical attacks, but no direct hits. Is the patient adept at dueling? If not, I worry he may have attacked others." Lucas attempted to shift the focus, having already confirmed that this individual was the wizard with whom he had been exchanging favors in the room of requirement. Now it seemed he had been manipulated by something. The entity controlling him had executed its scheme and fled, leaving behind clear traces of dust, with diligence. One could trace the dust back to the room of requirement and uncover their escape route. Therefore, Lucas sought to shift the narrative. Another concern was that this student happened to be a Slytherin. He could encounter trouble, but he must not perish during the term. "I believe the priority should be to preserve this student's life," Lucas continued. "I have seen in the library that there exists a potent petrification spell capable of maintaining a person's physiological functions in a fixed state, which might grant us some precious time." Dumbledore smiled in approval. "Yes, I believe your findings and suggestions are indeed insightful." Madame Pomfrey nodded in agreement with Lucas's assessment, noting that petrification combined with periodic magical input could prolong his life. "Albus, you must cast the petrification spell on this child. Thereafter, every 5 hours. I require an adult wizard to assist me in reciting healing spells for him. This will allow us to delay things for a few more days." Chapter 211, Two Feathers. Snape remained silent. If someone else were in this situation, they might suspect that he could not bear to see the students favored by the headmaster. However, Lucas did not share this sentiment. Seizing the moment, he expressed that he had already delivered the materials and saw no need to linger any longer. As the young wizard turned halfway, his movement faltered. He pitifully pressed against the spot he had collided with, gasping in pain. Madame Pomfrey exclaimed in surprise, only then recalling the loud noise from earlier. She cast a disapproving glance at Snape. "Let me take a look. If you return like this, you will surely be bruised by morning." Though she refrained from chastising Snape in front of Lucas, she pulled back Lucas's shirt to reveal a large, glaring bruise on his pale skin. Lucas awkwardly tugged at Madame Pomfrey, insisting, "Just prescribe me some potion. I can manage the rest on my own." His reluctance to accept help evident, but Madame Pomfrey firmly held on to him. Lucas glanced pleadingly at Snape, who remained deep in thought, his gaze lowered. "Madam, I can handle this myself," Lucas asserted, gripping the foot of the hospital bed with one hand while clutching his shirt with the other. The headmaster had only witnessed the beginning of the incident before retreating behind the curtain to check on the unconscious student. At that moment, Snape spoke up, "Poppy, just hand me the potion." Madame Pomfrey hesitated for a moment, then handed over the small jar of ointment to Snape, deeming it appropriate. She then stepped away. Lucas found himself in a predicament. Snape appeared to be in a foul mood as he leisurely twisted open the jar and approached Lucas. Lucas swallowed hard, lifting his shirt slightly. "Pull it up a bit," Snape commanded tersely. Lucas struggled to decipher Snape's intentions. He could detect no signs of a mental block. Yet he was unable to grasp Snape's current emotions. Lucas revealed the injured area. The ointment might sting a bit, and the edges of his shirt hung down. So he resorted to holding the fabric in his mouth. Oof. Lucas recoiled as the potion made contact with his skin. Snape's application was gentle, having already endeavored to minimize the pressure. Lucas anticipated that Snape would seize the opportunity to teach him a lesson, yet this did not occur. Gradually, he realized this was some form of Snape's self-loathing. Perhaps he felt that showing concern in front of the headmaster was a weakness. Or perhaps he was unwilling to accept discomfort. Nevertheless, as the potion warmed against his skin, Lucas fell into silence, unable to recall the last time he had received such treatment. Had it even happened? The remaining half-bottle of ointment was placed on the vacant hospital bed. Snape, having composed himself, refrained from criticizing Lucas's earlier remarks too harshly. He simply stated, "It's nearly curfew. I shall escort you back to your dormitory." Lucas shook his head. "Professor, I can return on my own. Are you planning to brew potions here? It would be a waste of time to make the trip back and forth." He added a reassuring promise, "I won't wander off." Snape assessed Lucas's expression. Indeed, he required more time to brew the special potion. Lucas was released from the infirmary. As he wandered near the first floor of the castle, he spotted Alice. She was carrying a basket, evidently returning from the kitchen. Alice greeted Lucas warmly. Recalling their unfinished conversation from the morning, Lucas approached her. He first observed Alice's magical aura, relieved to confirm that both her magical energy and vitality were intact. However, the honey milk that had stained her sleeve earlier had yet to be dealt with, now dried and sour. This was not a stubborn stain. For a wizard, it was merely a matter of a spell. Lucas drew his wand and swiftly eradicated the small blemish. "Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't notice that. Thank you." Alice flushed, awkwardly tugging at her sleeve. As she moved, the clinking of jars and bottles resonated from her basket. Lucas speculated that it likely contained more honey and milk, perhaps intended to feed some small creature. He waited for Alice to say something. Just then, an unwelcome voice interrupted. Professor Walter, the vampire, emerged from behind a pillar, two brightly colored feathers protruding from his pocket. The two students greeted the professor. Walter inquired of Alice, "It's nearly curfew. Do you have something important to discuss here?" Alice quickly shook her head. "We just happened to meet, Professor." She hastily bid farewell to Lucas and disappeared down the corridor with her basket. Lucas attempted to sidestep Walter, but was halted. "You're only in your second year, Lucas. Youth is a wonderful thing. By my age, you'll find nothing is new anymore. We all know what just transpired. I was merely preventing a girl from experiencing heartbreak." Lucas was nearly amused by this absurdity. This vampire believed that Alice was about to confess her feelings to him, and that he would promptly reject her. The little wizard, who usually wore a gentle smile for everyone, no longer smiled, coldly retorting to Walter, "I believe Alice merely wished to share a personal matter with me. And you've already interrupted her twice today. If anything were to happen to her because of this, it would be your responsibility." Walter dismissed Lucas's warning with a wave of his hand, confident in the vampire's keen observation. "The girl is perfectly fine. She is not harmed, merely a bit anxious." "Professor, are you looking for someone?" Lucas, uninterested in correcting the antiquated notion, had other matters to attend to. "Looking for someone?" Walter feigned ignorance, criticizing him. "Don't take things so seriously. I merely wish to have a chat." Lucas did not wish to waste time with him. "I have been unable to locate a student registry at the library. Pants mentioned you had inquired about it. I have been waiting for the previous borrower to return it. Perhaps you could offer me some advice?" Walter did not respond directly. He regarded Lucas with suspicion, seemingly wanting to touch his hair, but Lucas evaded him. "Yes, that book is in my possession. Do you have any relatives listed in that registry?" Lucas replied ambiguously, "On that matter, I can only answer you after I have seen the book. It's quite late already. I do not wish to incur Slytherin's penalties for wandering about after curfew. Goodbye, Professor." After curfew, Lucas returned to the room of requirement. He needed to locate the maze of cabinets and erase the magical traces upon them. However, the original location of the cabinets had been replaced by a mountain of moldy blankets of various colors. Someone had returned before him and had removed any signs of a struggle. Chapter 212, Two Cauldrons of Potion. Lucas confirmed that his magical traces had also been eliminated, feeling a wave of unease wash over him as he promptly requested an additional exit. A small wooden door opened near the mountain of blankets, and Lucas decisively pushed it open. He had taken only a few steps before finding himself back in the temporary dormitory, which was originally part of the room of requirement. Since Lucas could take shortcuts, whatever was hidden in the shadows could as well. They still had no idea whether it was a magical object, a fantastic beast, or a dark wizard. While washing up, Lucas discovered that the detection item he had left in the room of requirement had been triggered. Dumbledore's magic reverberated back to him. Just a moment more, and he would have collided with the headmaster. Dumbledore's reflexes were indeed swift. He had already noticed the dust issue and had pinpointed the target in such a short time. At the same moment, another spell left by Lucas within the castle was triggered. Lucas furrowed his brow. It was the Chamber of Secrets. He had established a monitoring enchantment within the chamber, initially waiting for one individual, the heir of Slytherin. The tale of the chamber being opened during Harry Potter's second year, where the 1,000-year-old basilisk was slain by the savior, is widely known. Looking back further, it was Tom Riddle who first unveiled the chamber, earning a special commendation for his discovery. Now, what had triggered the opening of the chamber this time? Lucas determined Argus's location through the link and urged him to return to the school post-haste. This was a splendid opportunity. He lurked in the shadows, aware that a Horcrux of Voldemort had awakened within the castle, a perilous yet unguarded entity. Lucas had every reason to seize this chance. However, a detail warranted meticulous scrutiny. Lucas had indeed noticed that when he encountered Walter earlier that evening, the latter bore a feather from a rooster. This action could be interpreted in two ways. Walter, a vampire, required regular replenishment of fresh blood, irrespective of whether he utilized potions to suppress his cravings. Within the castle, under Dumbledore's watchful eye, the only blood available to him would be that of poultry. The other possibility was that basilisks held a fear of a rooster's crow. Walter could either be a servant of Voldemort, or perhaps was not, but now found himself under control. Lucas listed Walter on his agenda, ensuring that if conflict arose, he was prepared to confront the lurking Walter. As for tonight, it seemed unlikely that anyone else would be harmed. Whoever had infiltrated the chamber left behind only an empty space devoid of signs of struggle. Even basilisks needed to venture out to hunt. By the time the sun rose the next day, Argus would arrive, and all would be revealed. Yet, regardless of how meticulously one crafts a plan, unforeseen circumstances invariably arise. The following day, Sunday, Ravenclaw students whispered amongst themselves at the breakfast table, seemingly exchanging secrets. The ever-inquisitive Marcus returned with the latest news. Have you heard? A second-year girl from Ravenclaw is in the hospital. He glanced at Lucas as he spoke. Young wizards of this age are often unable to conceal information. He skipped the guessing game and, in a conspiratorial tone, proclaimed the answer. It was Alice Albert. Lucas turned to Marcus, who believed he understood Lucas's feelings perfectly. I've gathered the details for you. I hear she is gravely injured. My roommate found her in the common restroom, and there was blood everywhere. Marcus attempted to console Lucas. Once she is out of danger, you can visit her. Don't worry too much. Madame Pomfrey can heal anything. Lucas set down his knife and fork, glancing towards the staff table. Many professors typically abstain from dining in the hall on weekends. Professor Snape and Professor Dumbledore were absent, as was Professor Walter. Lucas suppressed the anger bubbling within him. Laying down his utensils, Marcus, startled, withdrew his eager expression, only for Lucas to request, share a portion of that Honeyduke's candy you bought on the train with me. One must bring something when visiting a classmate. Upon arriving at the infirmary, Lucas found several Ravenclaw students gathered at the entrance. Alice was well liked, and visitors included both upper and lower years. Lucas merely glanced at them before passing by. However, he noted two particularly prominent upper-year Ravenclaws, whose fleeting expressions of guilt did not escape his notice. Upon seeing Lucas, Madame Pomfrey stepped aside to allow him entry. A few Ravenclaws murmured their discontent, but dared not challenge the authority of the healer. Presently, the infirmary housed two critically ill patients, while the rest of the students with minor ailments were promptly dispatched with potions. Madame Pomfrey led Lucas to the door of a small room, slightly misinterpreting his intentions. Professor Snape is inside. If you can assist him, that would be ideal. He hasn't slept a wink all night. Before Lucas could respond, Madame Pomfrey pushed the door open. Professor Snape appeared as he had the previous day, with the exception of his pallor, which had deepened due to his sleepless night. The healthy complexion cultivated over the summer was now a distant memory. Lucas frowned slightly, temporarily setting aside his initial purpose. He quickly approached Snape, rolling up his sleeves. Professor, I'm here to see how I might assist you, Lucas said as he examined the materials on the table. The concoctions were unfamiliar to him. Resembling a custom solution tailored for a specific situation, blood replenishment, energy restoration, and curse suppression. Snape cast a brief glance at Lucas, indicating a pile of uncut roots. Be quicker. I need slices 2 centimeters thick. Lucas positioned himself beside Snape, and once the professor finished cutting the ingredients, he caught a glimpse of Snape's cauldron. It was nearing 10 in the morning. Hesitantly, he inquired, Professor, have you eaten breakfast? The response was silence. Lucas furrowed his brow again. This potion is in a stabilizing phase. I can keep an eye on it for you while you take a moment to eat. In reply, Snape set up a second cauldron. His tone was sardonic, though not directed at Lucas. You're here to visit your friend, aren't you? She has just emerged from danger. Lucas felt perplexed, noticing the significant overlap in the materials added to the second cauldron with those in the first. Then who is this potion prepared for? I want to hear your thoughts, not just immediate questions when faced with a situation. Snape's tone was brusque. Lucas studied the cauldrons and ingredients for a moment before an epiphany struck him, and he ventured a guess. Is this not prepared for Professor Walter? Chapter 213, Mutual Waiting. Snape turned to Lucas, astonished. How did you know? I encountered Alice twice yesterday. She had something to say to me, but Professor Walter interrupted both times. Lucas was oblivious to how much he sounded like he was complaining as he recounted each instance of Walter's interruption when Alice wished to confide in him. Had it not been for Walter's interference, Lucas would have already learned Alice's secret and would have certainly consulted the professor on how to address it. Thus, there would have been no need for Snape to expend his efforts concocting potions. Lucas continued with his deductions. Professor Walter is a vampire. Yet Professor Dumbledore permits him to teach at the school. I suspect their agreement transcends mere words, perhaps a magical contract or some other means unknown to me. Therefore, Professor Walter must be strictly prohibited from harming students. His actions yesterday might have been misinterpreted by magic as diminishing Alice's chances for salvation, failing to protect a student. Lucas expressed his indignation on Snape's behalf. That vampire is nothing short of a malignant growth. Snape remained silent, for Lucas had deduced the truth. This morning, Walter had been discovered unconscious in the Great Hall after Alice, and was subsequently taken to the infirmary. His body was marred by charred scars, which, due to the vampire's remarkable regenerative abilities, healed repeatedly. When Dumbledore first beheld these wounds, he felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety, and the conclusions drawn from his investigation aligned with those of Lucas. To this day, they remain unaware of why Walter interrupted Alice on 2 occasions. This enigma will only be unraveled upon his awakening. Observing Snape's silence, Lucas impulsively snapped his fingers, summoning a house elf to appear in the infirmary. "Please fetch me a sandwich and a latte, with regular sugar and milk," he requested. The cauldron in the infirmary bubbled and simmered, and Lucas noticed Snape appeared somewhat fatigued, as he remained vigilant over the cauldron before him. After a moment's contemplation, Lucas retrieved a honeydew sweet from his pocket and pressed it into Snape's hand. Snape raised an eyebrow, his gaze questioning. Lucas was at a loss for how to explain his gesture. He merely wished to offer the professor a confection. With Professor Dumbledore already attending to these matters, Lucas comforted himself with the belief that all would be well. On Sunday afternoon, the Chamber of Secrets was opened once more. A man approached the statue of Salazar Slytherin and spoke in Parseltongue. The long-sealed stone door creaked open, and after a brief interval, a massive serpent-like creature slithered forth. The man issued another command, and the creature obediently closed its eyes, awaiting its master's instructions. At noon, Lucas was permitted by Snape to take a meal. The potion's master declined the notion of a nap, citing the proximity of breakfast and lunch as his rationale. Under the pretense of retrieving an item from his dormitory, Lucas, aided by Argus's keen sight, finally discerned the identity of the individual possessing the Horcrux. To his astonishment, he recognized this person from his encounter outside Alice's hospital room, a 7th-year Ravenclaw. At that moment, the Ravenclaw student appeared pallid and dazed, clad in standard student attire, yet conspicuously adorned with a lady's crown, its blue gemstones glimmering. The student paced contentedly before the serpent-like creature, suddenly exclaiming, "Who lurks there, spying? Come forth." From behind a stone statue emerged a hooded wizard clad in black robes, his features obscured by a confundus charm. The crown-wearer raised an eyebrow in mild surprise, having intended merely to test for hidden observers. This individual had concealed themselves rather well. He had not previously detected their presence. However, their evident anxiety, perhaps stemming from the knowledge of whom they faced, betrayed them. The crown-wearer maintained a serene facade. "Are you one of Dumbledore's?" he inquired coolly. The hooded wizard shook his head. "I am not. I am only loyal to myself. Yet, here we stand at Hogwarts. Should you not consider the headmaster?" The crown-wearer dismissed this notion, pride swelling within him as he reveled in his accomplishments, confident that Dumbledore had pressing matters to attend to and could not concern himself with him. Furthermore, who would suspect that a basilisk lay hidden within the school? The hooded wizard remained silent, yet he stood there, pondering how the crown-wearer had acquired knowledge of the chamber. Simultaneously, a cacophony erupted from the Ravenclaw dormitory as wooden doors were forcefully struck. Spells erupted from the splintered door, chasing after a shadow that darted outside. However, the creature was small and agile, soaring through the air and deftly evading the spells aimed at it. By the time the students in the room rushed out, it had swiftly veered into the Ravenclaw common room. Within the common room, a multitude of students were engrossed in their studies. Groups of 2 or 3 were engaged in conversation, their discussions occasionally drifting to the topic of Alice's injuries. Soon, all eyes were drawn to the sudden appearance of the shadow. It fled like a minuscule whirlwind, and a Ravenclaw student found themselves obstructing its path. In an instant, the student was enveloped in a cloud of blood mist, leaving behind several deep claw marks. At last, they discerned the identity of the rapidly moving entity. It bore a resemblance to a Cornish pixie. In their 2nd year, the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor had mentioned them, yet this one was not blue but a murky black, as though it had emerged from a swamp. As its flight was impeded, it bared its sharp fangs at the wizard obstructing its path. Several spells were hurled at it once more, but the creature deftly dodged them all. Just then, the entrance to the common room swung open, and an unfortunate student, caught off guard, collided with the pixie, which clung to his face, clawing desperately. The creature swiftly escaped the common room, leaving behind a screaming student clutching his face. Fortunately, the professors arrived promptly to regain control of the situation. This was indeed not a known magical creature, yet it was not an entirely new species either. Such occurrences were not uncommon in the wizarding world, as every few years, there were always wizards foolishly attempting to alter the behavior of species, endeavoring to create new beings. This pixie was undoubtedly a failed experiment. A Ravenclaw had engaged in perilous research within the dormitory, endangering 2nd-year Alice. With the truth unveiled, Snape, occupied with potion-making in the infirmary, found himself burdened with yet another task. The pixie's claws were venomous, capable of causing a wizard's blood to flow uncontrollably from the wounds inflicted. Chapter 214, The Cauldron Multiplies. In Snape's makeshift potion chamber, Another cage covered in black cloth had been added. Even with the sunlight blocked, the cage occasionally reverberated with low growls as the creature within thrashed against its confines. The mysterious wizard in the chamber patiently listened to the crown-wearer recount his grand scheme. He skillfully posed a question. So, who instilled in that Ravenclaw student the notion of transforming a pixie to create a new being? The Ravenclaw student across from the mysterious wizard held his head high with pride, the blue gemstones in his crown shimmering even more brightly. They were both stalling for time. The crown-wearer found this perplexing. He was awaiting more time to absorb the student's life force. Previously, he had inhabited the body of a Slytherin student, but although pure-blooded, the latter possessed a meager magical capacity, and his foolish mind could not comprehend the knowledge of a Ravenclaw. The crown-wearer had now found a suitable replacement in this Ravenclaw, who was not the preferred choice of a Slytherin heir. Yet what was this wizard waiting for? The mysterious wizard exhibited little desire to confide, but he was intensely curious about the unfolding events, thus proving to be a competent witness. Now I understand, he said. This year, Slytherin House faced a fire, and the dormitory was relocated to the 8th floor, where a wandering student awakened you. You could not simply possess someone out of thin air. You had to tempt that student. He desired a specific pocket watch, and so you made a suggestion. Later, upon realizing that the student did not meet the criteria for your rebirth, you shifted your focus to another target. The crown-wearer regarded the individual before him with admiration. My house should welcome more students like you. Follow me. You know who I am, and I shall lead you to greatness. Lucas felt a smirk tugging at his lips, for he knew he would face Voldemort's Horcruxes multiple times in the future. If each Horcrux extended such an invitation, he would likely never again trust the notion of greatness. I apologize, sir, but I believe in self-sufficiency. I take full responsibility for my own success. The mysterious wizard bluntly rejected the crown-wearer. He stated with unwavering certainty, the concept of a Horcrux belongs to the realm of alchemy. Do you know why alchemists seldom employ this method? If it were truly successful, it would be as renowned as the Philosopher's Stone, would it not? Crown nodded, having inherited the wisdom of Ravenclaw. He was now acutely aware of the most significant flaw of a Horcrux. Certainly, murder would not deter the ambitious, yet the vessel of the Horcrux is exceedingly fragile, which is indeed quite fatal. However, Crown's tone shifted as he declared, as long as I am able to resurrect successfully, I shall find a way to resolve this issue. He gestured around him, indicating the Chamber of Secrets of Slytherin, proudly pointing to the statue-like basilisk behind him, exuding pride in its association with Slytherin. And you, for the moment, are a Ravenclaw. So there is little more to discuss. A solid shadow emerged from the Ravenclaw student's body, causing him to collapse. The 20-something Tom Riddle was strikingly charismatic. His visage was compelling, irrespective of the words he spoke. Yet, as Riddle turned to face the basilisk and commanded it to eliminate the enigmatic wizard before him, the creature sprang into action. The basilisk slithered forward, swiftly devouring the wizard who had just been boasting with bravado. Everything transpired with alarming ease, and Riddle's smile tightened. Before he could retreat, he found himself locking eyes with a golden orb. Time seemed to freeze around him. At 1:30, Lucas entered the hospital wing, bearing a bowl of cut fruit. He took a step back, astonished by the cacophony within the wing, double-checking whether he had indeed arrived at the correct location. Upon re-entering, he observed that most of the beds were occupied, the students lamenting in distress. Madame Pomfrey darted between them, clutching several rolls of bandages, reminiscent of a cat playing with a ball of yarn. Most students sat on their beds, groaning. Various parts of their bodies were wrapped in bandages. The most severely injured had their entire face mummified, leaving only their nostrils exposed, while their eyes were completely covered. Professor Flitwick, a rare visitor to the infirmary, was currently overwhelmed, trying to soothe the students. He navigated through the chaotic crowd, while Snape's potion-making chamber remained strikingly quiet. Lucas closed the door behind him. Exhaling a sigh of relief, he tentatively inquired of the professor, "There are so many Ravenclaws outside." Lucas was again taken aback by the considerable number of cauldrons before Snape. The count had increased from 2 when he departed that morning to 6 now, one of which was a large cauldron bubbling vigorously. Snape's hair, wafted by the steam from the potions, clung to his cheeks. Lucas incredulously asked, "Do those Ravenclaws outside require your expertise in potion-making as well? Is there no one available to assist?" Snape cast an irritable glance at Lucas. Their wounds harbor specific toxins, necessitating the creation of targeted antidotes. As Snape spoke, a cage draped in black cloth rattled ominously. "Is that what injured them?" Lucas inquired, his curiosity piqued. "May I take a look?" Snape did not object, and Lucas pulled aside the black covering. The creature within was a severely mutated house elf, exuding a black viscous fluid, its ivory fangs glistening and claws sharp. It possessed 3 pairs of arms, and its wings were almost membranous. As Lucas approached, the creature fell silent for a moment before lunging at him. colliding with a loud thud, attempting to startle him. However, Lucas had grown accustomed to such experimental outcomes and was mentally prepared. This monster had likely hatched not long ago. Earlier, he had detected a scent of honey and milk on Alice, suggesting they had attempted to feed it those substances. Yet, having swiftly surpassed its juvenile phase, it was evidently carnivorous. Snape scoffed. Lucas quickly shifted into a helpful demeanor, asking, "Do you need me to draw blood from this little creature? I could conduct some analyses on it." In truth, Lucas was exceedingly curious about how Snape concocted potions. He had cast a preservation charm on the fruit he brought and retrieved a notebook from his pocket, meticulously documenting Snape's experimental procedures. "You cannot merely observe my methods. Each encountered toxin differs, and the corresponding remedies will vary accordingly." Snape had never favored students who merely took notes without engaging intellectually, especially since Lucas was soon to become his apprentice. He required a pupil capable of independent thought. Lucas continued to jot down notes while simultaneously offering his hypotheses. "That little elf has transitioned from infancy to adulthood in less than a week. I am somewhat concerned. The texts mention that many creations have remarkably short lifespans. The toxins on their claws may not be particularly stable. I noticed you added belladonna to the cauldron. This ingredient can accelerate the flow of magic, making the resulting antidote more adaptable. I wonder if the venom from a queen bee stinger could serve a coagulating function." Upon finishing, Lucas eagerly awaited Snape's evaluation. Chapter 215, Discovering Enjoyment. In recent days, Snape had been observing Lucas's comprehension of potions. He noted that whenever innovative thinking was required, Lucas tended to incorporate toxic ingredients, seeking a delicate equilibrium within. Lucas possessed a keen sensitivity to magical forces, allowing him to perceive the transformations occurring within the cauldron. This was indeed his advantage. His approach to modifications was notably audacious. Overall, the notion of utilizing a queen bee was promising and worthy of exploration. Snape nodded, gesturing towards the cage housing the house elf, indicating that Lucas could proceed to draw blood. Thus, in that cramped chamber, irrespective of the students outside who were suffering to the point of tears, the teacher and his pupil discovered a comfortable rhythm, wholly devoted to the art of potion making. Approximately an hour later, an hourglass resting on the table began to glow. The hourglass possessed a specific enchantment, illuminating every 4 hours to remind Snape to replenish the student's magical energy. This responsibility had originally been shared between Professor Snape and the headmaster. But Professor Walter's hospitalization had encroached upon the headmaster's time. Snape glanced at the hourglass and paused his potion brewing. At that moment, Madame Pomfrey knocked on the door, her voice tinged with excitement. "Severus, you must come and see. Your student has awakened." Snape assigned Lucas a few minor tasks before following Madame Pomfrey to assess the student's conditions. The comatose 7th-year Slytherin lay quietly on the hospital bed, his complexion gradually regaining color, his body relaxing as he entered a deep restorative slumber. Madame Pomfrey had performed several spells on this student, and the magical feedback appeared entirely normal. Yet Snape remained highly vigilant, inquiring, "Have you permitted anyone to enter and check on him?" Madame Pomfrey assured him that no one had entered. Given the severity of this student's condition, an obliviate charm had been cast near his bed to prevent visiting students from noticing him. However, such symptoms would not improve abruptly. Snape was certain that a practitioner of dark magic would not experience a sudden moral awakening. Snape casually summoned a Ravenclaw student visiting a classmate, requesting that he deliver a message to Dumbledore, urging him to come and take a look. In broad daylight, the sudden appearance of the potion's master startled the students, causing the Ravenclaw who was summoned to stutter in shock at Snape's disheveled state, nodding vigorously before hastily retreating. Yet, regardless of the professor's suspicions, Lucas rhythmically sliced through the hay roots, armed with an ironclad alibi. As time rewound to noon in the Slytherin common room, the diadem of Ravenclaw locked eyes with the basilisk's gaze, capable of petrifying phantoms, which also exerted control over the Horcrux. In a climactic moment, Argus transformed into a swirling mass of black mist, within which glimmered a singular yellow eye. Subsequently, Argus split into 2 identical hooded figures, a manifestation of his second ability acquired after devouring the basilisk's eye. He could now bifurcate his identity within a certain radius. The timing of this ability's emergence was impeccable. Both a mysterious wizard and the millennia-old basilisk were facets of Argus, and simultaneously, incarnations of Lucas. Experiencing such a peculiar ability felt surreal, gazing at his doppelganger akin to a kaleidoscope of bizarre reflections. However, this skill proved immensely useful, even managing to deceive Voldemort. Moreover, Tom Riddle, reduced to a feeble state upon being petrified, became susceptible to Argus's manipulation. Presently, the diadem of Ravenclaw continued to shimmer brilliantly, as a fragment of the soul tethered to it was extracted and infused into the faded ruby Lucas had salvaged from the dilapidated house in Nocturne Alley. The once dulled ruby regained its former luster. Lucas glanced at the fallen Ravenclaw on the floor. The hospital wing was now overcrowded. Yet this student's condition also warranted urgent attention. At 3:30 in the afternoon, a student in the corridor near the 8th floor discovered the Ravenclaw slumped on the moving staircase. Initially, the passerby presumed the upperclassman had unwittingly triggered a trap, but upon closer inspection, realized his breath was alarmingly faint. The hospital wing welcomed yet another patient. Professor Flitwick, gritting his teeth, suspected he himself might be cursed, having already encountered a portion of the Ravenclaw student in Pomfrey's care. Madame Pomfrey confirmed that the symptoms mirrored those previously reported among Slytherin students. Life force drained and then returned. Fortunately, after swift intervention, the student was out of immediate danger. Once they regained consciousness, a thorough investigation would ensue. Of course, Poppy, if you require Veritaserum, I would be more than willing to provide it, Snape sighed softly. Yet he still needed another cauldron. Lucas had rendered considerable assistance, and by 5 o'clock, he had finally persuaded Professor Snape to share a modest meal with him. The fruit slices he had brought were finally placed onto a plate. Snape observed Lucas as he meticulously organized his densely packed notes, adding page numbers and compiling them into a folder. What purpose do you serve in recording this? Snape inquired, spearing a rabbit-shaped piece of apple. Bemused by the increasingly mundane antics of Hogwarts house elves, I document these cases so that if there are enough instances, they may be compiled into a volume, Lucas replied eagerly, swallowing his food. These are all sporadic afflictions. You must understand, identical transformations of magical creatures are rare in ordinary environments, and such a draining of life force seldom occurs. Snape remained unconvinced, doubting the necessity of compiling such information, while Lucas could certainly glean some problem-solving insights, claiming anything beyond that would be an exaggeration. Lucas did not argue. In truth, the majority of books in the school library addressed scenarios that were far from conventional. If a situation possessed a flawless resolution, failing to document, it would be a significant oversight, much like Snape's past research lost to the sands of time. With his chin resting on his hand, Lucas felt somewhat languid after finishing his meal. Across from him, Professor Snape continued to munch on the rabbit-shaped apple slices. These fruits were all cut by Lucas himself. He had discovered a newfound joy in the art of feeding during the summer. It was thrilling, too, for he must never allow Snape to realize he was being fed. Chapter 216, Memoirs. In the stillness of night, Lucas stealthily exited the dormitory once more. Following a string of incidents, the school had intensified the professor's patrol duties. During the day in the hospital wing, Professor Flitwick, gritting his teeth, volunteered to capture the culprit responsible for the mischief. However, the temporary Slytherin lounge was alarmingly close to the room of requirement. Lucas opened the dormitory door and slipped through a hastily forged secret passage into the room of requirement, requesting a room free from disturbance. From his pocket, Lucas retrieved the ruby, within which a phantasmal silhouette flickered. The ruby spoke. You had your sights set on me from the very beginning. Tom Riddle, having freed himself from petrification within the ruby, soon realized the gem's unique structure rendered escape impossible, seemingly crafted specifically for the entrapment of souls. Thus, his captor was undoubtedly a dark wizard. Though Riddle could not perceive the world beyond the ruby, he swiftly devised a plan. Falling into the hands of a dark wizard would be undeniably dire. He needed to demonstrate sufficient utility while simultaneously seeking out his captor's weaknesses. Yet, this wizard was exceedingly cautious. Riddle discovered that the crimson haze imprisoning him had dissipated. He could now glimpse the surroundings, an empty room, yet his captor's visage remained obscured. Even at this juncture, the other party exercised utmost vigilance. Riddle's heart sank. You have ensnared me. No matter what I say, I presume you will not release me easily. The wizard who held him captive remained silent, seemingly biding their time. Riddle, feeling trapped, declared, I possess the wealth all wizards covet. I am the heir of Slytherin. You are already aware of Slytherin's Chamber of Secrets. But would you be interested in discovering the true location of Slytherin's hidden sanctum? Lucas interjected, It lies behind the Chamber of Secrets. Riddle paused, incredulous as he attempted to discern the identity of the speaking wizard. He had merely speculated that this venture into the chamber was intended to validate the information regarding the diadem of Ravenclaw. It seems my assumptions were correct, but for now, they remain merely conjectures. Lucas spoke with a calm demeanor, placing the diadem of Ravenclaw on the table within the room. It is not yet time to don it. This object was once forged into a Horcrux. I will require time to purify the malevolent magic that lingers upon it. As for the conjectures regarding the Chamber of Slytherin, I have already observed similar mechanisms near the basilisk's remains during my last visit. The magic left by Salazar Slytherin is not easily disturbed. Only a Parselmouth can unlock the chamber. Now that I possess Argus, the basilisk he consumed, I have secured my entry ticket. Thus, there is no need for haste. Lucas produced paper and a quill, summoning a comfortable set of furniture within the room. He sat down, patiently addressing the ruby. I harbor no interest in tormenting you. What truly captivates my attention is the life story of the great Dark Lord. Beginning today, we shall dedicate 2 hours each day to immerse ourselves in the tale of Tom Riddle. Beneath the glow of the lamp, the ruby glistens, vibrant and vivid as if it were on the verge of bleeding. In the hands of an alchemical master, it transforms into the Dark Lord, a being who cannot utter falsehoods lightly. Yet, this endeavor must be approached with utmost caution. Lucas must extract further clues regarding the Horcruxes from the mouth of the crown. In light of the students' injuries, the school has undertaken multiple investigations, and after 2 weeks, the students have gradually been discharged from the hospital. Professor Snape has developed a specialized antidote, allowing the wizards afflicted by the house elf's bite to leave the infirmary. Alice has also regained her health. The Slytherin and Ravenclaw students, who had their life force drained, awaken with no recollection of the events. They all claim to have glimpsed a handsome 7th-year wizard, whom they regarded as a friend. Yet none can articulate when or where they encountered him. The headmaster's attempts at gathering evidence have thus far yielded no results. Professor Walter, after Alice's discharge, finally awakens, appearing exceedingly frail. After an extended conversation with the headmaster, he requests a private audience with Lucas. Upon receiving the note, Lucas finds himself, as expected, assisting in Snape's office. Lucas shares the contents of the note with the professor. Snape slams his hand down heavily on the table. He has just freed himself from the burdensome task of brewing potions, and for the past 2 weeks, Lucas's progress on the Felix Felicis potion has come to a complete standstill. Snape has only just found time today to observe Lucas discard a second set of ingredients. As Lucas empties the second cauldron, a realization dawns upon him. 3 sets of ingredients may be insufficient to refine his current procedures. Thus, these 3 sets could also represent the number of attempts Snape made during his initial brewing. How could Dumbledore permit a second-year student to coexist with a vampire? Lucas feels a gust of wind sweep past him. Snape has already reached the threshold of the office, preparing to confront the headmaster regarding the request made. The little witch delivering the message is taken aback, stammering as she retrieves a book from her satchel. Professor Walter said that upon seeing this book, Lucas would be willing to converse with him. The little witch, merely collecting a bottle of cold remedy from Madame Pomfrey in the infirmary, has stumbled into such a daunting task. Having completed her delivery, she seems to feel a ghost pursuing her from behind and dashes away in haste. Running through the school corridors, Hufflepuff loses 3 points. Snape's deduction of points is swiftly left behind by the frightened little witch. Lucas is thrust a hefty hardcover book into his hands. He glances at the cover. It is the graduation handbook he has long sought but never borrowed. Snape also notices the title, his expression shifting unpredictably. After a moment, he inquires of Lucas, "What connection do you have with that vampire?" At that moment, Snape recalls that Lucas has mentioned several times his suspicion that the vampire is searching for someone. Lucas then recounts to Snape his experience of divination in the empty classroom, expressing his belief that channeling magical energy into that lead might reveal something. Yet he refrained from doing so due to the peril of being in the same room as the vampire. Snape raises an eyebrow, scrutinizing Lucas, striving to discern any resemblance to Walter. He ponders Lucas's appearance as an adult. If he were to insist, he might note a slight similarity in their lips. According to Walter's hints, his family was once quite illustrious. Snape murmurs softly. Lucas immediately grasps the implication, but my mother, her family remains shrouded in obscurity. Despite this assertion, both Slytherins understand that the lineage of wizards is profoundly intricate. One cannot ascertain a person's complete heritage merely by their surname. Snape pushes open the office door, declaring to Lucas, "I have matters to discuss with Madame Pomfrey. Follow me." Chapter 217, A Visit to the Vampire. The castle tonight exudes an eerie ambience, the flickering candlelight casting distorted shadows upon the walls. Lucas and Snape traverse the castle side by side. Given the unresolved malevolent incidents, the corridors are nearly devoid of students. Snape leads Lucas into a private chamber within the infirmary, a small room devoid of beds, containing only a black lacquered coffin. The lid of the coffin is slightly ajar, revealing a dark crimson velvet lining. The room is illuminated solely by feeble candlelight, intended to facilitate Madame Pomfrey's nocturnal observations of her patients. Snape and Lucas stand at the entrance, hesitating to enter immediately. Professor Dumbledore approaches them, his demeanor revealing no surprise at the sight of Snape. "Severus, I believe Walter requires an opportunity to speak with Lucas alone." Snape stares rigidly at the headmaster, still incredulous. "Allow a second-year student to confront an injured vampire alone? We are nearby, and Walter cannot leave the coffin." Dumbledore assures him, "Come, Severus, I have other matters to discuss with you." Lucas steps into the room alone. Anticipating this outcome, Snape casts one last reluctant glance at Lucas before following Dumbledore in the opposite direction. The room is left with only Lucas and the coffin. Moments later, a pale, aged hand rests upon the coffin's edge, pushing the lid open. Lucas senses a decaying and dark force emanating. Normally, Walter's presence conveys a vibrant dark power. He is far from being in his twilight years as a vampire. It is evident that Alice's injury bears a heavy burden of responsibility upon him. To this day, Lucas remains unaware of why Professor Walter twice impeded him from listening to Alice's account. Seizing the opportunity for dialogue, Lucas broaches the subject. Walter's voice is gravely damaged as he plaintively complains, "I have explained to many that I merely intended to jest." He even provides an example, stating that had Professor Snape entered into the same contract, he too might suffer a similar fate for having harmed the tender spirit of a young Gryffindor. Lucas finds this amusing. Yet, Walter likely speaks the truth. Had he harbored any malice towards Alice, survival would have been difficult. This leads Lucas to his second inquiry. Why did Headmaster Dumbledore permit you to teach at the school? Walter chuckles approvingly. That is a pivotal question. Many have inquired, yet few have received answers. I can tell you, I paid a significant price to enter the school, all in the pursuit of a relative. Lucas is not surprised. Walter taps on his coffin lid, recounting a cliched tale of a pure-blooded wastrel. It is the story of a naive young lord who, upon reaching adulthood, threw a wild celebration, reveling in drink and dancing with all. After the festivities concluded, he fell into a deep slumber for 3 days. When he finally awoke, he discovered that his perceptions of the world had begun to shift. Fearful of sunlight, craving blood, and with heightened senses, he commenced his transformation into a vampire. He was cast out from his family, eventually joining a vampire clan during his travels, gradually assimilating into the realm of dark beings. Undoubtedly, he felt a sense of bitterness. Yet there was no path back. The young man's obstinacy prevented him from yielding. When he turned to look back, the glory of his family had long since faded away. Most importantly, my family estate has been permanently sealed due to the absence of an heir. Walter finally broached the crux of the tale, sighing as memories of the past washed over him, leaving a lingering sense of melancholy. Subsequently, I embarked on a quest to uncover a means to unlock the estate. I enlisted the services of a renowned diviner to trace the remnants of my family lineage. The divination was rather nebulous, merely confirming the approximate age of the sorceress, a witch in her 30s. Before I could locate her, the crystal ball shattered. I was compelled to conduct a second divination, which revealed that the witch had a child whose future remained shrouded in ambiguity. The diviner's exact words were that he existed in a liminal state between being and non-being. You sacrificed your own name to enhance the accuracy of the divination? Lucas inquired. The vast majority of sorcerers would disregard the power of names, as they cannot fathom that realm, Walter retorted with a tone of disdain and pride. He commended Lucas before continuing. Through divination, I gleaned further insights. The child may be in England, hence my arrival at this school. What can you offer to Headmaster Dumbledore? Lucas probed. You see, I was educated at home and was devoid of any biases from an institution. Upon entering this school, I discovered that each of you harbored different expectations of the headmaster. Why do you presume that I must provide something before he acquiesces to my request? Unaffected by Walter's influence, Lucas remained indifferent, recalling that Walter had mentioned a tremendous price he paid to gain entry into the school. Lucas simply stated, I believe the headmaster allowed you to enter the school in the hopes of reuniting lost family members. Walter chuckled from within the coffin, reaffirming that Lucas was indeed an intriguing young wizard. I had long been uncertain if you were the person I sought. During that time in the classroom, I had you attempt a divination, but it yielded no results, leaving me quite disheartened. By the end of last semester, I returned empty-handed. I had only agreed to a year with Dumbledore, and I truly tried every potential young wizard in that year. Thus, I was compelled to attempt divination once more. Walter struggled to sit up from within the coffin, his flesh swathed in layers of bandages, making it difficult to ascertain whether he resembled a mummy or a vampire more closely. His appearance was peculiar, perhaps a testament to a cultural clash. Walter stated, Next, we shall discuss matters unknown to the headmaster. Do you know what I divined? Lucas cast his gaze downward. Walter was not permitted to leave the coffin, as he first needed to undergo treatment, and regardless of intent, he had violated the contract, rendering him somewhat unreliable. Forcing himself upright caused the skin beneath his bandages to crack anew, oozing a dark crimson liquid. Lucas refrained from responding. I wish to see you attempt divination once more. To fully complete the divination we began in the classroom. This was the condition he communicated to Lucas regarding the prophecy. Lucas shot Walter a somber glance. He waved his wand, and transparent threads emanated from it, weaving a standard divination pattern in the air. Chapter 218, A Cloud of Doubt. Lucas entered numbers as before, inscribing his parents' names once again. As previously, Torrents of magic formed for him a branching path invisible to others, resembling a vast mind map, with each node corresponding to an indistinct name. Among them, one branch stood particularly robust and distinct. Previously, Lucas had intentionally overlooked it, leading to erroneous conclusions. This time, he focused on that branch, directing his magic like flowing water to nurture its slow growth. He traced back through an abundance of names. The magical windows in the room opened of their own accord, as if conjuring a hazy moonlight, obscured by a thick layer of dark clouds. A mysterious force of magic descended upon the room, bolstering the completion of the divination. As he traced back to the origin of all, a name lingered quietly. The name was faint, requiring careful discernment to be revealed. Lucas's magic shaped it, and he recorded and vocalized the name, Walter de Verrat. As Lucas uttered the name, it was as though an invisible barrier shattered. A wave of magic, scarcely heavier than a gentle breeze, dispersed around Walter. Lucas employed a revealing charm on Walter, and a line of italicized text appeared above his head, Walter de Verrat. Indeed, it is you, Walter exclaimed excitedly, only to be abruptly pulled back into the confines of the coffin by the magical bindings he could not resist. It seems I am indeed the one you seek. Lucas maintained his composure, having just restored Walter's name to him, while inadvertently establishing a connection with a distant relative of considerable standing. It was now time to discern what remarkable treasures Walter could offer him. You are precisely who I have been searching for. Both my judgment and that of Headmaster Dumbledore are sound. Intense pain brought Walter back to a state of calm as he lay in the coffin, breathing heavily and awaiting the pain to subside. Unlike the other students, I did not depart the school at the end of the term. I remained until midsummer to fulfill certain conditions of my employment. The results of the third divination were exceedingly strange. In truth, I felt it resembled a prophecy more than anything else. The seer shakes the scales, the apprentice alters the course of fate. The stars of the old world shall return from days of yore, truth and falsehood intertwining into a riddle within the mirror. One among them shall vanquish the Dark Lord. Walter recounted the prophecy in a grave tone, but after he finished, Lucas remained silent. Could you provide the old man with some reaction? Walter snapped his fingers within the coffin. Lucas, with an odd expression, asked, what does this prophecy have to do with me? Walter grew animated once more. Apprentice. Apprentice. He resembled a parrot that had just learned to speak. The prophecy mentions an apprentice. Is it not true that Snape intends to take you on as a pupil? Walter was thoroughly informed about the apprentice system and the relationship between Snape and Lucas. This prophecy did not sound like a mere familial search. Why did you not disclose this to the headmaster? Lucas queried, perplexed. Of course, I cannot tell him. You sometimes lack the guidance of elders. One can never be too cautious regarding matters related to prophecy. Walter exhibited a measure of concern for his junior, gently advising, fate often arrives in unexpected manners. Those who listen are typically unable to alter it. So what shall we do next? Lucas asked hesitantly. My suggestion is to document this prophecy and share it with no one, including your mentor. I have faith that Slytherin is not so foolish. As for the future, if you wish, I would like to invite you to my home during Christmas. We could utilize that holiday to explore how to unlock the de Verrat estate. The vampire concluded with a sense of relief. Lucas exited the infirmary, taking a turn through the medical wing until he ultimately found Snape waiting outside. The curfew had long passed, and Snape carried a lantern given to him by Madame Pomfrey. Though he believed that Lucas would not be caught by other professors during a nighttime excursion, recent times had been precarious. Snape did not inquire further about Lucas's interaction with Walter. He merely assessed that Lucas bore no injuries and instructed him to follow closely as they made haste back to the dormitory. As they journeyed back, Lucas pondered Walter's words. If he truly is a 12-year-old wizard, he ought to feel a profound sense of gratitude towards the newfound elder relative who has long sought him out, liberating him from the burdens of subsistence, for this elder possesses considerable wealth. Yet, is the situation as Walter has described it? Lucas observed that the timing of Walter's prophecy closely coincided with the moment he and Snape received theirs in Albania. This suggests the existence of two corroborative divinations pertaining to the same event. However, it is noteworthy that during Walter's second divination, he even sacrificed his own name, only to receive a vague indication. Why then was the third divination so radically different, especially since he did not seem to pay a higher price? Lucas was particularly intrigued by Walter's remark that he had lingered in the castle for some time. Who, after all, was it that awakened the diadem? That Slytherin student? That Ravenclaw student? Why could it not be Walter himself? Was Walter truly injured because he interrupted Alice's plea for help, leading to the backlash of the contract? This certainly holds water, yet another possibility persists. He may have exploited the diadem, harnessing Ravenclaw's wisdom to obtain the third prophecy. His failure to directly address the diadem resulted in subsequent injuries to students, placing a significant share of responsibility upon him. Lucas considered this version equally plausible, rendering everything more coherent. He happened to know someone who could substantiate all of this, and soon he would discern Walter's true intentions. This vampire is not one to speak candidly. If he could deceive Professor Dumbledore, why would he not deceive others? Lucas, lost in thought, appeared burdened with concerns in Snape's eyes. Dumbledore had also conveyed to him that Walter had received more precise information, and through the power of magic. Walter had surmised that Lucas was highly likely to be the person he sought. Although the headmaster displayed trust in the vampire, Snape remained skeptical. Most of the time, he could be a terrifying professor that instilled fear in students, yet that did not imply he was unaware of their innermost thoughts. Should Lucas harbor a deep yearning for a relative, a reminder to remain vigilant would likely fall on deaf ears. Moreover, Snape himself was a beneficiary of Dumbledore's judgment. Thus, he remained silent, awaiting Lucas to reveal the outcome of the matter. Chapter 219, A Tooth. The gentle glow of the lantern illuminated the path to the 8th floor. Perhaps Lucas was so engrossed in his thoughts that he inadvertently stepped on the hem of Snape's robe. The professor, hindered in his stride, turned back with an expression of displeasure, prepared to reprimand Lucas for his inattentiveness while walking. Lucas let out a soft gasp, covering his mouth with one hand. "Watch where you're going," Snape admonished. He glanced down at the visible footprint on his dark robe, preparing to clean it off. Lucas, mumbling indistinctly, cast a cleaning charm. The footprints vanished, yet Lucas still covered his mouth. Snape furrowed his brow. "Are you experiencing toothache?" he inquired uncertainly. Lucas shook his head, remaining silent. After a moment, he suddenly turned away, rustling about for reasons unknown, before returning to reveal an open hand before Snape. The professor leaned down to inspect. It was an uncommon sight, and he took a moment to discern it before uncertainly asking, "Have you started losing your baby teeth?" Lucas nodded, lips pressed together. He had just cleaned the tooth. A standard milk tooth. A young wizard's teeth are imbued with magical properties, suitable for crafting protective charms. Lucas had sensed some looseness in his teeth prior, but today marked the commencement of his teething phase. Snape found himself at a loss for words. "You were preoccupied with this?" He had assumed Lucas was contemplating matters regarding Walter. Lucas promptly tucked the tooth away. What had he just been doing? Boasting about his transition into losing teeth? However, Lucas comprehended Snape's unspoken implication. "I have discovered Walter's surname, Walter de Violet. I recall de Violet being quite a notable family in potion making. Once, that is," Snape corrected Lucas's tense. "The family no longer had any heirs. It was said that the relevant spellbooks were stored within their estate, nearly impossible to procure elsewhere. Walter mentioned that I could access that estate," Lucas stated earnestly. "He invited me to accomplish this task during Christmas." Snape frowned. The matter involved family property, rendering it less than reliable. They discussed the final stretch of their journey, and the temporary Slytherin dormitory loomed ahead. The shadowy professor halted outside the dormitory, watching as Lucas entered the already darkened common room. Based on his conversation with Dumbledore, the headmaster had assigned him a new task. Snape would later need to brew a potion for an underage wizard experiencing a surge of magical energy, yet another responsibility added to his plate. Upon entering the common room, Lucas did not immediately return to his dormitory, but instead slipped into the room of requirement. He retrieved a ruby, heated it with an alcohol lamp, and awaited a fragment of Voldemort's soul to reveal the knowledge he sought. The circumstances surrounding Walter's breach of contract indeed harbored deeper intricacies. After a moment of quiet contemplation in the room of requirement, Lucas resolved upon a decision. 2 weeks later, Walter finally emerged from the infirmary, appearing significantly more haggard. During his hospitalization, the headmaster publicly declared that Professor Walter had suffered from a rare curse. Following his discharge, this information was updated to indicate that Professor Walter required further treatment. In other words, Dumbledore harbored doubts regarding Walter's alleged accidental triggering of the contract. Yet, unless clear evidence emerged, suspicion remained merely that suspicion. The dismissed Professor Walter was nonetheless greeted with a grand farewell ceremony by the students. Those who believed themselves to be closest to Professor Walter awaited him at the door of the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom, eager for him to gather his personal belongings. A miniature coffin pendant now adorned Walter's chest, capable of shrinking when not in use. Some sentimental students had already begun to shed tears. After all, it was a sorrowful tale. The Professor of Defense Against the Dark Arts ultimately succumbed to the malevolence of dark magic, departing the school with wounds both visible and hidden. The students followed Professor Walter toward the school gates, an increasing number displaying reluctance to part ways. Lucas refrained from joining the throng of well-wishers, instead standing at a distance in the corridor, quietly observing the unfolding spectacle. Alice maneuvered through the crowd to approach Lucas. During her hospitalization, Lucas had sent her notes to help her keep pace with the curriculum, reflecting on the events since the start of the term. Alice felt as though she had been ensnared in an unending nightmare. When conversing with the headmaster, she had expressed, "My senior and I share a distant familial connection. Although it is tenuous, we met during the holidays. I found an injured fairy and merely sought to save it." My senior only mentioned having read about a healing spell in a book, yet the text failed to mention the severe repercussions of a failed incantation. The principal patiently listened to Alice's confusion, pointing out the distinction for the bewildered and guilt-ridden young witch. "The magic textbooks you study have been meticulously crafted, with spells that are highly stable and guided by experienced instructors." Dumbledore reminded Alice, "I trust you have always understood the importance of steering clear of dark magic. However, the true challenge often lies in discerning perilous magic from the mundane. Utilizing unverified spells can be equally hazardous." Alice could barely lift her head. Her initial intention had genuinely been to save the dying fairy. Later, when the principal thoroughly investigated the events surrounding the Ravenclaw incident, aside from the lingering doubts regarding the students nearly drained of life, the decisions regarding the matter had been settled. Alice and her two upperclassmen faced severe penalties. Their points drastically reduced, nearly depleting Ravenclaw's gem reserves, and they were also sentenced to a semester of labor service. Following the announcement of the investigation's results, it had been a long time since any classmates were willing to walk alongside Alice. Those classmates who had been injured by scratches, despite receiving treatment, bore no scars. Yet the pain had indeed been real. Alice had been writing to her family, pleading for a transfer. She could not fathom how she could endure another day in this school. Each day was a torment. Today, Professor Walter was also set to leave the school. Alice was aware of the reason for Professor Walter's hospitalization, and it was her fault. Had she not nurtured that fairy, it might not have possessed such power to harm. Professor Walter would not have been backfired by the contract. Chapter 220, The Weeping Willow. Lucas fell silent as Alice approached him, noting her distress. She appeared as rigid as stone, unconsciously picking at her fingers, which had begun to bleed. "It's all right," Lucas reassured her, patting her shoulder. "Perhaps this semester is challenging, but it will gradually improve." Alice bore little responsibility for the incident. The spell was used by older Ravenclaw students. The fairy had been mutated due to Horcrux magic, and Walter had feigned the backfire of the contract to cover up his other misdeeds. Alice's only fault was her compassion, attempting to save a dying fairy and caring for it with honey and milk after its transformation. Yet Lucas understood how students could ostracize one another. He pondered before asking Alice, "Do you wish to bid farewell to Professor Walter?" Alice shook her head sadly. She was uncertain how to face him. Yet she had still come. "In that case, I shall take you somewhere," Lucas interjected, interrupting Alice's solitary sorrow. At that moment, the students surrounding Professor Walter erupted into a clamor. They seemed to have heard something, all turning in unison to look at the spot where Lucas and Alice stood. Alice tensed, remaining motionless. Lucas glanced in bewilderment at the center of the crowd where Walter stood, hearing Marcus's incredulous shout, "Lucas, Walter is actually your great-great-great-grandfather." Lucas shot Marcus a sidelong glance, his expression nearly unformed, yet Marcus instinctively fell silent. "Please refrain from making such loud proclamations. Lucas is a rather shy child, and he may not wish to associate closely with a vampire like me," Walter said with a teasing tone, fanning the flames of the situation. "After all, I missed the years of Lucas's growth. Take your time, take your time." Lucas hesitated to respond, glancing helplessly between his classmates and Professor Walter. He originally planned to make an awkward escape. Professor Snape, however, abruptly approached the vicinity of the hall, his presence starkly contrasting with the emotional atmosphere. He surveyed the surroundings, his gaze locking onto those Slytherins captivated by the allure of a vampire. These students clustered there. Were they drawn by their empty fantasies rather than Walter's remarkable teaching prowess? The Slytherins, led by Marcus, under Snape's scrutiny, calmed themselves and quietly distanced themselves from the closest circle around Walter, wishing fervently that their headmaster had not seen them. "Severus, I never expected you would come to see me off," Walter remarked, deliberately irking Snape. Snape ignored him. "Mr. Smith, your tie is improperly fastened. 10 points from Gryffindor." "Mr. Keynes, remove your hand from Miss White's shoulder." Public displays of affection cost Ravenclaw 5 points. The cadence of point deductions once again dampened the students' gossiping enthusiasm. Noticing the shift in atmosphere, students began to slip away. The remaining students, perceptively, offered their final farewells to Professor Walter. Standing alongside Snape, Walter appeared more fragile than ever. One couldn't shake the feeling that Professor Snape might concoct a potion out of Professor Walter. Lucas observed all of this from the corridor. He bowed slightly in gratitude to Professor Snape, noting the dark circles under the professor's eyes. The tasks in the infirmary had concluded, but what had kept Snape awake? Lucas silently noted this, and, as one of the dispersed students, quickly exited the scene. Lucas led Alice to the girls' restroom on the second floor of the castle. a place seldom visited due to the presence of ghosts. It was also the entrance to the Slytherin chamber, though the basilisk no longer posed a threat to students. Alice was taken aback as she saw Lucas confidently entering the girls' restroom. However, Lucas entered with such ease, as if it were merely an empty classroom. Inspired by Lucas's demeanor, Alice hesitantly followed him inside. After a moment of hesitation, she finally asked the question that weighed heavily on her mind. Is Professor Walter truly your ancestor? Lucas preferred not to delve deeply into this topic. He did not require another elder to oversee him, especially one shrouded in mystery and nearing the end of his days. Alice possessed a naive belief that whatever others said must be true. Lucas sighed, tactfully stating, "We all know the importance of repaying those who treat us well. Yet discerning between good and evil is, in itself, a dilemma." Alice clearly did not grasp the meaning of his words, interpreting it simply as Lucas not having fully accepted Professor Walter. She had another question. "Why do you still wish to talk to me?" "Because your surname is Albert," came the response. Sometimes, the truth can be painful. Lucas was not genuinely arrogant or reclusive. Honor required building and nurturing connections, and he understood that Alice was innocent. A sudden outburst of crying interrupted Lucas's reply. The toilet emitted an odd flushing sound. Through the partition, it was evident that every stall was empty. Yet one began to echo with faint sobs. The weeping intensified, sounding less like genuine sorrow and more like an exaggerated performance, reacting to the presence of outsiders. Moments later, the sound grew closer, as if pressed against the door, and a pearlescent ghost accidentally passed through the door, revealing itself to the two young witches. Alice gasped. This was the castle ghost, known as Moaning Myrtle. Lucas introduced her, stating, "She is the forgotten Moaning Myrtle." "That is incorrect." A high-pitched female voice suddenly interjected. As Myrtle approached, displeased, "I am the Weeping Myrtle." Alice glanced between Lucas and the ghost, her curiosity piqued by their contrasting accounts. Lucas, unfazed by the ghost's proximity, calmly elucidated, Moaning Myrtle was once a student of Ravenclaw. Due to a tragic incident, she met her demise here. This restroom became her haunt, which deterred other students from frequenting the place. Alice found no fault in Lucas's description. It indeed resonated with the notion of a forgotten specter. However, the sharp wail of Myrtle pierced the air. "You're here to torment me. You throw books at my head, that's 10 points, and if you strike my body, that's 5. Initially, Alice struggled to grasp Myrtle's lament, but it soon dawned on her that the points were not as she had imagined. The absurdity of the situation struck her. How could such a thing exist? It was utterly dreadful. Lucas, maintaining his composure, noted that Myrtle had still been around when he first enrolled. To escape the troubles posed by Slytherin, he had taken refuge in this very place, where he listened to Myrtle recount tales of the past, revealing the deliberately forgotten history of the castle. Yet, he had never pondered the circumstances of Myrtle's death until he learned about the basilisk. Now, Lucas was bringing Alice here. A chance for this naive witch to witness another facet of the world and to lay the groundwork for dealing with Walter. As Lucas observed Alice soothing Myrtle's distress, the bathroom floor became damp from the splashes. He sincerely hoped that this time, Myrtle could find her release sooner. Chapter 221, Reopening. Alice exchanged a glance with the still sniffling Myrtle. Bridging life and death, both witches felt a profound confusion. Lucas, under the scrutiny of their gazes, slowly addressed Alice. "I understand that recent events have weighed heavily upon you. It has been quite some time since you visited the library. I surmise you would rather spend your time in contemplation. If you're inclined to think, why not delve into Myrtle's story?" Was the aim to understand her tale only to mock and belittle her? Myrtle's tone was acerbic. Her aggressive spirit surged through Lucas, who instinctively shivered. Yet his face remained unchanged, exuding an air of tranquility. Such composure in Lucas elicited envy. Alice was aware of Lucas's struggles in Slytherin during their first year. She had witnessed his transition from the end of the long table to a position of prominence at its center. Even if Lucas did not dine in the Great Hall now, someone would still think to bring him a meal. Lucas had forged solid relationships within Slytherin. In the past, Alice had not perceived this as remarkable until she encountered her current challenges. Then, she heard Lucas assert steadily, "Perhaps you might discover a way for the ghost to move on from here." As autumn approached, the shops of Nocturne Alley reopened. After a series of rigorous horror screenings, the tense atmosphere finally dissipated. Some businesses in the gray areas began to resurface. Cloaked wizards thrived in the shadows. The previously vacant booths in the Nocturne Alley pub once again filled with conversations among lawless rogues. In the unnoticed alleys, a wizard draped in a gray robe passed silently. As he approached a seated potion brewer, he skillfully tossed a coin to the other. Many wizards traversed Nocturne Alley, but only this individual consistently tossed a coin without engaging in business. Thus, despite his ever-changing disguises, his familiar actions made it clear that he was the one returning. The seated brewer remained unfazed. He had grown accustomed to this daily benefactor. The stranger offered no superfluous pleasantries and smoothly turned into another alley, vanishing into the night. Over time, the brewer discerned a pattern. Whenever the coin-bearing figure appeared, rumors regarding the mysteriously emerging shops in Nocturne Alley resurfaced. Walter wandered alone through the dense fog of Nocturne Alley, his vampiric nature facilitating his concealment in the darkness. Even as a newcomer to this place, no wizard dared to trouble him. People often assumed that a group would share common traits, such as wizards studying dark magic being murderous or vampires being ancient. Walter clutched a rough hand-drawn map as he sought a specific location. His sense of direction was neither particularly good nor bad. But he could see he was nearing the circled spot on the map as the black mist gradually enveloped him. Walter halted, alert. He listened intently, apart from the wind. There were no other sounds, and the wind's whispers were monotonous and stagnant. He gazed into the black fog, which, enchanted by some peculiar magic, eluded even his keen night vision. Before anxiety could take hold, a dim, warm light appeared before him, reminiscent of a siren's lure in the depths of the sea. The vampire quickly recognized the establishment before him, having heard the legends surrounding it. Thus far, various wizards had spoken highly of this place. This might indeed be a case of survivor bias. Only those who lived to tell the tale could sing its praises. However, considering those wizards who boasted outwardly, it was evident that the villains were plentiful, and those fortunate enough to stumble upon this shop felt impervious to harm. Most importantly, people could always find what they sought within this establishment. Walter strolled into the shop with his hands in his pockets, his demeanor relaxed, while internally, the vampire sought an escape route. The wind chime at the door jingled softly, and the faint scent of incense filled the air, mingling with an unknown sanguine essence. The two aromas blended harmoniously, and no matter how diligently Walter attempted to discern their origins, he could not identify the source of the blood. "Good evening, sir," greeted the shopkeeper in a gray robe, his face concealed behind a white mask adorned with red patterns resembling a fox. The shopkeeper warmly welcomed Walter. "I noticed you lingering nearby for quite some time, seemingly in search of a shop, but there is no establishment better than mine in this alley. You are my first vampire patron. Is there a discount?" Walter replied flippantly. He feigned nonchalance as he strolled between the shop's displays, scrutinizing the items around him. During his passage through this alley, Walter had indeed taken measures to conceal his appearance. Yet the shopkeeper had bluntly identified his kind, leaving Walter feeling somewhat uneasy. Provocatively, he retorted, "I've heard of this establishment and held expectations, but it pales in comparison to my personal collection." The shopkeeper maintained his smile, or rather, it was his fox mask that appeared to smile. The duplicitous Walter circled around a black candlestick, the scent of which might be intolerable to humans, yet was perfect for a vampire. Walter paused before a peculiar device resembling a scale. It was a brass weighing scale, its mechanical structure clearly exhibiting large weights. Walter felt confident he could not misidentify the purpose of this tool. Bored, he stepped onto it. A vampire could levitate to a degree. Hovering above the scale, Walter contemplated exerting pressure on the shopkeeper by leveraging his unique heritage. Though he had not physically stepped on the scale, the device began to register a reading. The pointer oscillated for a while before finally resting on the number 48. Subsequently, regardless of how Walter adjusted the height of the floating scale, the digits remained unchanged. With a dismissive snort, Walter surveyed the other items in the shop. Eventually, he spoke up, articulating his purpose to the shopkeeper. "I require some human blood. Since you have discerned my vampiric nature, it surely comes as no surprise that I have such a need. I am a rather discerning customer. But should your wares meet my expectations, I am exceedingly generous." Walter cast a challenging glance at the shopkeeper. "You wizards, though your lifespans are limited, can still offer delightful surprises. Now, let us see if you can anticipate my desires. Take a guess at what I seek." Chapter 222, A Preemptive Strike. The shopkeeper was indeed well prepared. Past patrons, who departed laden with treasures, had often speculated about him, with most concluding that he possessed magical prowess, perhaps even the gift of prophecy. It was difficult to explain how he could so accurately fulfill the diverse needs of his clientele. This instance was no different. The shopkeeper calmly retrieved a tray from behind the counter. Upon the crimson velvet tray lay two items, a pure gold portable flask and a palm-sized miniature coffin. Walter scrutinized these two items for a moment, his thoughts inscrutable. After a while, he erupted into laughter, a rather sinister sound that echoed throughout the shop. Once he had finished laughing, he first picked up the flask, uncapped it, and inhaled deeply. The scent of blood was perfectly balanced, fresh and invigorating. Next, he examined the miniature coffin, which bore an enchantment of reduction, allowing intricate details to remain visible even at its diminished size. Walter indeed desired a more luxurious coffin, for it symbolized a vampire's identity and served as their resting place. The coffin stirred more excitement within him than the blood itself. He was convinced of the rumors circulating in the alley and paid for his acquisitions with alacrity. Walter's payment was not in galleons, but in pure molten gold. The shopkeeper expertly assessed the purity of the gold before confirming the transaction was successful, deftly wrapping the items for Walter. After this delightful shopping experience, Walter felt a sense of relaxation wash over him, beginning to perceive the eerie atmosphere surrounding him as merely the result of his nervousness in an unfamiliar place. Observing the shopkeeper's slender hands skillfully packaging his purchases, Walter lazily inquired about a matter that piqued his curiosity. Is that weighing scale malfunctioning? The shopkeeper's fox-masked smile faltered momentarily before he gently nodded. Walter felt as though he had a slight leverage over the shopkeeper and smiled triumphantly. A malfunctioning item could always be sold as a craft piece. The vampire vanished into the night. Once the customer departed, Lucas approached the now still weighing scale and stepped onto it with assurance. The scale swayed, fluctuating repeatedly between the numbers 40 and 12. This was certainly not a malfunction. It was measuring not weight, but age. The shopkeeper reached out to touch the pointer's reading, which ultimately settled on 12. He waved his silver-handled cane, and the wand concealed within it locked the shop's door. The day's business had come to an end. Walter allowed the shop to fade into the darkness behind him. He had made a bountiful acquisition and generously left a substantial deposit to order a series of contraptions aimed at wizards. He particularly emphasized that the mechanisms should not be harmful to vampires nor capable of completely vanquishing a wizard. The shopkeeper informed him that the vast majority of patrons did not enjoy such a custom privilege, and that only truly generous customers could return to the establishment. The shopkeeper provided a timeline for delivery, and Walter was exceedingly pleased with such special treatment. On the eve of Christmas, Lucas once again penned a letter home. This time, he required no embellishments. He simply needed to convey that he had finally located his mother's school records from her year, and a professor, who was a maternal relative, had invited him to stay with them for a while. Prior to the date of the invitation, he would study potions with the professor. Lucas enclosed additional Muggle currency with the letter. Although he was at school, procuring potion ingredients required access to his Gringotts account, making currency exchange significantly easier. He merely needed to mention a sum in his letter to the agent, ensuring sufficient funds were available. Lucas also exchanged some cash for personal use, in case he needed to purchase additional items during his summer stay with Snape in the Muggle world. Mr. Graham's response was predictably succinct. He expressed no desire to retain a child who had been adrift for over a year. Perhaps due to Lucas mentioning his mother, he added a few words of concern, hoping that Lucas could foster a good relationship with his family. He enclosed a photograph of Lucas's mother. In the image, the witch appeared entirely in Muggle attire, beaming brightly at the lens. Wizards possess a unique aura when photographed, as images in the wizarding world are animated. Thus, they are unaccustomed to posing quietly in a dignified manner like Muggles. While the photograph's hands were somewhat blurred, it exuded an effervescent vitality. Lucas gazed at the photograph for a considerable time. The witch in the image appeared to be in her 20s, radiantly joyful, completely oblivious to the impending limits of her existence. Lucas decided to keep the photograph. This Christmas, he did not submit an application to remain at school, for he now had a destination. Upon collecting the applications for those wishing to stay over the holidays, Snape specifically reviewed them, noting the absence of Lucas's application. When Lucas came to assist him, Snape inquired about the matter. "You are not choosing to remain at school this Christmas?" Snape questioned, somewhat skeptically. Lucas, standing casually with his hands behind his back opposite Snape's desk, replied naturally, "Walter has invited me to his apartment for a visit. On Christmas Eve, we will explore the manor together." Upon hearing this, an eerie silence enveloped the cellar. Snape's disapproving gaze fell upon Lucas. He did not respond immediately. Hoping to impart some pressure through his stare, the young wizard, carefree, turned back to him, feigning ignorance. "He has invited you to cohabitate, fostering familial bonds? Are you certain he is not merely cultivating a relationship with ingredients?" Lucas looked at the professor in astonishment. "He is merely showing me around. Am I not to study potions with you during the Christmas break?" Snape leaned back in his chair, letting out a derisive laugh, commending Lucas's audacity. "I do not recall having such plans for Christmas." Snape refused outright. "Have you not been away from your Muggle family for quite some time? You must have saved some money by now. It is the perfect opportunity to visit your dear father. As for your meeting with the vampire, as headmaster, I shall not interfere with students' activities, provided you return to class after the holiday." Snape paused deliberately, insincerely adding, "I shall mourn for you." Lucas obediently stood before the professor, resembling a sprouting green vine. Throughout the term, he had not only grown taller, but had also gained some weight, no longer resembling a mere stick standing there. Lucas blinked. "May I invite you to explore the manor with us? Although the ceremony remains incomplete, it is customary for a mentor to partake in such significant moments." Lucas, having fully embraced Snape's sardonic remarks, chose to accept them without offering a direct response. Chapter 223, Holiday Life. Have you noticed that since Walter departed from the school, perilous incidents have ceased to occur? Lucas spoke earnestly, expressing his distrust of that vampire. He gazed sincerely into Snape's eyes. A tactic that had proven effective. I trust only you. Snape, with a peculiar expression, continued to jest with Lucas. So you are aware that associating with vampires is perilous. Do not tell me this is about administering justice or some such notion. Snape was well acquainted with Lucas's propensity for nonsense. Yet this time, Lucas was remarkably candid. That manor, since being sealed, has resisted multiple attempts by the ministry to unlock it. That family is renowned for its extensive collection of books, an abundance of them. This implies greater dangers. You lack the capability to safeguard such an estate. As soon as Snape uttered this, he met Lucas's sly gaze. Therefore, I require your company and supervision. Lucas deftly redirected the conversation. Had it been any other student besides Lucas, Snape would have undoubtedly arranged for detention and community service. Yet this child trusted him, and as the headmaster had noted, Snape found himself unable to resist such trust. Just as the appointed hour arrived, the doorbell of the apartment chimed. The vampire, draped in a silk robe, sauntered leisurely to the door. Upon opening it, he found two wizards, one tall and one small, standing outside. This time, Snape had not bothered to don Muggle attire for his outing. With the Christmas holidays just commencing, Snape reluctantly led Lucas back to Spinner's End. Although Snape was displeased that Lucas assumed he could stay at his home without prior request, his frustrations quickly morphed into bewilderment at seeing Lucas extract various household items from his suitcase. I have prepared some supplies in advance. This way, we need not venture out constantly during winter. Lucas smiled bashfully. Unfazed, he pulled forth several bundles of firewood, 2 large pumpkins, and a pine tree from his luggage. Thanks to Hagrid's generous gifts, Hogwarts is indeed a place of abundance. While these items could be deemed somewhat normal, the subsequent extraction of a collapsible bookshelf, brass piping, a wooden bed, and soft pillows began to border on the absurd. Are you here on holiday? Snape cast a disdainful glance at the Christmas tree. The tree itself was relatively well-proportioned, but the festive spirit had never graced his abode. Moreover, freshly cut trees often harbored numerous insects, and the needles would perpetually shed. Lucas brandished his wand and employed a levitation charm to adjust the tree's position, ultimately deciding to place it beside the fireplace. I have made some preparations. Professor Sprout has some pest deterrents, and she possesses a secret formula to prevent the needles from dropping. Lucas waved his wand. Levitating a tree was a simple task, but adjusting its position often proved tricky. He uncertainly asked Snape, "Could you please check if it's a bit crooked?" Just as Snape seemed poised to comment on the tree, Lucas continued, "After Christmas, this tree can also serve as firewood. I assure you it will not soil this place." The house was hardly pristine to begin with. Snape scrutinized the pine tree for a moment, tolerating this small invasion from Lucas, and replied, "A bit further to the left, and a bit farther from the fireplace. I have no desire to burn down my house." Thanks to the professor's involvement, the arrangement of the Christmas tree proceeded smoothly. A grand and conspicuous tree now stood in the house, while Lucas quietly placed the collapsible bookshelf in the study, which seemed trivial in comparison. The fireplace at Spinner's Inn had never burned so warmly. Following the guidance of a household magic book, Lucas employed several spells around the room. He then trotted upstairs with the brass piping, the sound of running water echoing, accompanied by the jarring clinking of metal parts. Snape, content, turned a page in his book. Excellent. This holiday he need not employ transformation spells in the bathroom. All the mundane tasks were taken care of. As the first snow began to fall, the comfortably settled potions professor glanced at the circled dates on his calendar. He was displeased to realize he had to visit a certain accursed vampire. At this moment, the door stood ajar, and Walter's attire was also open. The biting wind and snow did not faze the vampire, who regarded the two guests with a certain elegance. "Walter, you're blocking the door. We cannot enter," Lucas quietly reminded the posing Walter. Walter's smile faltered as he stepped aside to allow the two wizards in. Once inside, Snape critically surveyed the apartment. There were few signs of habitation. The decor utilized expensive materials, yet was entirely Muggle in style. "Severus, I apologize for not anticipating your company. However, it is for the best. Having an adult with Lucas indeed brings greater reassurance." Walter led the two wizards deeper into the living room, briefly outlining the layout of the house. The residence boasted numerous electrical appliances, and though Walter was a vampire, these devices functioned flawlessly. Lucas cast a lingering glance at the refrigerator in the kitchen, which was in operation. Walter spoke animatedly to Snape about the home's decor. Upon returning to the living room sofa after their tour, Walter suddenly remarked with veiled insinuation, "I have heard of wizards who lack their own homes, carrying bags, wandering in search of suitable residences. When unemployed, they might infiltrate Muggle households, with some wizards imprisoning the muggles in basements, providing them with water and food every few days, leaving the premises entirely empty upon departure. Others are more benevolent, implanting notions in the muggles' minds about taking vacations. These muggles often leave without a thing, embarking on a journey far from home, not to return for months. Once the holiday concludes, a few spells can restore the house to its original state. Walter's account was based on reality, but as he spoke, he occasionally glanced at Snape, seemingly hinting to Lucas that Snape was one of those who squatted in others' homes. Lucas innocently inquired, "Did this happen in the 18th century?" Walter's expression stiffened, and he chuckled awkwardly to himself, saying, "Wizards today are certainly much more civilized, and the Ministry is keeping a close watch. However, if you ask me, there is nothing new under the sun." Lucas, perceiving only the surface meaning, proudly declared, "Your place appears quite clean." Meanwhile, Professor Snape's home is filled with many books, particularly magical tomes. Walter indulgently observed the second-year wizard's fanciful thoughts and continued in agreement. Indeed, you enjoy reading, do you not? Our manor also houses a vast collection of books." Unbeknownst to him, Lucas resided at Snape's home. Chapter 224, Encounter with a Child. Snape interjected, "You are already a vampire, Mr. Walter. I must correct you. If all goes well, it shall be Graham's manor." Snape and Walter found themselves in an odd standoff. This time, Walter ceased to indulge their conversation, and Lucas fell silent as well. The apartment was enveloped in silence, the only sound being the hum of the heating system. After a while, Walter, visibly displeased, remarked, "I intend to take Lucas to seek the entrance of the manor on Christmas Eve. May I inquire what role you play in this, Mr. Snape? He is my mentor." Lucas interjected proudly, his exuberance lacking any sense of decorum. "Ah." Walter emitted a teasing, sharp syllable. Snape's veins throbbed. He could not abide Lucas flaunting this. Yet, the tension dissipated. Walter, well aware of the ritual progress between the mentor and mentee, inquired, "Have you chosen the specifications for your apprenticeship contract?" He addressed Snape. "I recall from our last encounter at school that your understanding of these matters was rather superficial. Should you require assistance, I could recommend a straightforward ceremony with a high level of magical recognition." Snape coldly rebuffed Walter. He always found Walter's eagerness somewhat excessive, suspecting ulterior motives behind his amiability. Lucas shared this sentiment, having discerned that Walter was privy to more than he let on, and soon grasped Walter's intentions. It appeared that the prophecy Walter had articulated likely held truth. The traditional apprenticeship system had waned. Nowadays, it was rare for a mentor in the wizarding world to accept a pupil for 5 or 6 years. As soon as Lucas and Snape formally completed the ceremony, a part of the prophecy would be validated. The trade of information proved lucrative. Walter could easily sell the prophecy ball to either side in the future. Lucas had already realized that Walter was a charlatan akin to Lockhart. With the Christmas Eve plans set, Walter invited Lucas to stay for dinner, but was declined by the mentor and mentee on the grounds of being unaccustomed to Muggle food. The vampire chose not to press further, merely performing the necessary formalities as he bid the two wizards farewell outside the apartment. He watched as they changed into Muggle attire, stepping onto the snow-dusted Muggle street. At that moment, the festive spirit of Christmas was palpable. As night fell, Muggle shops adorned with lights sparkled. The sound of hymns emanated from a nearby church. Children, bundled in thick sweaters and knitted hats, darted between Lucas and Snape, joyfully tossing snowballs as they scampered away. Lucas pondered over the Christmas gift he would present to the professors at school. His gaze fell upon a glass display on the street, where handwritten posters in bold uppercase letters announced limited-time discounts and price reductions. Further ahead, enthusiastic young individuals were distributing paper discount vouchers. As Lucas passed by, he was handed two. He glanced sideways at Snape, who, despite donning Muggle winter garments, radiated an air of aloofness. Flyers being distributed veered sharply in front of Snape, landing in Lucas's hands. Lucas began to wonder why they had not yet returned home. Snape led him into a shopping mall. The glass revolving door was adorned with plastic Christmas garlands, and Lucas followed closely behind his professor, noticing the popular merchandise displayed beneath the decorated Christmas tree. Boxes bore labels reading Star Wars and Barbie dolls. Many parents and children surrounded both displays, with several children nearly Lucas's age. Some children clung stubbornly to their parents' hands, whining for a toy, while others proudly showcased their own. As Lucas merely passed by, one child wielding a plastic lightsaber circled around him, making sound effects. Confused, Lucas watched as the exuberant child called out, "You've been hit by my lightsaber. You should fall down." Lucas was taken aback. Perhaps the distance between him and Snape had led the child to believe he was alone. Lucas attempted to sidestep the child and move forward. If there had been malice, it would have been easier to handle, but this child was simply overly friendly. When the child saw Lucas unwilling to play the role of the fallen, he muttered, "All right, I'll be the Sith Lord." Noticing Lucas still standing like a statue, the child added, "I want to be an Imperial soldier." After uttering this, the child promptly thrust the plastic sword into Lucas's hands. "I am not." Lucas stared, bewildered, as Snape walked further away. Ironically, just as he held the child's toy, Snape turned back, having noticed he was lagging behind. Their eyes met, and Lucas instinctively concealed the plastic sword behind him. However, Snape had already seen it and understood the situation. Lucas attempted to adopt a serious demeanor, but his expression faltered into a twisted smile. Snape, genuinely amused, covered his face and laughed openly. He returned to Lucas, who was now being theatrically choked by the force by the child. Lucas had never felt so helpless. This child was undoubtedly attempting to provoke him. Fortunately, Snape's adult presence ultimately dissuaded the child. With a flushed face, Lucas stepped ahead of Snape, determined not to be obstructed by any children. Yet, Snape mischievously called out from behind, "Do not run in crowded places, Lucas." He paused, ensuring Lucas slowed down and turned back before pointing at a group of girls dressing Barbie dolls, stating earnestly, "I just heard them say they need one more prince." Lucas's expression was priceless at that moment. After finally escaping the toy section, Lucas found the number of children nearby only increasing. Feeling a sense of foreboding, and unfamiliar with the layout of the Muggle Mall, he scanned his surroundings, trying to ascertain the purpose of these children. This new batch was unlike the previous one. Most wore red and white Christmas hats. Some donned reindeer antlers, while others were dressed in small suits, embodying characters Lucas could not recognize. Exchanging insights on superheroes like Superman and Batman. As Lucas navigated through them, he unconsciously quickened his pace. In the midst of the crowd, he finally spotted a small wooden hut, crafted indoors, where a jolly Santa Claus with a plump white beard sat, as children and adults queued to take photographs with him. Chapter 225, A Good Deed. Lucas paused to wait for Snape to catch up, but the crowd began to converge in that direction. Following the throng, several formally dressed staff members unloaded heavy Muggle equipment from their carts, and soon after, a camera was erected in the center of the queue, while another Muggle positioned a long pole to hold up a microphone. Snape found his path obstructed by the crowd and felt an ominous sense of dread. Indeed, dressed in all black for the holiday, the interviewers immediately noticed him, and a large microphone was thrust under his nose. "Sir, a television interview," the host said with a polite smile. "Do you have anything to say about the upcoming Christmas?" Snape's expression went blank, quickly shifting to anger as he glared at the camera aimed at him. "I do not wish to be interviewed," he exclaimed, swiftly maneuvering away. Lucas couldn't help but feel a sense of schadenfreude. In his quest to comprehend the unfolding events, he even ascended a decorative gift box adorned with foam. The nearby children mirrored his actions, for news interviews were a rare spectacle. Just as Snape seemed poised to evade the encroaching journalists, Lucas caught a glimpse of a burst of electrical sparks leaping from the spotlight on the first floor, which swiftly dimmed into a tendril of lingering white smoke. The surrounding circuitry flickered momentarily, and a cluster of lights extinguished. Before the throng below could react, the mall's lights began to wane in layers, leaving only the luminous green night stickers on the Christmas decorations. The crowd erupted into chaos. Snape deftly maneuvered around a lady obstructing his path, his gaze landing on Lucas, who was perched atop the gift box. The box bore glowing stickers that formed a cross, and the little wizard appeared to be gazing upward at something. "Let us go." Snape seized Lucas, preparing to disapparate. "Wait." Lucas grasped his arm in return. They beheld a fleeting flame high above, which quickly spread outward along the light fixture. "It's ablaze," Lucas cautioned Snape. The crowd below sensed the thickening smoke, and soon, their eyes were drawn to the burning structure. Debris began to fall, and the bustling mall descended into utter disarray. Snape halted, leveraging the apparatus beneath Lucas's feet to shield against the trampling crowd. As Lucas had predicted, the flames devoured the foam decorations with alarming speed. The presence of numerous children only exacerbated the pandemonium. Automatic fire suppression systems on the uppermost level were triggered by the smoke, releasing torrents of water. The heat rose, further diminishing visibility. Snape seized a person who had fled in the wrong direction, his expression stern as he pointed toward the actual exit. The bewildered individual, in their panic, failed to recognize who had directed them and blindly followed the indicated path. "Something terrible will happen," Lucas murmured. He could foresee the impending stampede and the casualties among Muggles. Glancing anxiously at Professor Snape, Snape's expression darkened. Quietly, he directed his wand toward a nearby sprinkler system, the water flow noticeably intensifying, cascading down like a waterfall. "Do not let the Muggles see," Snape admonished Lucas. In response, Lucas discreetly raised his wand, mirroring Snape's actions to conjure several exaggerated indoor waterfalls. Snape cast a concealment charm over their location, ensuring that Lucas could assist those who had fallen without attracting attention. Amidst the turmoil, A small child clutching a plastic sword gazed up at Snape and Lucas with wide eyes. The two wizards paused, synchronously turning their heads to observe the child, who seemed lost amidst the adults. The glowing plastic sword provided a glimmer of light, helping him evade several close encounters. Yet, he remained disoriented. Fortuitously spotting two individuals who had not fled, he had truly encountered real Jedi. The child's eyes sparkled with excitement, rendering him speechless. Lucas, realizing he had misjudged the situation, recognized the child as a little wizard. Snape also regarded the child with a grave expression, contemplating how to address this predicament. He noticed Lucas adopting a classic social demeanor, signaling for the child to approach with a gesture for silence. The child's face lit up as he quickly climbed onto the gift box. This secret must remain undisclosed. Snape overheard Lucas solemnly misleading the child. Even the previously audacious child, upon confirming the boy was a wizard, could now be managed by Lucas. "Can I do what you do?" the child inquired. "Can I wield the Force?" Lucas, unfamiliar with Muggle trends, found it cumbersome to explain the nature of wizardry in such a context. Snape heard Lucas say, "This is the magical power bestowed by Santa Claus. Refrain from mentioning the Force, or he might become displeased." Snape shot a surprised glance at Lucas. With a mouth like Lucas's, it was no wonder his roommate cheerfully rushed about for him daily. The little wizard quickly fell silent, his gaze fixed on the burning Christmas tree, yearning to contribute. "You can do it," Lucas encouraged him. "Focus on that tree and envision the flames being extinguished." Snape cast another glance at Lucas, intending to caution that instructing an untrained young wizard in the use of magic was perilous, only to observe Lucas waving his wand behind the little wizard. The tree was extinguished. "Remarkable," Snape remarked impassively as he turned back. The fire was largely under control, and the distant sound of fire engines echoed amidst the chaos. Injuries were inevitable, yet the situation was far better than it could have been without intervention. The little wizard exclaimed, "I did it." He then heard a voice behind him. "Remember, you must keep this a secret. Until you turn 11, do not use your abilities in front of anyone. Can you promise me that?" "I promise." The child bubbled with enthusiasm, making a solemn vow. He then turned to see that the two figures, one large and one small, had vanished from sight. Snape and Lucas reappeared on another street inhabited by Muggles. Lucas's hair was sooty, while Snape's had shifted from oily to matte. They swiftly brushed off the dust from their attire. "That was undoubtedly a Gryffindor," Lucas remarked, still shaken. Snape shot him a sidelong glance, irritated that Lucas had deceived even a child, and he refrained from pointing out how Lucas had misled the boy. "We could have left at any moment. Had it not been for your altruism, we wouldn't have been spotted." Snape was the first to cast blame. "Oh," Lucas internally rolled his eyes. If Snape truly wished to depart, the moment he grasped Lucas's arm, they could have simply disapparated. Chapter 226, all set. He was evidently intent on remaining. "I do not wish to witness so many people harmed," Lucas asserted, radiating a saintly glow. Imitating Lucius's grandiloquent tone from earlier, "I do not wish to see anyone lose their life before me. Since I possess the ability to save them, we ought to act." Professor Snape's physical reprimand, though belated, finally arrived. He stormed out of the alley, realizing Lucas was speaking directly to him. When had he learned to wield such persuasive rhetoric like his mentor? He had even contemplated treating Lucas to dinner today, sparing him the need to hover around the kitchen. Lucas trailed after Snape's footsteps as they exited the alley, having returned near Spinner's End. At that moment, snow began to fall. The pristine snowflakes danced under the dim glow of the street lamps, settling upon Snape's hair and clothing. Lucas caught up to walk alongside Snape. Throughout their journey, Lucas had not performed many noble deeds. He had merely aligned himself with the needs of those around him. His decision to save others today stemmed from his perception of Snape's desire to help. He also sensed that Snape wished to conceal his good deeds from public scrutiny. However, regardless of the circumstances, no Muggle would have to mourn the loss of loved ones tonight. At least, not this evening. One cannot perpetually engage in virtuous acts. Sometimes, a balance must be struck between good and ill. Ever since Argus could simultaneously embody two identities, Lucas no longer needed to venture out for nighttime escapades. He lay on his bed in Spinner's End, listening to the sounds of water running from the adjacent bathroom. The water ceased momentarily, leading Lucas to suspect that Snape was taking the opportunity to scold him. The shampoo and shower gel in the bathroom had both run out, prompting him to replenish them with 2 bottles procured from Diagon Alley. Lucas nestled deeper into the fluffy quilt, connecting to Argus's perspective. Tonight marked the delivery date for the shop in Nocturne Alley. The vampire arrived at the designated location, having grown accustomed to the routine. This time, the shopkeeper donned a Medusa mask, its lifelike serpents entwined in a mesmerizing dance. "Good evening, esteemed guest," he greeted. Walter had never visited Borgin and Burke's. Thus he remained oblivious to the ostentatious tone reserved for fleecing customers. He was quite pleased with the shopkeeper's show of respect. He wandered about the store, commenting, "Your weighing scale has finally sold." The shopkeeper smiled, the Medusa mask shedding small stones with each grin. "Indeed, I sold it to a wizard of giant blood. His weight is quite excessive, and he was in dire need of a scale that cannot provide an accurate reading." Lucas spoke with mock seriousness. Meanwhile, he retrieved several meticulously crafted alchemical items from the drawer. He introduced each to Walter. "These are custom mechanisms designed for you." He picked up a transparent cube that resembled an indestructible ice block, remarkably clear to the light. "You may affix this near the ceiling's lighting. Any living being illuminated by its radiance shall transform into an animal." The shopkeeper gestured towards a pair of Gothic earrings, bloodied and eerie in appearance. "As long as you wear these in advance, you shall remain unaffected." He then pointed to a doll-sized scarecrow. "This is a cursed scarecrow. Placing it in an open area can disrupt navigational spells within a 3-kilometer radius, causing those ensnared within to lose their way." He showcased a disposable tattoo featuring succubus designs, which could meld with the skin upon contact with water, providing protection against the scarecrow's curse. The shopkeeper revealed one final item, a silver perfume bottle, elegantly styled and equipped with a bulb sprayer. "This is intended for close-range use. It conceals a black mist akin to that of our establishment. You have already experienced its effects." He added, "This is an exclusive patent. Our shop cannot provide a means to break it. However, do take heed of this bulb. A single squeeze releases gas, while 2 consecutive squeezes retract it." Walter's gaze traversed the 3 items, each resonating with his desires. The vampire inquired about their prices. The smile on the Medusa mask widened, and the shopkeeper quoted a price that Walter deemed exceedingly exorbitant, 5 figures. Walter's satisfaction waned. Yet, the shopkeeper remained unfazed, rationally asserting, "You require these artifacts to fulfill your ambitions. Our shop merely provides goods, never coveting your secrets." Walter's demeanor softened slightly. The shopkeeper continued, "With such thorough preparations, your endeavors are bound to succeed. These items are your ladder to triumph." Considering the immense benefits this venture promised, Walter reluctantly nodded, promptly paying with a sufficient amount of gold. "I have purchased quite a lot already," Walter remarked, tapping his elongated nails against the counter. "Indeed. You are an exceedingly generous guest," the shopkeeper echoed. "If there are no discounts, might you consider gifting me an item?" Walter fixed his gaze on Medusa, convinced that the shopkeeper had profited handsomely, for the serpents on the mask had ceased their knots, instead forming pairs to create heart shapes. Upon hearing his request, the serpents all turned their attention to Walter. After a moment of hesitation, the shopkeeper relented. "To express my gratitude for your generosity, let me see what I can find." He rummaged through the drawer for a while, producing several dusty objects and placing them onto an empty tray. Walter's eyes were drawn to a pendant box adorned with a blue gemstone. The craftsmanship was decidedly vintage, the stone dull in hue. Yet it was the most valuable of the offerings when compared to the brass trinkets nearby. He lifted the box, scrutinizing the gemstone closely. "You possess a keen eye. This gemstone once radiated brilliance, but due to the creator's negligence, it became tainted with ill magic. Nevertheless, it retains significant value. Should you find a skilled artisan to refine it, its worth could soar." Walter concurred with this assessment. However, such artisans were notoriously hard to come by. Otherwise, the shopkeeper would not have deemed it suitable as a gift. Still, it was an additional bonus. Moreover, as a vampire, he had ample time. With a little diligence, he would eventually locate an appropriate craftsman. "Does this box not open?" Walter inquired, attempting to manipulate the pendant's mechanism, which was entirely jammed. "Indeed. The failed spell is sealed within the box, thoroughly contained. It poses no danger in everyday wear. However, until you find a suitable artisan to handle the gemstone, it is prudent to leave it as is," the shopkeeper explained with considerable expertise. Walter employed some of his vampiric detection methods, harboring no doubts, and collected his newfound treasures. Chapter 227, The Exploration of the Old Manor. Christmas Eve arrived as anticipated. During the day, Lucas busied himself around the fireplace, adorning it with festive decorations. He eschewed vibrant ribbons, instead opting for a silver green that Severus Snape could begrudgingly tolerate, embellishing the Christmas tree. The star atop the tree was also silver, housing tiny bulbs that served as a night light in the evening. Once the room was arranged to his satisfaction, Lucas stepped back to admire his handiwork. Snape emerged from his study, massaging his sore neck, and paused at the sight of the decorated living room. The enticing aroma of dinner redirected his attention. Lucas, still clad in an apron, wiped his hands on an imaginary stain and beckoned Snape to join him for the meal. The potions master had intended to reprimand him for decorating the room without permission, but recalling that all the food had been prepared by Lucas, he refrained from speaking. He noted the dainty gift box beneath the Christmas tree, its dark green wrapping fastened with a shimmering silver ribbon. Though small, it stood out as the only package under the tree, a prominent reminder of the Christmas tradition of exchanging gifts. Snape rubbed his neck again, a slight headache forming as he pondered what to gift Lucas this year. He had contemplated presenting a potion recipe. Once the Felix Felicis was complete, he could guide Lucas in brewing the next potion. The recipe would ideally be one not found in textbooks, requiring a unique technique, allowing Lucas to learn something truly valuable. Snape approached the dining table with an air of composure, pulling out a chair. The spread before him was lavish, featuring a plethora of dishes, a turkey glistening with honey and pomegranate glaze, smoked ham exuding a creamy aroma, a waterfall of mashed potatoes, fresh salmon, and a gingerbread house so intricately crafted that little gingerbread men appeared to scurry about its plate. As Snape took his seat, his first question was, "Where did you procure these ingredients?" Lucas had already removed his apron, satisfied that his Christmas decorations had passed muster, suggesting that Professor Snape's gift-giving plans were also successfully accomplished. He pulled out a chair to sit across from Snape, in high spirits as he elaborated on the origins of the ingredients. "These are all gifts from our school suppliers. Did you know that our material supplier has a farm?" He claimed that the turkey he raises is exceptional and insisted on sending one over. Snape's expression was subtly complex. He perceived the shadow of Slughorn in Lucas. Such a multifaceted individual, adept at extracting the utmost value from anyone of merit, is indeed a rarity. However, since Lucas assumed responsibility for procuring materials, not only has the quality of potion ingredients improved, but the utilization of the storeroom has also significantly increased. Given the satisfaction expressed by all parties involved, Snape graciously accepted this token of festive goodwill. Observing Lucas attentively serving his meal, he contemplated how to elevate the value of his Christmas gift. What might Lucas bestow upon him? The box appeared quite modest. Should a greeting card be included? It could only accommodate something small. What could it possibly be? Cufflinks? A gem? A watch? No, he must consider Lucas's limited financial means. Snape harbored a distaste for the unknown. Perhaps once the affairs of the manor were settled, he could surreptitiously inspect the gift while Lucas slumbered. After all, it was a present intended for him. Snape took a sip of red wine, casting his gaze towards the decanter and the juice in Lucas's glass. This was a Christmas gift from Greengrass, who was currently managing a few family vineyards. Lucas had cleverly explained. It was rather irresponsible of Greengrass to send red wine to a minor. Snape silently took note of this lapse. He savored the wine. Its fruity essence was quite delightful. Lucas sat beside him, despite the considerable length of the table, always preferring to be close for conversation. "Professor, Merry Christmas Eve," the young wizard declared, raising his glass of juice, having only poured Snape a modest amount of red wine since they were to address the manor's issues after dinner. Snape clinked his glass against Lucas's. The warm glow of the fireplace crackled, enhancing the ambience of the evening. Thanks to Lucas's household magic tome, the room remained free of any dust. Having such an apprentice is indeed a remarkable fortune. Snape forked a slice of turkey, which was decidedly more delectable than the fare provided at school. He had unexpectedly begun to relish the opulent lifestyle of Slughorn. Christmas Eve is a splendid occasion. Yet, across the span of 365 days, there will always be those who dare to challenge the boundaries of life. In the remote town of Berwick-upon-Tweed, nestled by the River Tweed in Northumberland, one would expect few visitors. Yet, a prominent newspaper recently reported on this locale, titling their article "The Haunted House, Graveyard of a Medium." This sensational headline spurred media interest in the area. Although experts concluded that the hallucinations experienced by explorers were merely a result of inhaling mold from decaying structures, young people continued to flock there, undeterred even on Christmas Eve, to pursue their daredevil endeavors. The door was securely locked, yet the lower third had been entirely hewn away with an axe, creating an entrance far larger than a doggy door. A group of Muggle adventurers, sporting headlights, formed a queue to enter through the gaping opening. Their nerves were taut, every rustle of the wind sending them into a jumpy state. It also provided them with an opportunity to mock one another. "Cowards, go home to your mothers for Christmas." Their laughter echoed across the desolate landscape. Meanwhile, the vehicles of these adventurers had long since fallen silent. Upon entering the dilapidated mansion, the beams of their flashlights illuminated patches of the room. Some furniture, draped in cobwebs, had seriously faded under the ravages of time. The explorers meticulously scanned every corner, their anxious gazes darting to the ceiling, where a deep stain resembling a leaky bathtub marred the surface. Above, a ceiling fan equipped with a lighting feature hung ominously. Just as the explorers' lights flickered away, the fan unexpectedly sprang to life, generating a gentle breeze that dissipated the musty scent of the room. However, the aging appliance also produced a cacophony of clattering sounds. The explorers' lights converged back upon the fan. In disbelief, they watched as the appliance moved of its own accord. "I thought the news said this place had lost power ages ago," a blonde adventurer exclaimed, struggling to suppress her trembling voice as she sought reassurance from her companions. Perhaps there are alternative power sources, or the last crew left a generator. Her companion attempted to rationalize. Then, even stranger occurrences began to unfold. Chapter 228, The Manor Entrance. All three explorers swore they heard a discontented click from the corner. Their flashlights, serving as weapons of self-defense, quickly illuminated the source of the sound. Yet, nothing peculiar awaited them in the corner, only a coat rack. Before their taut nerves could relax, the ceiling fan began to clatter at an accelerated pace. The flickering light focused back on the fan, and several adventurers discerned a bloodied rabbit doll perched atop it. They had seen this doll on the sofa as they entered. A dusty, cotton-stuffed floppy-eared creature. The one holding the flashlight swallowed hard and quickly directed the beam back to the sofa, where the rabbit doll should have been. A Russian nesting doll now sat in its place. The doll's vibrant red lips appeared almost dripping with color, a smile that seemed both inviting and sinister. "Did you see that? Did you see it?" The companions, backs pressed together, sought confirmation of their shared vision. Suddenly, they all felt a hand on their shoulders. They paused, breath caught in their throats, with only the fan's breeze tousling their hair. With a sudden thud, the rabbit doll was flung from the fan, landing in one of the team members' arms. Its button eyes were missing one, and the corner of its mouth was stained with a dark red hue. A piercing scream echoed throughout the ancient mansion. Soon, hidden in the shadows, wizards and vampires heard the sound of the Muggle-esque car starting. In a frenzy, they crashed into a tree stump, quickly reversing amidst panicked shouts, disappearing into the expanse of the grass. With a snap, the light switch in the room was flipped on. Walter, employing some vampiric trickery, had somehow restored power to a house that had previously been dark, illuminating the dreary living room with clarity. Snape regarded Lucas and the vampire. Upon their arrival, they had discovered several Muggles had ventured into the area. Instinctively, they sought refuge. Lucas executed the disillusionment charm with remarkable finesse, a skill Snape silently noted as he gripped Lucas's shoulder to prevent them from separating. Walter then began to terrify the Muggles within the house. To their surprise, the Muggles concocted some scientific explanations for the phenomena. Lucas, held firmly by Snape, impatiently joined in on the theatrics, utilizing a levitation charm. He adeptly heightened the atmosphere of dread. Perhaps even a boggart could not achieve such an effect. Two childish fools, Snape mused. In this world, there exists a spell known as the Muggle-repelling charm. He crossed his arms, satisfied with his reliability as a mature wizard. Walter, unimpressed, shrugged. "I'm a vampire. I don't understand your wizarding spells." Lucas spread his hands, his curiosity piqued. "I don't know the spell you mentioned." Snape found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Fortunately, Lucas swiftly diverted the conversation, glancing around before inquiring of Walter, "Where is the entrance to the manor you mentioned?" Walter gestured towards a room deeper within, stating, "In the study." Snape's hand remained firmly gripping Lucas, his wand directed at the vampire while he remained vigilant for any unforeseen occurrences. "Lead the way," he commanded succinctly. Walter suppressed his dissatisfaction and took the lead, opening the door to the corridor. Suddenly, he halted and addressed Snape. "Regarding the entrance to this manor, it would be best if only the two of us entered first." He looked at Lucas, adding, "Certain exploratory aspects are not suitable for underage wizards." "Absolutely not." Lucas responded vehemently. "This is non-negotiable. A very serious murder took place in that room, one that is not fit for young wizards to witness." Walter glanced at Snape for validation. Sensing Snape's hesitation, he continued, "I do not wish for Lucas to confront such bloody matters. He may appear mature, but he is still quite young. If you are concerned for Lucas's well-being, you may leave him in the sitting room. There are hardly any traces of magic here. Even Muggles can navigate freely." Snape pondered for a moment before turning to Lucas with the directive, "I shall accompany him to investigate." Lucas was visibly displeased. "But, no buts." Snape's gaze pinned Lucas in place. The potions master had his boundaries. When it came to matters of safety, trivial concerns like a Christmas tree or a few folding bookshelves could not be overlooked. Reluctantly, Lucas came to a halt, gripping the decayed door frame as he watched Snape and Walter disappear into the shadows. "Argus," Lucas silently invoked the name of the Raven. A swirl of black mist coiled around his feet, seemingly offering him reassurance. The dark mist then followed the direction of Snape and Walter, vanishing into the crevices of the floor. A portion of Lucas's attention lingered on Argus. The Raven, aware of Lucas's prior preparations, harbored doubts. He could never quite comprehend the various measures Lucas had undertaken. The devices Walter had readied were intended to ensnare wizards, not to be lethal. Why the excessive anxiety? Lucas had known from the outset that those traps were designed by Walter to deal with Snape and himself. Argus had witnessed Lucas's meticulous revisions to his drafts firsthand. In assessing the lethality, Lucas had considered all possible scenarios. He had even prepared counterspells for each trap. Having reached this juncture, coupled with the fact that Professor Snape was a reliable adult wizard, what was there to fear? Argus's inquiry lingered for some time before Lucas finally replied. Do not underestimate the enemy. This response was passable, yet Argus remained somewhat puzzled. In the midst of their communication, he had followed the wizard and the vampire into the study. The illumination was superior here. As Walter had indicated, this space was ill-suited for underage wizards to peruse. The entire room resembled a gruesome slaughterhouse, with splattered blood staining every wall and vast amounts of reddish-brown spatter decorating the ceiling. All the blood had dried. The only area spared from the sanguinary assault was the carpet beneath their feet, which, though dusty, remained relatively clean. Snape's expression darkened considerably. While he was indeed an adult wizard, he had never before encountered such a repulsive sight. In contrast, the werewolves under the Dark Lord's command seemed to possess a sense of taste. Snape scrutinized his surroundings. The study held a modest collection of books, interspersed with various distractions to pass the time. In one corner stood an easel, upon which was a magnified crossword puzzle, suggesting that the previous solver had struggled intensely. For half of the words remained unfilled amidst the blood splattered across the page. Chapter 229, Compulsory Transformation. The room was predominantly styled in a Muggle fashion. The carpet bore signs of having been dragged, and due to uncertainty about what lay beneath it, Snape refrained from stepping on it. A cauldron in the corner appeared somewhat suspicious. However, inspecting the cauldron required crossing the carpet, and Snape did not act immediately. Walter stood on the carpet, his expression untroubled, as his earrings trembled slightly with his subtle movements. Did this vampire have piercings before? Snape attempted to recall, but before Walter could call him, he disapparated to the cauldron's side. The contents of the cauldron had long since dried. Snape stirred it with a spoon, attempting to discern the materials that had risen to the surface. He extracted a piece of a beetle's exoskeleton from the bottom of the cauldron, a component used in the brewing of blood-replenishing potions. Snape made further efforts, but the other materials had deteriorated too severely to be identifiable. He set down the spoon. His wand remained pointed at Walter with the other hand. Before arriving, Snape had taken care to find several spells effective against vampires. Yet, even with this preparation, when Snape met Walter's gaze, he saw the vampire's smug smile. Something was amiss. Alarm bells rang in Snape's mind. Without a moment's deliberation, he unleashed a spell. The incantation grazed Walter's earlobe, severing a portion of his ear. One of the earrings clattered to the ground. With a clang, it landed on the bare floor. Devoid of carpet, the severed flesh rapidly transformed into black smoke, leaving only the earring behind. Hiss! Walter clutched his ear in pain. But his expression of anger swiftly morphed into a satisfied smirk, for Snape, who had cast the spell against him, was now curled on the ground. Snape began to undergo a forced transformation. Moments later, the loathed wizard in black robes ceased to exist. A black leopard lay in his place. Walter pressed his hand to his ear, where the flesh had not regrown. Enraged and astonished, the vampire bent down to retrieve the fallen earring and pinned it to his collar. Then, Walter inverted himself against the ceiling, retrieving a crystal cube from behind the chandelier. Although the shopkeeper's wares were expensive, they were still quite effective. Once he achieved his desires this time, he would certainly seek an opportunity to investigate the shopkeeper's background. Walter toyed with the cube in his hand, observing the panicking leopard, which was still adjusting to its altered form. Midnight had just passed. Christmas Eve had come to an end, and Christmas had arrived. Suddenly, a wooden clock on the study wall popped out a tiny foal, its head twisted off, and its body stained with blood. Walter approached the wall where the clock hung. He remained wary of the leopard's potential strike, yet unexpectedly, the black figure leapt into action, darting into the pitch-black corridor without hesitation. Walter had no intention of pursuing it. The manor had yet to be fully opened, and he still needed Severus Snape alive. The vampire reached the wall where the clock was mounted, his body aligning parallel to the ground, much like when he had hung from the ceiling. Standing firmly against that wall, Walter walked steadily to the clock, bending down to fiddle with the clock's hands. To anyone entering the room normally, it would appear as though he were a spider adhering to the wall. The shadows cast by the chandelier stretched his silhouette, forming a robust torso with elongated limbs. The vampire's long nails deftly adjusted the hands of the clock. Finally, he twisted the mechanism that had ejected the small horse, rotating its body 180 degrees. Just after midnight, the entire house began to shed fine particles of dust, and the rooms were seemingly partitioned into uniform cubes, resembling a Rubik's Cube. Subsequently, in a manner beyond human comprehension, the spatial arrangement was reconfigured. Argus was split in two, with one part trailing the Black Panther. Snape had just mastered the sequential movement of four legs. He resembled a flickering bolt of lightning, narrowly leaping over the corridor that was beginning to deform. Unbeknownst to him, Walter had triggered some mechanism, stretching the corridor from the study to the living room. Snape was still acclimating to how to break with an animal's body. The speeding leopard was approaching the end of the corridor, on the verge of entering the living room through which they had entered. Snape's mind commanded his body to decelerate. Yet his subconscious still perceived himself as human. The leopard's front legs came to a halt while the hind legs skidded, tripping him as he collided with the decorative strip at the corridor's entrance. Meanwhile, Lucas, bored and perched on the door frame, happened to peek out. He cast a cushioning spell. The Black Panther felt as if it had shattered that spell, only to crash into an adult wizard. Man and beast tumbled together, fortuitously crashing into a newly partitioned cubic space. Lucas embraced the Black Panther. Their surroundings compressed infinitely, restricting their movements. They found themselves trapped in a cubic meter of space, forced to huddle closely together. The space vibrated violently, rolling as if a block had fallen from the second floor down the stairs. After a terrifying bout of weightlessness and jostling, the tumult ceased. Fluorescence flickered. In the dim environment, a glimmer of light emanated from the tip of Lucas's wand. The space confining them vanished, and the surrounding area was illuminated by the ghostly glow. Lucas beheld a shadowy figure crouched beside him. From Argus's perspective, he was aware of everything transpiring, yet Lucas, who remained in the living room, should not possess such knowledge. The panther, disoriented by the tumult, struggled to regain its footing, retching several times in discomfort, unable to adjust to the animal form, feeling utterly out of place. Lucas attempted to place a hand on the panther's neck, a spot felines generally enjoy being touched. Observing the panther preoccupied with adjusting to its body, Lucas offered gentle reassurances. His illumination spell cast a wavering glow around them. They had long since departed the mundane, old-fashioned abode, and appeared to have entered the estate's interior, now standing in a garden-like area. Twisted branches loomed under the hazy light, resembling hands reaching from a grave. At the center of the garden stood a fountain, crowned with a magnificent metallic sculpture. A horse, rearing back and neighing, was captured in a moment of abrupt halt, its front hooves elevated, the dynamic portrayal executed impeccably. The sculpture appeared to be of bronze, typically adorned with a knight bearing a sword. Lucas scanned the surroundings, but yielded no immediate findings. He felt his shoe being pressed down, glancing down to meet a pair of beastly eyes. Lucas marveled inwardly. One of the panther's paws rested upon his shoe, attempting to evade Lucas's probing hand at its nape, yet it was futile. He was unfamiliar with the animal's body. The panther's struggle appeared both reluctant and inviting. Snape was in a state of agitation. He had prepared extensively for today's adventure, even carrying a key with him. However, the sudden transformation had disrupted his plans. Lucas was merely a second-year student. The panther's tail whipped about in agitation, oblivious to its newly acquired appendage. Lucas, slightly distracted by the shadowy figure, cleared his throat and ventured a question. "Mr. Walter?" The panther pressed down harder with its paw. A soft, heavy weight rested upon Lucas's instep. The panther's weight was not yet fully upon him, but if Lucas remained oblivious any longer, that could change. "Professor Snape?" Lucas inquired tentatively. The panther's tail paused. It regarded Lucas rigidly, nodding with a seriousness and reserve. Lucas appeared quite flustered. At that moment, Snape could no longer overlook an issue. Why had Lucas secretly consumed an age potion? He had reverted to his 20s. Snape observed as Lucas crouched down, exercising caution by casting a protective charm upon himself, maintaining eye level with the panther. Under Snape's watchful gaze, Lucas extended his hands. He first raised one. "You are the wise panther." Then he lifted the other. "You are the transformed Professor Snape." Should Snape regain his human form at this moment, he vowed that no matter how Lucas pleaded, he would never be his apprentice again. Yet, after a brief moment, he calmed from the embarrassment and irritation, rationality suppressing the intensified animalistic emotions. This was a necessary step, Snape endeavored to assure himself. The panther arched its back, low pressure slapping Snape's hand away. "It is truly the professor." Lucas grasped one of Snape's paws, sensing an opportunity to retreat. "I apologize, but I need to verify once more. Do we have apple pie today?" A nod or shake of the head would suffice. The panther shook its head, its tail drooping to the ground. Lucas anxiously regarded Snape. "Have you been hit with a transformation spell? Were you attacked? Or was it Walter who assaulted you?" When faced with too many options, it became rather troublesome. Yet Snape need not explain. He turned his gaze toward the shadow on the other side of the garden. An armor set suddenly appeared, standing motionless. Chapter 230, Cheating on Exams. With a sudden blare, the dark space brightened. The horse at the center of the fountain erupted into flames, the fire dancing rhythmically upon the sculpture, then cascading outward to the fountain's periphery. The flames twisting into petal-like shapes, guided by the wind. The brilliant flames illuminated the surroundings as if it were midday. Snape instinctively positioned himself in front of Lucas, his fur bristling once more. Lucas's expression turned grave. He did not deliberately aim his wand at the horse or the armor, but remained prepared to retaliate at any moment. The armor took its first step, igniting in flames as well. The flowing fire spread across the tiled floor. Perhaps it was no coincidence. The garden's tiles were each a meter square, congruent with the size of the space that had previously confined Lucas and Snape. The tile closest to the armor caught fire. In response, the tile behind Lucas and Snape ignited symmetrically. The heat compelled Lucas and Snape to inch forward, seeking a centralized safe zone. Was this the estate's trial? Utilizing the firelight, Lucas observed the estate's mechanisms. His primary role was that of an alchemist, and rather than diligently passing the test, he excelled at identifying magical obstacles, dispelling curses, or finding loopholes. Seemingly sensing Lucas's inquiry, words ignited above the armor, illuminated by flames. When crafting a restorative potion from a transformation potion, what reaction occurs if the moonstone powder is erroneously replaced with sage powder? What is the state of the potion in the crucible at this step? How should it be corrected? The flames flickered incessantly above the armor's head. Both Lucas and Snape meticulously read the 5 or 6 words that appeared each time. When they finally finished reading the prompt, the armor fell silent. A line of burning countdown appeared above its head. The design of this scene was truly lacking. Lucas, with his discerning perception, scrutinized the tiles beneath his feet. Through his magical awareness and reservoir of knowledge, the arcane design of this garden began to take shape in his mind. The coordination between the steeds and the knights was executed rather clumsily. He estimated that once the countdown concluded, the tiles would ignite one by one, compressing the responder's space for survival and ultimately forcing them to converge with the fiery knight. The manner in which the question was displayed seemed somewhat juvenile. It merely revealed a handful of words at a time, and the application of flames and metal appeared excessively rigid. Commendably, Lucas stole a glance at Snape, noticing a contemplative expression on the face of a Black Panther. Perhaps there was a hint of annoyance as well, for this question regarding transfiguration evidently mirrored Snape's current predicament. Given the external circumstances, the perceptual magic of the question was adeptly adjusted. Setting aside his alchemical perspective, Lucas pondered briefly before responding. The common function of moonstone is to stabilize fluctuations in magical energy, while sage is frequently employed to purify the effects of dark magic. Improper placement can lead to the failure of potion preparation. Lucas hesitated momentarily. He observed that when he began to answer the question correctly, the countdown slowed its pace. However, when he resorted to mere nonsense, the countdown continued unabated. This potion was not one commonly encountered in school, leaving Lucas uncertain about its predictive state. He noted the panther beside him let out a sigh. If Snape had not transfigured, it typically indicated his dissatisfaction with a student, often accompanied by some sarcasm and point deductions. This question was somewhat beyond Lucas's grasp. No second-year student, no matter how diligent, would have encountered such material. Snape fumbled with his claws, attempting to scratch at the tiles. Fortunately, Lucas was astute enough to realize what Snape was writing when he inscribed abandon N. Under normal brewing conditions, the potion would boil violently upon the addition of the herbs. Lucas confirmed Snape's nod, feeling more confident about his subsequent answers. However, if the wrong ingredients are added, there will be no discernible difference in the potion's state at this stage. The countdown slowed once more. The corrective measure is to allow the cauldron to cool promptly. This is a common method for addressing violent boiling. Lucas lowered his head, seeking assistance. This time, Snape had quite a substantial amount of spelling to do. He revealed his sharp teeth to Lucas, then pondered how to articulate his thoughts. Lucas saw Snape sketch a triangle on the ground, followed by a feather. A few question marks briefly surged in his mind before he realized this was a game of charades. Unicorn hair? He quietly confirmed to Snape. The panther flicked its tail. Adding an appropriate amount of unicorn tail hair could rectify an error, with the quantity depending on the condition of the cauldron. With the answering complete, both Lucas and Snape sighed in relief. Clank, clank, clank. The armor stepped forward 3 paces, and the symmetrically arranged tiles ignited faster, soon sealing them in on all sides. The second question promptly refreshed. A crystal ball, the smallest size for divination, tumbled out from within the armor. The flames displayed the question. Through the roaring fire, they glimpsed an uncertain future. This crystal ball possessed the ability to discern the future. It demanded that he reveal what he saw as the first glimpse of the future. Lucas and Snape exchanged glances. He had yet to attend a divination class involving crystal balls. He beheld the crimson sphere illuminated by the flames, seeming to catch a fleeting shadow within. The flames reflected off the crystal ball, resembling a tiny tiger's fawn. I see that someone will die tonight. Lucas had taken divination as an elective during his initial year. The allure of this course lay in the night before the first class when one would daydream about entering a state of clairvoyance, possessing the unique gift of a prophet, and making a grand prediction. Such musings typically ended after the first class. The divination class generally imparted the most knowledge during that initial session, as one would learn that the more bizarre and peculiar the predictions, the more points they could earn for the house. Generally, predictions of disasters, deaths, or the loss of significant items, or dramatically discovering nothing after a period of glory were common. Lucas was among the top students in his divination class. Even at his young age, he grasped its essence, though perhaps not entirely. He remembered having once written something like, "I will die of time," a phrase brimming with existential contemplation. In retrospect, it didn't seem entirely incorrect. Lucas quickly entered a state of rapt concentration, discovering his latent talent for performance. I see the shadow of a vampire attempting to hunt in vain. I see plans failing and fleeing, Lucas gasped dramatically. That year, Professor Trelawney taught the class, and her distinctive pauses were often mimicked by everyone. Furthermore, this would not raise any suspicion, no matter the year. Slytherins who attended divination classes tended to imitate her for a few days in the common room, all the while claiming to offer predictions to their peers, effectively taking advantage of them. I see the vampire's demise. He will turn to ashes. After Lucas delivered his response, the armor remained unresponsive, the flames steadily radiating warmth. Snape slowly turned his gaze from the crystal ball to Lucas. To even entertain the notion that Lucas possessed prophetic abilities, even for a fleeting moment, would be a disservice to his intellect. Chapter 231, The Knight's Curtain Call. Yet moments later, the scorching crystal ball began to roll within their line of sight. It rolled past Lucas and Snape, continuing until it reached the fountain statue, disappearing into the flames. With a crack, the stone shattered violently as it burned, a small cluster of purple flames leaping forth. Snape, numbly flicking his tail, began to question the competence of the manor's questioner. The first question, seemingly straightforward, in reality. Most wizards struggled to articulate the distinction between powdered moonstone and powdered sage. This was a topic on the 7th-year wizarding level examination. Lucas's foundational skills were commendable. The analysis of the cauldron's state and remedial measures were somewhat more challenging, necessitating both talent and a repertoire of various out-of-textbook formulas. To accurately enumerate unicorn tail hair or mistletoe extract among thousands of materials was particularly arduous. A complete answer required knowledge nestled between that of a potion master and an advanced potion maker. Including mistletoe would have yielded even better effects and was also easier to procure. However, in his current panther form, articulating the word mistletoe was exceedingly difficult. Observing the difficulty of the first question, Snape had initially felt quite anxious about the second. Yet, Lucas passed through it with remarkable ease. Upon reflection, it seemed reasonable. They were bound to confront Walter. If this prophetic ball truly possessed the ability to discern truth from falsehood, predicting Walter's failure first, then their own, would ensure that at least one of them would succeed. Regardless, the crystal ball's declaration of Walter's demise brought a slight sense of relief to Snape. The flames had driven them into the center of the garden. Presently, Snape's primary concern was how they would extricate themselves after correctly answering the third question. They were scarcely a meter apart from the armor. Waves of heat surged, warping the air around them. Lucas, clad in his winter wizarding robes, began to perspire. He remained ever vigilant of the panther's condition. Severus Snape, scorched by the flames, exhibited a palpable agitation. In a bid to distance himself from the searing heat, he assumed a semi-sitting posture, his tail coiled around his paws. Lucas observed that the leopard's whiskers had begun to curl from the heat. Lucas proceeded to cast several layers of insulation spells around Snape. The protective heart plate at the center of the armor had vanished, replaced by a seemingly bottomless magical vortex. A challenge materialized: defeat the armor. This time, the flames outlining the words blazed more fiercely, the fiery tongues nearly breaching the armor's standing position, poised to assail the test-taker. Without further delay, Lucas brandished his wand. The flames roared to life. Fire surged forth from the tip of his wand, piercing through the vortex at the heart of the armor. A brief magical link formed between Lucas's wand and the vortex. Unlike previous occasions, the fiery incantation did not disperse into a sea of flames. Instead, the fire continuously fed into the vortex. Lucas initiated with a testing magical strength of 7. A proficient second-year wizard with a well-developed magical aptitude. The armor was assessing his magical potency. These challenges, after all, did not exceed the manor's expectations for its heirs. A magical strength of 7 was more than sufficient in the vast majority of magical scenarios. As Lucas maintained his magical output, Snape discerned that this was part of the test, though Lucas's occasional surges of magic raised concerns about his ability to pass. Such apprehensions were soon proven unnecessary. Over the past year, Lucas had nurtured his abilities exceptionally well. The flames persisted for about a minute, remaining remarkably stable. After enduring the prolonged magical output, the ancient armor began to show signs of loosening at the joints. Liquid began to trickle down through the flames, resembling sweat mingled with blood. Upon closer inspection, it was the metal beginning to melt. Lucas slightly increased his magical output. Throughout the lengthy burn, the armor commenced its melting from the chest. The back and belly plates dripping to the ground, followed by the thigh and knee guards, as the armor gradually descended, ultimately kneeling on one leg. The final remnants to melt were the faceplate and helmet, akin to a faithful knight taking a bow. It had fulfilled its purpose. The ephemeral connection dissipated. The surrounding flames extinguished. The molten metal flowed into the grooves of the newly vacant tiles, filling them with a family crest. It depicted a rearing steed of flame. Chapter 232, Overtaking on a Curve. The fissures in the ground left behind red marks from the flame's aftermath. Moments later, the decorative lights of the garden illuminated, revealing a path to the manor. Lucas gazed toward the distant estate, aware that a pair of eyes was observing him and Snape from behind one of the manor's windows. The Black Panther focused intently on the patterns of the steed until the heat dissipated completely, and the crest melded seamlessly with the tiles. Professor? Feigned ignorance, Lucas crouched down, joining Snape in a close inspection of the design. After a prolonged gaze, Lucas noticed something peculiar. The proportions of this emblem structure seemed somewhat off. With a flick of his wand, he prodded the 4 horse legs, infusing them with magic, causing the ground near the garden to tremble faintly. The Black Panther let out a low growl at Lucas. Reckless and impulsive, after transforming into an animal, Snape's perception of his surroundings had significantly heightened. He had been intently scrutinizing the pattern, contemplating the potential mechanisms concealed within. Lucas pretended not to comprehend Snape's ire. As his wand withdrew from the crest, the steed was no longer stationary. It began to gallop across the surface. The tremors of the ground intensified with the horse's movement, vibrating in sync, as if a great cavalry was about to charge past. After a brief moment, the tile bearing the crest shifted aside, revealing a seemingly bottomless entrance. Walter awaited the arrival of the 2 wizards in a room on the 2nd floor of the manor. People often felt exhilarated when engaged in nefarious deeds, and vampires were no exception. Walter had anticipated from the start that Snape would accompany Lucas, as certain aspects of the manor required an adult wizard's involvement. However, an adult wizard posed an obstacle to the inheritance, and the balance had to be maintained carefully. Initially, Walter had been transported to the main building of the manor. He peered through the window, observing Snape and the youthful wizard, who had consumed an aging potion, participating in the assessment. If not for the unchanged scent of the young wizard, Walter might have suspected that other wizards had infiltrated. The grown-up visage of Lucas Graham bore no resemblance to his current self. He listened intently to the conversation between the young wizard and Snape. He had expected some friction between the wizard and the beast mentor, but the speed at which they recognized each other was astonishing. With the advantage of a vampire's acute hearing, he watched the 2 wizards collaborate to overcome the challenge. This little imp was indeed impressive. His years of searching for this lineage had not been in vain. Walter's calm demeanor was abruptly halted when he witnessed the emergence of the passage from the ground. He had no time to reminisce about his own disastrous first encounter with the assessment. The vampire leapt through the window, only to see Lucas, who had been concealed behind the Black Panther, suddenly look up at the entrance. Lucas's gaze was steadfast, and Walter was unsure if he had misjudged the moment. He caught a glimpse of a strange smile at the corner of the young wizard's mouth. Walter hastened to the location where the totem had appeared, attempting to pry open the tile with his sharp claws. However, when he finally managed to dislodge the tile, the solid ground and the complete absence of the wizard's scent drove the vampire into a frenzy. "Professor, wait for me." Jumping into the abyss was not Lucas's idea. The communication between a human and a panther was inherently limited. Snape descended first, and Lucas followed suit. Such was fortuitous. Walter likely had set traps within the structure, and they had an opportunity to forge an alternative route. However, the narrow passage left Lucas in a precarious situation as he scrambled down the steep staircase, utilizing both hands and feet. In such moments, the advantages of Slytherin's chamber became apparent. The automatically descending passage was at least convenient for descent. Lucas called out to Snape once, but was interrupted by a displeased growl from the panther. He was reprimanded when attempting to cast a light charm, climbing in the dark. Lucas relied on Snape's night vision abilities to navigate their surroundings. He felt reassured allowing Snape to be his eyes. There was only one minor issue. Panthers did not typically roar in this manner. The panthers Lucas had heard were more prone to howls or purrs. If it were one raised in a wizarding household, it might even emit soft whimpers. But he could feign ignorance. The downward passage was lengthy, but the steps were reasonably clean. Along the way, Lucas did not encounter sharp stones or debris. The air in the passage circulated freely, with only a thin layer of dust. Approximately 5 minutes later, Lucas collided with something furry, and the ground beneath him leveled out. The panther let out an authoritative call. Lucas waved his wand and cast a light charm. They found themselves on a circular platform, at the center of which stood a mirrored steed. It was as if they were positioned beneath the fountain's pool in the garden. The horse's head was within reach. The Black Panther cautiously sniffed the surroundings. Lucas revised his prior assumptions about the manor's structure, mentally incorporating the current space. They are not necessarily confined to the underground. A wizard's spatial perception is remarkably malleable. Most wizards do not excavate chambers deep below the surface, sometimes several dozen or even hundreds of meters down. The mere incantation of spatial spells suffices. Lucas trailed behind Snape, and after a period of crawling, he observed Snape gradually acclimating to his animal form. Previously, he had exploited the exceptional night vision of nocturnal creatures, and now he cautiously twitched his nose, discerning any potential scents that might offer clues. Lucas's presence, closely following Snape, was somewhat obstructive. His scent could cloud Snape's judgment, yet it would be unwise to separate abruptly. The leopard, displeased, flicked its tail, stirring up dust that elicited a small sneeze from Snape. Oh. As Lucas pursued Snape's steps, he realized, having previously been preoccupied during his assessment, that the Professor's transformation into a leopard rendered him rather slender. The contours of his ribs were somewhat pronounced beneath his glossy fur, which, while sleek, was prone to collecting dust. Lucas felt assured about the next phase. The ground beneath them indicated an assessment, while what lay beneath was likely ancestral. Ahem. A dry cough interrupted the two individuals exploring the horses. The darkness, impervious to the illuminating spells, parted like the curtains of a stage. Within the vast, circular chamber, countless portraits were arranged in haphazard display. A multitude of faded, yellowed faces leaned toward the edges of their frames, scrutinizing those who had passed the assessment. Look here. One portrait, depicting a wizard clad in relatively modern attire, snapped his fingers. He occupied a canvas taller than a man, appearing more animated and vibrant compared to the surrounding images. Chapter 233, Forced Consensus. Lucas gazed at him. Will you not introduce yourselves? The portrait scrutinized the two intruders with an air of disdain, focusing intently on Lucas as it reprimanded. Is it customary to bring outsiders to an assessment? Its tone was scornful. And to be forcibly transformed, no less. Aging potion. An assassination attempt. The surrounding portraits chimed in, their voices a cacophony, suggesting they possessed some means of observing the outside world, yet they spoke without restraint. Lucas and Snape gradually positioned themselves side by side. In that case, the central portrait declared, prompting the others to fall silent, let us unveil your true nature. No sooner had he spoken than a torrent of water cascaded down from above, drenching Lucas. Reacting swiftly, he cast a wind spell before the water could drench him completely. A fierce gust erupted from the tip of his wand, redirecting the waterfall to soak a nearby array of portraits. The figures within the frames scrambled in panic, vacating the drenched area. Simultaneously, a dark silhouette shot past Lucas, aiming for the waterfall. A portion of the cascade splashed over the Black Panther, saturating its fur as it lay quietly in a crouch. Amidst the terrified complaints of the portraits, the panther transformed back into a fully grown man clad in black. Snape's hair clung to his cheeks, his attire disheveled and visibly soiled with dust. The potion master's eyes blazed with fury as he discerned that the water was a defensive waterfall. He resolutely chose to confront the deluge. Lucas nearly obstructed Snape's opportunity to revert to human form. Snape dried off his garments. Lucas suddenly understood. This potion could cleanse away the disguises of potions and spells. He certainly wished to avoid such enchantments, as exploring the ruins in the guise of a young wizard would prove exceedingly cumbersome. What are you doing? My portrait hails from the 17th century, and you have ruined it. The startled images began to scold them. This potion could negate magical effects, and for portraits, it was akin to a lethal poison. Silence. The leading portrait angrily interrupted the familial complaints. He fixed a stern gaze upon Lucas. Do you believe your reactions are swift? Snape had already drawn his wand, pointing it coldly at the portrait. Although he was in another estate, having restored his limbs, he did not entertain the notion of being easily subdued. Lucas quietly observed the portrait, once again finding himself positioned behind Snape. In most instances, Snape's advance would draw the ire of those around him. Yet this particular portrait seemed more focused on Lucas. Do you think this adult wizard will support you? The portrait cast a sidelong glance at Snape. Lucas lifted his gaze to meet its eyes, disliking the tone it employed. As the portrait spoke, Snape attempted to grasp Lucas to activate the key to the door. In the instant their forms were about to collide, the space around them stretched infinitely. Snape beheld countless versions of Lucas extending outward, yet they grew increasingly distant until the space was entirely divided. Now, we can truly examine you, the portrait said, brushing off non-existent dust from its attire with nonchalance. The portrait noted the young wizard turning back to look at him. The previous youthful naivete of the underage wizard had vanished. The young wizard now exuded an icy demeanor, his gaze devoid of warmth, as if he were observing mere objects. I am not begging you for this estate. The blonde-haired wizard seemed to transform before their eyes, his demeanor darkening. I could easily leave this estate to that capering grave robber outside. How dare you? The portrait exclaimed, a mix of astonishment and fury etched upon its features. Grave robbers are an obscure profession, seldom referenced in magical tomes. Society would prefer this vocation had never existed, or that it be eradicated entirely. Generally, when the last legitimate heir of a wealthy, pure-blood family perishes, that family is deemed extinct from a legal standpoint. Yet purebloods are persistently obsessed with perpetuating what is often an inconsequential lineage. Even when employing magic to seal their families, they still leave opportunities for talented half-bloods or illegitimate offspring to inherit. The closed-off magic bequeathed by such families recognizes bloodline inheritance. This gave rise to a profession known as grave robbing. They must first gather information about long-forgotten pureblood families, and then use specialized magic to search through the masses for wizards related by blood. Ultimately, akin to what Walter had done, they would bring that wizard forth, unlock the treasure chest, and then eliminate the wizard. Grave robbers are akin to pirates on land and hunters within the wizarding world. However, this line of work is fraught with challenges. Whether in locating a self-secluded family devoid of heirs, or tracing the bloodline of that family, akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Walter had indeed chosen the right profession. The vampire's prolonged lifespan significantly increased his chances of success. The portrait remained silent for a moment before resolutely stating, "If you do not wish to inherit this place, no one is compelling you. But I did not say you could leave. Both you and your mentor must remain here." No sooner had he finished speaking than a gust of wind infiltrated the enclosed space, causing the walls to tremble. The young wizard across from him gently waved his wand. He uttered no incantation, yet a feeble flame joined the wind, swiftly taking shape. "I do not accept threats. I do not accept threats." Both the wizard and the portrait spoke in unison, their tones unwaveringly confident and resolute. Their gazes locked. The flames swirling around Lucas grew increasingly intense. Here, the fire was no longer mere flickering. Lucas employed an agricultural spell, one that had facilitated the renovation of the Slytherin dormitory over the past 6 months. The portrait remained unyielding. A flicker of flame ascended the wall, engulfing the portrait in its embrace, the frame quietly succumbing to the inferno. The fiery tongues devoured the first image, swiftly spreading their devastation. More portraits sought refuge elsewhere. Surely, there were other places within the manor for them to flee. Lucas remained silent, as the flames continued to spread. "You've set this place ablaze, and you cannot escape. Neither can your friends." The portrait, a tempest of anger and fear, had initially believed this youth to be naive and ignorant. Yet who could have anticipated he was a lunatic? "He is my mentor. He possesses the key to the door, and he shall exit unscathed," Lucas replied with a measured calm. "And what of you? Do you also carry the key?" The portrait watched helplessly as the flames licked at the edges of its frame. Though those within had fled, an inexplicable anxiety gnawed at it. "That is for me to consider," Lucas remarked with a slight smirk. The deceased should not meddle in the affairs of the living. He offered a kind reminder. "I forgot to mention, Walter, the vampire, has already sought out everyone capable of opening the manor. I am the last." The portrait fell into silence. In the confined space, the flames consumed the air, yet the young sorcerer remained resolute. The portrait could not discern whether this was a desperate gamble or a calculated move by a promising newcomer. After all, he could not yet be 15. His spirit and form resonated in unison. "You mentioned that the individual accompanying you is your mentor?" After a pause, as the flames licked dangerously close to his own frame, the portrait sighed and softened his tone. "You heard correctly." Lucas, once haughty, now adopted a more respectful demeanor. Pondering the oddity of a mentor bringing an apprentice, was it not a rather ordinary affair? "Indeed, quite ordinary," the portrait affirmed, refusing to abandon its frame. Even as the flames encircled the frame, beginning to erode the enchantments upon it, he stood proudly to defend his territory. "I suppose I should afford the young man an opportunity for explanation," the portrait struggled to articulate, its complexion turning a shade of pallid blue, as if all the azure pigments of the canvas had been summoned forth. "I forgive you," Lucas smiled, having just realized the extent of the destruction his unleashed flames had wrought. "Wizards of my age often struggle to control their spells. How careless of me." With a flourish of his wand, the surrounding flames were abruptly extinguished by an unseen force. The portrait regarded Lucas in silence. "We must have a serious discussion regarding that vampire outside."